As everyone knows, the biggest waste of money is to start a business. Yet you opened a company with a 4-day workweek and 3 days off. Not only do you provide 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but also various paid holidays from day 1. You also regularly promote and raise salaries for your employees. You even bought an entire building for your employees, all because you activated the Happy Employee system. Ding! The system detects that the host has activated the Happy Employee system. The happier the employees, the more your balance increases. Just now, you stood in the office of the Golden Glory building, having just completed the company registration process. You posted a few job listings and felt incredibly happy inside. The school requires an internship certificate. Why not just rent a space, start your own company, and stamp it yourself? As a new generation, you couldn't tolerate the exploitation of a lousy company, so you packed up and left. Just as you were feeling pleased, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Is anyone there?" a sweet voice asked. Turning to look, you saw a group of young people at the door holding resumes, led by a girl who looked like a comic book character. "Who are you?" you asked, looking confused. "We saw on the job site that your company is hiring, and we wanted to give it a try," the sweet girl replied, her eyes filled with anticipation. You thought to yourself, "This script is wrong. Didn't I just post the job listings?" Based on the detection of the host activating the Happy Employee system, as long as employees feel a sense of belonging to the company, they can earn points redeemable for cash. Currently, the points redemption ratio is 1-to-1. Would you like to bind it? Hearing the system's notification, your eyes lit up instantly. Binding is a must. The happier the employees, the more points they earn, and points can be exchanged for money. This is a guaranteed win. Then you cleared your throat and said, feigning seriousness, "I am the founder of Cheese Eye Company. While our company has a relaxed attitude, the benefits are definitely solid. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are fully covered. Starting salary is 5,000, and there's no cap for exceptional talent." Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen an alien. Usually, during interviews, they were offered lower salaries, and getting 2,500 was already considered good. Where could they find a starting salary of 5,000? "Everything you mentioned will be included in the contract," a girl named Lu Ruyan said, clearly a bit skeptical but still polite. "Of course, we are a legitimate company and won't play tricks," you said confidently. "Also, the regular work hours are 4 days a week, 8 hours a day. On weekends, there's triple pay, and no overtime is allowed at night. You earn more by working more." "Since that's the case, when do we start the interviews, boss?" Lu Ruyan asked, half convinced. "Right now," you replied. Although you had never been an interviewer, you had seen enough to know how it works. Out of this group, a total of 10 people were hired. Expertise didn't matter as much as character. You registered a software development company, which can operate freely. Once the software is developed, it can be directly launched on the platform, simple and straightforward. When signing the contract, Lu Ruyan and the others were a bit surprised. They originally thought you were just making empty promises, but the contract clearly outlined the company rules and salary details. After signing the contract, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out you were not just making empty promises. Keep in mind that these are legally binding. If you go back on your word, you can be taken to court. Ding sensed the change in employee emotions. Ding's sense of belonging increased by 1, then by 3, then by 5, and the system's notification sound kept ringing. You felt overjoyed and quickly checked the points. The company had just been established, and you already had 63 points, equivalent to 6,300 yuan. You immediately exchanged it for cash, and a bank message arrived. Your account ending in 1888 received 6,300 yuan, with a balance of 13,600 yuan. With this system, who needs to work? You immediately decided to expand the company and improve employee benefits. Lu Ruyan, you have great professional skills. Be my secretary and assistant. The company has just been established, and there's a lot to do. Check what equipment we need and procure it. Lu Ruyan nodded. "Okay, boss. Starting tomorrow, you all officially begin work." Although it was your first time starting a company, that same evening, you researched a lot about running a business. Just after you left, the employees began to discuss among themselves, is the boss reliable? With such good benefits, could there be a catch? This was a relatively experienced intern who said, "Hold on, guys, stop guessing. Before I came here, I checked this company's background. Their paperwork is quite complete, but new companies usually require overtime. Doesn't the contract state that overtime is voluntary and that there are fees for it?" The intern then scoffed. "The contract says that, but the workplace is about interpersonal relationships. Sooner or later, the boss will take the moral high ground and force us to work overtime. As for overtime pay, there will definitely be some for the first few hours, but after that, there won't be any. Whatever, it's the same everywhere. At least here, we have the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund as a guarantee. Every employee thought that there must be a catch in this company. In today's workplaces, what everyone fears most is overtime, which has long become the norm. The next day, after a night of research, you determined the direction, developing a mini-game development platform. With so many people, they need to have work to do, it's worth a shot. You held a brief meeting, finalized the plan, and everyone immediately got to work. In the office, you told Lu Ruyan, "We'll put this chart on the wall every day, and install a punch clock outside. Employees can work up to 3 hours of overtime each day, calculated at 1.5 times the hourly wage. They will fill in their overtime hours after work." "Okay, boss. I'll hang up the chart shortly." Lu Ruyan sighed internally. Capitalists are all the same, and even a new company can't escape the order of overtime. Once the overtime chart was posted, the employees erupted in protest. "We start work at 8 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break in between. Anything after 5 p.m. counts as overtime at 1.5 times the pay. It seems like we can't escape overtime anywhere," one employee murmured. "Regardless, this company's boss is quite decent, signing a contract directly upon joining, and I've heard that the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are already being processed. Many companies don't even provide minimum benefits. This company's welfare is already quite good." However, Lu Ruyan hesitated because she had something to do that night, but it wouldn't look good to not work overtime on the first day. After weighing her options, she decided to ask you, "Boss, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" you said without looking up from your computer. "I have something very important to attend to tonight. Can I skip overtime?" His voice was quiet, afraid of upsetting you. You looked up in surprise. "Whether or not to work overtime is up to you. Didn't I say that overtime is voluntary and that you earn more by working more? You can decide for yourselves." "Okay, boss," Lu Ruyan thought to herself. The boss is using this tactic. It already carries a hint of threat. Despite this, she still planned not to work overtime that night. Other employees gathered around Lu Ruyan, asking, "What did the boss say?" "The boss said to handle it myself," and Lu Ruyan's response left everyone a bit confused. Soon it was time to get off work, and Lu Ruyan packed up and left. Wow, he really left work. He's in trouble. The assistant disrespected the boss on the first day, and the boss will definitely make things difficult for him. You stepped out and saw everyone pretending to work overtime, and you exaggeratedly remarked, "Wow, so many people are working late." "Yes, boss, I still haven't finished my work. This proposal just came out, and I need to put in more effort. I'll stay until 11 p.m. if I have to, but I will finish it before leaving." There are indeed many people caught in this competitive environment, but you don't want your employees to fall into such a vicious cycle. You glanced at the overtime schedule. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm running a bank? This company just started. I don't have that much money for overtime pay. At most, we can work until 8 p.m. The employees working overtime were taken aback. They clearly didn't expect you to say that. Someone tentatively said, "It's fine, boss. We're all volunteering for overtime and don't need the extra pay." You shook your head and said, "No way, this is a legitimate company. I can't not pay for overtime, and you can work a maximum of 3 hours of overtime each day, no more than that. It's getting late, go eat first." Even when working overtime, you need to have your meal. "We have a half-hour lunch break. The company is very considerate." After saying that, you smiled and added, "You guys can keep working overtime. I'm heading home." As soon as you left, the office became lively. The boss said we can only work overtime until 8 p.m., and voluntary overtime without pay is unacceptable, really? The employees exchanged glances, clearly astonished by your approach. It's not that they don't believe in a good boss, but such situations are indeed rare in the workplace. When you got home, you didn't play games. Instead, you went online to research. The company had just been established, and lacking experience, you needed to learn from others' successes. The next morning, Lu Ruyan arrived at the company early, still worrying about not working overtime yesterday. He feared you might hold a grudge, so he planned to perform well today. As you entered the office, he hurried over to greet you, saying, "Boss, you must have worked hard. I'll get you a glass of water right away." "Is everyone outside gathered?" you asked casually as you took the cup of water. "Everyone is here, boss," Lu Ruyan replied a bit nervously. When Pang Jiao entered for the meeting, your attitude left him a bit puzzled. He wasn't sure if you were still mad at him. It didn't take long for the few people to gather. You cleared your throat and said, "The company has just been established, and the system isn't perfect yet. Today, let's discuss our meal arrangements. Does anyone have ideas or suggestions?" Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Meal provisions? Many small companies don't even provide meals. How could a new company afford such benefits? "Boss, do you mean we will have provided meals?" one employee asked cautiously. "Absolutely," you replied with a smile. I saw everyone working late and not eating last night, which isn't good for your health. For the sake of the company's long-term development, I plan to provide meals for everyone. What suggestions do you have?" As soon as you finished speaking, applause and laughter erupted in the office. In the Magic City, prices are high. A box lunch starts at dozens of yuan. For interns like them, low wages make eating a problem. You're providing meals? That's quite a benefit, but no one dared to speak up. Everyone was waiting for your specific arrangements. If there are no suggestions, let's order from the fast food restaurant downstairs. They can deliver directly upstairs. More enthusiastic applause followed. Alright, that's settled. The finance team will come in tomorrow to handle the social security contributions. Everyone, prepare your documents. Everyone rushed out of the office, their faces beaming with smiles. Wow, the benefits at this company are truly excellent. Besides the social security contributions, they're providing 3 meals a day. This was unexpected. Don't overthink it. As for the meals provided by the company, don't worry about whether they taste good or not, just being able to fill your stomach is good enough. In my view, the boss must have some business dealings or agreements with the owner of the fast food restaurant downstairs, which is why he's arranging meals for us. You kept Lu Ruyen behind, and Assistant Lu laid out the recruitment information. Besides hiring new staff, they also needed experienced individuals to establish a human resources department. Boss, you want to establish a human resources department? Lu Ruyen was even more confused. Does a small company like this really need one? Considering our company's current space is insufficient, I plan to rent the adjacent office area. You'll be responsible for hiring for the HR department, and you can also oversee the interviews, okay? Okay, boss, I will do my best, Lu Ruyen nodded. In his heart, he wondered if the boss was retaliating against him or genuinely thinking of the employees. But he could only follow orders. Employee emotional value changes, sense of belonging increased by 50, then 65. The system notifications sounded continuously. You were overjoyed and quickly checked your points. Wow, you gained 365 points this time, equivalent to 36,500 in cash. It seems that providing meals was the right move. You immediately exchanged the points for cash. You already had over 40,000 on your card. Earning over 40,000 in 2 days was incredibly efficient. Next, you plan to continue hiring to gain more sense of belonging and work hard. First, rent the adjacent office area. The office building's location is decent, but the market is indeed sluggish. Especially for internet companies, many have gone bankrupt, leaving many places in the whole building vacant, and the landlord is as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. After talking to him, it was easy to finalize the deal. You paid a 20,000 deposit, and that space was yours. After the employees learned about it, they discussed it among themselves. The boss is really planning to make a big move right at the start of the company. Who knows what's going on? The boss must have his reasons for doing this. But that's fine. The larger the company grows, the better off we will be in the long run. While everyone was discussing, it was lunchtime, and the fast food restaurant downstairs delivered meals for the white-collar workers. Typically, a box lunch costs over 10 yuan, but this time, the delivered meal wasn't an ordinary box lunch, it was a standard set meal of 2 dishes and a soup. When the employees saw the meal boxes, their eyes lit up. Oh my, this is roasted goose leg rice. Is our boss really that generous? Everyone was very satisfied with the meals, enjoying them with great enthusiasm. You stepped out of the office and greeted everyone who was eating. Boss. Everyone responded enthusiastically, even Lu Ruyen smiled. You shared the good news with everyone. The adjacent office area has been rented. We will make adjustments to the positions and prepare to move over. It's spacious for work, and we are also establishing the HR and finance departments. Benefits will be gradually implemented, you announced with a smile. Applause erupted as everyone cheered, and the atmosphere instantly lifted. Additionally, the meals will be modest for now, as the company is starting small. As we grow, we'll have a cafeteria and, when the staff exceeds 100, we will arrange dormitories. You need to foster a sense of belonging. Benefits must be in place. Will the company provide dormitories? Boss, you're amazing. Another round of applause followed, and the enthusiasm soared. Alright, everyone, let's eat first. You smiled and returned to the office, planning to take a nap after lunch. You had been exceptionally busy these past 2 days and needed a good rest. The employees happily dug in. This meal standard was much better than the neighboring company, where they only had meals costing over 10 yuan, and many employees brought their own lunches. Oh my, if every meal is like this in the future, this job is becoming increasingly promising, Lu Ruyen thought to himself as he quietly ate. These capitalists today are getting more conniving, they paint a beautiful picture. Just now, he almost got persuaded, but experience told him not to fully trust. Benefits that haven't been received don't count. After lunch, everyone took a 2-hour break. Those living nearby went home to sleep, while others rested their heads on their desks for a nap. Seeing this scene, you felt secretly pleased. The current financial resources were indeed limited, but you planned to meet employee benefits step by step, starting small and gradually enhancing their sense of belonging. At 5 p.m., the fast food restaurant delivered dinner according to the same standards as lunch, completely astonishing everyone. The boss is serious, dinner is also at this standard. At this time, some sharper employees hurriedly stopped the delivery guy, asking, "Hey, brother, I want to know what standard your company uses for these deliveries." The standard is 35 yuan. Our boss has signed a contract with your boss, so from now on, we'll have deliveries every day at this standard. Your boss is really generous. Employee meal standards are this high, while we usually eat meals costing over 10 yuan. Everyone cheered upon hearing this, and even Lu Ruyan was surprised. The boss is serious. He felt a change in his heart. It seems this boss is indeed different from the others. The employee emotional values continued to change. Sense of belonging increased by 100, then 120. You felt great as you walked out of the office and saw employees still working late. Everyone is staying late. That's good. The more you work, the more you earn. Let me emphasize again, I don't know about other companies, but in mine, working overtime is entirely voluntary. If you like working overtime, stay. After all, you can earn more money this way. If you don't want to work overtime, you can leave anytime. There are no workplace rules. Applause erupted again. Assistant Lu came in and said, "There are some things I want to discuss with you. Mr. Chen, please feel free to give your instructions." The HR and finance departments are established. Tell HR to recruit externally. Find a few people to buy desks and chairs for the adjacent office area. The budget will be provided to finance tomorrow. You can get it from them. Lu Ruyan looked at you in surprise. Recruiting externally for the HR department? But boss, our company doesn't seem to have much business, and the software isn't developed yet. What's the matter? I'm preparing for a major expansion. Do you think the current staff is insufficient? You said matter-of-factly. Then, boss, how many people do you plan to hire? Have HR assess the capacity of the office area, hire as many as possible, focusing on those with a sense of responsibility. You understood that the more responsible people were, the stronger their sense of belonging would be. If there aren't enough, hire anyway. Experience isn't important, enthusiasm is what matters. Alright, that's settled. Relay this to HR and finance. You can head home now. You ignored Lu Ruyan's surprised expression and left after packing your things. He was left bewildered as Lu Ruyan didn't understand your reasoning but had to carry out your orders. The next day, he promptly informed the finance and HR departments. Give the prepared company account to finance. Last night, 100,000 yuan was transferred into this bank account. Although there were only 3 people in the HR department, each was experienced. The HR manager, Lin Jean, in her 30s with 10 years of recruitment experience, was stunned when she heard your requirements. You emphasized that when hiring, character is the priority, Lu Ruyan stated firmly. What about skills and work experience? Ling Jia asked. The boss says character is more important, Lu Ruyan replied. Those are secondary, the compensation will follow the contract, Lu Ruyan added. When Ling Jia saw the contract, she almost dropped her jaw. Interns will earn 5,000 to 8,000. And full-time staff will start at 10,000. This compensation is incredibly tempting. Normally, skills and experience should be valued more, so why is it so lenient? Ling Jia questioned. Is there a problem? Lu Ruyan asked. No, Assistant Lu, I want to ask if the boss is quite young, Lin Jia tentatively inquired. The boss is very young. He looks like he just graduated from college, Lu Ruyan explained. Lin Jia realized and nodded. He has rich experience and knows many powerful bosses like to exploit employees. She has met several young bosses like him and always thought they were clueless rich kids. Because the compensation advertised for recruitment was great, many job seekers came for interviews. They filled 20 positions in one day. If there hadn't been a limit of 20 hires per day, they could have hired 100 today. The people coming for interviews today almost broke the threshold of their company. There were already 35 people in the company, which could be considered a small company with some scale. Although the equipment was still a bit rudimentary, you weren't in a rush to make money, you decided to take it slow. First, you established a work group so that all employees could join, making it easier to assign tasks. Looking at the group of over 30 people, you felt it was time to say something. Hello everyone, I'm your boss. I have a few words to share today. Welcome everyone to our company family. Please feel at home here. If you need help, just let me know. We can work together to find solutions for overtime issues. Let me reiterate, other companies might have internal competition, but here, that's not allowed. Each person is responsible for their own work, and the results will be what they are. Everyone has 3 hours of overtime each day. Whether you work it is up to you, it depends on your needs. If you want to earn more, work overtime, if not, you can leave on time. That's all for today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Lu Ruyen. The message you sent made the new employees feel very comfortable. This company is genuinely good. Putting everything else aside, these benefits are the best I've seen in any company. Seriously, you can choose to work overtime or not, and if you do, you'll receive overtime pay. Lu Ruyen quickly replied, yes, there are overtime forms on the bulletin board. You can choose to work overtime freely, and the overtime pay is 1.5 times the standard wage. Upon hearing this, the employees were thrilled. Wow, I found a great company. My resume and skills aren't that impressive, but the boss is willing to give me this opportunity, and the pay is so high. Now there's freedom for overtime, and there's overtime pay. The work group was filled with expressions of admiration. You watched quietly as the system voice chimed in your mind, detecting changes in employee emotional values. Sense of belonging increased by 20, then 25, and then 30. The recruits today included not only interns but also seasoned professionals. Such high-paying jobs with great benefits are rare, so the seasoned workers recognized the good benefits, strengthening their sense of belonging. This time, you received 2,580 points, equivalent to over 250,000 in cash. For a newly established company needing funds, this was like a timely rain. With this 250,000 in the account, the employees were naturally happy to come to work, and finance smoothly allocated funds for purchasing work equipment. After all, equipment is the foundation for operations. However, your next move left everyone puzzled. With funds available, instead of rushing to invest or negotiate deals, you prioritized purchasing equipment for the employees, such as desks, chairs, and computers. After doing all this, you instructed HR to continue hiring. Even Lu Ruyen began to wonder, what's going on? Shouldn't we be discussing business when starting a company? Is hiring the only focus? Experienced Lin Jie also remarked that the boss's approach was strange. She had never seen a company that focused solely on hiring while continuously improving benefits. There are usually two reasons, either he's a wealthy heir or a fraud. Surely he can't be a fraud, especially in broad daylight? Some employees secretly discussed this. Many seasoned professionals in the company remained cautious, believing that something unusual must be going on. No company operates like this, but with such high salaries and good benefits, they could only remain cautious. The HR department didn't say much now. They continued to hire according to your instructions. After a week of continuous hiring, the company expanded to over 100 employees, and you now had 1.2 million in your account, finally ready to make a significant move. These 100 employees indeed provide a strong sense of belonging, and it's not a one-time thing. Employees generate a sense of belonging every day, and the opportunities for this are infinite. The office area was also full, so you decided to pause hiring and start focusing on employee benefits. You called Lu Ruyen and said, Assistant Lu, there's a restaurant for sale within 100 meters of our company. Go negotiate and try to secure it at a low price. Boss, you want to acquire that restaurant? Lu Ruyen was quite surprised. Over the past half-month, he found you increasingly hard to read. Your actions were always puzzling. The office area is now well equipped. Even the break room is stocked with more than just a few water barrels, unlike most companies. In your break room, there's not only a water dispenser but also a variety of good teas and coffee. Even more impressive, there's someone dedicated to serving other employees. You previously mentioned establishing a cafeteria for everyone. Now that the funds are sufficient, it's time to fulfill that promise. Prepare to acquire that restaurant and convert it into a cafeteria. Lu Ruyen's eyes widened, momentarily unable to process what he just heard. Most importantly, have a few people go negotiate. We're newly established, and the business is just right. It'll test their abilities, so let them handle the talks. Keep the chefs who want to stay. I've eaten at their restaurant before, and the food is quite good. Once you secured the cafeteria, the whole company erupted in discussion. Oh my, I thought the boss was just joking and painting a pretty picture, but he's actually serious. Long live the boss. In an instant, all the employees in the company became incredibly happy. You could feel the enthusiasm in the office. The system detected fluctuations in employee emotions. Sense of belonging increased by 10,000, then 2,000, leading to an emotional surge. You received a direct allocation of 12,000 points, which translates to 1.2 million in cash. Acquiring this restaurant only cost you around 300,000 to 400,000, resulting in a massive profit. Initially, you considered simply partnering with the restaurant and letting employees eat there at lunchtime. But then you reconsidered, as cost issues needed to be addressed. The self-service restaurant across the street was already on the verge of closing down. Taking over as the company cafeteria would make management easier and allow you to retain the original restaurant staff, a win-win situation. The restaurant owner saw your sincerity and agreed to sell for only 200,000 yuan. You retained 15 staff members, 5 chefs and 10 servers. You told them, brothers and sisters, from today onward, you are now employees of our company. We'll need to sign contracts. Compensation and benefits will be restructured. Those who want to stay can sign the contracts, and if you don't want to, that's fine, feel free to seek other opportunities. The HR department presented the contracts, and when the chefs saw them, their salaries jumped to 15,000 yuan previously, the highest was 10,000. The servers' salaries also increased from over 6,000 to 8,000, with full social security benefits included. Everyone was stunned on the spot, unable to believe this was real. Boss, are you sure there are no mistakes in this contract? You assured everyone, the contract is absolutely correct, it's legally binding. If there's a violation, you can come to me for accountability. They examined the contract closely, which included full social security benefits. One woman, almost 40, was both surprised and delighted. You explained that the base salary in the contract is the amount after deducting the social security benefits. The people present gasped again. As soon as the woman heard this, she immediately signed the contract. After completing the paperwork, she would enjoy full social security benefits, and she was overjoyed. Seeing this, the other employees quickly signed as well. No one wanted to miss this golden opportunity that felt like a pie falling from the sky. All the employees from the restaurant signed the contracts, each beaming with smiles, and handed the contracts to Lin Jia from HR. You cleared your throat and said, once you sign, you officially become members of our company. Work will proceed according to the previous processes at the restaurant. The head chef and the procurement manager stepped forward, one in a chef's uniform and the other looking like an ordinary worker, asking, Boss, what are your instructions? You instructed them both to continue doing business according to the previous restaurant standards. In a bit, I'll prepare a batch of meal cards. Company employees can use them to eat, and they can choose their dishes and portion sizes. The head chef looked puzzled and asked, how many portions should I prepare? You smiled and replied, including you, there will be a total of over 120 people in the company. Prepare according to that number. As for other customers, adjust according to daily circumstances. Understand? Understood, boss, the head chef nodded. He went back to prepare and would sort out the materials to go to HR for processing later. After speaking, you turned and left. Once you were gone, the head chef turned to Lin Jia, puzzled, and asked, what big move is the boss planning? Lin Jia replied, I have no idea either. He mentioned before that he wanted to establish a cafeteria, but I didn't expect him to actually do it. I can only say this boss is genuinely good. The head chef stroked his chin and muttered, the food costs several tens of thousands a day, and there are only over 100 people in the company. It hasn't even been a month since establishment, and the boss seems to be focusing on the cafeteria. It's truly puzzling. Lin Jia smiled and said, if you're curious, just ask him directly. The head chef sighed helplessly and followed Lin Jia to complete the onboarding procedures. The news instantly spread like wildfire in the work group and among colleagues. Aside from this work group, the employees secretly established another work group. In fact, it shouldn't even be called a work group, it should be called a colleague group. This colleague group has already exploded with excitement. There are many young people in the company now, including quite a few who are post-2000s. Oh my god, the boss is really too generous, he actually booked us a cafeteria. I thought the boss bought that restaurant to expand the business, but I didn't expect he actually turned it into our cafeteria. That's not the point. The point is the boss has already told the chef and the procurement team that our meal standards will follow the self-service model of their restaurant. Wow, does that mean we'll have self-service meals every time? It's not just self-service, the boss also said that our meals will be unlimited, ensuring we can eat to our heart's content. That's amazing. In this situation, all I can say is, long live the boss. In an instant, everyone in the colleague group was praising Qin Tian. They had never experienced such treatment before, especially those seasoned employees in the company, who were even moved to tears. This wave of actions directly gave Qin Tian a strong sense of belonging. Sitting in the office, Qin Tian received notifications from the system. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 200. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 300. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 500. Accompanied by the continuous sound of system notifications, Qin Tian opened the System Points interface to take a look. Goodness. This wave of emotional value directly reached over 13,000. If converted to cash, that would be over 13 million. With such a gain, Jin Tian felt an excitement he couldn't put into words. It seemed these benefits were truly the best belonging harvesters for the employees. It looks like the company's benefits really need to be improved. Now that he had money on hand, Jin Tian was definitely going to go all out. First, he converted all of the over 13,000 points into cash. Then he directly transferred 10 million to the company's account. For a company of 100 people, having 10 million in the account was like giving everyone a sense of security. Given the current salaries of over 10,000 for the employees, Jin Tian needed to pay over $1 million in salaries each month. Having money in the account meant there was money to pay the employees. The number announced by the finance department excited everyone in the company. The next day, during lunch, all the employees went downstairs to the cafeteria. Goodness, the employees were overjoyed. The boss is really generous. There are a full 38 dishes. Yeah, the food is really delicious and visually appealing. This benefit is even better than the cafeteria at the big company I used to work for. I don't think any company can compare to ours. Look at our food. We can choose whatever we want. Most importantly, the meals are unlimited, and I really like that. For a moment, all the employees were chatting excitedly, their faces filled with smiles. There were some big companies with decent meals and a bit of choice, but the options were very limited. Moreover, many big company cafeterias focus on profitability, but the cafeteria Jin Tian established has no profit motive, it's purely for the employees' service. Ah, this is just too comfortable. I'm so full from this meal. Me too, I'm stuffed to the chest. I just want to ask our boss one thing. Is he doing charity work? In the past, many people thought that Jin Tian was just making empty promises, but now he has fulfilled everything he said. So what can be said now? The colleague group exploded once again. The boss is serious. This meal today was truly satisfying. If I could eat like this every day, I think I would definitely gain a few pounds. To be honest, this is the best food I've had among all the companies I've been to. Could it be that our boss is really a rich second generation just experiencing life? At this rate, to be honest, I'm a bit afraid the company might go bankrupt. After more than half a month of contact, they found that working in this company was truly very free. All employees could feel the joy of working here. First of all, overtime here is not unpaid, it is all subsidized by overtime pay. Just as Jin Tian said, the more you work, the more you earn. If you want to make more money, then work overtime. If you don't want to earn money, then go home and rest. In the past half month, there has never been any forced overtime, and more importantly, their work is quite relaxed. This made many people feel that working in this company is really enjoyable. It is precisely because of this sense of belonging among the employees that Jin Tian earns millions every day. The area where Jin Tian's company is located is already a place where many white-collar workers reside. The benefits provided by Jin Tian's company have made many nearby white-collar workers deeply envious. Have you heard? The Jin Tian company next door has very good benefits. They provide 5 insurances and 1 fund upon hiring, and all overtime is paid, plus you can choose to work overtime freely. Of course, I've heard. Their company's benefits are really good. Look at what kind of shifts we have now. I work overtime until 11 every night, exhausted, and still haven't received any overtime pay. Look at how their company operates, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, with a monthly salary over 10,000. I heard even the interns earn 5,000. Not only that, what makes me most envious is their overtime model. I heard they never have mandatory overtime, everything is done according to the contract, and there are only 3 hours of overtime each day, with 1.5 times the overtime pay. Besides that, they can choose whether to work overtime or not. Wow, such a company is just too good. You think that's good? Have you seen where they go for lunch and dinner every day? They seem to go to that fancy restaurant. Exactly, I heard their boss has rented that restaurant as their cafeteria, and the employees eat a la carte every day. Damn, I went to check their food last time, and it was really good, 38 dishes. I heard the employees in their company have 5 dishes and a soup every day, with unlimited rice. It made my mouth water. When will our company have such treatment? Don't even think about it. With our boss being so stingy, he won't even give overtime pay during overtime. Stop talking, if you keep going, I might just jump ship. With the discussions from the outside world, more and more people are coming to apply at Jin Tian's company. It feels like they really want to trample down the threshold of Jin Tian's company. Not to mention, Jin Tian's company now has nearly 18 million in its account. Such funds allow all employees to feel at ease. However, the number of employees the company can accommodate is limited. Jin Tian did not directly expand outward but chose to maintain the status quo for now. because Chin Tian knew that if the number of people became too large, it might be difficult to manage. Although there was 18 million in the account, such money was still not enough for the normal operation of a company. Therefore, Chin Tian's idea was to first implement the current benefits and then expand outward later. Now that the response from the employees regarding the cafeteria was so significant, Chin Tian could sense the potential rewards in this. Next, Chin Tian planned to further enhance the company's benefits to see if it could bring an even greater response. Although the funds at hand seemed plentiful, once the benefits were implemented, the amount of money needed would be substantial. So at this moment, it was better to accumulate more funds before expanding outward. The priority now was to improve employee benefits. Originally, Chin Tian intended to build employee dormitories, but with the funds he had, it was completely insufficient, so the construction of dormitories had to be temporarily shelved. After some thought, Chin Tian ultimately decided to provide some compensation to the employees. Today, Chin Tian directly called in Xu Mingyue using the landline on his desk. Compared to before, Xu Mingyue was now a competent assistant. Mr. Chin, may I ask what you need? Xu Mingyue respectfully spoke after entering the office. In a bit, I plan to talk to everyone about the company's benefits. You can take notes and then go to finance to create a specific plan for me. Okay, understood. Xu Mingyue nodded, as this was part of her job as an assistant. However, she was somewhat puzzled about what Chin Tian was planning to do this time. After this period of interaction, she found Chin Tian's actions truly difficult to grasp. Just like the incident in the break room, Chin Tian had said something similar, and at that time, Xu Mingyue thought he had some special plan, but it turned out to be the establishment of a break room. In fact, Xu Mingyue was quite anxious about the company's business issues. On the surface, it seemed that Chin Tian was expanding the company's scale, but the business problems had remained stagnant. The software and games they developed had all been uploaded to various platforms, but the current issue was that the sales of these developed software and games were not significant. There were only a few sales. It should be noted that the company's daily expenses were at least several hundred thousand. How could they sustain themselves with just a few software and game sales? Boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Xu Mingyue hesitated slightly. Feel free to speak. In my company, we have freedom of speech. Do you have any suggestions? Chin Tian asked while organizing the materials in his hands. Boss, the sales of the software and games our company has developed are currently poor, and our company's income is only a few $dozen. I think you should focus on the development and sales of the software. Xu Mingyue was genuinely worried about whether the company could hold on. What kind of company only spends without earning? Hearing this, Chin Tian couldn't help but sigh. So, you don't understand these matters. My current thought is to respect the talents in the company. As long as we solve the talent issue, will we still be afraid of not making money? In business, one shouldn't be afraid of these obstacles. If something breaks, we can always start over. As long as we have talent, we need not fear losing money. Faced with Chin Tian's words, Xu Mingyue found herself momentarily speechless. It sounded quite reasonable. However, she was also pondering in her heart. Was Chin Tian really cut out for business? What exactly was he up to? Although there was money in the company's account, if Chin Tian continued like this, the company's closure would only be a matter of time. Could it be that Chin Tian really has some other scheme? This can't really be a scam company, can it? Such a thought involuntarily popped into Xu Mingyue's mind. As the saying goes, where there's strangeness, there's a ghost. Chin Tian's way of running a company is indeed too bizarre. Others start companies to make money, but Chin Tian has been losing money, basically subsidizing it himself. One could say that all the money in the company's financial accounts comes from Chin Tian's own account, never having earned a single cent. Earlier, Xu Mingyue had suspected that Chin Tian might be some rich second generation out to experience life, but gradually she realized that Chin Tian didn't seem to have any particularly strong background. While Xu Mingyue was lost in these thoughts, Chin Tian had already arrived at the work area. Chin Tian clapped his hands. Alright, everyone stop what you're doing and listen to me, let's have a brief meeting. Recently, I've noticed an increase in the number of people arriving late to work. You should know that this issue of tardiness is very important for the company. Upon hearing the word late, many employees lowered their heads. Boss, I'm sorry, I promise I won't be late again. Yes, boss, we don't want to be late either, but my place is a bit far from here, and sometimes I wake up late in the morning, so I end up being late. Please give us another chance. Boss, we know we were wrong. Whatever the company decides to deduct from our pay, we have no complaints. Most of the employees in the company are post-2000s. Nowadays, these post-2000s are harder to manage than Sunwukong. After work, they always like to play games until midnight, and then they wake up late the next day. Their homes are also quite far from the company, which leads to this tardiness. Hearing this, Chin Tian nodded. Very good, your attitude in admitting your mistakes is quite sincere. Since that's the case, I won't hold you accountable for the recent tardiness. Of course, I'm not here to scold you or to settle accounts with you, I just want to discuss how to solve the issue of tardiness. At this point, Chin Tian looked at all the employees present. Does anyone have any suggestions regarding the issue of tardiness? The people present looked at each other, and not a single person stepped forward to speak. After all, no one can guarantee they won't be late one day due to unforeseen circumstances. No suggestions, huh? If there are no suggestions, then I'll share my thoughts with you. I know that many people are renting places to live, and it's not easy for everyone to come out and work. The places to live are relatively far from the company. I've worked before, and I can understand your hardships. After all, places close to the company have high rents and are hard to find. What I'm considering now is how to provide transportation subsidies for everyone. Ha! What's this? Transportation subsidies for us? All the employees present had 1,000 question marks in their minds. For a company's boss, employees arriving late is a negative impact, so bosses usually think of ways to encourage employees to be more conscientious. The so-called method is to raise the fines within the company. As long as the fines are high enough, they won't dare to be late. But now Chin Tian is saying he wants to provide them with transportation subsidies? What's going on here? Now many people walk to work, and walking takes too much time. I'm considering whether to provide you with transportation subsidies or to save that money and have the company arrange a bus to specifically pick you up and drop you off for work. Regarding this, I still hope everyone can give an opinion. After all, this concerns everyone's welfare, so I want to ask which option everyone agrees with. Another thunderous question was thrown out. Everyone present widened their eyes. Boss, are you suggesting we have a dedicated car for commuting? Xu Mingyue looked at Chin Tian in disbelief. I've been considering this issue for a long time, but I don't know what everyone thinks. After all, some people want transportation subsidies, while others want a dedicated car service. It really depends on what everyone thinks. I know many opinions are not unified, so today I want everyone to make the decision, with the majority ruling. In an instant, all the employees began to discuss fervently. This is just too good, right? As office workers, how could they not know how tough commuting is every day? The houses they rented were already quite far, and they were unwilling to take taxis. Many people squeezed onto buses during rush hour, some even walked the whole way, and others rode bicycles to work. The long-term exposure to wind and rain was indeed uncomfortable. Having a dedicated car would make a huge difference. Boss, if possible, we think a dedicated car service would be better. I also think a dedicated car service would be better. In fact, many times we are late because we wake up late and the distance is far. If we had a dedicated car service, it would be different. I also support a dedicated car service. In no time, everyone in the office area was raising their hands to vote, and the vast majority were in favor of the dedicated car service. After all, this benefit of a dedicated car service was just too good. There were already some companies that provided dedicated car services, but there were certain conditions attached. Seeing so many people raise their hands to vote, Chin Tian didn't say much and directly began to tally the votes. After all, Chin Tian's strategy was for the minority to obey the majority. As long as most people agreed with this approach, he would implement the decided strategy. Great, since everyone agrees on the dedicated car service, let's go with that. Previously, we had already selected a plan regarding this. I have calculated that our company currently has 120 people, so we would need about 3 cars for the service. I will also hire 3 dedicated drivers to pick everyone up and drop them off every day. However, there are still significant issues regarding the details of the pickup and drop-off, so I need you to coordinate that. How about this, each group can tally up and discuss the specific pickup and drop-off issues. Is that okay with everyone? Facing Chin Tian's inquiry, everyone responded without hesitation, no problem, no problem. The voices were incredibly loud. Are you kidding? Who would have a problem with such a great benefit? Since that's the case, Assistant Chu, I'll trouble you to run around a bit more regarding this plan, coordinating with the people in the company to see how we can manage the pickup and drop-off. Chin Tian turned to Xu Mingyue and instructed. Don't worry, Mr. Chin, I will coordinate with everyone. Xu Mingyue respectfully nodded. Additionally, Sister Mei, the Human Resources Department will also start external recruitment, preparing to hire 3 drivers. As for the salary, just go with the market price. Okay, boss, I understand. Sister Mei nodded at this time as well. With Chin Tian's departure, all the employees present cheered. Wow, our boss is really generous. I thought he would deduct our wages for being late, but instead, he arranged a dedicated car service for us. Generous, really too generous. If we have this dedicated car service, we won't be afraid of being late anymore. The place I live is just too far. Let's not talk about whether it's late or not, having a dedicated car service can completely avoid the issues of wind and rain. Alright, this boss is really too good, but will this plan actually be implemented? I've heard before that some companies have dedicated car services, but those are super large companies, specifically catering to skilled workers with strength. We're just ordinary employees. Is the boss really planning to do this? Many employees harbored doubts. After all, such treatment is not common, and the cost of hiring a car is not low. Many wondered if the boss would approve this plan once it's made, as it would need to go through financial calculations, and the specific expenses would be detailed in the plan. Ultimately, whether it would be approved would depend on Qin Tian's decision. Xu Mingyue acted quickly and submitted the complete plan to Qin Tian the next day. Qin Tian didn't hesitate and directly opened the plan to review it. I must say, the plan was quite well done. It clearly listed the addresses of the employees and specified the routes for the car service, ensuring no employee would be overlooked. The financial department also included a budget in the plan. Goodness, if we hire a car, one vehicle would cost at least 10,000 a day. President Qin, this is the specific plan, and the finance department has calculated the funds needed by the company. If we really hire a car, our company will incur nearly 500,000 in expenses each month, Xu Mingyue said, her tone clearly hesitant. But after a moment's thought, she placed another plan on the table. This is an alternative plan created by the finance department, which provides transportation allowances for employees. If we go with this plan, our company would spend a maximum of over 200,000 each month. It was evident that Xu Mingyue was also somewhat worried about the car service plan. After all, the employee benefits that Qin Tian was implementing were already outstanding, and as an assistant, she was very aware of the company's situation. Xu Mingyue even worried that the company might not be able to sustain it. It's alright, let's proceed with this plan. The car service is a choice made by all employees, and we must respect everyone's opinion. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and then picked up a pen to sign his name on the plan. Now instruct the finance department to start allocating funds immediately. Also, arrange for someone to negotiate the car service. The HR department must act quickly. These 3 drivers need to be thoroughly vetted. They must have complete documentation. This concerns the safety of all employees, and it cannot be taken lightly. Seeing Qin Tian's resolute expression, a sense of guilt rose in Xu Mingyue's heart. To be honest, the employee benefits at the company were already off the charts. Suddenly, Xu Mingyue felt an immense sense of happiness. In fact, her family background wasn't very good, and the apartment she rented was quite far away, so she had to wake up early every day to catch a ride. Now, with the dedicated car service, it truly saved her a lot of trouble. After all, the company's car service is different. Whether it's windy or rainy, the company's car arrives on time, unless it's a holiday. Most importantly, the company's car doesn't mind if you miss your stop. As long as you reach your destination, someone will call you to get off. She could just get on the car and fall asleep immediately. This was a great blessing for many employees. Previously, Xu Mingyue had doubted whether Qin Tian was running a shell company or a scam. Now, thinking back, how could she not feel guilty? Alright, President Qin, you can rest assured. I'll have them implement this plan immediately. You're right, what you just said is absolutely correct. Tell the HR and finance departments that what I want is speed. I need this plan implemented as quickly as possible. Qin Tian's words were filled with determination. This was enough to demonstrate Qin Tian's resolve and plan. Xu Mingyue no longer said anything. She took the plan and went directly to find out when the HR and finance departments would execute it. Don't underestimate Xu Mingyue as an assistant. In fact, many matters in the company were handled through her. After all, as the boss, Qin Tian couldn't personally manage everything. Most of the work was done by the assistant. The business department worked very quickly. The plan issued today was already completed by the next day. They specifically hired 3 luxury buses and employed 3 full-time drivers. These 3 full-time drivers were responsible for picking up and dropping off employees. Therefore, their workload was quite light, but the pay for such charter work was inherently high. Their contracted salary was over 18,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. For these 3 full-time drivers, it was like finding a great bargain. When the 3 luxury buses and the 3 full-time drivers were in place, the sense of belonging among the company's employees surged instantly. Oh my god, our boss is too fast. The plan was just issued yesterday, and it's already done today? Look at those 3 luxury buses. I can't imagine having such transportation for commuting every day. My life is going to be so wonderful. I suddenly feel lucky that I joined this company, otherwise, I wouldn't enjoy these benefits at all. To be honest, after working in the industry for so many years, I've never encountered such a good boss. I've been to more than 10 companies before, but which one offered such benefits? Those previous companies either made you work overtime or deducted your salary for being slightly late, squeezing you to the limit, unlike this company that offers various benefits. Honestly, I've never worked in such an easygoing company. The atmosphere here is so good, there's none of that deceitful back and forth. Whoever's job it is, they handle it. If something goes wrong, you just find the person responsible. The company's rules and regulations are truly excellent. The key is that the work is easy, the salary is high, and the benefits are fantastic. From now on, we need to work hard. Exactly, we need to work hard to earn money for the boss. The boss treats us this way, we can't let him down. At this moment, over 100 employees silently vowed to work diligently. The sense of belonging among the employees was off the charts. Although Chin Tian was sitting in the office, he was overjoyed at this moment, because the sounds coming from the system were like heavenly music to him. The better he treated his employees, the more rewards the system provided, especially when he saw the system points rising rapidly. Chin Tian was in a great mood. This time, for the special transportation service, the system directly awarded him 54,000 points. If converted to cash, that would be 54 million. Goodness! Spending just a few $100,000 to set up a special transportation service and directly reaping over 50 million was definitely worth it. Moreover, seeing such a large sum of money credited made him feel delighted. Chin Tian immediately walked out of the office. Alright, everyone, please quiet down. Recently, I've been in a great mood. Considering that our company has been open for almost a month now, to celebrate our 1-month anniversary, I've decided to organize a team building event this Saturday. This is our company's first team building event, so everyone can feel free to suggest where we should go. We already have a dedicated vehicle for transportation, so even if it's a bit far, it's acceptable. Don't hold back, everyone, just speak up. Chin Tian's voice was loud and clear, and the smile on his face indicated that he was in a very good mood. Boss, you said you want to take us for team building? Then I would like to ask what the criteria for this team building event are? A finance employee quickly stood up to inquire. What criteria? As long as it's fun, that's all that matters. If you don't have any suggestions, my idea is to find a fun place to hang out. It's fine, everyone, feel free to say where you want to go. Boss, I heard that the water park in the Magic City is really fun, but the tickets are a bit expensive. A young female employee stepped forward. Water park? That sounds like a good choice. What does everyone think about this water park? What's so fun about a water park? Boss, if you can accept it, I think going to the resort in the west would be better. Yeah, I also think the resort in the west is better. I heard there are many fun places there, and the scenery is beautiful. I heard there are many shows at night. Once the first suggestion was made, more suggestions started to come in one after another. At this point, Chin Tian was also considering the employees' suggestions. However, being a young man himself, Chin Tian had his own ideas. Although the water park and the resort sounded nice, he felt that such outings were too mundane. If they were going to have fun, it should be something more enjoyable. So, Chin Tian had already made up his mind. I have a suggestion now, let me see what everyone thinks. I heard before that Yunnan has a lot of fun things to do, and the scenery there is particularly beautiful. I've always wanted to go see it. If everyone has no objections, how about we go to Yunnan for some fun? After all, now that his wallet was full, Chin Tian could afford to be a bit more generous. He had long wanted to visit Yunnan, and this was a rare opportunity. Yunnan? That sounds great. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but I never had the chance. Boss, that's a good suggestion. Boss, but I heard that the cost of living in Yunnan is quite high. Some employees began to hesitate. You don't need to worry about that at all. Since it's a company team building event, all expenses for food, drinks, and entertainment will be covered by the company. Since it's a team building event, we should have a good time. I hereby announce that all food, drinks, and entertainment will be fully covered by the company. Chin Tian was feeling quite generous, and many people in the company agreed, but a considerable number of people chose to remain silent at this moment. Boss, if we're going to Yunnan, then please don't count me in, it's just too far. Yeah, boss, I won't go either. I happen to have something to do this week. A portion of the employees suddenly spoke up to refuse. Chin Tian didn't mind their refusals. After all, he planned to go to Yunnan for some fun. It's fine, this company team building event is not mandatory. If you want to go, just sign up. If not, we won't force you. Alright, this team building event is set. Assistant Chu, please compile the list and hand it over to finance. All employees of our company can participate in this team building. Understood, General Manager Chin. Okay, everyone, back to work. Chin Tian was in a good mood and naturally paid no attention to this, humming a little tune as he returned to his office. At this moment, no one dared to openly discuss the matter, they could only inquire in the colleague group. Oldly, what was that about? The boss is paying for the team building, and you actually refused? Do you have a problem? The company is covering all expenses for food and fun. We could go on a free trip to Yunnan, why not go? I say, Xiao, you're still too young. You don't know the dangers of this society. One must always be cautious. Haven't you heard that saying? If the boss were going to other places for team building, I would definitely go without hesitation. After all, it's a company event, and not going would be a waste. But if it's to Yunnan, then we need to be a bit careful. Putting everything else aside, although the scenery in Yunnan is really beautiful, there are also many scammers there. Exactly, the reason I'm not going is that I'm worried about this issue. There's something I'm not sure if I should say, but honestly, I have some doubts about the current situation in this company. The boss is too good to us at Weiming, the benefits keep getting better, yet the company's performance hasn't improved at all. Now the boss suddenly says we're going to Yunnan for team building, of all places. Now that you mention it, I really feel something is off. Yeah, of all the places, why Yunnan? Many people have been scammed there and ended up in northern Myanmar for organ trafficking. Could it be that? For a moment, the entire colleague group was discussing this matter. After all, the recent actions of Chin Tian's company were indeed quite strange, completely out of place for capitalists in today's society. With this said, many people became alert. There were even many who kept tagging Chu Mingyue at this time. Assistant Chu, come out and say something. What's going on? What is the boss thinking? Yes, Assistant Chu, you're often by the boss's side, please tell us what's going on. Chu Mingyue, actually, I don't know what's going on either. This was a sudden decision from the boss, and I'm quite puzzled. The company's performance is really poor, we clearly have over 100 employees, but the monthly income hasn't exceeded 1,000. Chu Mingyue, yet the boss keeps giving us benefits, which I find strange. What does the boss want? Finance Xiaolu, however, one thing is true, there's nearly 20 million in the company's account, but this money comes from the boss's personal account. What is going on? Is the boss a scammer? If we go to Yunnan with him, will we end up being scammed for our organs? I really don't know, and I'm not clear on that. I think it must be true, after all, which capitalist is this generous? When things seem strange, there must be something wrong. The boss wouldn't want to sell us like pigs, would he? Oh no, you're making me a bit scared. I was planning to sign up for the trip to Yunnan, but now that you've said this, my heart is racing. I don't think it will come to that. With so many of us going, it's unlikely we'd all be sold, right? I still have to give it a try. If something special really happens at that time, we can just leave directly. Yes, I also think we can't miss this opportunity, but if anything seems off, we will retreat immediately. Now, there are indeed some people who do not want to miss this chance. Although some employees' speculations make them feel scared, they do not believe that Chin Tian would act so recklessly in broad daylight. There are various anti-fraud slogans everywhere, and the crackdown in this area is quite severe, unless Chin Tian is willing to risk everything. The next day, the employees truly enjoyed the benefits of being picked up and dropped off by a special car. They no longer had to wake up early to squeeze onto a bus or ride their bikes, they just needed to arrive at a designated spot and wait for the company car to come and pick them up. Such a scene left many people in awe. What's going on with them? How do they have a special car service? Who knows? It seems to be that Chin Tian company. I heard their benefits are really good. Not only do they have a separate cafeteria, but they also have special cars for commuting. Their boss booked 3 cars right away and hired 3 dedicated drivers just to take these employees to and from work. I heard they also have 5 insurances and a housing fund, and the salary is particularly high. Oh my god, this benefit is just too good. Who says otherwise? I'm currently considering whether to apply to their company. You're thinking too much, their company has already stopped hiring. What a pity. A company like that, everyone would want to get in. Brothers, hurry up and find out when they will start hiring again. Now, the benefits of Chin Tian Company have spread around. After all, the employee benefits that Chin Tian Company has provided are evident to all. For many workers, aside from the salary they care about the most, the benefits provided by the company are naturally important. Leaving other things aside, although the company is not very large, they have established a dedicated cafeteria, a tea room, and even allow flexible overtime. Just for this, many people are envious and jealous. Today happens to mark 1 month since Chin Tian Company was established, which also means it's time for the employees to receive their salaries. The finance department was extremely busy early in the morning. After all, once all the employees received their pay slips, they had to sign them, and after the finance department verified them, the bank would directly transfer the salaries to the employees' cards. This was a day worth celebrating for the company's employees. When everyone held their pay slips, their faces were filled with joy. The boss really keeps his word. The salary is exactly as stated in the contract. How much is your salary? I have 6,008. How come you have so much? Why do I only have 5,003? You never work overtime, you run out to party as soon as you finish work. You should see how much overtime I've put in this month. Look at that guy who hasn't worked a single day of overtime, his salary is also 5,000. Haha, yeah, I really didn't expect that. I haven't worked a single day of overtime in the company, and I still got 5,000 when the salary was paid. The one speaking is the youngest employee in the company. The younger people tend to play more. This young man has truly not worked a single day of overtime since joining the company, and because of that, he never lasted more than half a month at other companies. But now, he has completed a full month here and successfully received his salary, even feeling that there is no pressure at all working in this company. Xiaodong, I've been working with you for over a year now, and this is the first time I've seen you successfully receive your salary. One of the friends who came along with the young man couldn't help but exclaim. You should know that this guy hadn't received a single paycheck in a year of working. This is also my first time feeling what it's like to get paid. To be honest, it feels really good, said the young man named Xiaodong, his spirits lifting. You should really thank the company. If it weren't for this company, you wouldn't even know if you'd ever get a paycheck in your life. That's true, that's true. Not to mention, I really feel this company is great. First of all, working here never requires any social maneuvering. Whoever's job it is, they do it, and if someone makes a mistake, you go to them. This kind of rule is really nice, especially the flexible overtime system, which I find very satisfying. I've decided that as long as this company doesn't go under, I'll keep working here. Xiaodong genuinely felt that the company's system suited him very well, especially since the post-2000 generation is known for their strong personalities. Although there are many jokes about the post-2000s reforming the workplace, the reality is that society isn't that simple. The adult world is always filled with hardships. The unspoken rules in the workplace are not something an average person can handle. No matter how wild they are, they will eventually be tamed. Yet, in Qin Tian's company, they could experience the dream workplace life they longed for, which was truly delightful. Now, all the employees in the company had received funding from the company. With the arrival of these salaries, all the employees were thrilled. Those who didn't work overtime were very satisfied, and those who did were even more pleased. Such news quickly spread around the company. People from other companies envied Qin Tian's company's system and benefits. With Saturday approaching, everyone in Qin Tian's company was considering whether to travel to Yunnan with him. After all, this trip posed a certain level of risk for them. This was something the employees had to think about carefully. It wasn't until Friday morning that the company's statistics were released. Nearly half of the employees chose to travel to Yunnan with Qin Tian. For many young men, the opportunity to travel was an irresistible temptation, and they didn't want to miss out on such a good chance. Although many were worried about being scammed and sent to northern Myanmar, they decided that if anything seemed off, they would report it immediately. With anti-fraud campaigns everywhere, everyone's awareness was already very high. If they encountered a situation where their phones were being taken, they just needed to report it and stay alert. After all, going out for team building shouldn't require collecting phones. As long as they paid attention to these small details, they could see what Qin Tian was up to. In fact, this was also because they had just received their salaries, and many wanted to embrace a playful mindset. However, there were still many seasoned employees in the company who were quite clever. Even though they had just received their satisfactory pay, it didn't cloud their judgment. Usually, such things could be pre-arranged traps. So, half of the people chose not to sign up for the team building event. Looking at the list in his hand, Qin Tian nodded. Alright, since only half are going, let's go with half. Let them prepare. We'll set off after work today and meet at the company entrance at 6 o'clock sharp. Okay, President Qin, I'll notify them right away. Chu Mingyue nodded at Qin Tian and then walked out to inform everyone. Chu Mingyue was also preparing to participate in this team-building event. After all, with so many people going along, there was nothing to fear. If anything did happen, they could think of other ways to handle it. Surely, they wouldn't be sold out in broad daylight. Since they were traveling to another city, they needed to go home to pack their luggage, so they decided to meet at the company gate at around 6 o'clock. 2 large buses were already waiting at the company entrance. At 6 o'clock, Chu Mingyue began to call the roll on time. Once she confirmed that everyone had arrived, she reported to Qin Tian, Mr. Qin, the number of people has been counted, and it matches exactly with our list. Everyone is here now. Good, since everyone is here, let's set off directly, Qin Tian said, getting on the bus without hesitation and signaling for the other employees to board as well. Once on the bus, some employees felt a bit anxious, while many others wore expressions of vigilance. If anything seemed off, they would immediately call the police. Oh, right, I almost forgot something. Shin Tian suddenly spoke up while playing on his phone. Oh no, how could I forget such an important thing? At this moment, he looked very anxious, which startled Chu Mingyue and the others on the bus. Boss, what did you forget? Chu Mingyue asked cautiously, her hand tightly gripping her phone. If Shin Tian showed any signs of something being wrong, she would call the police immediately, and the other employees shared the same attitude. I forgot to have you book the hotel for our trip. With our departure time, we'll arrive at the destination in the middle of the night. Where will we all stay then? Shin Tian slapped his thigh, realizing he had been too happy lately and had forgotten this matter. Oh, I see, boss. You really scared me. It's still early, so we can book now, Chu Mingyue said, patting her chest. The other employees also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Good point. So why are you still dawdling here? Hurry up and check online to see which hotel is suitable, then start booking the rooms, Shin Tian urged. That's definitely not a problem, but boss, do you have any specific requirements for the hotel? Requirements? A regular hotel will do, as long as the environment isn't too bad. The best would be one with a good cost-performance ratio. I remember there's a hotel that has triple rooms, right? Book according to that specification. 3 people per room will be fine, Shin Tian said after thinking for a moment. Generally, when companies go for team building, they usually book ins because they are relatively cheaper, which is why many companies choose this option. Now that Shin Tian mentioned booking a hotel, even though he said a regular hotel, such conditions and treatment seemed a bit too good, didn't they? Mr. Shin, do we really need to book a hotel? The prices for hotels are relatively high, the finance officer sitting nearby cautiously asked. It's fine, a little more expensive is not an issue. The main thing is to be comfortable. Oh, and remember to book a hotel that includes breakfast, otherwise, how will so many of us have breakfast there? Just rest assured and book it, Shin Tian assured them. With Shin Tian's promise, Chu Mingyue didn't think too much and immediately started browsing hotels online, then began booking rooms. In fact, booking rooms wouldn't cost much. There were only 56 people in total for the trip, and booking about 20 rooms would be enough, totaling just over 6,000. However, with Shin Tian's attitude, the employees felt much more at ease. Soon, Chu Mingyue had booked the hotel room. By the way, just tell the hotel we want to book for 2 days. When we're done having fun, we can go back to work directly. We'll just stay at this hotel to avoid the hassle of changing hotels later. At that moment, most of the employees felt much more at ease. Because if Shin Tian was booking the hotel directly, it meant he really wanted to go on a trip. Moreover, this hotel was not arranged by Shin Tian himself, but was booked by his assistant, Chu Mingyue, which made them even more reassured. As the car slowly drove along, Shin Tian felt a bit bored and simply lay down to sleep. For most people now, taking a car meant getting in, sleeping for a while, and then arriving at the destination. Shin Tian, being a young man, naturally had this habit as well. Seeing that Shin Tian had fallen asleep, the employees began chatting in their colleague group. Wow, it seems the boss isn't planning to do anything. He really looks like he's here to travel in Yunnan. Now the boss has already booked us a hotel, and it has to include breakfast. Assistant Chu, how's the hotel situation going? Don't worry, the hotel is already booked, and there shouldn't be any major issues. I asked the boss when I booked it, and this hotel has a very good environment. Nice. Oh my god, the boss booked you a hotel. Is there going to be an explosion in there? Yeah, you guys need to be careful. Don't let anything happen. For those of you who didn't come, stop saying these sour words. We came here with the boss, and he's just here to travel. He's never been to Yunnan before, and the hotels he booked for us are all very famous. You can check it out if you don't believe me. The colleague group was noisy. However, Shin Tian didn't care about all that, he just kept sleeping. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning that the car finally arrived at the hotel. After getting out of the car, Shin Tian directly asked Chu Mingyue to arrange for everyone to rest, while he hid in his room and fell asleep immediately. Sitting in the car all day was indeed tiring. For these employees who came out for team building, it was also a very wonderful night. The next day, after everyone finished breakfast, Shin Tian took the employees out to have fun. Yunnan is a tourist destination with many enjoyable activities. It was Shin Tian's first time here, and he was curious about many things, so he had a particularly great time. However, Yunnan is a high-cost place, and many entertainment activities require money. Shin Tian didn't care about that, he let the employees enjoy themselves freely. It must be said that this was a tremendous blessing for these employees. Shin Tian covered all the food, drink, and fun, even better than if they had come on their own. Happy times always pass so quickly. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye, and now it was time to go back. The employees all looked like they were still wanting more. After all, they were young, and when it came to having fun, it was always particularly different. Time goes by too fast. I feel like we just came out and now we have to go back to work. It was so much fun, really too much fun, the time just flew by, and I haven't even had enough fun yet. Looking at the employees, each with a lingering sense of enjoyment, Shin Tian shook his head and smiled. Alright, everyone, don't make such faces. I know you all haven't had enough fun, but it's okay, we will have another opportunity next time. When our company's performance improves, we'll organize another team building event. Thank you, boss, we will definitely work hard. We must strive to join the next team building event. Let's not mention anything else. After we return this time, we will definitely work well. The employees were all in high spirits, as they had dispelled all their doubts. After these 2 days of interaction, they realized that Shin Tian was genuinely there to have fun, and he was a very approachable person. It was impossible to call Shin Tian a fraud. Among them, Xu Mingyue had the most contact with Shin Tian, and now she could see clearly what kind of person he was. Shin Tian was indeed a good boss, without any ill intentions. The team building he proposed was truly a team building event, purely for the sake of having fun. Just from the fact that Shin Tian booked the hotel, one could see his character, and during these 2 days of fun, Shin Tian had covered almost all the expenses, just to ensure the employees had a great time. Perhaps this was what Shin Tian meant by respecting talent. Now, the guilt in Xu Mingyue's heart was continuously rising. Well, since that's the case, let's not talk too much and get going, Shin Tian said, taking advantage of the early hour. If they set off now, they should be back in the Magic City by 8 or 9 in the evening, allowing the employees to rest and then return to work the next day. The journey was smooth, and by 10 o'clock at night, everyone had safely returned home. The next day, everyone returned to work as usual. However, as soon as they arrived, the entire office area erupted. You have no idea, I almost broke my ribs from regret over these past 2 days. What a great opportunity, and I didn't go. I'm so envious, jealous, and resentful. If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone with you all. Those who hadn't gone were now proudly lamenting. Meanwhile, those who had attended were beaming with pride. Who told you to doubt the boss? I'm telling you, the boss isn't trying to do anything illegal. He genuinely wants to provide us with benefits. Yes, he is a truly good boss. Let's not think about those things anymore. If there's another team building event next time, I will definitely be the first to sign up. No need to say more. If there's another team building event, I will definitely sign up too. I truly regret missing this one. Many seasoned employees felt as if they had suffered a great loss. And those who had benefited from the event saw the expressions of the seasoned employees and couldn't help but laugh even more. You have no idea. Everything we did there was reimbursed by the company. All the food, drinks, and entertainment were covered by finance. It was even more comfortable than traveling on my own. Yes, we hardly spent any money and had so much fun. It was simply delightful. It seems this time we really underestimated the boss's intentions. Not to mention, our company's boss is definitely a good boss. I've seen it this time, and I swear I will work hard in the future to create benefits for the boss. Yes, the boss told us that when the company's performance improves, there will be another team building event. Soon, Shin Tian arrived at the office. Shin Tian was currently pondering how to harvest the next wave of employees' sense of belonging when Xu Mingyue respectfully walked into the office holding a cup of water. After returning safely this time, Xu Mingyue had dispelled all her suspicions about Shin Tian. In her heart, Shin Tian was now an unequivocal good boss, not only establishing the company's rules very well but also placing great emphasis on employee welfare. This was certainly a good thing. President Shin, please have a drink of water first. Okay. Shin Tian unceremoniously picked up the cup and took a sip. At this moment, Xu Mingyue picked up a document beside her and handed it to Shin. President Shin, I have a proposal here that I worked on with several experienced employees in the company. This proposal is beneficial for the company's development, and I hope you can take a look at it. If you find it acceptable, it could be adopted. I don't think I asked you to come up with a proposal, did I? Shin Tian said, puzzled, as he opened the document to read. President Shin, you didn't ask us to come up with a proposal. This is something we voluntarily wanted to show you, mainly because the company's performance is really poor right now. The software and games we've developed are not getting promoted at all. Our current idea is to establish our own platform and put our software on it. Xu Mingyue directly expressed her thoughts. Your idea is quite good. Alright, I will take a good look at this proposal, and if it's feasible, we can implement it. Shin Tian nodded, but his focus was not on these proposals. He still prioritized employee welfare. What do you think about our company's current welfare system? Qin Tian raised his head to ask Chu Mingyue. Ah, President Qin, our company's welfare is already very good. If you think the welfare is too costly, I believe you can consider reducing some of these benefits to save on company costs. To be honest, Chu Mingyue was even a bit worried about the company's financial sustainability. Not to mention anything else, just the cafeteria's monthly expenses were over several $100,000. In Chu Mingyue's view, this was completely unnecessary. It was enough to provide employees with some release subsidies. Many companies were doing this now. Cutting costs for the company is not acceptable, absolutely not. How can I treat my employees poorly when I open the door to do business? To me, the employees are the foundation of the company, so I will never exploit my employees, nor will I allow any internal competition within the company. I must respect talent. Qin Tian spoke decisively once again. Such an attitude instantly touched Chu Mingyue's heart. The boss was just too good. Thinking about how young and capable the boss was, and how kind he was. For a moment, something special stirred in Chu Mingyue's heart. But the company's operations are so poor right now, with almost no income. If this continues, the company won't be able to sustain itself. This was what Chu Mingyue was most worried about. At this moment, Qin Tian laughed heartily. You can rest assured about this, there won't be any problems. Since I want to respect talent, I definitely have my ways. You just need to focus on your work, and don't worry about anything else. By the way, I've noticed that many people come to work looking sleep deprived. I'm considering whether to push back the working hours a bit. Push back the working hours? I want to delay the start time to after 10 o'clock, so everyone can sleep a little longer and won't look so tired when they arrive at the company. Qin Tian often noticed that employees came to the company looking tired, as if they hadn't fully woken up, and their mental state was indeed poor. In fact, Qin Tian had worked before, and he was very aware of the state of these workers. When he used to get up, he was completely unwilling. Since that was the case, why not push back the start time by 2 hours, allowing everyone to sleep a little longer? Boss, I don't think that's feasible. If we push the time back by 2 hours, the end time will also be pushed back by 2 hours. If we finish at 7, many people will probably be unwilling. I never said the end time would be pushed back. My idea is this, I think working 8 hours is a bit too long. How about we start at 10? That way, we work 6 hours a day, and the remaining time counts as overtime. Can you ask everyone for their opinions? Chu Mingyue? Qin, are you joking with me? 8 hours a day is the company's rule. Right now, we have an 8-hour workday, and there's still a lot of work left unfinished. If we cut 2 hours, we really won't be able to finish the work. This time, Chu Mingyue truly didn't understand. Generally, bosses hope their employees work longer hours, but Qin Tian wanted to shorten the working hours? How would the company increase its efficiency this way? Wouldn't it go bankrupt in no time? I'm not saying we should shorten the working hours. What I mean is that the 2 hours between 8 and 10 in the morning should count as overtime. I think this is a very good approach. First of all, many employees are currently in a state of exhaustion, and such a mental state often affects their work. So, what I'm doing is quite humane. If employees feel tired from sleeping late, they can come in at 10. If they wake up early, they can come in earlier, and that counts as overtime, which can increase employee motivation. I believe this policy of mine is definitely correct and can better stimulate the enthusiasm of talent. The moment Qin Tian said this, Chu Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. It sounded reasonable, but she always felt something was off. Alright, don't say anything else. Just do as I say and go ask the employees for their opinions now. Chu Mingyue opened her mouth to say something, but the words were all swallowed back. Because at that moment, she really didn't know what to say, so she could only follow Qin Tian's instructions and went to the department to announce it to the employees. What? Assistant Chu, you're not joking with us, are you? The boss wants to shorten the working hours from 8 to 6? If we start work at 8 in the morning, that means we're working 2 hours of overtime. This can't be real, right? Assistant Chu, are you sure you're not joking with us? If that's the case, we'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. I've always fantasized about finding a company that starts work at 10, and I didn't expect to encounter it now. So, does that mean the time between 8 and 10 in the morning also counts as overtime, and we can choose whether to work overtime or not? The employees became increasingly excited. This is what President Qin said himself. He asked me to come out and ask for your opinions to see what you all think, Chu Mingyue said expressionlessly. At that moment, she didn't feel much joy, instead, she began to worry. Following the company's regulations and operational methods like this, Chu Mingyue was genuinely afraid the company would go bankrupt. Wow, if that's the case, if we come to work at 8 in the morning, won't our salaries be higher in the future? Now many people have just received their salaries and are savoring the sweetness of it. This one. 5 times overtime pay is really enticing. Especially for those seasoned workers, what they love most is doing this kind of overtime work. After all, the more hours they work, the more money they earn. Originally, an 8-hour workday already comes with a fixed salary. If they add 2 more hours of overtime, their paycheck will be even larger. These seasoned workers have been in the job market for many years and are already accustomed to this way of working. Now, hearing that they can come to work at 8 in the morning and add 2 hours of overtime to earn more money is something they have longed for. Moreover, under such circumstances, they don't even need to fear being late. If they sleep in, they can just come in a bit later, it's not a big deal. Such a policy is a tremendous blessing for all employees. Who would refuse in this situation? No objections, no objections. The boss is really great. To be honest, this is the best company I've ever seen, bar none. Assistant Chu, please thank the boss for us properly. In an instant, the entire office area was filled with voices of admiration. Even sitting in the office, Shin Tian could hear the praises coming from outside. This wave of voices brought a particularly mechanical sound to Shin Tian's mind. Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 500. Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 600. These sounds from the system were like heavenly music. This change in working hours also brought Shin Tian over 30,000 points. That's a whopping 30 million in income. For Shin Tian, this was a huge sum. After calculating, he realized he had already earned a total of 40 million. Previously, he was just a broke guy with little money, and now, in just over a month, he had nearly 40 million in income. It seems that the employee benefits were indeed well implemented. More of this should be done in the future. Now that Shin Tian had over 30 million in his pocket, he wasn't in a hurry. First, he would transfer 20 million to the company's account, and the remaining 10 million would be used to solve his own issues. After all, he was now the boss of a large company. It wouldn't make sense not to have a car. Secondly, he needed to change his living situation. As a boss, he couldn't be renting all the time. It was time for him to buy a house. So, Shin Tian planned to go buy a car after work and then look for a house another day. Just then, Xu Mingyue walked in from outside. President Shin, I've already asked all the employees for their opinions, and they all agree with the boss's decision. Although she said this, Xu Mingyue was secretly muttering in her heart, is there even a need to ask about this? Who wouldn't agree to something that benefits everyone? Who wouldn't want such a good deal? Since everyone agrees, there's nothing more to say. You should immediately revise the policy and implement it starting tomorrow. You can tell the employees that if they come to work at 8 in the morning, there will be a special car to pick them up. If they come to work at 10, they'll have to come on their own. The company car won't be provided. Understood. Xu Mingyue nodded. Are you going to work overtime after work tonight? Shin Tian suddenly remembered that he was going to buy a car later, and he wasn't familiar with such matters, so it would be good to have someone accompany him. I can work overtime or not, what's the matter? There's nothing much, I just wanted to ask if you have time after work to go with me to a forest shop to look at cars. I've been thinking about buying one recently, but I'm not very familiar with this kind of thing. It's easy to get scammed going alone, so I thought I'd like you to accompany me. Of course, I'm not insisting, just asking if you're free. If you're interested, we can go together. If not, I can find someone else. Of course I'm interested. I was just worrying about having nothing to do after work and whether to consider overtime. Since you're going to buy a car, it would be great to tag along and take a look. Xu Mingyue now has a very good impression of Shin Tian, so she naturally wouldn't refuse his request. Not to mention, Shin Tian is about the same age as Xu Mingyue and quite handsome. Plus, he runs a company at such a young age, which is quite impressive. It's only natural that Xu Mingyue has a bit of a crush on him. After all, every girl dreams of a Prince Charming, and recently, many female employees see Shin Tian as that prince. Who knows how many girls have developed feelings for him? But since Shin Tian is the boss and they are employees, many girls dare not express their feelings. At first, Xu Mingyue was somewhat wary of Shin Tian, but that wariness has long since disappeared. Especially after returning from the trip, her fondness for him has only deepened. Alright, since that's the case, let's go look at cars together. By the way, do you have any recommendations if we're buying a car? I'm not really knowledgeable about that either, Xu Mingyue said, scratching her head awkwardly. After all, they are of the same age, and she hasn't really looked into such matters. Okay, then let's have dinner together after work and then go look at cars. No problem. Xu Mingyue readily agreed. After work, Shin Tian left the company with Xu Mingyue, and this scene caught the attention of many people in the company, especially some of the young and beautiful girls. Wow, Assistant Xu, why are you leaving work with the boss? What's going on here? Could it be that Assistant Xu and the boss are already getting together? There is indeed a possibility. After all, the boss is so handsome and accomplished, running such a big company, and Assistant Chu is young and beautiful. It's only natural for something to happen between them. What a pity, I was just thinking of ways to win the boss's heart, but I didn't expect Assistant Chu to get ahead of me. That's the advantage of being close to the water tower. Unaware of the discussions in the company, Qin Tian and Chu Mingyue have already found a restaurant to sit down for dinner, but Chu Mingyue now seems a bit nervous. You don't have to be so tense, I'm not a man-eating tiger. Just relax a bit. Seeing Chu Mingyue's demeanor, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile and wave his hand. In fact, Qin Tian is indeed a very easygoing person. Mr. Qin, of course, you're not a man-eating tiger, I'm just a bit unaccustomed. Unaccustomed? It seems like Assistant Chu, you should be single. How do you know? Qin Tian immediately laughed. Just looking at you, it's obvious you've never been in a relationship. Otherwise, why would you be so nervous sitting next to me? Hearing this, Chu Mingyue's face turned slightly red. Mr. Qin, please don't make fun of me. I just graduated and have been busy with internships. I haven't had much time for romance. That's true. But it doesn't matter, Assistant Chu, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. I'm sure many boys will pursue you. Qin Tian's words made Chu Mingyue feel quite happy inside. Thank you for the compliment, President Qin. I have a very personal question I want to ask you. What question? Don't tell me you want to ask if I have a girlfriend? You're really smart, President. You guessed it right. If you're going to ask that, I can only answer you this way. I currently don't have a girlfriend. Of course, if Assistant Chu, you could take a liking to me, maybe I could end my single life. Qin Tian smiled. Of course, he was just joking. After all, back in school, he often teased other girls like this. This made Chu Mingyue's face turn incredibly red, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After all, with no romantic experience, how could she know how to respond to such teasing? Alright, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Seeing Chu Mingyue's flushed face, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh, easing the atmosphere. For the next while, Chu Mingyue and Qin Tian chatted casually, mostly about everyday topics. At this moment, Chu Mingyue asked the question she most wanted to know. President Qin, although our company's benefits are very good and all employees are reluctant to leave, I want to ask, with our current performance, how can the company continue to operate? Don't you plan to change the operational policy? Well, I naturally have my own views. Don't worry, my company won't go under. In business, it's normal to invest more in the early stages. For a software development company like ours, we just need to endure. Once we get through it, we will definitely make a lot of money. There's a saying, you can't catch wolves without letting go of the kids. If you can't even bear to invest like this, how can you grow a business? Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Chu Mingyue could only choose to applaud because she really didn't know what else to say. By the way, if you have time at work, could you help me look for rental properties nearby, especially large-scale or whole buildings? What? President Qin, you want to rent a house? What are you planning to do? Chu Mingyue was once again bewildered. Qin Tian picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. I'm considering that if there are suitable houses around, I could rent them directly for employees as dormitories. If there aren't any suitable ones, then forget it. When our company makes money, we can just buy a piece of land and build houses for the employees. Chu Mingyue was once again struck dumb. What the hell? What does President Qin want to do? He actually wants to provide dormitories for the employees? Is this a joke? The company's benefits are already good enough. If the company even provides dormitories, Chu Mingyue simply didn't know what to say. President Qin, I want to ask if you are doing charity? Put. As soon as she asked this, Qin Tian sprayed the water he had in his mouth. What? You're asking if I'm doing charity? What kind of joke is that? I'm seriously running a business. Do I look like a philanthropist? Qin Tian felt like crying without tears. He just wanted to create a company without any internal competition, and now he was being seen as doing charity. Then why are you doing this? Facing Chu Mingyue's soul-searching question, Qin Tian knew he had to explain something, otherwise, people might really think he was doing charity. At this moment, Qin Tian could only forcefully adjust his state and answer seriously. First of all, I'm not doing this because I'm into charity. I've been an employee myself, and I know very well what the systems in outside companies are like. In fact, I really dislike companies that are filled with human relationships and have insufficient employee benefits. So I have always vowed that when I start my own company, I will ensure that there is no internal competition, and that all employees can work with peace of mind. Now that this company is established, I must act according to my own wishes. This is why I have set so many rules, where everyone is responsible for each other's work, and these employee benefits. In my view, this is something every company should provide for its employees. I hope every employee can treat the company like a home, not a place of deceit and trickery. Isn't this company great? Everyone can work comfortably, which provides everyone with a pleasant environment. I believe that whether working or whatever, it should be easy and free, not just about exploitation. Of course, you might not believe what I'm saying, but these are my true thoughts. At this point, Shin Tian let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Xu Mingyue looked at Shin Tian with a somewhat dazed expression. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you full? Let's go buy a car. Okay, boss, I'm full. In that moment, Xu Mingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of respect, her admiration for Shin Tian growing stronger. Soon, Shin Tian and Xu Mingyue arrived at a nearby 4S shop. With over 10 million in his pocket, Shin Tian naturally had to be generous and couldn't buy an ordinary car. In the end, he chose a 7 Series business car. Such a car is primarily used for business, which matches Shin Tian's current identity very well. After all, he is the boss of the company. It would be unreasonable not to have a decent car, especially since Shin Tian still needed to continue developing the company and recruit more employees in the future. If he didn't even have the most basic car and house, how could he gain people's trust? Shin Tian also decided to pause hiring. He knew that blindly recruiting people wouldn't work. He was preparing for a hunger marketing strategy. In recent days, Shin Tian had heard some rumors from the outside, especially that many employees were eager to join his company. This was good news for Shin Tian. If it were before, he might have directly hired them, but now it was different. To gain their sense of belonging, he had to let them know that entering his company was not a simple matter. Once they joined the company and experienced its benefits, their sense of belonging would soar. This approach was much better than simply hiring people. So Shin Tian wanted to take it easy. He first stopped hiring and focused on improving benefits. Once his reputation was established, those people would enter his company and directly gain their sense of belonging. In fact, Shin Tian's approach was correct because all the employees and surrounding companies envied their company's benefits. Many people had come to ask if his company was still hiring, and many had come for interviews, all of whom Shin Tian had rejected. Although the company's account had over 30 million, if the number of employees increased, that money wouldn't be enough. Before establishing a strong reputation, he needed to grow more funds and then expand outward. This pace of development was the right one. Many people used to think that Shin Tian's company must have some tricks up its sleeve, but after the company issued salaries this time, no one doubted the authenticity of Shin Tian's company anymore, because all the employees received their pay properly, and the salaries they received made many people envious. Have you heard? Shin Tian's company issued salaries a few days ago. To be honest, I feel so unbalanced. The work we do is almost the same as what those people in their company do, and I do it even better than them, working more overtime than they do, yet their salaries are higher than ours. The key is that their work is so easy. They not only have dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, but also a special cafeteria, plus 5 insurances in one fund, and they can freely work overtime. Why didn't I go to their company back then? Not only that, I heard their boss even took them to Yunnan for team building activities before. At that time, many people in their company thought it was a trick to lure them in, but in the end, they found out the boss was really just taking them out to have fun. What's worse is that the boss covered all the expenses for food, drinks, and entertainment. Those who didn't go were almost ready to break their ribs from envy. Damn! I only now understand what real team building is. When will their company start hiring again? I want to get in too. Such a good company is hard to come by. You think you're the only one? I don't know how many people want to get into their company but can't find a way. I heard all their positions are already filled. If you want to get in, you'll have to wait until someone leaves. What are you joking about? Who would want to leave such a good company? If it were me, I'd be willing to stay there for a lifetime. The people talking were all white-collar workers from the area, and their feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred were beyond words. Just then, Mei Jia, the head of the HR department at Shin Tian's company, happened to pass by. A few bold individuals immediately followed her. Mei Jia, hello. You're here for work. Have you had breakfast, Mei Jia? I just bought some. Why don't you take it and eat? Faced with their sudden flattery, Mei Jia felt quite uncomfortable. What are you doing? These were strangers. Although they had seen each other at work before, they had hardly spoken. Now, suddenly approaching her with concern and offering breakfast, anyone would be on guard. No, Mei Jia, please don't misunderstand. We don't have any other intentions. We know you are the head of HR at Shin Tian's company, and we just wanted to ask if your company is still hiring. Yes, we just want to know if your company needs people. If you do, we are available. The people trying to get close wanted to know if Shin Tian's company was still hiring. This amused Mei Jia. You guys can stop thinking about that. Our boss has already said that the company has paused hiring, so don't ask anymore. If we plan to hire, we will post a notice. Oh, I see. Then, Mage, yeah, if any employees leave your company, will you hire someone? Of course. Our boss has specifically instructed that if any employees leave, we will naturally find someone to fill the position. As the head of HR, Mejia had indeed heard Chin Tian say that whenever there was a vacancy in the company, they had to find someone to fill it immediately. No position in the company could be left empty. As soon as everyone heard this, they became excited. Sister May, since it's like this, why don't we leave a contact number? If someone from your company resigns, you can consider me first. My expertise is exactly the same as yours, and I have many years of experience in software development. Sister May, putting everything else aside, my business capabilities are solid, so you can prioritize me. I can definitely create value for the company. I can too. I can accept a slightly lower salary, as long as I can get into the company, the rest doesn't matter. A group of people hurriedly left their contact information for Sister May. As the head of the HR department, Sister May naturally had some interpersonal relationships, and she didn't refuse the idea of leaving contact information for these people. She readily agreed. After all, having some people as reserves in the company is always a good thing. When Chin Tian requests to hire, they can be brought in at any time. This is the specific role of the HR department. Sister May's action was naturally noticed by others in the company. After returning to the company, this matter was quickly spread. All the employees were discussing it. Have you heard? Many people from nearby companies want to jump ship to our company. Of course, I heard. I have a friend who works at a nearby company, and they don't know how many people want to come to our company, but now our company has stopped hiring, so they are all just waiting and watching. I say, your news is too out of touch. Our company has become the most sought after among all the nearby companies, especially after we paid salaries. I don't know how many people are inquiring about our company. My friend has been asking me these days, wanting me to find out if our company still needs people. It's driving me crazy. Isn't that right? Our company now has the best benefits and treatment among all the companies in the area, the highest salaries, and the best working atmosphere. Who wouldn't want to work here? Goodness, I was thinking that if this month's salary didn't come through, I would just jump ship to another company. I even wrote my resignation letter, but thankfully I didn't submit it. Brother, you're lucky. If you had submitted that resignation letter, someone would have taken your position immediately, and then you wouldn't be able to get back in even if you wanted to. Yeah, I feel very fortunate. I'm glad I didn't act impulsively. Now all the employees in the company know that there is a large group of people outside watching their company. If there is any movement in the company, they will rush in immediately. Especially now that the company has pushed back the start time to after 10 o'clock, it has become a deadly temptation for many workers. Which worker doesn't want to sleep in a little? Unfortunately, no other company can do this, but Chin Tian's company has managed it, and if you come in early, you can earn even more money. This is an excellent condition and benefit for both the rebellious post-00s and the seasoned workers. Have you heard? Our boss bought a car yesterday, and I heard he will pick it up in a few days. I heard Assistant Chu say that too. It seems our boss really has some skills, but now I'm a bit worried about our company's situation. Don't be a jinx, and don't worry unnecessarily. The boss definitely knows how to run the company. We employees don't need to worry about it. That's not what I mean. Just look at the benefits our company has now. Where else can you find something like this? If the company's operations are not in place, I'm afraid that if there are financial issues, we'll have to find new jobs. I really don't want anything to go wrong with such a good company. That's true. The boss treats us so well, we definitely need to repay him properly. But I heard from Assistant Chu that our company's performance has been very poor recently. I heard that the total profit for this month is less than 1,000. No way. So you're saying our boss lost over 1 million this month? Many employees were unclear about the company's operations, and upon hearing this, they were immediately shocked. Among the employees, there was a seasoned worker nicknamed Old Boo, who was the most gossipy. He loved to inquire about others' gossip during his free time, so he was well informed about many things in the company. Hearing others talk about it now piqued his interest. Oh, it seems you really don't understand the company's situation. Let me tell you, the company's profit hasn't exceeded 1,000. Based on my guess, the boss's losses this month should be more than 1 million. However, the boss is holding on. I heard that there is nearly 30 million in the financial accounts, so our salaries are not a problem. Old Boo, what we're worried about now isn't the salary issue. We're worried about whether the company can hold on. You say it lost over 1 million this month. If it can make it back next month, that's one thing, but the boss hasn't proposed any special plans yet, and the company is still in a state of loss. What if the company goes bankrupt? What will we do then? Yeah, if this company disappears, all our benefits will be gone. I've been eating so well these days, if we suddenly go back to the old food, I really don't know what will happen. Just as the employees were discussing these matters, Shu Mingyue happened to return from the tea room. Old Bu had a very good interpersonal relationship in the company and often tried to get close to Shu Mingyue, so their relationship was quite good. What are you all talking about? Since it was just after lunch and a break time, Shu Mingyue was feeling bored and decided to join them. Assistant Shu, it's great that you're here. We were just talking about the company's situation, Old Bu immediately said with a smile. What about the company's situation? Shu Mingyue felt a bit puzzled. Well, Assistant Shu, we've heard that the company's performance has been very poor recently. We heard that the boss lost over $1 million last month, and we're worried that if this continues, the boss won't be able to hold on. Yeah, we finally found such a good company, and we don't want to lose our jobs like this. Upon hearing this, a look of concern appeared on Shu Mingyue's face. Yes, I'm actually quite worried about the company's situation too. The company has been losing money continuously, and the performance hasn't improved. It's been over a month now, and the company's performance has been like this. I'm afraid if we endure for a few more months, the boss won't be able to hold on. But doesn't the company have several million in its accounts? You should consider how large our company is now. Over 100 people need to pay for social insurance and housing funds, plus salaries, transportation, and meals. These are all huge expenses. I've already checked with the finance department, and this month's losses are nearly 2 million. Even if the company has several million in its accounts, if it continues to consume like this, it will be eating into its reserves. Moreover, the boss hasn't come up with any good business strategies. I've already probed the boss's intentions, and it seems he doesn't have much planning. Upon hearing this from Shu Mingyue, the employees were immediately astonished. Really? A company this big actually has so little planning? Assistant Shu, you can't be joking, right? Who has the time to joke with you? What I'm saying is true. I've already proposed a plan to the boss with you group leaders before, but the boss is still considering it. For a moment, the employees fell silent. The company treats us so well, it seems we should repay the company and think about its interests. Yes, I also think we should consider the company. How about we unite to choose a plan for the boss and strive for profit for the company? I think that's the right thing to do. We should help those who pay us. It's settled then. Let's work overtime today and come up with a solid plan for the boss. Regarding this situation in the company, Shin Tian was still unaware. Taking advantage of his free time, he was looking at the houses near the company. Although the prices in Magic City were very high, surely with over 10 million, he could buy a house. Right now, Shin Tian was looking at a community, and a beautiful saleswoman was introducing a house to him. This was a 2-bedroom apartment, fully furnished and ready to move in. Boss Chin, this apartment is just newly launched, and the price is absolutely favorable. Usually, the price here is 320,000 per square meter, but since our community has just opened, there's a direct discount of 20,000 per square meter. The total area of this apartment is 68 square meters. The price comes to 21,760,000. We can discuss the specifics in detail. Faced with the price quoted by the beautiful saleswoman, Shin Tian was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had underestimated the prices in Magic City. Just over 60 square meters could sell for over 20 million. It appeared that having this amount of money in his pocket was still not enough. Just as Shin Tian was secretly lamenting and considering whether to transfer some money from the company account to buy the house, the system's voice brought him great joy. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Sense of belonging plus 600. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Sense of belonging plus 700. A series of system notification sounds kept coming in, indicating that the employees in the company had developed a sense of belonging, and the system rewarded him directly. This was unexpected for Shin Tian. He quickly opened the system points interface and was taken aback. Because this time, he had earned a whopping 50,000 system points. This meant he had directly gained 50 million in income. Shin Tian no longer needed to think, he could directly buy the house. Not bad, I quite like this house. If I pay now, when can I move in? Shin Tian wanted to know when he could move in, as the place he was currently living in was quite shabby. The house he was living in was rented during his internship, and aside from a bed and a bathroom, there was nothing else. He even had to hang his clothes by the window, which was very inconvenient. Now, with this new house, he could hang them on the balcony, which was a much better option. Boss, you asked the right question. Our speed is absolutely fast. As long as you pay and complete the procedures, you can move in immediately, the saleswoman assured, patting her chest. Alright, since that's the case, let's go handle the paperwork right away, Shin Tian readily agreed. Chin Tian's response startled the saleswoman. Mr. Chin, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Hurry up, I'm short on time. The female sales representative, realizing the situation, quickly adopted a respectful attitude and invited Chin Tian to the sales office. After all, she had never encountered such a big client before. Although Chin Tian was dressed plainly, this beautiful saleswoman dared not look down on him. There were simply too many people in this world who pretended to be simple while hiding their true strength. When Chin Tian arrived at the sales office, he promptly signed various contracts and completed the necessary procedures. Then, when it came to the payment stage, he took out his card and swiped it directly. The people present were astonished as over 20 million was transferred in an instant. The crowd couldn't help but burst into applause. The beautiful saleswoman who had just assisted Chin Tian with the paperwork stepped forward, saying, "Boss, how about we exchange contact information?" Exchange contact information? Chin Tian looked her up and down. He had to admit she was indeed stunning, and her figure was excellent. If there are any issues later, we can communicate well. Well, that sounds fine. Let's exchange contact information then. Chin Tian readily agreed. His priority was to complete the procedures quickly and return to the company. Just as Chin Tian was leaving his contact information, other slightly attractive saleswomen also approached him. "Boss, how about we exchange contact information too?" "Yes, let's exchange contact information. If anything comes up in the future, we can get in touch. If you want to buy more properties, you can also reach out to us." In an instant, these saleswomen surged forward, leaving Chin Tian feeling overwhelmed. It was at this moment that he truly understood what it meant to have money. Previously, he was just a poor guy who had to put in a lot of effort to pursue a girlfriend, but now, after swiping over 20 million, these beautiful women were approaching him on their own, eager to exchange contact information. This situation made Chin Tian sigh inwardly. Having money is truly wonderful. Beautiful women actively offering their contact information, Chin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. He ended up adding the contact information of 8 female sales representatives after purchasing the house. What was even more striking was that all 8 of these saleswomen were attractive and had great figures, a level of desirability that had once seemed unattainable to Chin Tian. But now, he didn't care about that. He was focused on returning to the company to see what was going on. How had 50 million suddenly appeared in the accounts? What had happened in the company? Clearly, Chin Tian had done nothing at all. When Chin Tian returned to the company, he found everything normal. All the employees were working diligently. As he walked through the office, every employee he encountered greeted him. "Boss, you're back," Chu Mingyue exclaimed as she saw Chin Tian. "Yes, has anything happened in the company?" Chin Tian turned to ask her. Chu Mingyue shook her head. "Don't worry, President Chin. Nothing has happened. Everyone is working very seriously." "Oh, I see. By the way, I think the proposal you showed me last time was lacking in some areas. I'll consider it and take another look. Of course, I'm not dismissing everyone's ideas. I just feel that the market is a bit different now, so I hope to investigate further before making a decision." Chin Tian wasn't lacking in confidence, it was just that his focus was not on business development at the moment. What he needed to do now was to improve employee welfare, foster a sense of belonging among the staff, accumulate some funds, and then it wouldn't be too late to do business. Other matters weren't as important. "By the way, boss, here are some suggestions submitted by our employees." Chu Mingyue thought for a moment, then took out a thick stack of documents, almost all of which were suggestions from employees. "So these are suggestions from the employees, huh? Alright, just put them on the desk, and I'll take a look later." Chin Tian picked up his cup and took a sip of water, then opened his computer. "By the way, I thought of another thing last night. I plan to establish an employee fund." "An employee fund?" Chu Mingyue's face was full of question marks. "This is a type of employee welfare mechanism I saw online. I considered it for a long time before deciding to set up this fund for employees." Chin Tian had indeed thought about it for a long time. He had seen that some large companies allocate a percentage of their profits as an employee fund. This fund is primarily used for employees, meaning that when an employee faces a particularly serious and urgent situation, they can apply for this benefit from the company. For example, if someone in their family is ill and needs a lot of money for surgery, and the employee cannot afford it, they can apply to the company. As long as they can prove that what they said is true and the paperwork is complete, the fund can be distributed to the employee based on the situation. When Chu Mingyue heard Chin Tian's words, her eyes widened. "Are you really planning to establish this employee fund, boss?" "I do have this idea now. After all, they are my employees. If something very urgent happens, this employee fund could be a lifesaver. I think this good deed should be spread within the company." In general, Companies use a percentage of their annual income as an employee fund, but our company's profit situation isn't very good right now, so I plan to use another method. First, I will also use 5% of the company's profits as this employee fund. Secondly, I will donate to this fund every month. As for the other employees in the company, they can choose to donate voluntarily every month. This money will remain in the company until it is used up. Of course, this account must be clear, and all data must be transparent. You should go ask everyone for their opinions. If it's feasible, I think we can establish this employee fund. Although the company's performance isn't great right now, I believe that little by little, preparing for the future is a good thing. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyue really didn't know what to say. Mr. Chin, I want to confirm again, you really aren't doing this for charity, right? I'm not doing charity. I'm doing this to make employees feel more secure in the company. After all, unexpected events can happen, and no one knows what might occur. Having insurance in advance is also a good thing. Go ask everyone for their opinions. If it's feasible, this plan can be implemented, and I will be the first to donate as the boss. With Qin Tian saying this, Chu Mingyue naturally had nothing more to say. Alright, Mr. Qin, thank you on behalf of all the employees. I'll go ask everyone for their opinions now. Chu Mingyue sighed, bowed to Qin Tian, and then quietly exited the office. In fact, Chu Mingyue felt deeply moved. She now understood that Qin Tian was completely different from those capitalist bosses. He genuinely wanted to do good for the employees. Just for this reason, Chu Mingyue had to hold Qin Tian in high regard. What? The boss wants to establish an employee fund in our company and promises to use 5% of the company's annual profits as our funds, and now he also wants to donate? Assistant Chu, you're not joking with us, are you? When the employees outside heard that Qin Tian planned to establish this employee fund, they all widened their eyes. Although some post-00s may not understand the importance of the employee fund, those seasoned in the workplace are very clear about its significance. It serves as a lifeline provided by the company. Generally speaking, such employee funds are only established by large companies, and they can grant funds to employees in special circumstances, which is akin to free insurance. In the past, people often saw news about employee funds in newspapers, especially when families encountered unexpected situations that they couldn't resolve on their own. In such cases, receiving help from the company's employee fund could be life-saving. I'm not joking with you, this was personally decided by President Qin. He asked me to come out and talk to everyone, to ask for your opinions. President Qin also said that if everyone agrees to this suggestion, he will take the lead in donating. Assistant Chu, we want to ask, if we also want to donate, how much should we contribute each month? Yes, our salaries are quite decent, but if we donate too much, it wouldn't be appropriate. After all, we still have to live and support our families. Now, many people are concerned about how much Qin Tian wants them to donate. Rest assured, President Qin has already instructed that the monthly contributions to the employee fund are entirely up to your own willingness. You can donate as much as you want, it's your freedom. Although the company's performance isn't great right now, if things improve in the future, the employee fund available will be even more. However, since the company's performance isn't good at the moment, President Qin wants to help everyone save this employee fund. What do you all think about this suggestion? Chu Mingyue now wants to ask everyone about their attitude towards the employee fund. I think what the boss is doing is a good thing. It's for the welfare of the employees and needs everyone's support. Yes, since the boss is taking the lead in donating, we certainly can't say anything against it. We have no objections. We think what the boss is doing is very appropriate. Once someone took the lead, other employees began to express their agreement. Alright, since everyone agrees, I'll go in and tell President Qin. After receiving everyone's confirmation, Chu Mingyue didn't say much more and directly conveyed all the employees' opinions to Qin Tian. Good, since that's the case, let's settle it this way. Now go tell the finance department to establish this employee fund, and also have them set up another account at the bank. This account must be transparent to all employees in the company. Such employee funds must be fully transparent. Qin Tian is very clear that employee funds must be fair, otherwise, many people would think he is exploiting employees in disguise. In the past, some companies established these employee funds, claiming that when employees encountered situations they couldn't resolve or needed money urgently, the company could directly allocate funds. In reality, some unscrupulous capitalists set up these employee funds just to create an appearance, aiming to attract labor and enhance their company's reputation. The company where Qin Tian interned before was like this. Although they had an employee fund, not a single person could successfully apply for it. Such employee funds require the boss's approval. As long as the boss disagrees or finds various excuses, no matter how hard you try, it won't work. If the fund can't be used, it simply can't be used. Qin Tian had witnessed this firsthand before, so he wouldn't allow such things to happen. Additionally, if you want to apply for the employee fund, you must provide sufficient proof. As long as the situation is verified, it must go through the signatures of the head of the finance department, the head of the human resources department, and their team leaders, and then it will come to me. Finally, once I sign it, the employee fund can be directly transferred to the applicant's account. Have the finance department take care of this matter right now. Remember, this employee fund must be fair and just. As long as the situation is verified, we can provide financial assistance to the company's employees. Of course, if anyone tries to defraud the employee fund, they will be dismissed on the spot and will never be hired again. Okay, I understand. Also, this employee fund has just been established and doesn't have much foundation yet. How about this? I will donate 2 million on behalf of the company as the initial fund for the employee fund. What? Boss, you want to donate 2 million? Isn't that too much? Chu Mingyue was taken aback. Although the company had 30 million in its account, even with sufficient funds, it shouldn't be spent so recklessly. The company was just starting out, and there were many areas that needed money. Especially for a software development company, which required operation and promotion, there were many expenses. Chu Mingyue was worried that the funds in the company's account wouldn't be enough, and now Qin Tian was saying he wanted to donate 2 million. How could she not be anxious? Boss, I think we should reconsider this matter. While employee funds are important, the development of the company is even more crucial. The company is just starting out and needs money right now. I think a small donation would suffice. Maybe a few tens of thousands or over 100,000 would be enough? Chu Mingyue was genuinely concerned for Qin Tian. No need, I will donate 2 million. After all, this employee fund has just started and needs the company's support. With this 2 million as the employee fund, at least it can help everyone feel more secure. But boss, what is the purpose of doing this? This doesn't benefit the company at all, Chu Mingyue urged earnestly. How can it not be beneficial? Let me tell you, there are many advantages to this. First, establishing this employee fund will allow employees to work more securely in the company. Secondly, it will enhance the company's reputation, and I also propose to allocate 5% of the company's annual profit as the employee fund. This way, as long as the company's performance is good, the employee fund will grow. The more the employee fund grows, the less likely employees will want to leave our company, and they will be more willing to contribute to the company. Don't you think that's right? Mingyue, you are still relatively inexperienced with many business matters. It's okay not to understand, don't worry, I care about the company more than anyone else, and there won't be any problems. I am more aware of these matters than anyone else. Since Qin Tian had already said this, Chu Mingyue naturally didn't want to say anything more. She could only follow Qin Tian's instructions to draft this plan. When the finance department announced the account and stated that there was a balance of 2 million, the employees were once again shocked. Wow, the boss is serious about this? I really didn't expect the boss to directly transfer 2 million into this account. Does this mean our employee fund now has 2 million? Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the entire office area erupted in a wave of extremely enthusiastic applause. This round of applause drew Qin Tian out. What's going on with you all? Hello, boss, all the employees said in unison. Hello everyone, I happen to have something to discuss with you all. Recently, I have set up the new employee fund, and you all should know about it by now, Qin Tian asked everyone. All the employees answered in unison, got it, thank you, boss. That's good. I have already taken the lead in donating 2 million to the employee fund. Everyone can also choose to donate, after all, the money donated will be used for emergencies for the employees in the future. Of course, the amount donated is up to personal willingness. We have no intention of forcing anyone. Anyone who wants to donate can do so at any time to the finance department. If you don't want to donate, that's fine too. Once our company's business picks up, I will use 5% of the company's profits as the employee fund. Additionally, let me explain the conditions for applying for the employee fund. First, it must be a very urgent matter at home that requires money or is life-threatening. Employees can apply, and each employee can apply 3 times a year, provided that it must be verified and relevant documentation submitted. If it turns out that someone tries to defraud the employee fund, I will directly dismiss them and hold them accountable. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Since that's the case, let's all work hard, Qin Tian said with a smile, waving his hand before turning back to his office. Now Qin Tian was also pondering that since there was funding available, it was indeed time to address some business issues. After all, the business department had been idle for quite a while, and the company had brought in some experienced people. Now it was time to let them come up with a plan and start developing. One should not underestimate software development. In fact, once software development gets underway, it can earn a lot of money. Earning money by relying on employees' sense of belonging while also building the company was indeed a good choice. The company's account had nearly 30 million, and with Chin Tian's 2 million in his pocket, that was almost 50 million in total, which was enough to develop a marketable software or even a game. After all, the gaming market was currently booming. Although the competition was fierce, it was still feasible with the right investment. Just as Chin Tian was thinking about this, Assistant Chu walked in with several team leaders from outside. President Chin, this is a plan we have jointly written, one of the team leaders said. A plan you all wrote together? What kind of plan is it? Chin Tian felt a bit puzzled and then took the plan from the team leader's hand to take a look. President Chin, it's like this. We noticed that the company's performance has been somewhat sluggish, so we brought in some experienced people to discuss and came up with a plan. We found that the gaming market is very hot right now, especially large AAA games, which many people enjoy playing, and the market is quite large. If our company invests in developing a large AAA game, it will definitely do well. The team leaders quickly began to present their proposal seriously. This is indeed a good plan, it's feasible. So, you all take it to finance to calculate how much funding is needed for this investment, and then we will hold a meeting to discuss it. Chin Tian was worried about not finding direction or a plan, and now the company's people had proactively brought one to him, which was just right. Chin Tian took this proposal seriously because the plan they had come up with indeed seemed promising. As a young person, Chin Tian often played games, and he knew that the current games were different from those in the past. Nowadays, most games are sold on a buyout basis, meaning if you want to play a game, you have to spend dozens or even hundreds to purchase it. Setting aside other factors, just the buyout price alone was enough for them to recoup their costs, but the prerequisite was that there had to be enough buyers. In this era of traffic and information, the higher your exposure and the better your promotion, the more people will buy the game. The game they are planning now is quite interesting, but it is a large-scale game that requires a significant amount of funds and manpower to design the special effects and gameplay, which involves some financial issues. This still needs to be verified by the finance department before a decision can be made. Everyone in the company is very proactive now. Even the finance team has started to tally the funding needed for this plan. In the end, it was calculated that the development of the game, along with promotion and marketing, would require over 20 million. When Chin Tian saw this number, he immediately chose to agree. He then instructed the key members of the company to start detailing this plan. Faced with this sudden major project from the company, everyone was full of enthusiasm. It seems the boss really intends to make a big push this time. Developing a large-scale game consumes a lot of funds. We must work hard to ensure the boss makes a profit. Exactly, if this game becomes a hit, we will definitely make a fortune. The boss has said that if the company makes money, 5% of the profits will be allocated as employee funds, which is a guarantee for us. Putting everything else aside, just for the boss's dedication, I must do my best. Let's strive to make the company profitable as soon as possible. Honestly, seeing the boss's calm demeanor makes me anxious for him. I'm really afraid the company might go bankrupt because of this. From today on, I will work overtime. Me too. We must complete this plan as quickly as possible. Oh, since you all say so, I won't go to the bar this month. I'll also work overtime at the company. At this moment, even employees who never worked overtime made such a resolution. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 3,000. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 3,500. Sitting in the office, Chin Tian instantly received the emotional values from the employees. This wave of emotional values directly increased Chin Tian's system points by 40,000. This meant Chin Tian had gained another 40 million in funds. Now Chin Tian had nearly 90 million in his hands. Goodness! This scene made Chin Tian feel incredibly comfortable. After all, having money gives you confidence in everything. Chin Tian had also gotten used to going to the cafeteria for a meal after work before heading home. Since he had already bought a new house, he planned to go back soon to pack his things and move into the new place, which is relatively closer to the company. So, Chin Tian didn't think much and went to the cafeteria to start eating. The people in the cafeteria were very respectful to Chin Tian, especially the waitstaff, who immediately came up to him as soon as he arrived. They served him food and refilled his dishes. After all, he was their boss, and they had to take good care of him. As for the business of this cafeteria, it was relatively modest, but even so, it earned a few hundred a day. At this time, the head chef approached Chin Tian. Boss, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. What suggestion? I think there are many companies nearby that don't provide meals. Our cafeteria is currently underutilized. so I believe the boss could talk to the owners of these nearby companies to see if we can provide their meals. If we can cater to the fast food needs of these companies, I think it would bring a certain level of profit to our company. Moreover, the consumers around here are mostly white-collar workers, so we could introduce some affordable dishes to attract more customers. The head chef is a middle-aged man in his 40s who has been a chef for over 20 years. He has never encountered a company with such good benefits. Now, he is also worried that this cafeteria might end up like the previous restaurant, collapsing within a few months. Therefore, the head chef is now suggesting to Chin Tian ways to improve the restaurant's business. As long as there is a source of income, everything else can be discussed. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian felt it made sense. What you said is quite reasonable. How about this? I'll have the business department talk about it later. But since you are the head chef, you understand the cost of these meals better than I do, so you need to discuss it thoroughly with the business department. No problem, no problem. As long as you, the boss, agree, I will talk to the business department. The head chef was excited to hear Chin Tian say this and quickly spoke up. In fact, the head chef often goes to the office area to ask for everyone's opinions because Chin Tian's management of the cafeteria is very lax. The daily purchases of ingredients are mostly decided by the head chef, who naturally has to consult the employees' opinions. Over time, he has become quite familiar with them. Recently, after hearing that Chin Tian established an employee fund, the head chef has been thinking even more about the company. Alright, you can discuss these matters with the business department. If possible, write up a proposal for me, and once I review it and find no issues, I'll let the business department execute it. Okay, boss, please enjoy your meal. If you have any opinions about the dishes we prepare, feel free to let us know, and we will make improvements immediately. I see. I think you could set up a suggestion box here. This suggestion box would allow employees to express their views, and if there are areas that need improvement, you can address them directly. It must be said that Chin Tian really grants a lot of freedom to the company's employees. Even the head chef gasped, "Boss, is your management of the employees this lax? Won't that lead to any issues? It shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Just focus on doing your job well." During the conversation with the head chef, Chin Tian noticed that the employees were eating very quickly. After finishing their meals, they hurried back to the company, seemingly working hard on the new plan they had been developing. This made Chin Tian feel somewhat gratified. It seems that all the benefits and treatments he provided to the company were not in vain. At the very least, the employees' sense of responsibility is quite high. The employees feel a sense of belonging, which is a good thing for the company. At least they have a sense of belonging to the company, and they won't be too slack or relaxed about their work. This sense of responsibility is completely different. After finishing his meal, Chin Tian drove his car, packed his things, and headed straight to his new house. Living in a new house is indeed different. It is much more comfortable than the previous single room. Chin Tian sat directly on the sofa, took out his phone, and prepared to play with it, but as soon as he took out his phone, he noticed there were many messages. These were all messages from the female salespeople he had added earlier. Goodness, these female salespeople are indeed more direct than the last, and two of them even want to invite Chin Tian out for dinner. The female salesperson who sold a house to Chin Tian before also sent him a message. "Mr. Chin, I heard you've moved in now. Is there anything you need me to explain?" Damn. If you come to explain, who knows where that might lead. Chin Tian didn't think much of it and replied that he didn't need any help. However, the beautiful salesperson didn't give up. Instead, she sent another message. "Mr. Chin, you're off work so early. How about we go out for a bit? I heard there's a new hot pot restaurant that's really good. Want to try it together?" Since the beauty said so, if he didn't go, it would seem a bit aloof. Moreover, the salesperson was indeed quite pretty, with a nice figure, so he thought he might as well go and get to know her a bit. After all, he had money in his pocket now, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Chin Tian now had nearly $1 billion in assets, so he should have a bit of confidence. Chin Tian immediately replied, "Sure, send me the address, and I'll head over soon." Around 7 o'clock, Chin Tian and the beautiful salesperson sat together in a newly opened hot pot restaurant. To be honest, the beautiful salesperson was indeed stunning, dressed in a fresh-looking dress that accentuated her curves, and her skin was very fair. "Hello, Mr. Chin. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Chuxia. No need to call me Mr. Chin, just call me Chin Tian," he said as he poured himself a cup of tea. He, Mr. Chin is really easygoing. Should I still call you President Chin?" Lu Chuxia asked tentatively. "Whatever you like," Chin Tian replied with a casual smile. "By the way, President Chin, may I ask where you work? You look like you work nearby." "Indeed, I work around here. I wonder what industry you're in, we could get to know each other. Who knows, we might have a chance to collaborate one day. Lu Chuxia was eager to know where Qin Tian worked and what he did. In this world, although there are more men than women, women have many choices. But in reality, wealthy men still have even more options. No woman wants to miss out on finding a good man. Qin Tian seemed to fit the bill in every aspect. I'm in software development, currently working at Qin Tian Company. Qin Tian Company? Isn't that the one that's been getting a lot of attention lately? Lu Chuxia's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, it's the Qin Tian Company nearby. There aren't many around here, this is the only one. How do you know about Qin Tian Company? Of course, I've been hearing people talk about Qin Tian Company a lot recently. I heard the benefits are excellent, with 5 insurances and 1 fund provided right upon hiring, and the salary is particularly high, plus they have dedicated transportation and a special cafeteria. The boss of this company is really generous. I think he must be a very capable boss. Lu Chuxia had indeed heard about Qin Tian Company, especially since so many people in the area were discussing it. There was no way around it. Who wouldn't be envious of such great benefits? And I heard that Qin Tian Company recently established an employee fund, and the boss personally donated 2 million as the startup fund. That's really impressive. Such a boss makes me admire him. If I could become an employee of Qin Tian Company, that would be so lucky. At this point, a strong sense of envy appeared on Lu Chuxia's face. Mr. Qin, that being said, you must be a senior executive at Qin Tian Company, right? Is the welfare and treatment there really good? Does your company still need people? If so, could you see if I could join? Although Lu Chuxia didn't know what position Qin Tian held in the company, judging by his current attire, his status must be quite high. If she could enter Qin Tian Company through him, it would be a good choice. Qin Tian immediately smiled. Isn't being in sales good for you right now? I heard that the commission for sales is quite high. Why would you want to enter the company? Mr. Qin, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. Although the commission for sales is indeed high, do you think selling houses is that easy? If the performance is good, you can naturally earn more, but once the performance drops, the monthly salary can be pitifully low and very unstable. What's more important is that the benefits of being a salesperson here can't compare to those at Qin Tian Company. I heard that even the security guards hired by Qin Tian Company can get 5 insurances in 1 fund. Plus they enjoy dedicated transportation and a special cafeteria. I heard their meals are very good every day. I don't know how many people are trying to break their heads just to get a job at Qin Tian Company, but there are no connections at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Is it really that exaggerated? I don't feel it that much. Although he said this, Qin Tian was still very pleased inside. After all, the better the company's reputation outside, the more successful Qin Tian's plans would be. When the company opens up and directly absorbs employees, the sense of belonging will come rushing in. That's because you're already in Qin Tian Company, so you don't feel it. Speaking of which, Mr. Qin, you really are lucky, but you must have strength, otherwise, you couldn't possibly buy that apartment outright for 20 million. Lu Chuxia was very clear that anyone who could take out 20 million to buy a house outright was quite impressive. With such strength, Qin Tian naturally didn't care about these so-called 5 insurances and 1 fund. I don't have much strength, I'm just lucky, not as exaggerated as you say. Mr. Qin, you are really humble. By the way, Mr. Qin, you are so handsome, your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? Lu Chuxia asked tentatively. Although Qin Tian hadn't dated much before, his emotional intelligence was quite high. Generally speaking, when a beautiful woman asks such questions, it definitely means she has a good impression of you and wants to find out more about your situation, which could mean there's a chance. To be honest, I feel quite ashamed. I started working right after graduation, and I've put almost all my thoughts into my work, so I really haven't had time to date, which is why I'm still single. Qin Tian was speaking the truth. During his school days, his grades were quite good. After all, Qin Tian's family situation was average, and getting into this university wasn't easy, so he had put a lot of effort into software development. He had basically spent all his time studying, and finding a girlfriend was naturally put on hold. Moreover, in this era, being handsome doesn't really help much because many people look at backgrounds. Without a background or strength, being handsome is just talk. I see, Mr. Qin, we should communicate more when we have time. At this point, Lu Chuxia even winked at Qin Tian. The meaning behind her words was already very clear. That could work, but Chuxia, you're so beautiful, your boyfriend won't get jealous, will he? Oh, I'm so busy with work every day, where would I have time to find a boyfriend? If Mr. Qin is interested in me, we could try to get to know each other. As she spoke, a hint of seduction appeared on Lu Chusha's face. "Ha, we can try to get along," Shin Tian said without rushing. Although he knew that having money made it easy to find women, not every woman would do, he needed to understand their backgrounds clearly, or else he could easily get himself into trouble. "By the way, Mr. Chin, is your company still hiring? If you are, please let me know. I really want to join your company." For Lu Chusha, whether or not she joined the company wasn't the main issue. The most important thing was to have more contact with Shin Tian. She understood the principle of the closer to the water, the better the chance of getting the moon. If she spent more time around Shin Tian, there was a real possibility of landing this golden son-in-law. "If you want to join, I can ask about it later. If they are still hiring, I'll let you know." Shin Tian didn't agree immediately but decided to assess the situation first. Overall, this meal was quite useful for Shin Tian. At the very least, he learned about his company's reputation in the outside world, and at the same time, a stunning beauty like Lu Chusha was subtly flirting with him. But such matters couldn't be rushed. Currently, the employee fund in the company was progressing very well. Thanks to Shin Tian's leadership, many employees began to donate. Some younger ones directly donated 1,000 or a few hundred, while the more seasoned or stingy ones donated 100 or so. Altogether, it amounted to several tens of thousands. Although it paled in comparison to Shin Tian's donations, it at least indicated that the funds plan was feasible. While the employees in the company were happy, people outside felt a sourness. After the establishment of the employee fund, some began to say that the grapes were sour because they couldn't have any, especially in the morning when many people from other companies were quietly discussing it. To be honest, I think there's no need to envy or resent something like an employee fund because many companies set up such funds as a gimmick. When employees really need it, they can't apply for it. Even if your documents are complete and valid, you still can't get it. That's true, I've tried that before. Although getting many people to nominate and sign can increase the success rate, the final decision still lies with the boss. As long as the boss disagrees, it doesn't matter how many signatures you have. Simply put, the decision-making power is in the boss's hands. If the boss says yes, you get it. If not, no matter how much you plead, it won't help. At that moment, Chu Mingyue happened to pass by and overheard their comments. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Don't say the grapes are sour just because you can't have them. Our company established an employee fund because the boss cares about the employees. If your company hasn't set one up, don't criticize us. If you're unhappy, tell your boss to set one up too. Pfft, what's the big deal? It's just a gimmick making it seem like it's something impressive. Exactly, a small company acting like it's so amazing. Our company has nearly 1,000 people. You're just a small company with 100 employees. Why do you get to establish such an employee fund? I advise you guys to be careful. Your boss might have some ulterior motives. You'll know when you get tricked. Not to mention, if they can actually apply for this employee fund, I'll eat a pile of it on the spot. You guys. Looking at their disdainful expressions, Chu Mingyue felt furious but she had no way to refute them. What others said was their business, and she had no right to interfere. Moreover, the employee fund had just been established, and many people were in a wait-and-see attitude. In fact, Chu Mingyue held a certain degree of skepticism about this employee fund. The reason is quite simple. In the past, many companies established employee funds, but almost none of them were able to make a real impact. To put it bluntly, capitalists only care about their own interests. Businessmen are all profit-driven. Chu Mingyue also didn't know whether the employee fund would actually be useful when something truly happened. So now, other companies hold a similar attitude. When Chu Mingyue returned to the company, she found a large crowd gathered around. Alright, stop crying. Our company has an employee fund now, right? How about we help you write the application? Yeah, don't cry anymore. Let's think of a way. There must be a solution. Exactly, crying won't help right now. We need to find a way to solve this. That's the real issue. So what's the situation now? You need to tell us what's going on. The person at the center of the crowd was an employee named Zhou Jixing, who was 37 years old. He came from a typical ordinary family and was now a father of 2. However, his youngest son was not yet a year old and had been diagnosed with congenital heart disease. The hospital recommended immediate surgery, and although the success rate was only 50%, if the surgery was not performed, his son would not survive more than 2 months and would continue to suffer from heart disease. In this situation, as a father, he had no choice but to resolve to have the surgery for his son. The problem now was that the surgery was extremely expensive, requiring a total of 500,000 yuan, and post-operative care was especially important, bringing the total cost to at least 700,000 yuan. Zhou Jixing's monthly salary was just over 10,000 yuan. Previously, it had been less than 10,000. With the need to support his family and raise children, along with various expenses for books and such, he had hardly any savings. Now, asking him to come up with 700,000 yuan was impossible. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't raise that amount. Zhou Jixing was in a state of unbearable torment. His son suffered daily from the illness, a 1-year-old child confined to the intensive care unit, spending a lot of money every day and enduring great pain. Watching his parents, it felt like being cut by knives. A strong man of 7 feet now bent over for mere grains. It was indeed a sad situation. But Zhou Jixing had no idea what to do. No parent wants to see their child suffer, yet feeling powerless to help is an unbearable feeling, a true torment. Zhou Jixing, don't panic. Didn't President Qin say that the employee fund can be applied for? You should prepare the documents and bring them to us to write an application. When the time comes, we can submit it to President Qin and see what happens. Seeing Zhou Jixing sitting on the ground crying helplessly, Xu Mingyue's heart softened instantly. She could feel his despair and helplessness. Thank you, everyone. Zhou Jixing was already beyond words, crying uncontrollably. After everyone's persuasion, Zhou Jixing finally composed himself and returned to his position to continue working. Not long after, Qin Tian arrived at the office. Seeing this, Xu Mingyue hurriedly walked into the office. President Qin, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? About the employee fund you established earlier. I wonder if our company's employees can use it now. Xu Mingyue took a long time to say this. After all, the employee fund had not been established for long, and the 2 million in the account was donated by Qin Tian, which essentially meant it was his money. As for the other employees, the amount they contributed was only around 10,000 yuan. This little bit of money is simply a drop in the bucket. Why do employees of the company need it now? Qin Tian, who was tidying up his desk, raised his head in confusion and looked at Xu Mingyue. Xu Mingyue didn't say much and directly explained Zhou Jixing's situation. Is this matter true or false? Qin Tian frowned slightly. After all, the authenticity of such matters needed to be verified. If it were true, it would indeed require serious attention. Seeing Qin Tian's expression, Xu Mingyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that capitalists were indeed like this. Such employee funds were merely for reputation, and when it came time to apply, it was very likely that one wouldn't be able to get it. As for this, President Qin, I'm not very clear, Xu Mingyue replied casually, feeling a bit disappointed. I see, okay, that I'll go ask, Qin Tian said, his eyes darting as he stood up and walked outside. Ask what? Xu Mingyue followed behind Qin Tian, surprised. Didn't you just say that an employee needed to use the employee fund? I think such matters need to be verified before making a decision. Which employee is it? Take me to him now, I want to inquire about the situation. Hearing this, Xu Mingyue was a bit stunned but still led Qin Tian to Zhou Jitian. Upon Qin Tian's arrival, Zhou Jitian said nothing and quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, President Qin. Good. You are Zhou Jixing, right? I heard that you have a situation at home and need to use the employee fund. I'm here to verify the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jixing's eyes instantly turned red. Yes, President Qin, my son was diagnosed with congenital heart disease a few days ago. The doctor said that if he doesn't have surgery, he won't survive for 2 months, but I can't come up with the 700,000 yuan for the surgery. As he spoke, Zhou Jixing bent his legs and knelt on the ground, once again sobbing after just managing to compose himself. Seeing Zhou Jixing like this, Qin Tian quickly helped him up. Alright, don't cry. I'm here to verify the situation. As long as it's true and the majority of people in the company agree, the employee fund will be approved for you. It's true. This situation is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can go to the hospital with you right now to verify it, Zhou Jixing said, becoming increasingly anxious. Okay, since I have some time now, I'll go to the hospital with you and get this paperwork sorted out, Qin Tian decided on the spot, feeling that Zhou Jixing's distress seemed genuine. He followed Zhou Jixing to the hospital, accompanied by his assistant Xu Mingyue and some finance staff. The hospital was filled with noisy sounds. Zhou Jixing's child was in the pediatric intensive care unit on the 6th floor. Zhou Jixing's eyes were red, and when he arrived at the ICU, he heard a nurse calling his name. Excuse me, who is the family member of Zhou Xiaotong? Hearing this, Zhou Jixing hurriedly walked up. Nurse, I am his father. What happened to my son? The nurse glanced at Zhou Jixing and handed him a list. These are the medical expenses for the child. Please pay them shortly. Also, I need to tell you something, the child's condition is very urgent. He can only rely on a ventilator to survive, and the procedures need to be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the child's situation will be very dangerous. It's best to have the surgery within the next 2 days, otherwise, no one knows what changes may occur. After leaving this statement, the nurse turned and returned to the ICU, as they were all very busy. However, after hearing these words, Zhou Jixing instantly felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he sat down on the ground, crying uncontrollably, my child, why are you so unfortunate? It's because of your useless father, it's because of your useless father. As he spoke, tears and snot streamed down his face. Why treat him like this? He's only 1 year old, he doesn't understand anything. Why must he endure this kind of suffering? Many people were watching from the side of the intensive care unit, and at that moment, they could only shake their heads and sigh. Alright, don't panic. Let's first find the child's attending physician to clarify the situation, then have him issue a medical record, and hurry back to the company to handle the paperwork. Everyone knew what this situation entailed, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Zhou Jixing, who had been crying with his head down, seemed to grasp a lifeline and quickly got up from the ground. Thank you, President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. Let's go find the attending physician right now. In the following time, Zhou Jixing directly took Qin Tian to find the child's attending physician and inquired about the situation. He also asked the attending physician to issue a medical record for the child, which hospitals can provide directly, so this process faced no obstacles, and Zhou Jixing easily obtained the document. Good, then let's head back to the company immediately, we can't delay. Qin Tian understood the seriousness of the situation. After all, it was a living life. If it could be saved, they would do everything possible to save it. After all, the doctor and nurse had clearly told Qin Tian that the child's condition was very dangerous and that surgery needed to be performed as soon as possible. Given this background and situation, there was no need for excessive hesitation. Qin Tian took Zhou Jixing back to the company and urged him to expedite the process. During this time, Qin Tian instructed Chu Mingyue, given the current situation, it's basically confirmed. I don't think we need to go through too many procedures. You should give him a green light all the way, and get this done as quickly as possible, aiming to transfer the full amount to Zhou Jixing's account before tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Mingyue was momentarily stunned, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had seen everything that happened in the hospital. It was indeed a life and death moment. Although the company account had tens of millions, for a boss and capitalist, they would never engage in anything that couldn't generate profit. Chu Mingyue initially thought this was just a pretext, but now she truly believed it. Because Qin Tian showed no signs of joking, his tone was filled with seriousness and urgency, making it clear that he was also very anxious. So, Chu Mingyue didn't delay any further and took Zhou Jixing to go through the company's procedures. In fact, the process involved writing an application form and getting signatures from financial personnel and various team leaders, while also needing support from others in the company. Given Zhou Jixing's already critical situation, no one obstructed him. Everyone did their utmost to help, signing where needed and speaking up. Within just a few hours, all the paperwork was completed. Now, this application form had been submitted to Qin Tian's desk, and Zhou Jixing and Chu Mingyue stood together in the office, silently watching Qin Tian. They both remained quiet, fully aware that whether this fund could be approved depended on whether Qin Tian would find an excuse or sign his name on this application form. As long as Qin Tian signed, the money would be secured. But if Qin Tian kept finding excuses, it would almost be over. However, just when both of them were feeling puzzled, Qin Tian directly picked up the pen and signed his name in the signature box without hesitation. Accompanying the signing of his name, Qin Tian said nothing and handed the application to Chu Mingyue. Hurry and take this to the finance department, have them transfer the money to Zhou Jixing's account as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jixing's tears streamed down. Thank you, President Qin. No, this isn't the time for that. Quickly go and get this sorted out, arrange for the surgery. You don't need to work for the next few days. The company is giving you a leave of absence due to special circumstances, so it will be paid leave. Qin Tian waved his hand at Zhou Jixing, urging him to get things done. Given the urgency of the situation, Zhou Jixing didn't have time for much else. After a simple thank you, he hurried off to find the finance department. For Zhou Jixing, getting the money was the most important thing, everything else was secondary. What he wanted most was to get the money for his son's surgery. The finance department also understood the importance of the matter, so they immediately contacted the bank and transferred the money to Zhou Jixing without delay. After receiving the money, Zhou Jixing rushed to the hospital and asked the doctors to arrange the surgery for his son immediately. Although the chances of success were relatively low, Zhou Jixing knew this was his son's only chance to survive. No matter how slim the odds, he had to take the gamble. This incident quickly spread throughout the company. Have you heard? Zhou Jixing seems to have really received this employee fund. I heard it's as much as 700,000. It's not just hearsay, it's a fact. I went to the hospital last night, and Zhou Jixing's son is already undergoing surgery. Apparently, he paid for the expenses directly. That's great news. It's really a good thing. In fact, Zhou Jixing's son is quite pitiful. He's only just turned 1 and has this illness. It's such a shame. Yeah, having this money for the surgery is truly a stroke of luck. We have to thank our boss for this. If our boss hadn't established this employee fund, Zhou Jixing's son might have been lost. It seems our boss is serious about this employee fund. I have to admit, I underestimated our boss's intentions. I thought the establishment of this fund was just a gimmick, but when the 700,000 actually hit Zhou Jixing's account, I realized the fund is real. Wow, I suddenly feel a lot more at ease. After all, life is unpredictable. If something were to happen to me one day and I lost someone important due to financial reasons, that would be such a pity. I have to say, we really need to give our boss a thumbs up this time. Exactly, we must give our boss a thumbs up. Our boss is amazing. For a moment, the entire company was filled with admiration for Qin Tian. Setting aside everything else, what Qin Tian did this time truly showed everyone in the company his character and the company's policy towards employees. At that moment, everyone in the company held Qin Tian in high regard. Moreover, all the employees had cast aside their doubts about Qin Tian and viewed him as a great boss. The capitalists in the market don't usually do such good things. If it were another company, Zhou Jixing's application for the employee fund might have been rejected for various reasons, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome. Everyone was secretly relieved at this moment, glad that they had joined Qin Tian Company early, as it was equivalent to buying themselves a free insurance policy. No need to say anything more, since this employee fund is so important, I've decided to donate 200 yuan every month from my salary. I feel the same way. I think what's most important now is to work hard. After all, we are just wage earners, and our donations are limited. Although every little bit helps, the bulk of this employee fund still comes from the company's profits. Exactly, as long as we can boost the company's profits, we can set aside 5% of the profits for our employee fund, and then we can truly enjoy such benefits. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Didn't President Qin give us a large project recently? Let's work hard on the development. That's right, if we want to earn more money for the company, we can only work hard, there are no other options. As the employees spoke these words, everyone began to work diligently, quickly getting into the groove. Previously, everyone had a very calm attitude, basically just doing their normal work, unlike those other companies that constantly piled work onto you, forcing you to speed up your efficiency. Qin Tian Company is quite free, the work assigned each day is just normal tasks, and they don't force you to work overtime. The workload is light, and everyone finds it very easy to manage. With such a low workload, no one chose to slack off. Now, everyone's work efficiency had completely changed, and of course, aside from the efficiency, the most important thing was the work attitude. Software development pays great attention to the small details, and now they began to pay more attention to these details, which would naturally lead to more refined results. This was undoubtedly a great thing for Qin Tian's company. At this moment, Qin Tian was sitting in his office, and he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 1,200. Ding! Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 1,500. In an instant, a series of sounds kept coming in, making Qin Tian's heart surge with joy. In the end, he found that the cash rewards provided by the system this time reached a staggering 90 million. Combined with the remaining funds from before, Qin Tian's assets had now reached 180 million. It's worth noting that just a month ago, Qin Tian was still a nobody, and now he had become a billionaire, and a cash-flowing one at that. This was simply incredible. All of this came from the system's rewards, so Qin Tian decided to give a little back to the employees. However, there was no rush, he would wait until Zhou Jixing's situation stabilized before making any moves. The approval of the employee fund at Qin Tian Company quickly spread around. Everyone was in a state of shock. No one had expected that the employee fund proposed by Qin could actually be approved, and that wasn't even the main point. The key was that the approved amount was as high as 700,000. It's important to know that for some wage earners, earning 700,000 could take many years. What's even more critical is that this was truly a life-saving matter, yet Qin Tian Company had unhesitatingly approved such a large sum under these circumstances, which was indeed like a heavy bombshell. It stirred up tremendous waves in the hearts of the surrounding employees. You have to know that they are also at work, and they are equally afraid that such things might happen. Now they can't help but think from another perspective. If this happened to them, what would they do, and how would things develop? Right now, the employees of Qin Tian Company have an employee fund to support them. If it were them, how would they cope? The employee fund was directly approved by the company. It is a charitable fund, so they don't need to pay it back. Once used, it's used. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? My god, Shintian Company is really amazing. It really is amazing. To be honest, I truly didn't expect this. It seems I underestimated Shintian Company before. Is their boss really into charity? One benefit after another. Indeed, I'm also starting to doubt whether Shintian Company is really a charity. God, these employee benefits are just explosive. Should we suggest to the boss that we also establish such an employee fund in our company? What are you joking about? Our boss is notoriously stingy. Do you think he would establish an employee fund? That's just a joke. That's true. Such employee funds aren't something every company can establish. These capitalists basically take from the sheep. Even if he establishes an employee fund, he would still take it back from us. Sigh. I really want to join Shintian Company more and more. Isn't that obvious? You think you're the only one who wants to join? I want to join too, but the problem is, you can't just say you want to join and actually get in. The threshold for Shintian Company is very high right now. I don't care. I'm capable too. From now on, I'll keep an eye on Shintian Company. If they start hiring, I'll definitely be the first to rush in. I feel the same way. If I can't get into such a good company, it would be a lifelong regret. For a moment, everyone had a huge praise for Shintian Company. This incident was practically a massive advertisement for Shintian Company. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Shintian had just arrived at the company when he found a large group of employees gathered at the entrance. As soon as Shintian appeared, the crowd erupted into applause. In the middle of the crowd, Zhou Jitian stepped forward and, in front of everyone, knelt down with a thud. At that moment, Zhou Jitian didn't care about Shintian's expression and publicly bowed several times. Mr. Shin, thank you. You are my great benefactor. From now on, I will do my utmost to work for the company. Such great kindness, I will never forget. At this moment, Zhou Jitian was genuinely grateful to Shintian. He had now become a loyal employee of the company, and in his heart, he had begun to vow that he would never forget such great kindness. Whatever Shintian instructed in the future, he would do his best to accomplish it. After working in society for so long, he had never seen such a good boss. Not only did he receive the employee fund, but he was also given a few days of paid leave. It was truly wonderful. Thank you, boss. At this moment, all the employees sincerely expressed their gratitude to Shintian. Not to mention the previous benefits, Shintian's actions this time were enough to earn everyone's respect. In response to everyone's gratitude, Shintian waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Alright, everyone don't be so polite. Since you are all employees of my company, I must take good responsibility for you. I have also been an employee before, and I know very well what this feeling is like. So shortly after I established the company, I immediately set up this employee fund to ensure that we have better solutions in the face of unexpected situations. The heavens can be unpredictable, although I may not be able to help much. At the very least, I will do my best to handle this matter well. Clap clap clap. Another round of extremely enthusiastic applause erupted. What I want to say to everyone now is that the establishment of this employee fund was done with transparency in mind, so there really aren't that many issues. The employee fund is completely transparent to all employees, with no hidden operations. This time, the employee fund has indeed played a significant role, so I have decided to personally donate 10 million to the employee fund. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all the employees present widened their eyes in surprise, followed by a thunderous round of applause. Zhou Jitian was already very moved, and now, hearing Shintian say this, he became even more touched. He directly knelt down with a thud and bowed his head to Shintian once again. Thank you, boss. Alright, get up, get up. Isn't this matter already resolved? No need to kneel and bow all the time. I dislike this the most. Of course, my donation of 10 million has no other meaning. It's just to encourage everyone, to let you all feel more at ease in your work moving forward. If any employee's family really encounters something particularly serious, you can completely apply for this employee fund. As for the donations to the employee fund, you all can decide how to handle it. I hope everyone will do their best and also work well in the future, so that the employee fund can grow even more. Good. At this moment, all the employees couldn't help but applaud again, now fired up by Shintian's words. Alright, since that's the case, let's hurry back to work, it's almost time to start. After Shintian said a few simple words, he returned to his office, but the entire office area was already buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, the boss is too generous. Donating 10 million directly? That's so extravagant. With 10 million in our employee fund, does that mean if something happens, we won't have to worry at all? I'm actually a bit worried about the company's situation now. Although there are tens of millions in the company's account, The company hasn't really generated any benefits for the boss. What if the company's funds can't circulate properly later? Yeah, why didn't I think of this? If the company can't hold on, we might lose this good job for nothing. I think we need to talk to the boss and suggest he take back that 10 million donation. I also think we should definitely suggest that. In fact, I'm a bit worried about the company holding on. Now the employees of the company were not feeling happy, instead, they were starting to worry. Because they had developed a strong sense of belonging to the company, especially with such good benefits, they feared that if the company went bankrupt, they wouldn't find such a good company again. After all, good companies like this are not easy to come by, so ultimately, the 5 team leaders decided to go to the office to find Chin Tian together. Boss, why don't you reconsider donating that 10 million to the employee fund? One of the team leaders respectfully suggested. Chin Tian, who was browsing the internet, frowned and then asked with some confusion, why? Boss, our company is just getting started, and we really need funding right now. If you donate money to the employee fund at this time, we're afraid that the funds won't circulate properly. If something goes wrong with the company, what will we employees do? Yeah, boss, we know you're thinking of the employees, but I think this isn't necessary. It's good enough as it is. How about we leave it at that, boss? Listening to what the employees were saying, Chin Tian felt very proud at that moment because he knew that these employees truly cared for the company. Only employees who regard the company as their home would give such suggestions. But the more the employees felt this way, the more Chin Tian wanted to do better. You all don't need to say anything. I know what I'm doing. This 10 million is something I must donate. This is my minimum support for the employee fund. As for the company's operational issues, you don't need to worry. I will find a way to solve them. The company won't go under. Chin Tian's attitude was very resolute now. No matter what the employees said, he showed no sign of changing his mind, leaving several team leaders both moved and helpless. They could only exit Chin Tian's office. As soon as these team leaders walked out of the office, the employees immediately surrounded them to ask, how is it? What did the boss say? Did the boss say whether to take back the 10 million donation? Facing everyone's inquiries, one team leader smiled bitterly. The boss has already said that this 10 million is something he must donate. Even if you had 9 oxen, you couldn't pull it back. We really have a good boss. Yeah, you all need to work hard in the future and strive to make the company's profits grow. Okay, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. No more talking, no more talking. It's work time now, let's hurry up and get to work, aiming to complete this plan as quickly as possible. In an instant, all the employees were full of energy, turning their efforts up to the maximum. Meanwhile, Chin Tian sat in his office with a smile on his face. The atmosphere in the company was really making him feel better and better. At this rate, his funds would only continue to grow. Just then, Chin Tian suddenly received a message. It was from Lu Chuxia. President Chin, are you at work? Chin Tian replied directly, yes, is there something? Lu Chuxia, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask President Chin how your company's boss feels about whether you still need people. If so, I can come over anytime. The benefits at your company are really great. The employee fund can actually be approved. Joining your company is like buying insurance. Now, not only the company people knew, but even those nearby were aware. Chin Tian looked at the message on his phone, unsure of how to respond. After thinking for a moment, he finally replied, if you want to come, just come to the company directly tomorrow. I'll let the HR department know. I happen to need a secretary by my side. In fact, Chin Tian really did need a secretary. Assistants and secretaries were 2 completely different roles. Assistants mainly handled company affairs, but secretaries could do anything. Chin Tian had previously envied those bosses who had secretaries by their sides. Now that he was running a company, he felt he needed a secretary to support his image, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Moreover, Chin Tian indeed needed a secretary to help out. Just having an assistant was simply not enough. Having an extra secretary could solve many problems. While chatting with Chin Tian, Lu Chuxia suddenly became excited upon hearing, Mr. Chin, is what you said true? Can I really report to Chin Tian Company tomorrow? Chin Tian replied, yes, really. Just come over tomorrow and bring your documents for onboarding. With nearly 200 million in funds in his pocket, adding one more person wouldn't make much of a difference. Having a secretary is quite normal, right? Today wasn't particularly eventful for Chin Tian. He spent most of his time at the company either browsing the internet for information or looking into employee benefits. As for other matters, he didn't put much thought into them because as long as he took care of employee benefits, he could make money without worrying about business issues. So, when it was time to leave work, Chin Tian simply left the company. However, when he stepped out of his office, he noticed that no one else was leaving. What are you all doing? It's already off-duty time, isn't anyone leaving? Shin Tian asked the employees in the office area, puzzled. Is it already off-duty? I really didn't notice, I was too focused on work just now. Yeah, I didn't realize it was time to leave either. Time really flies, but I still haven't finished my work. Exactly, I'm at a critical point right now. Xiaoyu, are you going to eat? Can you bring something back for me? If possible, could you also bring one for me? I'm at a crucial stage in my design and can't be interrupted. Many employees in the office expressed that they couldn't leave their work and asked others to bring them food. Come on, it's already off-duty time. You all go eat first. People are iron, and meals are steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel uneasy. No matter how urgent it is, you need to finish your meal first. Let's not do this, okay? Go. Everyone go eat. After you come back, if you need to work overtime, then work overtime. Shin Tian urged the employees in the company. Shin Tian could see that they wanted to create benefits for the company, but the more they did this, the more he had to push them. Since Shin Tian had already said so, the employees couldn't say much and could only stop their work and head to the cafeteria. Shin Tian also went to the cafeteria to eat, and since he was the boss, there was a special seat reserved for him. Now, the employees were eating while chatting. While Shin Tian was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard something that piqued his interest. Old he, I heard you're planning to buy a house recently. You keep complaining about being poor, and now you're about to buy a house. I wonder if you'll still dare to complain after this. The employee called Old he smiled bitterly. Please don't tease me. I complain about being poor to you all the time. Do you think I want to? At my age, with a child already in school and no house, I don't want my child to be laughed at by others at school. So, I can only save and see if I can scrape together the down payment for a house. Upon hearing this, the others who had just spoken fell silent, their faces showing a sense of reflection. After all, they were all around the same age and could relate to such feelings and experiences. Alas, that's true. For us workers, we don't even know if we can save enough for a down payment in our lifetime. Old he, why don't you share your tips on how you save money? Maybe I can figure out how to save for a down payment for a house too. Speaking of which, my child is growing up, and it's indeed time to consider these matters. Indeed, we also want to know how you do it. Others began to ask questions. After all, they would have to face this issue sooner or later, and it was good to gather some experience at such times. What else can we do? You all know how I usually am. In the past, I basically gave all my salary to my wife except for 500 yuan a month. But recently, my wife brought the kids to the Magic City. Although I live quite far now, it's very cheap there. Usually, I just eat less and buy whatever is cheap. I saved for a full 10 years to gather this down payment. So that's how it is. I always thought you were crying poor all the time. You work the most overtime in our company. How could you possibly have no money at all? Old he, you really have worked hard. Hey, what's the use of saying these things? Life is about getting through it. For the kids, there's no other way. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I still have to go back to work after dinner. If I had met such a good company earlier, maybe I wouldn't have to work so hard. At this point, Old he couldn't help but show a look of lament on his face. Yes, this company is indeed great. Not only is the salary high, but they also cover all 5 insurances in one fund, provide a special car for pickup and drop-off, and with such a professional cafeteria, the food is excellent. Honestly, I never imagined living such a life with so much meat and fish. If I stay in this company for a few more years, I can definitely save more money. At this point, Old he became a bit excited. Staying in such a company, you can definitely save money. Enough talk, let's finish our meal and get back to work. This big project is very important for our company. Yes, this big project was just proposed by the company. We need to put in some effort to help the company profit, so we can continue to stay here. To be honest, I am a bit afraid that this company might go bankrupt. I feel a bit scared too. After all, the company has been around for so long without any substantial profits. If this continues, it will eventually go bankrupt. So we need to work hard for the boss. The boss treats us so well, we need to create benefits for the company so it can survive. People like them, seasoned in society, understand the importance of such companies the best. Even though they used to slack off, they dare not entertain any thoughts of slacking off during work hours now because they want the company to continue existing. Especially after what happened with Zhou Jixing, their determination to stay in the company has only strengthened. The existence of an employee fund is like a guarantee for them, especially for those who have already become parents. They understand the importance of this employee fund even more. Although their voices were not loud, Shin Tian happened to hear them. After all, the place where Shin Tian was eating was a secluded private room. Although it was called a private room, it was only separated by some screens, so all the conversations naturally reached Qin Tian's ears. Now Qin Tian was pondering whether to consider building employee dormitories since he already had so much capital on hand. After all, for many workers, a significant portion of their expenses comes from rent. If there were employee dormitories, it would solve a huge problem for these employees, as dormitories are generally free of charge. In this way, the company would essentially provide food and accommodation. But the current issue is that land in the Magic City is extremely expensive. If they want to build dormitories, it won't be that simple. The costs involved are enormous. Should they consider a more remote area? Qin Tian pondered these matters while eating. After all, he had just bought a house and now had some understanding of it. The housing prices here were so high that establishing dormitories would not come cheap, and Qin Tian was worried that his funds might not be sufficient. This was indeed a significant issue. In fact, Qin Tian also knew that the employee's sense of belonging was already quite high. Every time it was triggered, it would generate nearly 100 million in revenue. But what Qin Tian needed to do now was to reap more rewards. The better the employee benefits, the greater the sense of belonging the employees would develop. Therefore, the employee dormitory had to be considered seriously. After finishing their meal, the employees automatically returned to the company to work overtime. They did not slack off as usual but instead began to work earnestly. Such a thing would be impossible in other companies, as not all employees would be so conscientious. There were indeed many companies that offered overtime pay, but during overtime, the vast majority of employees would be slacking off. As they would say, long life work for long life, they wouldn't push themselves hard for a little extra money, so they wouldn't be so self-motivated. However, in Qin Tian's company, not a single employee was slacking off. They were all working very seriously. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The employees finally began to relax. Has it really already reached 8 o'clock? I haven't finished my work yet. Yeah, time really flies, but I want to work a bit longer. Let's hurry and leave, because it won't be long before the building shuts off the lights. What will we do if the power goes out? We need to save all the data quickly. The other team leaders reminded them, as this office building would cut off the power at a fixed time. Of course, this was also a special regulation set by Qin Tian. Their office area would directly cut off the power at 8:30. Alright, since that's the case, let's quickly save our work and come in early tomorrow to start again. At this moment, the other employees had no other choice but to stop their current work and continue tomorrow. In fact, a group of employees had some small complaints as they left the company. To be honest, the overtime hours the boss is giving us really aren't enough. I think we should at least be allowed to work until 10 o'clock, otherwise, it doesn't feel right if we don't finish our work. That's true. How about we apply tomorrow to let the boss allow us to work until 10 or 11? That's a good suggestion. Are you all crazy for money? We already have 5 hours of overtime every day. If we work until 10 or 11, that would be 8 hours of overtime. Do you want to drain the company dry? Exactly, you can't just squeeze one person dry. The company treats us so well. What if you keep this up and the company goes bankrupt? What's wrong with you? I'm not talking about overtime with pay. I'm talking about pushing back the time for the lights to go out or the power to be cut. I know the company's situation. How could I possibly drain the company's resources? I just want to finish the work as soon as possible. I wonder if the boss will agree. Who knows? How about we ask together tomorrow? After returning home, Qin Tian immediately began searching for information online, wanting to see if there were any affordable housing prices in this magical city. He had already considered that even a slightly farther location would be fine, as they had a dedicated car service. As long as he arrived at work within the fixed time, nothing else mattered. After all, the prices in the city center and the suburbs were completely different. The price differences were astronomical, making it most suitable to choose a house in the suburbs. However, upon looking, he was shocked. Even the most remote suburban houses had prices reaching several thousand per square meter. It seemed that under such circumstances, he could only choose to find a piece of land to build a house. But would that be troublesome? After all, land in the suburbs was not so easy to acquire. In a big city like this, every inch of land was precious, and obtaining land was no simple task, which troubled Qin Tian greatly. However, Lu Chuxiao was coming to report tomorrow. She was in sales, and it would be most appropriate to ask her about the specifics. After coming to this conclusion, Qin Tian stopped browsing the internet, turned off his computer, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Qin Tian arrived at the company, he saw a large group of employees waiting at the entrance. Good morning, President Qin. Everyone shouted in unison. Good. What's going on? Is there something you need? Seeing so many people standing neatly there, Qin Tian knew they must have something to discuss. President Chin, we would like to ask if you could postpone the time for turning off the lights and power to 11 o'clock at night? A representative stepped forward from the crowd. Why postpone the power cut and lights out to 11? Because the company has a project recently, and a lot of work is quite urgent. We want to put in extra effort to get the work done, but the company's power cut and lights out time is too early, and we can't work, so we wanted to ask if President Chin could extend the time a bit? Yes, President Chin, sometimes when we are rushing to finish work, the time really isn't enough. Hearing their words, Chin Tian thought for a moment, your suggestion is quite good. Alright, Shu Mingyue, arrange this matter. Change the overtime hours. Due to the special circumstances, the company can now allow overtime until 11 o'clock, and the lights out time should also be extended to 11:30. Ha! Shu Mingyue was clearly taken aback by Chin Tian's order, unable to react for a while, staring blankly at Chin Tian with wide eyes. President Chin, they meant to delay the lights out and power cut time, not to change the overtime to 11. While others might not understand what Chin Tian meant, Shu Mingyue was very clear. It was obvious that Chin Tian wanted to give them more freedom in their overtime hours. Such flexible overtime could provide them with substantial overtime pay, which undoubtedly increased the company's financial pressure. Shu Mingyue was currently worried about the company's finances, which was why everyone was working hard to create benefits for the company. If they added these extra hours of overtime, the resulting expenses would be enough to cause concern. Is there a difference? Delaying the power cut and lights out to 11 is equivalent to extending the overtime to 11. Since the company has work to do, extending the overtime a bit isn't a big deal. How about this, from now on, if anyone has important work that requires extending overtime, let your team leader write an overtime application form and submit it when the time comes. Those who are willing to work overtime can do so, and as for the power outage time, let's just delay it to 11 o'clock. It's settled then. I can seriously and responsibly tell everyone here that the company has always operated according to regulations. Since employees are working overtime, I will definitely ensure that overtime pay is given in full. There is no such thing as free overtime. Therefore, anyone who works overtime must keep detailed records and then pass them to finance for payroll calculation. As he spoke, Chin Tian turned to look at Shu Mingyue. Make sure to coordinate this with the finance department. I'm telling you, this is a big deal. Our company cannot violate regulations. If free overtime gets reported to the Labor Bureau, it could result in hefty fines. Everything must be done according to the rules, understood? Shu Mingyue let out a heavy sigh. Okay, President Chin, we understand. Good. Since you understand, everyone should get back to work quickly. By the way, a new colleague will be coming over soon. Everyone should get to know her. From now on, she will be my secretary. Chin Tian thought of Lu Chuxia and decided to mention it to everyone. Upon hearing that a new colleague was coming, the people present suddenly became anxious. President Chin, has our company started hiring? No, this new colleague is a friend of mine. I happen to need someone like her right now, so I brought her over directly. As for hiring, I won't be hiring anyone else for the time being. After all, our company is just getting started, and there are many things we can't manage yet. So once the company's situation stabilizes, I plan to continue hiring. Everyone need not worry, the company's operations will not have any issues. After briefly speaking with everyone, Chin Tian returned to his office. However, the people in the office erupted in discussion. What do we do now? We asked President Chin to delay the company's lights out time, but unexpectedly, he directly added a few hours of overtime for us. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I didn't expect this outcome either, but what the boss just said was really uplifting. If only this company were a super stable big company, that would be great. Indeed, the more overtime we work, the more pay we get. Who wouldn't want that? But the current situation of the company really makes me a bit scared. Oh no. What do we do now? What else can we do? Although President Chin said we can work overtime until 11, we can't actually do that. We definitely can't add pressure to the company. President Chin must be under a lot of stress right now. I think we could consider secretly working overtime. One person suggested, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Secretly working overtime? How do we do that? Anyway, President Chin won't be in the company after work. He won't know what time we leave. Don't we have a clock-in machine? At 8 o'clock, we just clock in, and after clocking in, we can continue to stay and work overtime. We won't fill out the overtime sheet, and that would be it, right? Brother, that makes a lot of sense. This is indeed a solution. Yes, I also think this method is feasible. Since our boss insists on doing things according to regulations, let's just follow the rules. As long as we clock in, working overtime will be our own business. Then it's decided. In an instant, everyone clapped in agreement with the suggestion. Qin Tian was unaware of the employee's thoughts. He was currently waiting in his office for Lu Chuxia to arrive. Lu Chuxia was originally a real estate salesperson, so she would definitely be well informed about building houses. Yesterday, Qin Tian had already informed the HR department, so Lu Chuxia could directly start her job today, and her salary was set according to the contract and regulations. Lu Chuxia was happily filling out her information in the HR department, never dreaming that she would so easily enter Qin Tian's company. Soon, Lu Chuxia had completed all the paperwork and signed the labor contract. What made her happy was that the employee benefits outlined in the contract were exceptionally good. First of all, the salary was already over 10,000. In addition to the 5 insurances and 1 fund, there were also numerous overtime benefits and cafeteria perks. This made Lu Chuxia excited, secretly grateful that she had asked for Qin Tian's contact information. Otherwise, she would never have been able to enter such a good company. Setting aside everything else, just the salary over 10,000 was enough to make Lu Chuxia happy. Before working in sales, she had worked at other companies where the salaries were pitifully low, and they had to work overtime every day. As for the 5 insurances and 1 fund, that was a joke. If they could buy you a subsistence allowance, that was already a pretty good company. Now, entering Qin Tian's company, they directly provided the 5 insurances and 1 fund. Who wouldn't want to join such a company? Sister May, thank you. When can I start working? After completing the specific information, Lu Chuxia eagerly asked. Now that we have registered your information and completed the procedures, if possible, you can start working right now. President Qin has instructed us that once your procedures are done, we should take you directly to his office to arrange your work. Come with me. Sister May didn't show much change in expression and directly led Lu Chuxia to Qin Tian's office. When Lu Chuxia knocked and entered Qin Tian's office, she was immediately astonished. Qin, you are the boss of Qin Tian's company? Lu Chuxia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Tian. Is there a problem? Can't I be the boss of Qin Tian's company? Qin Tian looked at Lu Chuxia with interest, clearly amused that she didn't know he was the founder of Qin Tian's company. Goodness, this woman's mind was quite simple. In fact, Lu Chuxia had never thought that Qin Tian was the boss. She always assumed he held a high executive position in the company, not realizing that he was the one who started it. In that case, she had indeed made the right choice in getting his contact information. No, that's not what I meant. I just found it a bit surprising. President Qin, please don't be angry. Lu Chuxia didn't dare to say much now and quickly added a smile. No, I'm not as petty as you think. Alright, from now on, you are my secretary. I've arranged your work position just outside my office. There's an empty desk there. Your main responsibility will be to assist me as my secretary. You will do whatever I ask you to do. Okay, President Qin, if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Since she had already entered the company, Lu Chuxia was determined to work hard. First, go pour me a cup of tea. I have some things to ask you shortly. Qin Tian glanced at the empty teacup and then handed Lu Chuxia the cup in his hand. After all, this was her first task in the company, and Lu Chuxia naturally wanted to do it well. Respectfully taking the cup of water from Qin Tian's hand, Lu Chuxia walked towards the outside. She had no resistance to serving tea and water, as she often did this when she was in sales before. Serving tea and water is not something to be ashamed of. After all, that is what a secretary is supposed to do. Lu Chuxia naturally did not take it to heart. Although it was her first time at the company, the HR department had already taken her on a tour before processing her paperwork, so she basically knew where the tea room was. However, Lu Chuxia did not expect that when she arrived at the tea room with the cup, a staff member in uniform immediately approached her, warmly taking the cup from her hand. Beautiful lady, what would you like to drink? No need, I can do it myself, Lu Chuxia said, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the tea room was a woman nearly 30 years old, who, upon seeing Lu Chuxia wanting to pour her own tea, became anxious. Beautiful lady, please don't do that. I am the person in charge of this tea room, and I usually handle all the tea pouring. It's my job, so you don't need to be so polite. Just give me the cup and tell me what tea you want. You are specifically in charge of the tea room? Lu Chuxia looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise, momentarily speechless. I am indeed in charge of the tea room. Whether it's brewing tea or coffee, or managing other beverages, it's all my responsibility. So you don't need to be polite. Just tell me what you want, and I'll pour it for you. You can call me Sister He from now on. Oh no, I just forgot to ask the boss what tea he wants. Lu Chuxia then realized she hadn't clarified what the boss wanted to drink. Boss? Oh, I see, you're the new secretary hired by the boss. I'll tell you, the boss usually prefers Longjing tea. Just give me the cup, and I'll pour it for you right away. Saying this, Sister He directly took the cup from Lu Chuxiao's hand and quickly poured a steaming cup of Longjing tea. Sister He, does our company have such good benefits? Even the tea room has a dedicated person to serve tea? Sister He nodded. Beautiful lady, you just arrived at our company and don't know much about it yet. In fact, our company's benefits are surprisingly good, and that's why we worry that the company might not be able to sustain itself. At this point, Sister He couldn't help but sigh. But Lu Chuxiao was filled with confusion. What do you mean? You're worried the company might not be able to continue? No way, the company is already so large, and all the procedures are normal. I heard there are tens of millions in the company's account. How could it possibly not continue? Ha ha, that's why I said you don't understand. Never mind, you'll know in a few days. Our boss is just too good to the employees, so good that we worry every day the company might go bankrupt. Sister He sighed again. I can't find a company like this anywhere else. I'm just someone who serves tea, but my salary is 8,000. If you count overtime, it can reach 10,000 a month, and that's the actual amount we take home. The boss really helps us by the 5 insurances and 1 fund. What? Lu Chuxiao was momentarily shocked. It's known that the salary for someone specifically serving tea is generally very low. Having 4 to 5,000 is already considered high, as this kind of work doesn't require much skill. Plus, the company even provides 5 insurances and 1 fund. Isn't that benefit too good? Could it be that Qin Tian's company is really doing charity? Of course, Lu Chuxiao wouldn't dare to say such things now. She simply said a few words and quickly took the tea away. Lu Chuxiao picked up the cup of Longjing tea and went straight to the office. President Qin, this is the tea you wanted. I forgot to ask what kind of tea you like earlier. Sister He in the tea room said you like Longjing. Qin Tian took the tea from Lu Chuxiao's hand and took a small sip. Not bad, not bad. I do quite like this Longjing. From now on, unless I specify otherwise, just pour me Longjing. Okay, understood. By the way, you used to work in real estate sales, right? I've been in sales for over 2 years, so I do have some experience. Are you looking to buy a house, President Qin? I do have the idea of buying a house now. Since you're in sales, can you tell me where the houses are relatively cheaper? Qin Tian put down the cup of water and asked with interest. Where are the houses cheaper? President Qin, what do you mean? Nothing, I just want to ask if you know. If you do, just let me know. Since it was the boss asking, Lu Chuxia had to answer properly. If that's the case, President Qin, I really can't answer you well. Many houses in our city are quite expensive. Relatively speaking, houses a bit further out are cheaper, but even so, they still cost around 70 to 80,000 per square meter. 70 to 80,000? What can you even buy with that? With that price, 1 or 200 million wouldn't buy much. The company currently has at least over 100 employees, and that little money simply wouldn't be enough. What about those second-hand houses? Or are there any entire buildings for sale, even if they're a bit old? As long as the price is cheap. For second-hand houses, if they're a bit older, there are indeed some cheaper options, but those would still cost around 20 to 30,000 per square meter, and these houses are at least 20 years old, otherwise, they wouldn't be so cheap. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt a bit helpless. He originally thought that having nearly 200 million would allow him to consider employee dormitories, but now, after Lu Chuxiao's words, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Not to mention anything else, the main issue was that the housing prices in the city were just too high. If he wanted to buy an entire dormitory, wouldn't that cost tens of billions? That would be a huge loss. President Qin, right now, houses in the city are all expensive. Even those old, dilapidated houses aren't cheap. If you're considering buying an entire building, I think it would be better to directly buy those unfinished buildings. Ha! Lu Chuxiao's words struck Qin Tian's heart like a thunderclap. Unfinished buildings? Yes, how could he have forgotten about that? There are quite a few unfinished buildings now, especially in the more suburban areas, where the number of unfinished buildings is considerable. These unfinished buildings are the result of developers running out of funds during construction, leading to mounting debts and the buildings being left incomplete. This has also resulted in many debt entanglements within these unfinished buildings. However, if handled properly, they could be a good option. Of course, there are many debts associated with these unfinished buildings, and there are various types of unfinished buildings to choose from. Some houses with relatively fewer creditor disputes could be considered. After all, many unfinished buildings are in locations that are less desirable, leading to no one buying them, and naturally, the developers couldn't manage their funds. Such unfinished buildings could definitely be acquired. Ah, Secretary Lu, your words have reminded me. Since you're in sales, how much would it cost to take over these unfinished buildings? Qin Tian immediately perked up. What, President Chin, are you really planning to take over these unfinished buildings? I must remind you, President Chin, that there are a lot of debts associated with these unfinished buildings, and there are many disputes involved. Even if you manage to acquire them, who knows what will happen then? Lu Chuxia was somewhat knowledgeable about the situation regarding these unfinished buildings. So, that's why I'm asking you, which unfinished buildings have relatively fewer debts and disputes? It doesn't matter if they're in a remote area, as long as the price is right. After all, with a dedicated car service, even if it's a bit far, it's not a big deal. President Chin, if you're asking like that, there actually are some. In the suburbs on the west side of our magic city, there are indeed a few unfinished buildings, and the debts associated with those buildings are relatively few. A developer once chose to build a community out there for some unknown reason. At first, there were people buying, but later, due to some issues with the developer's company, the project was left unfinished. Now, the community has only the framework up, and none of the exterior walls or anything have been completed. If President Chin is really considering it, these unfinished buildings could work. Really? How much would it cost to take over these unfinished buildings? I'm not very clear on that, but if President Chin is interested, I can help you inquire. I heard that these unfinished buildings are currently being auctioned off judicially, but they have been unsold for quite a while. Alright, then I'll trouble you to ask about this. I need to know all the procedures, make sure you find out what's going on. Qin Tian was extremely excited and directly asked Lu Chuxia to look into the situation of these unfinished buildings. Currently, the unfinished building situation Lu Chuxia just mentioned really met his requirements. After all, they could be used as employee dormitories, and the location didn't need to be too close. The most important thing was that the price was right, and there weren't many entangled debts. As long as he could buy them at a low price, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, for these unfinished buildings, the basic framework was already in place, and it would only take a little money to complete the houses. Relatively speaking, the cost was quite low. Okay, President Chin, since you're in such a hurry, I'll go ask right now. Alright, go immediately. Thus, on Lu Chuxia's first day at work, she didn't stay in the company but ran straight outside. The next day, this matter spread throughout the entire company. Have you heard? It seems the boss is looking into some unfinished buildings recently. What does the boss want to do? I can see it, the boss definitely wants to get involved in the real estate industry. With the housing prices in Magic City so high, if he can make it work, it would indeed be very profitable. Indeed, our company's income is so low right now. If the boss goes into real estate, that would be good, maybe the profits will be high then. I have a feeling, I think our boss has some ideas. But one thing I find a bit strange is why the boss is choosing those suburban houses. I already asked Secretary Lu yesterday, and the boss was asking where the houses are cheap, and those unfinished buildings he asked about are all in not so good suburban locations. Generally speaking, locations like that usually don't attract buyers. What's going on with the boss? Assistant Chu, do you have any insights? Do you know what the boss is planning to do? At this point, everyone could only turn to Chu Mingyue for answers. I don't know either. The boss hasn't told me anything. He just asked Secretary Lu. At this moment, Chu Mingyue also claimed to know nothing. Although everyone was anxious, they could only sigh helplessly. Just then, Secretary Lu walked in from outside. The group quickly pulled Lu Chuxia over. Secretary Lu, you're just in time. There's something we want to ask you. What is it? Yesterday, the boss asked you to inquire about the situation with the unfinished buildings. Do you know the specifics? When asked about the unfinished buildings, Lu Chuxia couldn't help but frown. If you're asking me about this, I don't know what's going on either. Anyway, the boss asked me to find out. He asked where the houses were cheaper, and then suddenly mentioned the unfinished buildings. He was asking about various unfinished buildings that could be bought. It seems the boss wants to stockpile these unfinished buildings. I see. Chu Mingyue frowned at this, realizing that she never understood what Qin Tian wanted to do. The other employees also didn't know what to say. Just then, Qin Tian walked in from outside. Oh, Secretary Lu, you're here. Come to my office for a moment, I need to ask you something. Qin Tian had spent the entire night researching the unfinished buildings, and upon seeing Lu Chuxia, he immediately wanted to inquire about the situation with them. Not to mention, if these unfinished buildings could be acquired, they could build dormitories for the employees, and this matter couldn't be delayed. Okay, President Qin. At this moment, Secretary Lu followed Qin Tian into the office, while Chu Mingyue thought for a moment and quickly followed suit. President Qin, can I come along? If you need my help, I can assist too, Chu Mingyue asked from behind. Sure, why not? You can come along. It just so happens that you and Secretary Lu can help me inquire about this matter. Qin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse, as this was a big plan. To acquire these unfinished buildings, he would definitely need to put in some effort. President Chin, I've already asked about it. That area of unfinished buildings is indeed unfinished now. I've checked with the relevant departments, and they said these unfinished buildings are currently in a state of flux. If someone wants to buy them, the price can be negotiated. According to my estimate, acquiring this community should cost around 500 million. 500 million? Shin Tian frowned. His current funds were still insufficient. Yes, because I know someone there who revealed that the price at the auction was 600 million, but no one was willing to take it over. The main issue is that the location is too poor. There are no urban facilities around, not even basic hospitals and schools. Lu Chuxiao was quite knowledgeable about the housing issues, so she knew that this area of unfinished buildings had no room for development, especially in the suburbs, which had no planning. Who would want to live in such a remote place? Nowadays, people buying houses prioritize convenience, and this area lacks everything. The developer initially chose to build there, betting that the area would be developed. Clearly, he bet wrong. That area was not developed and instead went in the opposite direction, leading to the houses being ignored. As a result, the buildings were left unfinished, and the entire community was taken over by the bank. Now, this is a good opportunity for Qin Tian. Yesterday, Lu Chuxia had already talked to Qin Tian about the geographical location of this community and its distance from the company. The distance is indeed not far. It takes about 20 minutes by car. Although 20 minutes is a bit long for commuting to their company, it is acceptable since the company provides a shuttle service. They just need to get on the car, and they can arrive at the company directly. Convenient and quick. Then, can you help me ask them if we can secure one of the buildings first? If possible, negotiate with them about it, and also see if you can lower the price a bit, Qin Tian said. Sure, I'll talk to them and see if we can finalize this. Lu Chuxia nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xu Mingyue was indeed a bit puzzled and confused. President Qin, may I ask why you want to buy this unfinished building? The location of that unfinished building is so poor. If you want to invest in real estate, it would be better to choose a place with more potential. Do you have some insider information? Xu Mingyue was also contemplating whether Qin Tian had found some inside scoop. Otherwise, why would he suddenly show interest in that community? It should be noted that although these are unfinished buildings, securing them would require a significant amount of money. Not at all, I don't have any insider information. I just think that these unfinished buildings are sitting there empty, which is a waste. If possible, I could secure them first as an investment. The development in Magic City is so good right now, no one knows when that area will be developed. So, I thought I could buy it first, then build it up, and conveniently use it as employee dormitories for you all. However, as Qin Tian spoke, both Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia were left in shock, as if turned to stone. They never imagined that Qin Tian would go to such lengths to acquire these unfinished buildings, not for the company's investment, but rather to establish employee dormitories for them. It was simply beyond words. But one should not underestimate these unfinished buildings. The price to buy them is also quite high, and after purchasing, they would still need renovation and construction, which would require a large sum of money. Generally speaking, no company owner would be willing to spend money on such matters. In fact, many large companies have dormitories that were prepared when the company was established. After all, building dormitories when they set up the company not only helps to establish the company's reputation but also attracts more talent. Moreover, most of those established companies view the dormitories as an investment, essentially buying the properties to use as dormitories. When the company is short on funds and the value of the dormitories has appreciated, they can sell them off, providing employees with some housing subsidies at most. Many large companies operate this way. No company would specifically choose to buy dormitories for employees at such a time. But now Qin Tian was saying this, and how could they react? Xu Mingyue's reaction was somewhat better, but looking at Lu Chuxia, her mouth was agape, as if she could fit a duck egg in it. President Qin, what are you saying? You want to buy this unfinished building to serve as employee dormitories for our company? Are you sure you're not joking with us? After a long pause, Lu Chuxia finally reacted. Of course, I'm not joking. Every word I say is true. I've been considering this for a long time, and I think it's time to do it now. First of all, our company's funds are relatively abundant right now, and many employees are not working with enough stability, which is due to life's pressures. I was thinking that if our company's benefits were a bit better, it would allow them to work with more peace of mind. So, the establishment of this dormitory is very necessary. Firstly, the dormitory can save employees a lot of expenses. Secondly, building this employee dormitory can better enhance our company's reputation and attract more talent, which is exactly what I want. Moreover, acquiring a partially constructed building can maintain its value over time. Although there isn't much development momentum in that area right now, I believe there will definitely be room for development in the future, so acquiring it is essentially an investment. Shin Tian spoke in an orderly manner now, leaving the two of them speechless. Alright, this matter is settled. You two go find the relevant personnel and see if you can negotiate to acquire this partially constructed building. First, discuss the price for one building, and of course, if possible, also talk about how much it would cost to buy the entire community. Shin Tian's current thought was to do as much as the available funds allowed. He believed that once the employee dormitory was built, there would definitely be a large influx of funds. After all, every time the company rolled out benefits, it allowed Shin Tian to make a significant profit. Therefore, Shin Tian was confident that when the employee dormitory was completed, there would be huge returns, and the first thing to do now was to get this matter settled. After several rounds of systematic rewards, Shin Tian had basically figured out the specifics of the situation. Generally speaking, once such employee benefits were implemented, there would be substantial rewards, and the sense of belonging generated would definitely not be just a one-time thing. In light of this situation, Shin Tian naturally increased his efforts and speed to get this matter done. Alright, President Shin, I'll go negotiate now. Lu Chuxia let out a heavy breath and then turned to leave the office. Chu Mingyue thought for a moment and ultimately decided to follow Lu Chuxia's lead. After all, as an assistant, she should listen to her boss. Moreover, the plan to acquire these partially constructed buildings was set by Shin Tian, so Chu Mingyue felt it was inappropriate to interfere. Watching Chu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia leave, Shin Tian fell into deep thought once again. Regarding the matter of the partially constructed building, Shin Tian had been considering it. If he were to spend 100 million to buy a partially constructed building and then use the remaining funds for construction and decoration, that money would definitely be enough. Next, he would have to see how the employee dormitory would be allocated. Of course, this was not something to worry about right now. What Shin Tian needed to do was to put all his effort into acquiring this partially constructed building. Lu Chuxia used to work in sales, so she was quite familiar with these matters. Chu Mingyue followed closely behind Lu Chuxia and had not said much. The two drove in Shin Tian's dedicated vehicle to a designated location to negotiate this matter. However, since Lu Chuxia was driving, she felt the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward and couldn't help but initiate a conversation. Assistant Chu, is our boss really that generous? He wants to build dormitories for the employees now. I just don't know if what the boss said is true or not. It must be true. Every time the boss comes up with such an idea, he implements it as quickly as possible. I think this time the boss really wants to build dormitories for us, Chu Mingyue said, now fully believing in Shin Tian's character. After all, he always followed through on what he said. These unfinished buildings will cost hundreds of millions to acquire. Just as the boss said, even if we only take one of them, it will still cost over 100 million. If we renovate them into employee dormitories, even the simplest renovation will cost tens of millions. Is the boss really that wealthy? Lu Chuxia was filled with surprise. I don't think this is a matter of wealth, it's more about the boss's personal mindset. Haven't you noticed that everyone in our company is worried about its situation? That's true. The atmosphere in the company is really great. I noticed yesterday that everyone was working seriously and constantly thinking about the boss. Exactly. That's because everyone feels very good working here, whether it's the benefits, the treatment, or the working atmosphere. None of the other companies can compare. It's very comfortable for us to work here, and no one wants to leave. But now the company is just starting out, and we are afraid the boss might run into financial problems. Right now, the company's income and expenses are completely disproportionate. If this continues, we are really afraid the company will go bankrupt. I don't know what the boss is thinking. Instead of improving the company's performance, he is focusing on employee benefits. If this goes on, I might really have to take charge of the company. When Chu Mingyue said this, her tone was filled with sincerity, with no hint of pretense. Lu Chuxia fell silent at that moment. She didn't know what more to say about such matters, especially since it was only her second day at the company, and she wasn't very familiar with the situation. It was hard to comment when she didn't know much. However, it didn't take long for this matter to spread throughout the company, especially after Chu Mingyue returned from outside and immediately informed all the employees. The colleague group chat was almost in an uproar. Oh my god, what does the boss want? They've already arranged for a special car service, and now they want to provide us with employee dormitories? This is too good to be true. Oh my god, boss, this is so good that I can't accept it. Speaking of which, the company's performance is so poor right now. Instead of pouring money into reviving the business, the boss is focusing on employee benefits. What is he thinking? I think the same. What is the boss really up to? This is too reckless. To take over these unfinished buildings, it will cost at least hundreds of millions. The boss is investing over 100 million into these unfinished buildings to turn them into dormitories? Is this really true, Assistant Chu? Chu Mingyue, of course it's true. I've already gone with Secretary Lu to talk to people, and we are currently in negotiations, trying to lower the price as much as possible. By the next day's break time, no one in the company was resting. Everyone sat in place, continuously discussing this matter. After all, this was a top priority for their company, especially for the employees. It was earth-shattering news. Chu Mingyue was also among those discussing it. I say, Assistant Chu, why don't you have a good talk with the boss? Given our company's current situation, investing a large amount of money into unfinished buildings to build dormitories is clearly not a good choice. Yeah, I think if the boss wants to do something, he should invest that money into software development or promotional platforms. That would be a huge help for our company. In this era of traffic, it's actually quite simple. As long as we pour money into it, we can carve out a path for survival. As long as we can grasp this traffic, even if we don't develop anything, just relying on the platform's popularity would be enough for our company to survive. But the key issue now is that the boss invested money into this unfinished building, not for investment purposes or to build employee dormitories. What are we supposed to do about that? To be honest, at this moment, I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. I think we should laugh at a time like this. After all, this is a benefit the boss is giving us. If we get employee dormitories, we can save a lot on housing costs, and the money we save can be put away. At this rate, who knows, maybe in a few years I can save enough for a down payment. That's true. If things keep going like this, we could indeed save for a down payment in a few years. But what I want to say is, if our company's performance doesn't improve, I'm afraid we won't be able to last that long. Aren't you being a bit overly pessimistic? I don't think the boss is that impulsive. He must have his reasons for doing this. I don't see it that way. In fact, aside from this company, I haven't seen him involved in any other businesses. Even if he had other businesses to support him, he wouldn't let this company keep losing money, right? So the key is that this company needs to make him money. If I were the boss and had a company that wasn't making money but instead losing it, I would eventually shut it down. Oh, so what's going on now? I've already gotten used to working in this company. Assistant Chu, why don't you have a good talk with the boss about this? At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Mingyue. But Chu Mingyue felt troubled. Do you think I don't want to say anything? You know what the boss is like. Once he makes a decision, who can pull him back? I wanted to talk to the boss too, but his attitude was exceptionally firm. What do you want me to say to him? Chu Mingyue felt quite helpless. Well, when the boss comes back, let's all talk to him about the employee dormitory issue, okay? Someone among the employees suggested. Right, I think so too. I believe the boss should first focus on getting the company's business right. As for other matters, I think they are secondary. Even if we really want to build employee dormitories, at the very least, we should wait until the company's business stabilizes. Since that's the case, let's wait until the boss comes back and have a good talk with him to see if he will consider our opinions. The employees made this decision. Qin Tian, who was napping at home, suddenly received a message from the system. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,000. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,200. With this series of notifications, Qin Tian's earnings this time reached a staggering 500 million. Goodness! The establishment of the employee dormitory was indeed the right move. As soon as this news spread, it directly brought in 500 million. Now Qin Tian had nearly 700 million in funds, and he could finally roll up his sleeves and get to work. Before Qin Tian could enjoy his happiness for long, the system's voice came again. Congratulations, the host's belonging value is about to break 10 million. The second stage of the system is about to unlock. Ding! After the belonging value breaks 10 million, the host will receive additional rewards. Please continue to work hard to break through the 10 million mark as soon as possible. Goodness! Is there such a thing? Qin Tian's eyes widened, and the joy on his face was impossible to hide. The system's rewards were indeed very generous. If he entered the second stage now, there would be additional rewards, and Qin Tian was eager to know what those extra rewards from the system would be. Speaking of which, Qin Tian really needs to put in more effort now, because the points he has earned have not yet surpassed 10 million, he only has a little over 7 million. So what he needs to do is to harvest the employees' loyalty values as much as possible, and he wants to do even better in the upcoming tasks. Anyway, he already has nearly 700 million in funds at hand, so he can completely take over this unfinished building and renovate it into a beautiful boutique dormitory. Qin Tian is considering whether to make this dormitory like a community. If that's the case, the employees' loyalty values will increase even more. Unknowingly, it was already time to go to work. Qin Tian didn't say much and drove straight back to the company. The house he bought is not very far from the company, and it doesn't take long to drive there. When Qin Tian arrived at the office area of the company, he found all the employees waiting for him. The moment they saw Qin Tian arrive, they immediately stood up and shouted in unison, "President Qin! Oh, you're all here. Just in time, I have something to announce to you." Seeing so many employees gathered, Qin Tian had a rough idea of what was going on. After all, he had just received a prompt from the system about what the employees' loyalty values meant, and Qin Tian understood it better than anyone else. "President Qin, we also have something to tell you." Chu Mingyue stepped out from the crowd. After all, she is Qin Tian's assistant, and they had already discussed that she would express everyone's thoughts. "There's no rush on that. Let me finish what I have to say first. This matter is quite important for you all. I think you should all know about my plan to acquire the unfinished building. Now I have decided to buy the entire community. After all, that unfinished building has been abandoned, but the framework has already been built. It won't cost much to complete the house. I plan to turn this house into your employee dormitory once it's done." Although everyone already knew Qin Tian's thoughts, when he actually said it out loud, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention anything else, just the momentum Qin Tian exuded was enough to impress everyone on sight. Clap, clap, clap. A round of extremely warm applause erupted in the room. Of course, I have some ideas in mind. Originally, my plan was to buy one building, fix it up, and temporarily use it as employee dormitories. But then I thought about it and realized that this entire area of unfinished buildings is already abandoned, and no one is willing to take over. The prices are at their lowest right now, so I'm seizing this opportunity to take over the whole community. My idea is to renovate the entire community, and this community already has parking lots and various facilities. Once I buy the community, all of these will belong to me. How about establishing a free parking lot for everyone? Wow! Another thunderous shock hit everyone's hearts. Goodness, what is Qin Tian planning? He wants to take over the entire community and also provide everyone with a free parking lot? This is too good. In fact, among the more than 100 employees in the company, quite a few have cars. Of course, their cars are just for commuting, not expensive, but parking is still a concern. Besides rent, they have to pay several hundred or even over 1,000 for parking fees each month. If Qin Tian can save them parking fees now, that would be fantastic. Another round of applause, like rolling thunder, resounded. But after the applause, everyone gradually calmed down, especially Chu Mingyue, whose pretty face was filled with anxiety. "President Qin, I think you should consider this matter carefully. I know you are doing this for the welfare of our company's employees, but we have already discussed it. We believe that President Qin should focus on the company's business. Although these dormitories are very important to us, you can completely address the dormitory issue after establishing the company's business." "Yes, President Qin, the company is currently in its startup phase, and I think you should prioritize the bigger picture. Now that the company's projects are increasing, it is precisely when we need funding. I believe you can invest the funds in these projects, and there will definitely be returns." One by one, the employees continued to persuade him. But at this moment, Qin Tian had already made up his mind. "Alright, I know you all mean well for the company, but please rest assured, everything I do is within our capabilities. I will only implement these employee benefits after ensuring the company's operations are stable, so you don't need to worry about these matters. Here, you just need to do your job well, you don't need to worry about anything else." "Alright, this matter is settled. Just focus on your work," Qin Tian said, and without giving the other employees a chance to speak, he directly walked back to his office. My goodness, the boss is serious about this. The boss has such a short temper, I really don't know whether to be happy or to cry. I feel the same way. The boss provides us with dormitories and free parking. In fact, I'm very happy about it, but why do I feel like I can't be happy right now? Forget it, since the boss has said so, we shouldn't say anything more. Let's just do our jobs as the boss said. Exactly, from now on, I'll treat the company as my home. If anyone dares to touch my home, I'll be furious. What a good person, truly a good person. Zhou Jixing's eyes turned red again. After all, he was the one who had benefited the most from the company. If it weren't for Qin Tian, his son would have been dead long ago. Now, his son's surgery was so successful that he was out of danger, which was a life-saving grace for Zhou Jixing. Now, Qin Tian continued to think about the company's welfare, and Zhou Jixing even felt anxious for him. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's hurry up and work. I've decided to finish my tasks as quickly as possible. Alright, everyone hurry up and work. We can't let President Qin down, we mustn't disappoint him. so let's develop the projects at the fastest speed. Right, let's get to work. At that moment, the people in the company instantly became full of energy, and no one was slacking off. Compared to before, their work speed had already increased. Such shocking news quickly spread around. This directly sparked heated discussions among the white-collar class. Even those white-collar workers far away were talking about it. Have you heard? I heard that Chin Tian's company's welfare benefits have become better and better, and they are even going to buy houses for their employees as dormitories. My goodness, that's just too good. Where can we find such a company? It's not that simple. The boss of Chin Tian Company plans to spend several $100 million to acquire that area of unfinished buildings. I've heard of that community. It started going downhill a few years ago and has been up for auction ever since, but no one wants it. The reason is that the location is poor. Even so, having dormitories like that is already quite good, don't you think? Cut it out. What's so great about it? It's just buying a few unfinished buildings for dorms. It's not like they're dividing up apartments, so why the fuss? A young man wearing glasses pouted. Brother, stop being envious and resentful. How many companies nowadays have dormitories? The fact that Chin Tian Company can buy unfinished buildings for dorms is already impressive. Look at our company's situation. Do you think our boss would do something like that? What do you mean I'm envious? Those unfinished buildings are unsellable because of the poor location. There are hardly any convenient facilities around, which is why no one buys them, leading to the project being abandoned. Now the Chin Tian Company is taking them for dorms, so what? A bad location is still a bad location. The bespectacled young man was quite stubborn. Sure, the location is poor, but at least they have dormitories. Don't forget, Chin Tian Company has dedicated transportation. Once they have these dorms, they won't have to worry about distance at all. They can just wake up, hop into the car, and after a nap, they're at work. How great is that? Tisk tsk, actually, none of this is the most important part. The most important thing is that the company provides dormitories, so we won't have to pay rent anymore. How great is that? I can't even imagine how much money we could save. That's true. Look at the place I'm renting now. The rent alone is $2,000. With utilities, it's about $3,000 a month. If we had dormitories, that $3,000 could be saved directly. That really is a good company. I want to join Chin Tian Company too. Isn't that obvious? I've heard so many people around Chin Tian Company want to get in, but there are no channels. They've already stopped hiring. Really? That's such a pity. If they were still hiring, I'd be the first to rush over for an interview. I have a friend who works there. He says the atmosphere is really great, even better than a nursing home. Not only are the benefits good, but the work environment is excellent too. There's no mandatory overtime. You can choose to work extra if you want, or not. Wow, that sounds amazing. It's like my dream place. Hurry and ask your friend when they'll be hiring again. I find that the benefits at Chin Tian Company are even better than those at state-owned enterprises. Yeah, some state-owned enterprises don't offer benefits as good as those at Chin Tian Company. Many companies were discussing this, which led to a lot of chatter in the workplace. However, many companies also started to paint a rosy picture for their employees to soothe their emotions. After all, this is a common tactic used by bosses to calm their staff. As long as the promises are big enough, employees' emotions can be pacified, allowing the company to continue operating. What Chin Tian is doing now is not just soothing employees. He needs to quickly finalize the employee dormitories. So when Secretary Liu had negotiated the price to a reasonable point, Chin Tian directly went ahead and purchased the entire area of unfinished buildings. These unfinished buildings were being auctioned off by the bank, so the price wasn't driven too low. Chin Tian could secure them for $450 million. This area of unfinished buildings is quite substantial, consisting of 6 buildings, each 28 stories tall. There are 4-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, and 3-bedroom units. This is very useful for Chin Tian, as he has already decided to convert all the company dormitories into independent accommodations. In the past, those dormitories only had a single room with a few beds, but now Chin Tian plans to renovate these unfinished buildings. The 2-bedroom units will be assigned to 2 different employees, each having their own room. Of course, for some of the higher-ups in the company, they can be given independent dormitories. After all, there are nearly 150 units in total in one building. Right now, Chin Tian only needs to renovate one building first, while the others can be put on hold. When the company expands and hires more employees, they can directly move into the dormitories. So for Chin Tian, securing this community for $450 million is quite a good deal. After signing the contract, Chin Tian immediately transferred the money to the bank, as it was essentially the bank's property. The transaction only required a transfer, which was relatively convenient. When this contract was officially submitted, it meant that this community now belonged to Qin Tian personally, so he could squander it however he wished. Now, apart from leaving 100 million in his personal account, all other funds were transferred to the company's account. The company's account now had a total of 600 million. After spending 450 million, there was still over 100 million left. Qin Tian directly asked the finance team to calculate how much it would cost to build a house. After all, he intended to renovate the house as quickly as possible. When this directive was sent to finance, they suddenly found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. After all, the company's account had just spent so much money, and now Qin Tian wanted to use more funds to build this house, and he demanded speed. In this world, everything is said to revolve around money. As long as there is money, nothing is impossible. If Qin Tian wanted to build this house as quickly as possible, it would naturally not be a big problem. Provided the funds were in place, then the speed would naturally follow. President Qin, I think there's no rush for the dormitory issue. We can hire a few workers with minimal funds to build it slowly. Generally speaking, it could take a year or so to get the dormitory done. If we want speed, we will definitely need to hire more workers, which will cost even more. According to my current estimate, if we are not in a hurry, we can manage it for 80 million. If we are in a hurry, it will cost at least 100 million. Right now, there is only 150 million left in the company's account. If we spend 100 million, there will only be 50 million left. The company is in a crucial development phase, and I think we shouldn't spend money in this area. The finance team could no longer hold back and advise Qin Tian, as they felt the employee dormitory issue was not urgent at all. No, this matter is not up for discussion. Since the house has already been purchased, it must be renovated, and it needs to be done as quickly as possible. 100 million is 100 million, but I have only one requirement, it must be fast. But President Qin, the finance team wanted to persuade him further, but was cut off mid-sentence. Alright, you don't need to say anything more, it's settled. Hurry up and contact those renovation companies to get them started on this project as soon as possible. Currently, our company's funds are not enough, so we will temporarily renovate just one building. Qin Tian's words were like a command, leaving the finance team with no room to resist. At this point, the finance team could only sigh and then execute the orders given by Qin Tian. With the issuance of this directive, the news quickly spread throughout the company. No way, did President Qin really buy the entire community of that unfinished building? And he even hired workers to renovate those houses? What do you think? The money has already been directly transferred to the renovation company. The finance department sighed helplessly. My goodness, why didn't you properly discuss this with the boss? Just for one dormitory, so much money has been spent. This is several hundred million. If it were directly invested in the company's projects, it could definitely create a big opportunity. One of the project leaders suddenly became excited. He was originally a project manager recruited by the HR department, and he had a lot of experience with such projects. He knew very well that if money was generously spent on such projects, it could definitely yield great results, especially in the current market. Oh, you know what kind of temper the boss has. Can I make him listen? Once he decides, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. Do you think it would be useful to talk to him? I really don't know whether to be happy or worried right now. Whether to say it or not, I've decided to repay the boss well. I'm going to work overtime until 11 tonight. I won't leave until I finish my work. I'm actually a bit worried about the company's finances. I'm also working overtime tonight, but I clocked out at 5, so the overtime shouldn't count as extra pay, right? What? Isn't that a bit too much? You're not even going to take overtime pay and are working for free? What's wrong with that? Think about it, our basic salary from the company is already so high, and after this project is completed, we can also get commissions according to the regulations. In this situation, if we still take the company's overtime pay, are we even human? What you said makes some sense. Our salaries are indeed quite high now, but not taking overtime pay isn't great either. After all, we still have families to support, and a little more salary is reassuring. I think we can use a more moderate approach. When we work overtime, we clock in until 8, and then the remaining time can be considered free overtime. What do you all think? Good idea, that's really a good idea. In fact, I also want to contribute to the company. The current project's development prospects are quite good and the gaming market is currently weak. If we can push the game out now, it will definitely show great potential for development. Alright, let's decide on that. As the employees reached this decision, others also chimed in. At this moment, Qin Tian, sitting in the office, received another piece of good news from the system. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,000. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,500. Ding! Congratulations, host's belonging value has surpassed 10 million, and the second stage officially begins. Congratulations, host's exchange ratio has risen to 1 to 500. The host can receive additional rewards the next time they receive belonging value from employees. Hearing this, Jin Tian was instantly delighted. He had finally entered the second stage. The most important thing was that the exchange ratio had risen to 1 to 500. This meant that 1 point could be exchanged for 500 in cash. It had directly multiplied by 5, and more importantly, there would be additional rewards, which was very significant. Jin Tian was now eager to find out what this additional reward would be. But discussing it now was pointless. He had to wait for the next belonging value to appear. This time, breaking through the 10 million mark and entering the second phase is indeed good news. But this time the employee's sense of belonging has directly provided Jin Tian with another 500 million. The funds, which were nearly depleted, have once again become abundant. Jin Tian was originally considering whether to also construct the remaining unfinished buildings, but now he thinks it's better to save this money for now and wait until the current dormitory is completed before making a decision. It seems that the construction of this dormitory is quite useful, directly providing 500 million in funds, which isn't a loss in comparison. Jin Tian also knows that such welfare constructions generally yield 2 returns, and one return will be more substantial than the other. Now, Jin Tian is not in a hurry. He just needs to wait for the employee dormitory to be built. In the following days, Jin Tian had little to do. Besides playing on the computer in the office, he spent most of his time searching for strategies online. However, what Jin Tian did not expect was that half a month later, the project manager found him. President Jin, our project is now completed. We did very well this time. Here's the game effect we produced. Please give it a try, and if everything is fine, we can launch it on other platforms. Then I'll give it a try. Since Jin Tian was bored anyway, he decided to play the game developed by the company. After all, this was the first product made by his company, and as the boss, how could he not show some support? He then took the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and installed the game. Naturally, a game just developed wouldn't be installed without any issues, so Jin Tian eagerly opened the game. This is an online game, one that their company had meticulously planned for a long time. As Jin Tian played, he discovered that the game had many small details, which were very well crafted and unique, making it quite engaging. Moreover, many technical issues in the game were handled exceptionally well. The graphics and various optimizations were already quite impressive, capable of competing with many games on the market. After playing for a while, Jin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect the game created by the people in the company to be this good. Setting aside everything else, the various game styles and unique settings in this game were already better than most games on the market. Nowadays, many games are released just to make money. In fact, many game styles are very singular, and the gameplay is the same. Generally speaking, games like this don't last long, as most are just following trends. But the game created by the employees has a certain quality, and such a game would definitely make money when launched. As a seasoned gamer, Jin Tian could naturally feel the charm of this game. Since he had started a company, he had to manage the funding well. The employees had been emphasizing the company's financial issues to him. Now, without overthinking, Jin Tian went directly to the office area outside. Thank you all for your hard work. I've seen the game you've created, and it's quite good. You've done very well this time. I believe this game will have a huge market when it's released, and the company will definitely profit from it. Then I'll trouble manager Lu to handle the operation of this game. Okay, President Jin. This is my job, so don't worry, I will definitely get this done well. Lu Dongming replied, neither servile nor overbearing. For him, he just wanted to do a good job on this project. Very well, I originally planned to use 5 million for the promotional expenses of this game, but now I've thought about it and feel that for such a good game, I should invest directly 10 million. Instantly, the entire office area erupted into a round of extremely enthusiastic applause. Great, President Jin is generous. President Jin is amazing. At this moment, everyone in the office was filled with joy. Seeing everyone so happy, Jin Tian felt very good as well. He immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Over the past half month, everyone has really worked hard to exceed their tasks, so since we are all so happy today, let's have a good team building event tonight. Tonight, we will go to a big hotel for dinner, and all expenses will be covered by the company. After dinner, we'll head straight to KTV. Great! In an instant, everyone cheered loudly. After working so hard for so long, they indeed wanted to relax. Now that the boss was treating them to dinner and fun, how could they not be happy? Especially the young people present, who were even more excited, shouting with joy. This night was simply a great joy for the people of Chin Tian's company. Chin Tian was not at all stingy. He took his employees to a big hotel for dinner, and all the dishes ordered were expensive. This surprised many employees, as the boss had treated them to meals before, but they usually ate at more casual restaurants. Now, Chin Tian took them directly to a high-end hotel, where they enjoyed delicacies. They had never experienced such treatment before, especially some of the younger guys in the company who had little social experience. This meal allowed them to taste things they had never had before. Wow, working with the boss is really great. Not only are the company benefits good and the salary high, but the level of entertainment he provides is also unmatched. This level is really high. It's my first time entering a hotel like this. Who isn't? For workers like us, going to a restaurant is already a luxury, and now we're directly at a big hotel, eating abalone sashimi and the like. I've never had these before. I think this table of food costs at least 10,000. The boss is really generous. After all, now that he was making money, Chin Tian would not be stingy. He also knew that these employees had been working hard for the company for the past half month. Sometimes, when he passed by the company and saw people still working at 11 o'clock, it was clear that these employees were genuinely thinking about the company, so rewarding them was only right. This was destined to be a very joyful night, and everyone had a great time. The next day, when Chin Tian arrived at the company entrance, he overheard some people discussing, "Is this the boss of Chin Tian's company? So young, and quite handsome. He really is handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I heard many people in his company like him. A good-looking guy with so much money, which girl wouldn't like him? I really envy the female employees in his company. They have the chance to get close to him. What a pity. If I had known it would be like this, I should have joined Chin Tian's company back then. Maybe I would have had the chance to get close to him." I heard that people in their company work overtime until 11 at night. Overtime isn't a big deal. The key is that Chin Tian's company is willing to pay overtime, and they pay quite well. If it were me, I would also be willing to work overtime. That's true. If I can earn more money by working overtime, I would definitely choose to do so. You're clueless. At Chin Tian Company, people only work overtime until 8 o'clock. After 8, they just clock out, but they don't leave. They stay in the company to continue working overtime, which is essentially free labor for the company. No way. If that's the case, then Chin Tian Company seems pretty similar to ours, right? Isn't it still the same unpaid overtime? Let's not even discuss whether they're working unpaid overtime. Just based on the benefits their company offers, I think working a bit of extra time is no big deal. I'm really envious. Seriously, can any brother tell me how to get into Chin Tian Company? If there's a way to get in, I'd bow to him. You might as well save your breath. Chin Tian Company is hot property right now. It's not a place you can just waltz into. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get in. Look at how generous their boss is. He directly bought an entire community for employee housing. That kind of extravagance is not something just anyone can compare to. By the way, is this person named Chin Tian really a big philanthropist? Who knows? To be honest, the employee fund he established when the company was founded has really made me envious. Unlike our company's boss, who just knows how to make empty promises. Last time he said he would establish an employee fund, and we haven't heard a peep since. No news is good news. You know how disgusting it is in my company. The boss said he would set up an employee fund, and the next day he actually did it. There is indeed an account for the employee fund, but guess how much is in it? The boss donated $200 when he set it up and then encouraged us to contribute. Now I get it. That's called wool coming from the sheep. Your company's boss is really crafty, but their company is really strange. They clearly don't have much income, yet the boss can dish out so much money for employee benefits. I just want to see how long they can keep this up. Don't worry about how long their company will last. Right now, the employees there are living the dream. I heard they just completed a project, and the whole company went for team building. Yeah, I heard they went to a 5-star hotel for dinner and then straight to karaoke. That's just too awesome. Now I understand. Chin Tian Company is like a retirement home for workers. It should be a sanatorium for the working class. For a time, Chin Tian Company was referred to as a sanatorium for workers, and its reputation grew even louder. After waking up, the employees of Chin Tian Company felt the attention on them as they commuted to work. This made the employees feel incredibly pampered. They suddenly felt like they had reached the pinnacle of life. They had merely joined a company as the most ordinary employees, yet they had suddenly become the elite among workers. It was an immense blessing. It even made them feel that getting into Chin Tian Company was a fortune they had accumulated over several lifetimes. Now, the company's projects had been pushed to the latest platform, and Chin Tian had invested millions into this newly developed project. millions are actually enough for the operation and advertising of a game. For a small company, investing that much in a game project is rare, as many small companies only invest a few $100,000. But Chin Tian is now throwing in millions, which is quite generous by comparison. The employees of the company are now very focused on this project. They are quite invested in it. Even the discussions with the platform for onboarding and the advertising operations for the game are almost entirely handled by the project department, requiring no responsibility from Chin Tian at all. So, Chin Tian is quite pleased to have some leisure time. Recently, the employee dormitory project has been underway, and Chin Tian occasionally goes to the community to check on the situation. I must say, the construction team found by the finance department is quite good. The progress is excellent. In just the past half month, this building is almost at the finishing stage. In fact, although these unfinished buildings are incomplete, the basic framework is already in place, and some walls on certain floors have been constructed. Therefore, the construction team doesn't face too many difficulties. They just need to continue building these unfinished buildings according to the schedule. Since Chin Tian has nothing much to do in the company, he went to the underground parking lot, preparing to check out the nearby property. However, when Chin Tian arrived at the underground parking lot, he was recognized by two people passing by. "Boss, are you the owner of Chin Tian Company?" The one speaking is a pretty young girl. "I am the owner of Chin Tian Company. What's the matter?" Chin Tian felt a bit puzzled by the sudden approach of these two girls. "Hello, Boss Chin. I'm from the neighboring company, and I also work in program development. However, things haven't been going well for us lately, and we plan to resign and look for other companies. I just wanted to ask if your company is hiring right now?" The girl kept winking at Chin Tian as she spoke. Seeing this, Chin Tian understood what the beauty was after. "Currently, my company is not hiring, and we have no plans for external expansion, so I'm sorry, but you can check out other companies first." Chin Tian certainly wouldn't let such a small benefit affect his plans. He had already decided that he wouldn't hire externally until he sorted out the employees' benefits. "No way. I heard that, Boss Chin. Your company is getting bigger and has launched new projects that are doing quite well. I think this is the time to hire more people. If you need staff, just let me know. I have many colleagues who are currently unemployed." "That's not necessary. Companies usually look for talent on recruitment websites. If my company needs to hire, we will post a notice directly." With that, Chin Tian intended to turn and leave. However, the beauty was anxious at this moment. It was not easy to encounter Chin Tian, and she definitely wanted to say a few more words. "Boss Chin, please wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking. I know your company is developing very well, and the employees are responsible. We are also responsible, and if there's an opportunity, we would really be willing to give it a try. Thank you for your trust. Don't worry, if the company expands on a large scale, I will announce it externally." "Is there anything else?" "Well, there's nothing else, but Boss Chin, you're really impressive to have employees working overtime for you without pay." "That's quite something, but I can do that too." The beauty smiled awkwardly. "Letting employees work overtime for me without pay? What are you talking about? When did I ever let employees work for me without pay?" Chin Tian was immediately displeased upon hearing this. It should be known that the policy in his company has always been based on freedom. How could he possibly let employees work overtime without pay? Whenever an employee worked overtime, he would definitely pay for the extra hours. Not to mention the usual overtime, even the overtime on Saturdays and Sundays was paid at double the rate. He made sure to provide ample overtime pay, and it was all voluntary. If they wanted to work extra, they could, and if they didn't have to. So how had it turned into unpaid overtime now? Why does it seem like you, Boss Chin, know nothing at all? The beautiful woman was clearly surprised. After all, this matter had already spread around. Now, Chin Tian looked as if he truly had no idea. "No what? I really don't know what's going on. Could you tell me, beautiful?" "Right now, the employees in your company clock out after working until 8, but they don't leave. Instead, they stay in the company to continue working." "You didn't know any of this? What? Such a thing actually happened?" Chin Tian was momentarily taken aback because he genuinely had no idea. He hadn't expected the employees to use such a method to respond to the company. No wonder there had been such a large influx of funds before. It seemed the employees' sense of belonging had truly reached a peak. Since it was like this, Chin Tian certainly couldn't let them work for free. "So that's how it is. I really haven't heard them mention it. I feel quite ashamed that as the boss, I didn't know what the employees were doing." At this point, Chin Tian couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. "What? Boss, you really didn't know?" In fact, the beautiful woman was also quite surprised. "I truly hadn't heard about it. Perhaps these employees had already discussed it among themselves to keep me in the dark. They're quite thoughtful. Shin Tian felt a sense of comfort in his heart. After all, employees thinking so much about the company would make any boss happy. Now, Shin Tian didn't pay any more attention to the two of them and directly got into his car, heading towards that residential area. After all, the construction of that area was nearly complete, and Shin Tian needed to inspect the houses. Additionally, he planned to find someone to tidy up the gardens. This was originally a residential community, and there had been plans to create some greenery within it. However, due to the project being abandoned, the gardens had not been developed at all, and now they were overrun with weeds. It was time to find someone to clean it up properly. Besides that, the company's finance team was already waiting at the residential area. When Shin Tian arrived at the garden, he found the finance staff standing respectfully at the entrance. As soon as they saw Shin Tian park, they immediately walked over to open the door for him. Mr. Shin, you're here. Just in time, the houses are nearing completion, and you can inspect them now. I think the renovation company has done quite well. Not only are the prices reasonable, but the work is progressing quickly. The finance staff showed great respect towards Shin Tian. Oh, really? When do you expect it to be completed? If we're talking about completion, it should be done in about a week. The houses are also planned for simple renovations, and we can just buy some furniture to move in. However, for dormitories like these, I think we don't need to buy much furniture, just a few iron beds will suffice. Currently, many companies use double iron beds in their dormitories, as they are economical, practical, and low cost. They are the go-to choice for many companies. Iron beds? How could that work? Such beautiful houses can't possibly have those iron beds. That won't do. As soon as the finance staff suggested this, Shin Tian immediately rejected the idea. What do you mean, Mr. Shin? The finance staff was a bit surprised. Did that mean they had to buy their own iron beds for the dormitories? I think, since the house has been renovated, it should be comfortable for the employees to live in. For example, in a 2-bedroom apartment, the living room should definitely have a sofa and a table, so that after work, they at least have a place to sit. As for the bedrooms, there should be a separate large bed. In the future, each employee will have their own room, which will be much more convenient. When Shin Tian said this, the finance department was instantly shocked. What, President Shin? You plan to buy furniture and let the employees live in separate rooms? Yes, isn't it good to have separate rooms? Anyway, I have enough dormitories here, and I think it's quite nice for the employees to have their own dormitories. Shin Tian spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This was exactly what he had planned when he bought the unfinished building. But President Shin, if that's the case, the costs will be very high. The finance department opened their mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in their throat, and they used the most subtle language to remind him. It's not really about costs. The main thing is that the employees are comfortable. When the time comes, they will definitely be more energetic at work. It's fine, just do it according to this standard. I will discuss the specifics in a meeting later. By the way, I came here today not only to check the progress of the house but also to tidy up the garden, otherwise, it looks too ugly. Get some people to bring over some turf and trees to make the garden look nice. Also, for the underground parking lot, make sure all the lines are drawn, and install the access control system. All of this needs to be done by someone. Do you understand? Shin Tian directly instructed the finance department. At this moment, the finance department could only nod in confusion. Alright, since that's the case, hurry up and find someone to get these things done. Remember to do it well. As for the other buildings, I will renovate them after I expand the company. Saying this, Shin Tian walked directly into the building that was being renovated. After all, it was a high-rise, so an elevator was a must. Seeing the size of the elevator, Shin Tian suddenly had an idea. Yes, he could establish a property management company to handle the community's property management, and if necessary, they could also take on outside business. This was a good choice. It could provide benefits for the employees, so why not establish it directly? Having made this decision, Shin Tian was determined not to turn back. Now that Shin Tian's company had been established for over a month and was about to reach 2 months, the personnel appointments within the company had long been completed. Each department had its own supervisor. These were mostly arranged by Chu Mingyue, so Shin Tian only needed to call the supervisors to the conference room to hold a meeting. I called all the supervisors here today to discuss the employee dormitory situation. I believe the finance department has already informed you of my plan. Now, I would like to hear your suggestions and see if there are any areas that need improvement. Shin Tian wanted to know what suggestions and opinions the department heads had. Upon hearing this, the supervisors looked at each other, each with a hesitant expression. In fact, they were all very touched. After all, Shin Tian had made the company's benefits so good that everyone now regarded the company as a home. But the current problem was that everyone was very afraid of Shin Tian spending money so freely, fearing that when it came time to do serious business, there would be no funds available, which would be a tragedy. President Shin, I've heard about the plan you discussed with the finance department. Actually, I think you really don't need to go to such lengths. After all, many of the employee dormitories are now using those double beds, which are quite affordable and really suitable for our company's situation. Now in this city where every inch of land is precious, I believe that such housing shouldn't be wasted. If we can move in, that's already great. There's no need to make it so luxurious. President Shin, providing us with employee dormitories has already saved us a lot on rent. If you make it this nice, we might feel a bit embarrassed. One by one, the supervisors spoke up. But Shin Tian directly interrupted them. Don't tell me these things. What I'm asking you now is what suggestions you have. I'm not asking you to persuade me. I've already made my decision on this matter. In this company, I am the boss. Whatever plans there are, I have the final say. You just need to provide your opinions. Shin Tian indeed had a somewhat autocratic air about him. However, his words left the supervisors feeling quite uncomfortable, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. We're doing this for your own good. And you say you're being so autocratic? It's hard to know whether to be happy or sad. At this moment, the supervisors in the conference room could only applaud, because they truly didn't know what else to say. Alright, don't rush to applaud. What I need you to do now is to quickly come up with a countermeasure. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to bring them up. Shin Tian asked the crowd again, but at this moment, not a single person stood up to respond. In fact, they were already quite moved by what Shin Tian had done. But the fact that he was still asking for suggestions made them feel even more embarrassed if they were to actually propose something. Nothing to say? If there's nothing to say, then I'll share my current plan. I've mentioned before that I want to improve the greenery of this community and the interior decoration, and then install all the furniture. Additionally, every employee in our company will have their own independent dormitory. Of course, this so-called independent dormitory refers to a room. Generally speaking, the living room and bathroom will be shared. To encourage everyone, I think the dormitories can be allocated based on proportion, rank, or performance. For example, what floor and what type of room will be assigned to what kind of person, all based on their performance. If it's a 2-bedroom, then 2 people will live together. If it's a 3-bedroom, then 3 people will live together. As for the gender, you can sort that out yourselves. I've also planned to improve the greenery and the community. Once the water and electricity are connected, you can move in directly. As soon as Shin Tian finished speaking, there was another round of extremely enthusiastic applause. Such a living arrangement was simply a dream come true for them. In the past, they had lived in company-distributed dormitories, but those so-called dormitories were merely a place to sleep, with no privacy whatsoever. Now, Shin Tian's company was actually going to assign them independent rooms, which was enough to excite them. This kind of treatment was something they had never even dreamed of, and now Shin Tian was helping them achieve it. To be honest, they were very happy inside, but reluctant to accept it. However, Shin Tian's autocratic attitude left them no choice but to accept it, and they didn't dare to refute him. President Shin, if you insist on doing it this way, I do have a plan. I think the furniture for these dormitories should be purchased by the employees. If it's a double room, then let the 2 of them work together to purchase it. If it's a room for 3 or 4 people, they should also collaborate to buy it. This can greatly alleviate the company's pressure. That's right. Besides, if President Shin, you really want to open the parking lot, I think we can charge for it. After all, renting a parking space outside comes with a fee, and I believe everyone in the company can accept this. It can also save costs for the company. The existence of parking fees can relieve some pressure. I think if necessary, we can have the employees pay a bit of rent. Many supervisors began to express their opinions. However, Shin Tian had no intention of adopting their suggestions. What you all said, I don't think are good suggestions. First of all, I established this employee dormitory to relieve the employees' pressure. I know everyone's life is not easy, many are obsessed with rent. Everyone works to earn more money. If I make the employees bear all the furniture costs for this dormitory, the effect won't be achieved. Secondly, regarding the parking fee issue, I think it's unnecessary. After all, the parking fees won't earn much. Rather than dealing with these unnecessary things, I think it's better to make it free. That would achieve a better effect. So, I won't adopt the suggestions you proposed. Oh, but President Shin, in today's society, can you find a community that isn't like this? Yes, President Shin, you really need to consider this. I think this can be done. After all, taking over this community has already been a significant expense for the company. If this continues, the pressure on the company will be great. Charging fees could solve this well. Although it won't cover costs, whatever can be earned is better than nothing. President Chin, I think small amounts add up. Although these numbers seem small, if calculated over a long time, it can amount to a lot. This is quite a decent figure. The supervisors present began to persuade Chin Tian to charge for some of the dormitory's facilities, as many company dormitories do this, and they suggested he do the same. But at this moment, Chin Tian shook his head. You don't need to say more. I won't adopt these suggestions. You can tell me if there are any other suggestions. I'm currently thinking about how to calculate the water and electricity fees for your dormitory. How about this? In the future, the water and electricity fees for your dormitory will be calculated based on the company's performance. If the company's performance meets the standards each quarter, the company will pay the water and electricity fees. If the company's performance does not meet the standards, the employees will bear it themselves. What do you think? Clap, clap, clap. Now, besides applauding, the supervisors really couldn't find anything else to say. Before these supervisors could be happy for a few minutes, Chin Tian waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss another matter. I have already considered that the establishment of this community is our dormitory, but since it's a community, my company will definitely expand in the future. So, I will also directly renovate the remaining buildings to serve as employee dormitories. Since we have such a large community, we can't do without property management. I think rather than hiring other property management, it would be better to start our own property management company. What do you all think of this suggestion? Chin Tian now wants to ask if anyone else in the company has any other ideas. After all, he has never run a property management company before, and he currently needs talent in this area. If anyone has experience in this field, it would be good to hand it over to them to handle. What, President Chin, you want to hire property management for this community and even set up a property management company? One of the supervisors widened his eyes in disbelief. He increasingly felt that Chin Tian's thinking was completely unfathomable. No one could gauge his pulse, and no one knew what kind of decision Chin Tian would make in the next second. They never dreamed that Chin Tian would look for property management for this community. It should be known that property management costs a lot of money every year, and more importantly, Chin Tian wants to start this property management company. Everyone truly didn't know whether Chin Tian wanted to do business or what. I've been considering this for a long time. I now think we can use this property management company, but I don't have much experience in this area and want to ask if anyone knows someone in this field. If you do, please introduce them. Well, President Chin, if you are establishing this property management company to make money, I can introduce someone to you. But if it's like the cafeteria, I think there's no need for that. Yes, if it's just to set up a property management company for this community, it's really not worth it. Moreover, these property management companies are not easy to run. If not handled well, it could lead to losses. There are too many property management companies on the market now, and the competition among these companies is fierce. Recklessly entering could lead to serious setbacks. Many people on site did not recommend doing such a thing. Setting aside everything else, just the idea of a property management company was enough to make everyone hesitant. Chin Tian did not think so. I think this property management company can be considered. Not to mention anything else, just the dormitories we have in our company are enough to establish this property management company. If this company can make money, that would be best. If not, it can still serve as a dedicated manager for our dormitories, which is a good option. Alright, next you all help me find out who in our department has previously worked in property management. Anyone with experience can be recommended. This matter is settled. Chin Tian almost made a final decision, not giving anyone else a chance to refute. Does anyone have anything else to say? If not, then the meeting is dismissed. Everyone shook their heads, as they really didn't know what to say at this moment. Since Chin Tian had already given the order, they naturally couldn't say anything. They could only return to their posts and announce the news from the meeting to everyone. This news instantly shocked everyone. My God, has the boss gone crazy? He wants to decorate the company dormitory like that. If the company's dormitory is decorated like this, wouldn't it be just like the housing allocations in state-owned enterprises? I never thought any company's housing would be divided like this. It's really too good. There are separate rooms, and there's a living room with a sofa. This kind of treatment is just too good, right? The most outrageous thing is that the boss plans to fix up the garden and open a free parking lot. If that's the case, we don't know how much parking fee we could save in a month. Wow, if it really goes on like this, then I can leave myself with 200 yuan for living expenses each month, and save everything else. Indeed, if I work a few more years at this company, I might just be able to afford a down payment on a house. What's more critical is that the boss wants to establish a property management company to manage this community. What kind of treatment is that? Suddenly working here makes me feel like I might become an owner? I've made up my mind, as long as this company doesn't go under, I'll work here until retirement. Even if the boss tries to kick me out with a stick, I won't leave. Faced with such benefits from the company, how could everyone not be excited? But just as everyone was feeling thrilled about this, Jin Tian suddenly arrived in the office area, holding a microphone, seemingly wanting to speak to everyone. In everyone's hearts, Jin Tian had long become an irreplaceable presence. With his appearance, a wave of warm applause erupted. Alright, everyone, let me speak first. Recently, I've received some special news from others, and after verification, I also learned about the contributions everyone has made these days. I know everyone has been working overtime until 11, but clocking out at 8. You all just want to relieve some pressure for the company, but I think there's no need for you to do this, because the company's rule is that there is no possibility of unpaid overtime. What the situation is what it is. So I hope everyone will record all the overtime hours you've worked previously. The company will absolutely not owe you anything. No one expected that Jin Tian would stand up for the issue of overtime, and many of the older employees had already begun to tear up. President Jin, I know you don't want us to suffer losses, but this isn't about suffering losses. We simply want to contribute to the company, that's all. Exactly, we are doing this voluntarily, and there is no pressure from the company, so we won't be calculating back these overtime hours. We've been at the company for so long, with so many great benefits. If we still want so much overtime pay, are we even human? You don't need to mention that, President Jin. We won't be calculating back the overtime pay. At this moment, all the employees shared the same mindset, and not a single person stood up to take advantage. Because they all knew that since entering this company, they had been benefiting from it. If they didn't do something, what would they do if the company went under? They were willing to make this small sacrifice. No, I've already said that everything must be done according to the company's rules. You should receive overtime pay for the hours you've worked. This is an unchangeable rule. Later, confirm your overtime hours with your team leader and supervisor, then submit it to finance to recalculate your wages. Jin Tian's attitude was very firm, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. But the employees present were equally resolute. Almost in unison they spoke. We absolutely will not be calculating the overtime pay. Seeing the employees' attitude, Jin Tian felt even more gratified. But now, another mindset arose in Jin Tian's heart. Is this trying to create internal competition? Since they want to create internal competition, then they absolutely cannot be allowed to do so. Jin Tian had to see whether they were strong or if he was stronger. Since everyone in the company is so understanding, I can rest easy. Thinking about it, everyone has been here for almost 2 months, and we've spent quite a bit of time together. Now it's time to formally establish everyone's salaries. After all, for an ordinary company, bonuses are a given, and now I plan to introduce a bonus system for you all. I have decided to give everyone in the company the same bonus. Of course, if the levels are different, the amount of the bonus will also vary. For example, ordinary employees will receive the same amount, while team leaders or supervisors will have a different figure, and those who perform better can also have their bonuses increased. I will have the finance department calculate this, and I will organize this plan. By the time payday comes, you will know how much your bonus will be. The bonus system I am announcing is not up for discussion, it is a decision I am making. Please work hard in the future. Alright, that's all I have to say today. I hope everyone will stop sneaking in overtime. In my company, there's no need to hide when you want to work extra hours. If you want to work overtime, do it openly, without all the unnecessary fuss. That's it for today. With that, Jin Tian went straight back to his office and began organizing the plan to increase bonuses. In fact, Jin Tian already had an idea for this bonus increase. He just needed to issue this plan to the finance department. Oh my god, Assistant Chu, Secretary Lu, you two are always around President Jin. Hurry and persuade him. What is he doing? Our company's performance hasn't improved yet, and he's already planning to give us a bonus system. What kind of joke is this? Exactly, our company's revenue is still low, and he's starting to implement employee benefits so soon. How can this be? Assistant Chu, I think you should really try to talk some sense into the boss. Our current salaries are already quite high. If bonuses are added, then. This scene was somewhat ridiculous. Typically, workers complain about their low wages, and if given the chance, they would take advantage of the company. But now, the employees in Jin Tian's company were worried that their high salaries would burden the company. Such a stark contrast left the employees feeling a mix of emotions, almost wanting to cry without tears. They had worked enough in various companies, but encountering one that made them feel this way was truly a first. Chu Mingyue and Secretary Lu, two beautiful women, exchanged glances, each seeing a wry smile on the other's face. This was no laughing matter. They knew Qin Tian's personality. Once he made a decision, it was useless to argue. Yet, despite this, they still planned to go in and persuade him. Lu Chuxia had only recently joined the company, but she had already been influenced by the atmosphere. She felt fortunate to be part of the company and thought she should do something. Just as the two of them walked into the office, Qin Tian looked up and handed over the plan in his hand. Secretary Lu, you're just in time. Please take this plan directly to finance and have them make changes according to what I have here. Lu Chuxia respectfully took the plan, but when she saw its contents, her eyes widened. President Qin, are you sure you want to give them this much of a bonus? It's already decided. Is there a problem? A little more bonus, a little higher salary, and the employees will be more motivated. This is beneficial for the company, and I believe this plan is feasible. No need to say more, just do as I say. But President Qin, won't this increase the company's pressure? Lu Chuxia spoke up with some concern. No, this won't put too much pressure on the company. In fact, it's a good thing for the company. Just do as I say, and there's no need to bring up any other suggestions. This matter has already been decided, so execute it immediately. Qin Tian's voice carried an undeniable authority. At this moment, Lu Chuxia didn't dare to say anything and could only follow Qin Tian's instructions, delivering the plan directly to the finance department. After all, the month was nearing its end, and sending the plan now would allow everything to be accounted for when salaries were issued in a few days. When Lu Chuxia returned to the office area after submitting the plan, everyone rushed over. How did it go, Secretary Lu? Did the boss change his mind? Yeah, if the boss changes his mind, that would be a good thing. Did you have a good talk with the boss? Tell him to improve the company's performance first. Once the performance is up, if he still wants to add a bonus scheme, then he can. The company has just started, and we really need the funds right now. We can make these sacrifices and concessions. What did the boss say? Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity. But Lu Chuxia shook her head at that moment. You don't need to say anything. You all know what the boss is like. I barely had a chance to say anything before he handed me the bonus plan and told me to pass it to finance. No way? He submitted the plan to finance that quickly? Couldn't you have talked to the boss a bit more? The employees present immediately grew anxious. Is it useful to talk to the boss? I already said, I didn't even have a chance to say anything before he told me to submit the plan. Plus, he said he had already made up his mind. If I had any suggestions, I might as well not say anything. He is the boss, I'm just his secretary. What do you want me to do? Lu Chuxia's face was filled with helplessness. Ah, I knew it. The boss is so stubborn, it's just unbelievable. Once he decides something, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. So what do we do now? I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. The boss has increased our bonus scheme, and logically, we should be very happy, but I just can't feel happy at all. Indeed, I also can't feel happy. I'm really worried about the company's development. There shouldn't be any problems, right? It seems we really need to think carefully about what's best for the company. If this matter were to get out, many people would be surprised. If it were someone else, a sudden salary increase would surely make them excited, but now not a single person in the entire company was happy. But Qin Tian didn't care about that. What he needed to do was to ensure all these benefits were properly implemented. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. In the following time, Qin Tian kept urging the issue of employee dormitories, as it was the primary problem to solve. Meanwhile, the procurement side had already begun to take action. As for the landscaping and recreational facilities in the community, they were almost entirely handled by Qin Tian himself. Soon, the day of salary distribution arrived. Everyone was extremely excited and anxious to receive their payslips. They all wanted to see how much of a bonus Qin Tian had given them this time. According to the normal process, after signing their names, they could receive their pay slips, but now all the employees, after receiving their slips, did not check them immediately. Instead, they returned to their seats and opened their pay slips. Goodness, when everyone saw the increased bonuses, they were all taken aback. They truly didn't expect that Qin Tian would give them such high bonuses. What the heck, am I not just an intern? My bonus is actually 2,000? My bonus is actually 3,000. Although I've already been confirmed as a full-time employee, this month should count as an intern's salary, and now my bonus has directly risen to 3,000. Is the boss being too generous? Old Lu, you worked the most overtime this month, hurry up and check your salary. My goodness, Old Lu, your monthly salary is actually 18,000? Old Lu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. I did work a lot of overtime this month, but at most it would have been 15,000. Now it's directly raised to 18,000. with 3,000 being a bonus. To be honest, I've never received such a high salary in my life. Yeah, I've never had such a high salary either. Goodness, it's almost catching up to the team leader at my previous company. The benefits at this company are really something else. Boss, isn't this bonus increase a bit too much? For a moment, everyone was discussing this matter incessantly. They didn't expect Shin Tian to raise their bonuses so high, directly increasing by 2 or 3,000. In the past, those other companies were so stingy, getting a 500 raise was already quite good, and if they could raise it by 1,000, that was a very conscientious company. Now looking at it, a direct increase of 2 or 3,000, even interns can get a 2,000 raise, which significantly boosts their income. Everyone felt both happy and helpless. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, Shin Tian happened to yawn and walk in from outside. Seeing everyone discussing their paychecks, Shin Tian couldn't help but smile and wave. The salaries have been distributed, how is it? Are you all satisfied with the current salaries? Satisfied. The chorus of satisfaction was incredibly loud, almost deafening. Shin Tian immediately smiled happily. Good, since everyone is satisfied, then you all have to work hard from now on. Boss, don't worry, we will definitely work hard in the future. As long as it's a task assigned by the company, we guarantee to complete it as quickly as possible. We will not let the boss down. The atmosphere in the entire office area was quite lively, with smiles on everyone's faces. Alright, if everyone has this intention, then I am very satisfied. Don't worry, I will definitely not neglect the employee benefits in the company, nor will I treat any person with a sense of belonging to the company unfairly. When this topic came up, the employees present suddenly paused, and hesitation appeared on everyone's faces. At this moment, it was Chu Mingyue who stood up to speak. President Qin, many people are saying that you have done too well with the benefits, and everyone feels a bit embarrassed. Moreover, everyone is very worried that you are spending so much money and energy on employee benefits, which might affect the company's operations. Hearing this, Shin Tian really wanted to laugh. If I don't spend money and energy on employee benefits, then the company's operations would truly be unsustainable. But of course, Shin Tian wouldn't say such things. Don't worry. The fact that I can provide these employee benefits means that the company's operations will not be affected. Right now, I just want to get the employee benefits sorted out to better organize the company, which will also make it easier to expand the company. Only a well-organized company can grow bigger. Everyone doesn't need to worry about these matters. Rest assured, I will handle the company's operations well. Shin Tian had already said enough, and naturally, everyone had nothing more to say at this point. They could only loudly express their gratitude with a thank you. I almost forgot to tell you, your employee dormitory is nearly completed, and procurement has already started. Basic furniture will be provided, but the company will not supply daily necessities. You will need to bring your own personal items to live in the dormitory. If you need accommodation, you can register with your team leader now, and later the team leader will submit a unified list to Assistant Chu, who will do his best to arrange everyone's housing. At this moment, Shin Tian also mentioned the employee dormitory, stating that it was about to be finished, and soon the employees would be able to move in. Shin Tian had always been very efficient in his work. He emphasized speed in everything he did, even in planning the employee dormitory. As soon as the construction was completed, they would move in immediately, and the allocation of dormitory spaces would naturally be handled by Chu Mingyue. Regarding the employee dormitory, everyone felt even less inclined to comment. However, at this moment, no one said anything. After all, these decisions were personally made by Shin Tian, and even if they wanted to suggest changes, it wouldn't make a difference. They could only accept it silently. In the following time, employees began registering with their team leaders. They would never pass up free accommodation. Almost all employees registered with their team leaders, and soon after, Chu Mingyue began making arrangements for the dormitories. Since Shin Tian had previously stated that he valued speed and efficiency, under these circumstances, Chu Mingyue handled the dormitory registration issues swiftly. When the list of dormitory arrangements was handed to Shin Tian, the construction of the complex was just completed. Shin Tian looked at the list and arrangements in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Assistant Chu, you are truly a great assistant. You handled these matters so quickly, it really pleases me. Thank you for the compliment, President Qin. By the way, the complex has sent the completion notice. Please inform your colleagues that they can move into the dormitory tomorrow. Also, due to the special circumstances tomorrow, it will be a day off, and it will be a paid holiday, allowing employees to move their belongings properly. After all, it's a new dormitory, and many places need to be familiarized. Although the location is a bit remote, there will be a shuttle service every day, so I don't think it will have much impact. Alright, President Qin, I will announce it right away. Chu Mingyue exhaled heavily. At this moment, she didn't say much more and directly turned to announce the news. This was truly a double blessing for the company. The next day, everyone in Chin Tian's company was on holiday, and the entire company was moving. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such free accommodation, especially since it was a newly renovated complex. No one could complain about such housing. Although the location was somewhat distant from the city center, it didn't matter. In fact, most people had cars, they just hadn't driven them over many times. Now, with this complex, the situation was completely different. On this day, everyone in Chin Tian's company was quite busy. They first went to see their dormitories and then moved their belongings over. Although it was a dormitory, Chin Tian's regulations allowed them to bring family members to live with them. This has saved them a lot of trouble, as many people live with their wives or girlfriends. If they were told that they couldn't bring their family members when moving to the dormitory, they would definitely not choose to do so. However, Chin Tian had already established a rule that as long as they were family members of the company, they could be brought along, provided that their roommates agreed. After all, this was a suite-style accommodation, which included not only bedrooms but also a living room. They needed to coordinate well with their roommates, and if the roommates agreed, they could move in. This was good news for many employees. After all, such flexible rules were truly wonderful. When the company's employees moved into their new dormitory, everyone was wide-eyed. My God, is this our dormitory? This is simply a suite. Look, there's a washing machine, a refrigerator, and a sofa. The place I'm renting now isn't even this good. Look at this floor, it's all newly renovated. This is not a dormitory, it feels just like an apartment. No, it feels like owning a house. Look, there's even an elevator. The boss is really generous. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I never thought I would live in such a place in the Magic City. I'm really benefiting from the company's perks, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford such a place. To be able to live in such a house, I'm really so happy. Oldly, you're in luck this time. Both you and your wife work at the company, and now each of you has a room, and you even got the same house, which means you both are living in this 2-bedroom apartment. I didn't expect the boss to agree to us being in the same house. I was just thinking about whether to bring my child over too. Living in the dormitory feels just like owning a house. I really don't know how to describe my feelings. Hey, with such a good dormitory, I really don't know what to say. Everyone remember, cherish this dormitory. The boss spent a lot of money to get this for us. Don't worry, from now on, I'll treat this dormitory as my home. If anyone dares to damage it, they'll have to deal with me. Everyone felt incredibly moved. I heard there's a free underground parking lot here. Let's go check it out. Now the employees remembered that Chin Tian had mentioned before that there would be a free parking lot in this community, and they didn't know what it would be like, so they hurriedly went in groups to see what the parking lot was like. Wow, some things you don't know until you see them, and once you do, you're shocked. The underground parking lot was already fully renovated. Moreover, the parking spaces were all clearly marked, and the floor was coated with non-slip paint. Overall, it looked almost identical to those ordinary communities, and this community had more than enough parking spaces, so the entire underground garage looked very impressive. God, this underground garage is so beautifully done. It looks just like the parking lots in those communities, and look how well organized these parking spaces are. You guys, look, there are even charging stations under these parking spaces. It's true, electric cars are already widespread, and it's hard to find charging stations everywhere. Now all these parking spaces have charging stations installed? If we have these charging stations, does that mean I won't have to worry about range issues with my electric car anymore? That's not the point. The point is with so many parking spaces, we won't have to worry about parking at all in the future. Clap, clap, clap. Although Chin Tian is not here, the employees of the company couldn't help but applaud, because this parking lot is simply too good, too wonderful. Anyone would feel incredibly excited about it, and what's even better is that this parking lot is free, saving them countless troubles. In today's society, the economy has improved significantly, and cars have long been popular. Now every household has a car. But the issue now is not the cars, but parking. Who knows how many people are troubled by parking issues? After all, there are only a few free parking spaces on the streets, and every day after work they have to search everywhere for a spot. The parking problem is something that everyone is worried about. Now, they have so many free parking spaces in their community, which is more than enough. They no longer need to worry about this issue. Of course, besides the parking spaces, the greenery in the community is also impressive. Previously, Chin Tian had hired professionals to design the landscaping of this community. So now, the park in the community has all kinds of equipment for children to play with, as well as pebble paths for exercising and walking, everything one could wish for. Such a scene is enough to make everyone envious. In addition, the community is equipped with dedicated security and property management. This property management is the one that Chin Tian recently established. Normally, with property management in the community, there would definitely be monthly property fees to pay, which would have to be borne by the employees. But now, these fees do not need to be paid by the employees at all, they are all covered by the company. And in the plan that Chin Tian wrote, it did not specify that employees would have to bear the property fees for this community. My goodness, this doesn't look like a dormitory at all, it looks just like a commercial residential community. Look at how professional the property management and security look. This is all our company's property? Indeed, this is our company's property. I heard that the boss just established it recently, and I heard that the costs for elevator maintenance and such are all covered by the company. This is too great. We just move in and don't have to worry about anything else. It really is amazing. I feel like the boss is working for us, not the other way around. I feel the same way. Other companies treat their clients like gods and squeeze their employees dry, almost to the point of crushing them. But our boss treats us like gods, he doesn't even care about those client matters. Who can we talk to about this? Alright, talking about this now is useless. You all know better than anyone what kind of stubborn temper the boss has. We, as employees, have received such favors from the boss, so we really need to think carefully for the boss in the future. One older person sighed. After all, he had been to many companies, and his work experience was the most abundant. He had never encountered a company like this. Yes, I have been in this industry for over 10 years and have never encountered a company with such good benefits. Even in state-owned enterprises, there are no such benefits. Setting everything else aside, just based on this, we should work diligently for the boss. Indeed, the boss not only gives us bonuses but also provides us with such good dormitories, and on the other hand, the work is so easy. We must think for him, otherwise, if there are any financial issues with the company later, where will we find such a company? I have now gotten used to being in a company like this. If I were suddenly forced back into the hands of those heartless capitalists, I really wouldn't be able to bear it. So no matter what, we can't let the company go bankrupt or face any financial issues. Right now, I only have one thought, to work my hardest for the boss during work hours. Since the boss treats me so well, I will give my all for him. Just as Chin Tian was playing on his phone at home, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 5,000. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 6,500. A series of mechanical sounds kept coming in. For Chin Tian, this was equivalent to the sound of money arriving. He quickly began to check his system points. This time, the system points had actually reached a staggering 5 million. Converted to cash, that would be 2.5 billion. Goodness, such a figure made Chin Tian incredibly excited. The system had now entered the second stage, and this exchange had directly multiplied by 5. This 2.5 billion influx was like adding wings to a tiger, allowing Chin Tian to do even more things. It couldn't be better. Just then, another voice came from the system. The host has entered the second stage. Each time belonging value is obtained, an additional reward will be granted. The system's additional rewards are random each time. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained ownership of a top-tier gaming platform. What ownership of a top-tier gaming platform? The reward notification from the system made Chin Tian's eyes widen, and his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. Ownership of a top-tier gaming platform meant that Chin Tian would gain control of a very well-known gaming platform. Now, in this internet society, as long as there is traffic, it can be converted into cash. After all, the competition pressure in the gaming market is immense. Whether a game can become a hit depends entirely on the exposure methods used, the platform it is on, and the recommendations it receives. The biggest issue is what level the platform you are on belongs to. For example, there is a quite famous platform abroad that has helped many games become hits. The profits from these platforms are quite high. In the past, many games made money through in-game purchases. Now, the vast majority of gaming platforms sell games on a buyout basis, meaning how much a game sells for is completely different from the previous model. But because of this buyout model, it is essentially selling the game directly, allowing those top-tier platforms to rake in profits. They already have many games on their platform, and the sales volume of these games each month is enormous. What kind of data is that? It's simply unimaginable. More importantly, his company currently has little to no income. If he had this top-tier gaming platform, it would perfectly reassure the employees, and everything could be explained clearly. This reward from the system was like a timely rain, leaving Chin Tian speechless. Now that he had this gaming platform, Chin Tian could finally showcase his abilities. It seemed it was time to expand the company. The next day, shortly after Chin Tian started work, a few men in suits approached him and respectfully handed him a contract. This was a transfer contract. As long as Chin Tian signed his name on it, the top domestic school news platform would belong to him. This itself is a reward from the system, and Chin Tian naturally signed his name on it without hesitation. From this moment on, this school news platform belongs to Chin Tian. At this moment, Chin Tian's heart was overwhelmed. After just 2 months of starting the company, he had achieved this. It is important to know that this reward from the system comes with a stable income. A platform like this can provide at least hundreds of millions in revenue each month. Of course, this hundreds of millions is just a preliminary estimate, and the actual monthly income will depend on the sales situation each month. After accepting this school news platform, Chin Tian immediately summoned all the senior executives of the company for a meeting and informed them about the acquisition of the platform. What? President Chin, you acquired the school news platform? Is this true or false? If that's the case, that would be great. Yes, the customer base of this platform is enormous. I heard that its total customer count has reached as high as 50 million, and the number of active online users daily exceeds 10 million. If our company can control such traffic, the games we release will also be bestsellers. The operations department staff were all astonished, as they were responsible for the software operations within the company. They were the ones negotiating contracts and collaborations with those platforms, but they were just a small company and had no preferential conditions for such contracts and negotiations. This was what made them most helpless. If Chin Tian really acquired this platform, there would be a lot they could do next, as the platform would belong to their company. They could recommend whoever they wanted, which was entirely their original right. Could this be fake? Just not long ago, I completed the acquisition of the school news platform. Now the platform completely belongs to our company. Next, I want to discuss the operational issues of this platform with you, as well as some technical matters. Of course, I also know that after acquiring this platform, we will be short-staffed, so you all plan accordingly. I intend to expand externally. The HR department should prepare for this. When we officially take over the platform, I hope the technical staff can start working immediately. Chin Tian came to this meeting specifically for this matter. No problem, President Chin. I'll take care of the hiring right away, said Sister May, the head of the HR department, without hesitation, patting her chest in assurance. To be honest, their company had already become quite popular, and many people wanted to join. Now that they wanted to hire, it would definitely be easy and enjoyable. They just needed to announce it externally, and countless people would rush to join the company. That's good. By the way, you can tell them that our company's rules and regulations are basically contract-based, meaning that the employee benefits now will be the same in the future, whether for old employees or new ones. In this meeting, Chin Tian spoke a lot. After all, expanding the company would definitely face many issues that needed to be discussed and deliberated. In fact, many senior executives still had significant disagreements regarding the company's benefits. President Chin, I think we can slightly lower the benefits for the newly hired employees. After all, we have just taken over this platform, and many things require funding. My suggestion is to save wherever possible. I think so too. After all, President Chin, the number of people you're hiring this time is quite substantial, and it will require a significant amount of funds. To avoid insufficient cash flow in the accounts, we still need to squeeze what we can. The executives were speaking the truth, and what they said was something every company would do. Once the company expands, there will be many issues to face. Attracting employees is enough, and as for the rest, we can discuss it later. No way. Just do as I say. The company's benefits cannot be lacking in any way, whether it's the 5 insurances in one fund, or the employees' salaries and benefits. Everything must be exactly the same, and it must be fair. My company is different from others. I must ensure employee benefits. Running this company, besides making money, I also need to ensure the company's stability. If we can't even stabilize the most basic employee benefits, how can we expect employees to work hard for us? So, benefits cannot be lacking. As for the dormitories, I will have the finance department find someone to continue the renovations. The shuttle service must also continue. We can just add a few more vehicles and hire a few more drivers. As for the cafeteria, since there is only one cafeteria for now, let's have the employees eat in batches. We can discuss other options once we find a suitable large cafeteria in the future. That's settled then. Chin Tian's words were a definitive conclusion. At this moment, the others could do nothing but applaud. They knew Chin Tian's character. Once he made a decision, not even 9 oxen could pull him back, and no one could interfere with his choices. After all, he was the owner of the company, and there were no other shareholders. By the way, the office area is already insufficient. If we want to expand the company, we definitely need a new office area. It seems there are still many vacant office spaces in this building. You should negotiate well with the landlord and rent all of them. Chin Tian already had plans for expansion, so naturally, he needed to rent other office spaces. However, the executives present widened their eyes upon hearing this. President Chin, what did you just say? Rent them all? You're not joking with us, are you? Our office building has more than 20 floors, and there are about 7 or 8 vacant office spaces, each capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Just how much are you planning to expand? Everyone was surprised by Chin Tian's ambition. He was already planning to take all the office spaces, which would cost a considerable amount. My idea is to hire as many people as there are office spaces, so how many people we need to hire depends on how many office spaces you can secure. This is crucial. So, you all need to pay more attention to this matter. Understood, boss. We will take care of these tasks immediately. But boss, is it really useful to hire so many people? Yes, although we have a platform that needs maintenance, we don't really need this many people. Isn't that a bit excessive? Many executives present believe that hiring so many people would be very detrimental to the company. They wanted to persuade Chin Tian that expansion was fine, but there was no need for so many people. Given their current situation, hiring another 100 or so should be sufficient. No, my expansion this time is not an ordinary one. My idea is to expand the company's scale to another level. Anyway, the company's accounts are well funded now, and we already have a stable platform. With the platform's popularity so high, we can completely develop our own software and games. At that time, we can directly launch them on this platform. Whatever needs to be pushed forward, we can push it all. Chin Tian's argument does have some merit. Originally, everyone wanted to persuade him, but then they thought about Chin Tian's stubborn temperament. Even if they tried to advise him, it would be useless. Moreover, what Chin Tian said was indeed true. Since they now have this platform, they should make good use of it. If they use it well, it would be beneficial for their company, attracting more people to join them, and then they could develop more games and software. Does anyone have any suggestions to offer? If not, we can adjourn the meeting now. Under these circumstances, everyone naturally found it hard to say anything, so the meeting came to an end. After the meeting concluded, the news quickly spread among the colleagues. Have you heard? The boss is planning to hire externally now. I just heard about it too. I heard the boss is preparing to expand the company's scale even more, and it seems he wants to rent out all the vacant office spaces in our building. Oh my god, how many people does the boss want to hire? If he rents all the office spaces, won't our company have over 1,000 employees? It's not just over 1,000. I heard my team leader say that the boss plans to expand the company's scale and will hire as many people as he can rent office spaces for. What is the boss up to now? The company's operations aren't even settled yet, and he's starting to hire externally. With so many people, the company might not be able to support them. I heard that the company's accounts have recently received an additional sum of money, and the balance is quite sufficient, so the boss has the idea of expansion. That's not the main point. The main point is that the boss seems to have acquired a platform with a huge amount of traffic. He plans to use this platform to develop the company. No way, our boss is that powerful? Buying such a big platform must cost a lot of money. I told you, you're just worrying for nothing. The boss is clearly not an ordinary person, he must have his own plans. Now that we have this platform, our company's development space will be even larger. Since the company is hiring, what are we waiting for? We should quickly advertise for the boss. I have many friends who want to join our company. I'll hurry to inform them about this news. Now the employees of the company all want to contribute to the company. Hearing that Chin Tian is going to hire externally, they naturally want to spread the news. In fact, even if others didn't say anything, they would still carry the news out, as Chin Tian's company has been gaining more and more fame recently, leading countless people to come and inquire if the company is hiring. Those employees already working at Chin Tian's company often receive calls from friends, and some even more exaggeratedly receive gifts from former colleagues and friends. The reason these people sent them gifts was to ensure they would be notified first when their company started hiring. After the news of Chin Tian's company preparing to hire externally spread, the surrounding companies instantly became excited, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. The benefits of Chin Tian company are famously good, and everyone wants to join. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a channel for this until now. Upon hearing that Chin Tian company is hiring, they immediately rushed over. Those who worked nearby were even more eager. As soon as they received the news, they hurried to the HR department of Chin Tian company to inquire about the situation. It can be said that the threshold of Chin Tian company was almost trampled today. The lobby of the Chin Tian company office building was even more crowded, with everyone holding resumes, eager to come for an interview. However, at this moment, Sister May turned all these people away. alright, you shouldn't choose to come at this time. Although our company has the intention to hire, we are not recruiting right now because there are many matters that have not been handled well, and the new office space has not been rented yet. We can only expand once the office space is secured. So if you want to interview, it's not now, just wait for the notification. Sister May from the HR department now has absolute authority in hiring. After all, Shin Tian has entrusted the task of hiring employees to Sister May, who is very experienced and has previously worked in the HR industry. They are naturally adept at such matters. Sister May, can you tell us some specific details? Yeah, at least give us a rough expectation. We work nearby, and if your company is hiring, we promise to come for an interview at the first opportunity. Not to mention, my resume has work experience and expertise that perfectly match your company's standards. In an instant, various voices emerged from the crowd, all filled with excitement. Everyone was desperately trying to push forward because they all wanted to be accepted by Sister May. After all, the hiring slots at Xintian Company are limited, and if they fill up, they would surely be left in despair. I can't really explain the specifics to you. Anyway, our boss has already stated that until the issues within our company are resolved, we won't be hiring anyone. You should hurry back and not obstruct our normal work hours. After all, Sister May is very experienced and quickly resolved such matters. However, many of the interviewees were unwilling to leave. What should we do now? Xintian Company isn't hiring at the moment. Who knows when they will start interviews? What if we miss the opportunity? If we miss it, we miss it. It's not difficult. One employer won't fight another. I say, brother, if you don't know anything, could you please not come for an interview? Do you even understand what kind of company Xintian is? Yeah, this brother really is quite ignorant. By the way, how did you even come here? I just heard others say they were hiring, so I came to take a look. I heard their benefits are great, but I don't know if it's true. I just wanted to give it a try. The guy who spoke earlier explained nonchalantly, but as soon as he said this, it left others speechless. I say, brother, you really don't know how good Xintian Company is, do you? Do you know? There are at least several thousand people wanting to work in Xintian Company right now. And this news has just spread not long ago. Many people don't know. If it gets out, will there still be a spot for you? In a paradise for workers like this, who wouldn't want to be a part of it? Paradise for workers? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? The young man clearly seemed a bit skeptical. Plus. Bro, why don't you check out other companies? This way, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. Yeah, if there are fewer people, we can have less competition. I heard that the hiring standards at Xintian Company are pretty low. Whether it's for interns or experienced workers, it doesn't matter. You can learn slowly at their company, but they need responsible people, which is very important for them. That's also part of Xintian Company's hiring criteria. I think that's not the main point. The main point is that as long as you can get into Xintian Company, it's completely different. The benefits are explosive. I have a friend who works at Xintian Company. Guess how he's doing now? He goes to work every day with ease, can choose not to work overtime, and there's a special car for pickup and drop-off, plus a dedicated cafeteria. Now they even provide dormitories. I heard their dorms used to be an unfinished building that was originally meant to be commercial housing, but now the company owner bought it to use as dorms. This isn't just a dorm, it's practically like the housing allocated by state-owned enterprises. I heard all the rooms are suites, 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 3-bedroom, 1 living room, everything. And the furniture is all complete. I heard if you get to a higher level, the benefits will be even more. Wow, no way. Xintian Company is that amazing? Forget it, I'm just going to hang around here and see when they start hiring. I think the same. I'll stay nearby for a few days and won't leave. I'm telling you, bro, don't do this. None of us working nearby are saying anything, and you guys want to stay here? Isn't that a bit too much? Now in an area near the Magic City, everyone is discussing this matter, and who knows how many people have directly moved nearby, leading to a gradual filling up of rental places and hotels. Although they are all workers, they are all fighting to get into Xintian Company. Even if they have to stay in hotels, they are waiting here. They all know that the money spent on hotels is small. As long as they can get into Xintian Company, spending this little money is worth it. As for those who have friends working at Xintian Company, they are even more eager. For them, having a friend inside the company might mean a direct entry. After all, having someone in the company to help you out makes it much easier. If that doesn't work, at least they can be notified when the company is hiring, which is already a head start. Xintian has no idea about this, although he knows there's some buzz around, he hasn't thought about it in that direction. Just back in the dorm, Xintian received a message. The message came from his best friend from college, Wang Ming. The content of the message was quite simple. Their internship period was about to end, and they would need to take their internship certificates back to school to report. For a college student, this means they are completely saying goodbye to campus life and officially stepping into society from now on. Usually, at this time, classmates would organize a farewell party for the final goodbye. Now Wang Ming sent a message to ask when Xintian would return to school, so they could go back together for company. When Xintian saw this message, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and amused. To say that before, he didn't know how much effort he had put into this internship certificate, but now he really doesn't care much about this so-called internship certificate. Everyone studies to have a better future. The so-called future is about earning more money. Only with wealth can one stand out, and the best way to achieve this is through education. Therefore, everyone endures various hardships to obtain this graduation certificate, just to secure an internship proof. This is the final hurdle to obtaining the diploma. Now, Qin Tian is already a wealthy CEO with billions, and he truly doesn't care much about such a certificate. However, he did study there, and being a sentimental person, he still replied to Wang Ming, "I can go anytime." Soon, Wang Ming responded, "Let's go back to school together tomorrow. I'm still at work today, this damn boss insists on squeezing me dry. I could leave tomorrow, but he wants me to work until 11 tonight, otherwise, he won't give me the internship proof. It's really tough." Qin Tian replied, "I'll come find you tomorrow," and then Wang Ming didn't respond. It seemed he was indeed at work, otherwise, knowing his character, he would have bombarded Qin Tian with messages. Since he had nothing much to do at work lately, he thought it would be nice to visit the school. After all, he had spent over 3 years there, and this could mark the end of his academic journey. As for the company's situation, he had already started to address it. The various departments were becoming increasingly complete, and the collaboration was going very well. Qin Tian directly transferred 10 billion to the company's account. This amount was substantial, more than enough for the company's normal expenses, and the liquidity in the account made many companies envious, giving the employees a great sense of security. As for renting office space, cars, and renovating, there were dedicated people in the company handling those arrangements. Everyone was working hard, and no one was slacking off because they all knew that Qin Tian had found a path for the company's development. This was very important for the company, and everyone wanted to do their best, especially regarding the school news platform, which was crucial for them. They were a software development company, and with this platform, they could independently develop games and software to upload there, increasing their exposure. This was very important. The company had finally found such a development opportunity, and no one wanted to jeopardize it. So everything was running according to normal procedures, and the HR department had also begun preparations to recruit a large number of people. As for the office area, the business department was already negotiating with the landlord. The next day, after getting up, Qin Tian didn't go straight to work but drove directly to the school. The school Qin Tian attended was a second-tier institution. Although it was considered second-tier, it was sufficient for many ordinary students. Upon arriving at the school, Qin Tian casually found a parking spot and then went to the teaching building to wait for Wang Ming. After a short while, he saw a spirited young man walking towards him. Who else could it be but Wang Ming? "Qin Tian, long time no see. You're looking more handsome by the day. Look at your aura now. How's the internship going? Have you charmed any cute girls in the company?" Wang Ming, being a lively person, dared to say anything and immediately started teasing as soon as they met. "Stop fooling around, little sister. During the internship, I was busy with company matters. When would I have time for such things? But you little rascal, love to chase girls so much. You must have had quite a few young ladies at your mercy during this internship, right?" Looking at Wang Ming's smug expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. However, it was one thing not to mention it, but once it was brought up, Wang Ming felt a bit helpless. "Chase girls? I really regretted it at that time. I shouldn't have listened to the school's arrangements. All the internship places they set up were at temples, and where are the beautiful women there? They're mostly just a bunch of aunties. Compared to my age, they are not even close. Do you think I could have that kind of mindset? Moreover, the companies recommended by the school are truly something else. The way these bosses exploit their employees, I really don't know what to say. No wonder these companies rely on interns from the school to do their work. With their treatment and conditions, it's a miracle they can even recruit anyone." It was clear that Wang Ming was holding back a lot of frustration. For this reason, Qin Tian patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. "It's okay, isn't it over now? Once you get your diploma, just go find a good company." "That's true, but do you think finding a good company is that easy? After these few months of internship, I now understand that working is all about taking the heat. To put it bluntly, working is just being a punching bag. Even if you find a new company, so what? Things will still be the same. Those wicked capitalists will never give up on exploiting any employee. Oh, the miserable life. Studying is much better. Hearing Wang Ming's lament, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You just want to stay in school all day chasing girls and then play games all night in the dorm, right? Of course. Who wouldn't want that kind of life? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just submit the internship certificate. Wang Ming took out the internship certificate the company had given him, and it would only be valid after he submitted it to the school. At that moment, Qin Tian also took out the internship certificate from his pocket. Wang Ming instinctively took a look at the internship certificate in Qin Tian's hand, but when he saw the company on the certificate, his eyes widened. What the heck, you interned at Qin Tian's company? Yeah, I've been interning at Qin Tian's company all along. What's wrong with that? Of course, there's no problem, but how come your luck is so good? I can't believe you got into Qin Tian's company. Why didn't you tell me? You should have mentioned such good news. I heard that Qin Tian's company has excellent benefits, and their boss is very generous. They treat their employees like gods. When discussing Qin Tian's company, Wang Ming's expression clearly showed excitement. After all, recently, Qin Tian's company had become famous in their working circle. Everyone knew that Qin Tian's company treated its employees very well, especially the benefits, which were simply out of this world. It was a paradise for every worker. Wang Ming never dreamed that Qin Tian would be so lucky to intern at Qin Tian's company. How did you get into Qin Tian's company? You didn't seem to be with this company before. In fact, Qin Tian and Wang Ming were basically the same. They were both recommended by the school. Originally, I was going to intern at a company recommended by the school, but that company was just too much to handle. I couldn't stand it, so I just left. I was thinking of looking for another company to intern at, but then I thought, other companies are all the same, so I registered a company myself and issued my own internship certificate. You registered a company for yourself? Issued your own internship certificate? Ha ha. Qin Tian, it's been a while since we last met, and your bragging skills have really improved. Don't tell me you actually started Qin Tian company. Wang Ming clearly didn't believe it. After all, starting a company is no joke, especially a company like Qin Tian's, which wouldn't even get off the ground without real strength. As for Qin Tian's family background, Wang Ming knew better than anyone. Just as Qin Tian said, registering a company and issuing an internship certificate couldn't possibly lead to such a scale in just a few months. Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. If I said I started Qin Tian company, would you believe me? I definitely would. As your brother, I believe whatever you say. Wang Ming patted his chest in assurance. Seeing Wang Ming's expression, Qin Tian knew he didn't believe it, and at that moment, he didn't want to explain further. Alright, say what you want, let's just hand in this internship certificate to the school first, or we won't be able to explain ourselves later. Right, I almost forgot about that. Let's hurry and submit the internship certificate. We still have to go to the gathering later. Our class monitor said that after we submit the internship certificates, we'll have lunch at a restaurant outside the school. They've already booked a room, so don't worry, we won't have to pay for this meal. A class gathering where we don't have to pay? How is that possible? Qin Tian was well aware of the class rules. Whenever there was a gathering or activity, it was usually split evenly. What's the situation in our class? You know how pretentious Li Tao is. You know he said he would take full responsibility for this class gathering, so we can consider ourselves lucky. Although he said this, Wang Ming's face was full of reluctance. Isn't that great? Since someone is willing to pay, we can save that money. Qin Tian seemed indifferent. Of course, you would say that, but you should think about how arrogant Li Tao has been in the past, always flaunting his family's business and showing off his money. I really can't stand him. Sigh, but it's also because he has that kind of background, there's nothing we can do. I heard that his internship certificate was directly issued by his family, and he doesn't even need to intern. After graduation, he'll go straight to his family's company as a project manager. That's just fate. At this point, Wang Ming's face was filled with emotion. After all, having a background and not having one are completely different. The two of them didn't say much more and walked directly into the office of the teaching building to submit their internship certificates to the school. This process went smoothly, and after handing in their certificates, they walked straight out of the school. The room had already been booked, and most of their classmates were already sitting in that private room chatting, with several classmates calling in the group multiple times. Qin Tian and Wang Ming felt embarrassed not to go over early. In fact, neither of them really wanted to go, but considering this was their last gathering before leaving school, it was indeed not appropriate to skip it. By the way, Qin Tian, do you remember Qin Xueqing? Wang Ming suddenly asked. Of course, isn't she the class flower? How could I forget such an important character? I heard that recently Li Tao has been crazily pursuing Chen Xueqing, and it seems like Chen Xueqing is about to be overwhelmed by his advances. At this point, Wang Ming couldn't help but express his feelings. This is the society we live in now. For rich young masters, chasing girls is a matter of minutes, while for poor folks like us, finding a wife is fraught with difficulties. Chen Xueqing? That shouldn't be the case, her standards are so high, I don't think she would look at Li Tao. Qin Tian thought for a moment, raising his head as he spoke. In Qin Tian's impression, Chen Xueqing was indeed a very proud person, and her standards were high. In the past, when someone in class teased her about what kind of boyfriend she wanted, she had said that he must have strength, that was her primary requirement. Because of this statement, no one in class dared to pursue her. Of course, many boys from the neighboring class wanted to chase her, but none could succeed, mainly because their backgrounds and capabilities were insufficient. As for Li Tao, Qin Tian thought he was also not a suitable match. Oh, you know nothing. I heard that Li Tao's family just acquired a company and merged it recently. Their business is growing bigger and bigger. If that's the case, the situation would be completely different. After all, Chen Xueqing has also gone out for internships and experienced the difficulties of society. I'm just afraid Chen Xueqing might fall for him. If that's the case, it would be such a pity. Many people knew what kind of person Li Tao was. He was notoriously flirtatious and had a terrible character. He was born into a wealthy family and never had to worry about money, which contributed to his spoiled rich kid temperament. In class, he had a bad temper and would confront anyone. Moreover, the things he usually did were not good. Essentially, he bullied others in class because he had money. If anyone stood up to him, he would use his wealth to deal with them in various ways. Wang Ming, with his temperament, had previously clashed with Li Tao. Everyone in the class knew that Li Tao was not a good person. Although Chen Xueqing was a bit proud, she was generally well liked in class. However, Chen Xueqing was relatively realistic, which is why she stated her boyfriend criteria in front of so many people. Because of this, throughout her years in college, she had not found a suitable partner. This kind of pure background and behavior was liked by many, and the key was that Chen Xueqing was indeed very beautiful. She was a girl with very fair skin, and her clothing and style were very trendy, not only in class but even in the school. She was among the top beauties. In fact, Wang Ming had thoughts about Chen Xueqing, but due to her pride and beauty, he ultimately did not dare to approach her. Now hearing classmates say that Chen Xueqing and Li Tao were about to become a couple, how could he not feel emotional? It's simply a flower stuck in cow dung, Wang Ming angrily cursed. Qin Tian shook his head and smiled. Forget it, why bother with so much? Let's hurry over, this is someone else's business, and it has nothing to do with us. Qin Tian had also had a bit of interest in Chen Xueqing before, but he and Chen Xueqing had always kept their distance. They hardly spoke in class, only exchanging greetings when they saw each other. Therefore, Qin Tian didn't feel much about these matters. After all, he had never thought about having anything with Chen Xueqing. To him, these were other people's affairs, and he had no interest in getting involved. At this moment, Wang Ming had nothing more to say and could only walk with Qin Tian toward the reserved private room. I have to say, although Li Tao's character isn't great, his generosity is indeed impressive. He has booked the largest private room. Such large rooms in hotels have a minimum spending requirement, and for the biggest one, the minimum is at least 8,000. 8,000 yuan is several months' living expenses for a university student. Yet, Li Tao didn't even blink and booked it right away. Moreover, gatherings like this usually attract a lot of people, and this meal alone would cost at least tens of thousands. Who would be so extravagant? When Qin Tian and Wang Ming arrived at the private room, half of their classmates had already gathered inside. It truly was the largest room. Besides a huge table, there were also some sofas and coffee tables for guests to sit and wait. With the arrival of Qin Tian and Wang Ming, some classmates in the class came over to greet them, but those with Li Tao pretended not to see and continued chatting loudly. Li Tao was now surrounded by a large group of people, basking in the glory of his success. His family background had always been decent, and recently his father had expanded the business, making the family business increasingly prosperous, which naturally made Li Tao even more arrogant. Now, he didn't take any of his classmates seriously. Li Xiao, in my opinion, Chen Xueqing definitely won't be able to resist your charm. She has always said she wants to find someone from a good family background, and I think your current situation fits perfectly. This time, you will definitely win her over. Of course, Li Xiao is so generous, and I heard your family's company is worth over 100 million. If Chen Xueqing agrees, she would be marrying into a wealthy family. There will always be people who flatter others, and now a group was constantly boasting about Li Tao, which he found very gratifying. Li Tao wore a proud smile. Of course, you should see what kind of family the Li family is. My dad has been doing business in the Magic City for so many years, and he has accumulated a lot of connections. Expanding the business is just a matter of time. I believe our family business will only grow bigger in the future. Good. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Li Xiao is impressive. This time, he will definitely win the beauty. Why don't we congratulate Li Xiao in advance today? The crowd wanted to continue the cheer. But at that moment, Li Tao pretended to be humble and waved his hand. Alright, everyone, stop saying that. Xueqing will be here soon. It won't be good if she hears this. Pursuing a girl relies on strength, there's no need to envy this. Just work hard, and maybe you can also achieve something in the future. The others nodded in agreement. After all, they had graduated and were about to enter society. After experiencing internships, they had learned about the ways of the world. Anyone who had faced the harsh realities of society would know that life isn't as simple as it seems. So their current thought was to build a good relationship with Li Tao as much as possible. After all, his family business was growing larger, and knowing such a wealthy young man would be beneficial for them. Just as they were discussing these matters, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and a beautifully dressed woman walked in. She wore a pink-fitted t-shirt that accentuated her figure, paired with white jeans and white canvas shoes. Although her outfit was simple, it exuded a certain elegance. Her hair had a hint of purple bangs, with one side covering half of her forehead, complementing her delicate face and features against her fair skin. She was simply stunning. The moment Chen Xueqing appeared, she captured everyone's attention, especially the male classmates present, who were all wide-eyed. Even Qin Tian couldn't help but be surprised at that moment. It was said that Chen Xueqing had matured and become more charming compared to her time at school, and her figure had become more alluring. No wonder people often said that girls change a lot as they grow up. It seems there was truth to that. In just a few months of not seeing her, she had transformed, and her aura was even better than before. Chen Xueqing still wore a rather expressionless face, maintaining an air of indifference and aloofness. Upon entering the private room, she immediately found a seat and sat down without saying a word. It seemed that her mood wasn't very good, as a subtle hint of anxiety and helplessness could be seen on her face. Xueqing, you're here. Great, now that everyone is here, let's all sit down, Li Tao said as he noticed Chen Xueqing's arrival, quickly urging everyone to take their seats. He intentionally sat down next to her. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xueqing did not refuse. Instead, she picked up a glass of water and took a sip. This scene made many of the boys present feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. It was known that Chen Xueqing had deliberately kept her distance from all the boys in school, and she seemed to dislike Li Tao very much. Every time he got close, she would coldly drive him away. Now, however, she said nothing, which was enough to indicate that she had compromised. It seemed quite possible that Li Tao might actually pursue her. What a pity, though, it was truly a shame. Such a beautiful girl was about to be wasted. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, Li Tao had deceived quite a few girls back in school, and a rich young master like him would just get bored and move on. Alright, waiter, hurry up and serve the dishes, Li Tao called out, and soon the waiter brought out plate after plate of delicious food. Li Tao was always generous, especially with matters that brought him face. He was never stingy, so the dishes on the table were mostly expensive. After months of eating boxed lunches, everyone's appetites were instantly whetted at the sight of the food. Alright, everyone, don't be polite, dig in. This is our last class reunion, so let's eat freely today. If there's not enough, we can order more, I'll cover the bill, Li Tao said grandly, patting his chest. The others, no longer holding back, began to serve themselves. Qin Tian and Wang Ming sat nearby, quietly eating as well. After all, it was a class reunion, and it wouldn't be right not to eat. After about half an hour, everyone had eaten quite a bit, and it was time for chatting at the table. Xueqing, why aren't you talking? This is our last gathering, do you have anything you want to say to everyone? Li Tao noticed that Chen Xueqing had been silent, so he deliberately spoke up, wanting to showcase his prowess. In the past, Chen Xueqing had been quite aloof and unwilling to talk to him, which had drawn strange looks from many. But now it was different. Li Tao was absolutely confident that he could win Chen Xueqing over, so he wanted to demonstrate his strength to everyone. What's there to say? Isn't a class reunion just about eating? Chen Xueqing's voice was crisp and carried a hint of aloofness, and it was precisely this air of detachment that endeared her to many. Look at what you're saying, this is just a class reunion, it's about chatting and connecting. After all, everyone will be going their separate ways soon, and whether we'll meet again is an unknown. At times like this, we should communicate well, don't you think? Li Tao continued. Chen Xueqing was a very intelligent girl, and she quickly realized what Li Tao was trying to do. She immediately spoke up, somewhat displeased. Li Tao, I am indeed in need of money right now, but that doesn't mean I only have you as an option. Li Tao never expected Chen Xueqing would directly state the situation, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The other classmates seemed to have figured out what was going on. It was clear that Chen Xueqing was in need of money but had no other choice but to turn to Li Tao, who was taking advantage of the situation to propose such terms, which Chen Xueqing had no choice but to accept. However, Chen Xueqing was still a woman of great pride. Her agreement to Li Tao's conditions was born out of necessity. If she had a choice, she would never choose someone like Li Tao. Women with high standards have very different criteria for choosing a partner, and Chen Xueqing certainly had the capital to back it up. Setting aside everything else, just her figure and looks had undoubtedly moved countless men. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat silent. Everyone looked at Li Tao with strange expressions, as they all knew he was taking advantage of someone in need, which was not the behavior of a gentleman. But in today's society, who would still talk about gentlemen? Li Tao had a bad temper to begin with, and being publicly humiliated by Chen Xueqing instantly ignited his anger. Chen Xueqing, don't get too full of yourself. At this point, why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? Let me tell you, with 5 million, I could find plenty of beautiful women. Do you think I can't live without you? I'm only giving you this opportunity because we're classmates. Otherwise, I could take this 5 million and find someone even prettier. Chen Xueqing's expression turned icy, but she remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Li Tao's words. After all, in today's society, finding 5 million was no easy feat. Some people worked their entire lives and still couldn't earn that much. For Chen Xueqing at this moment, that 5 million was incredibly important. It was impossible to gather that much money in a short time. Seeing that Chen Xueqing was silent, a smug look appeared on Li Tao's face. Not so high and mighty now, huh? What are you pretending for? If I tell you to lie down, you better lie down. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueqing tightly clenched her snow-white hand but quickly relaxed. Fine, then what do you want? At this moment, Li Tao felt even more triumphant. He reached out to put his arm around Chen Xueqing's shoulders, but she swiftly shook him off. Li Tao, please show some respect. As long as the money isn't in my hands, you won't touch me. If it weren't for necessity, I would never turn to you. Oh, even now, she still wanted to act high and mighty? Alright, you don't want me to touch you? Talking about respect, huh? Then I won't give you the money. I'll take this money and find someone better. Let's see what you do then. Li Tao was now certain of his hold over Chen Xueqing, and he was just waiting for her to back down. Li Tao's frantic yet brazen demeanor instantly made everyone feel disgusted. It was a blatant threat. To be honest, such tactics were indeed repulsive, yet many in the room were envious and resentful, secretly feeling emotional. It's really good to have money. In the face of this situation, no one dared to speak, because they didn't have 5 million either. Even if they wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Chen Xueqing chose to remain silent when faced with Li Tao's blatant threat, and her expression kept changing, as if she was also contemplating the matter. Qin Tian could see that Chen Xueqing definitely needed money very much right now, otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. It is well known that Chen Xueqing is a proud person. In the past, if she encountered such a situation, she would have immediately fought back without hesitation. But now, Chen Xueqing said nothing, and judging by her expression, she seemed prepared to endure. Still pretending to be aloof with me? Now you can put on a show for me. I want to see how high and mighty you can be. Today, you must explain to everyone what the relationship between me, Li Tao, and you is. Otherwise, you can forget about that 5 million. The more arrogant Li Tao became, the more unwilling Chen Xueqing felt inside. She loathed Li Tao, but right now, she truly had no way out. Li Tao, don't go too far. I promised you that as long as you give me 5 million, I would be your girlfriend. But if you do something so excessive and want to publicly humiliate me, I absolutely cannot accept that. Chen Xueqing slammed the table in anger and stood up. Li Tao, however, remained unhurried and said, Chen Xueqing, don't forget your current situation. If you don't get that 5 million within 2 days, your parents will die. Where are you going to get that 5 million in 2 days? Or will you just watch your parents die? With that, Li Tao burst into laughter. Chen Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, silently glancing at her classmates present, but not a single person spoke up. After all, for these classmates, let alone 5 million, even 50,000 might be something they couldn't come up with. Who would dare to step forward in such a situation? What are you looking at? You think they will give you 5 million? What a joke! It's not that I, Li Tao, look down on everyone here, but among so many people, who can come up with 5 million? Li Tao said this with a sense of superiority on his face. After all, in his view, there was no one present who could compare to him. They were simply not in the same league. Chen Xueqing, do you really need that 5 million so badly? Just as everyone was silent, Qin Tian's voice surprised everyone, and they all turned their attention to him. In the past, Qin Tian had always been somewhat inconspicuous in class, the kind of person who rarely spoke and was almost an unnecessary presence. But at this moment, Shin Tian suddenly spoke up. How could everyone not be surprised? Ha! Who are you? This is not a place for you to speak, Li Tao said, sizing up Shin Tian with some displeasure. He didn't even remember who Shin Tian was. After all, he usually wouldn't remember someone with such little presence. But at this moment, Shin Tian ignored Li Tao and kept his gaze on Chen Shueqing. Shin Tian had no intention of being a hero to save the beauty, he just felt that it would be a great pity for a woman like Chen Shueqing to be ruined by Li Tao. More importantly, Chen Shueqing was doing well academically. If she were directly recruited back to the company as an employee, it would be a good choice. Chen Shueqing was also somewhat surprised. After all, Shin Tian had indeed been inconspicuous before, and now he suddenly asked this, which must have a reason behind it. Relatively speaking, Shin Tian is much more handsome. Compared to Li Tao, he is a good choice. If she had to choose between the two, Chen Shueqing would definitely choose Shin Tian without hesitation. Yes, I really need this money right now. My parents are both sick and need 5 million for treatment. If I can't raise 5 million in 2 days, they will both die. If you can gather 5 million in 2 days, I can be your girlfriend. Chen Shueqing exhaled heavily. Ha ha. Chen Shueqing, are you out of your mind? How could this guy possibly come up with 5 million? He doesn't even know if he's in our class. Someone like him, who has no presence, how could he possibly come up with 5 million? Li Tao didn't believe that Shin Tian could raise that amount of money. Although we live in a society where money is talked about everywhere, and people say that a few million is nothing, in reality, very few can actually come up with that much. In real life, if 1 out of 100 can do it, that's already quite good. I remember your name is Shin Tian, right? Chen Shueqing ignored Li Tao and directly asked Shin Tian. Yes. If you can really come up with 5 million for me, then whatever you say goes. I really have no other way. Chen Shueqing sighed. Upon hearing this, Shin Tian immediately smiled and took out his phone. Give me your account, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. What? Chen Shueqing clearly couldn't react at first. The other classmates also widened their eyes, looking at Shin Tian in disbelief. To bring the account and transfer money immediately? That's too extravagant. 5 million is not a small amount, and Shin Tian says he will transfer it just like that. Even Li Tao couldn't possibly have 5 million, he had to ask his family to transfer it to him. Are you serious? After realizing it, Chen Shueqing spoke eagerly. Of course, I never lie. Do you want it or not? Shin Tian asked calmly. I want it. Chen Shueqing didn't hesitate at all and directly gave her account to Shin Tian. Without saying a word, Shin Tian proceeded to make the transfer on the spot. At this moment, Li Tao spoke up. It sounds like it's real. I want to see if you really have that much money. 5 million, just like that, as if you're a tycoon. To be honest, Li Tao really didn't believe that Shin Tian could transfer 5 million on the spot. After all, for such a large sum, even his family's company would have to calculate it carefully, and it would need to be signed off by the finance department before the money could be transferred. But Shin Tian just said he would transfer it on the spot. What a joke. But soon, a notification sound rang out. As the sound rang, Chen Shueqing quickly checked her messages. When she saw the balance in her bank account, her eyes widened, and she looked at Shin Tian in disbelief. You really transferred it? What? Everyone present stood up in shock, looking at Shin Tian in disbelief. The fact that 5 million could be transferred at any time meant that he definitely had more than just that in his account. What's more alarming is that Shin Tian had always performed quite ordinarily in class, sometimes even working to earn some pocket money. Now, he just casually says he can give 5 million? Li Tao was still reluctant to believe it and snatched Chen Shueqing's phone to take a look, and he was completely stunned. Because the 5 million had really arrived. Of course, Shin Tian, always keep my word. If I say I'll transfer it, then I'll transfer it. Chen Shueqing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Since she had said it, it was like spilled water. Okay, Shin Tian, from now on, whatever you say goes. First, handle your hospital matters, then come find me. Shin Tian knew that Chen Shueqing was a bit anxious about her current situation, but he wasn't in a hurry. Understood. Chen Shueqing nodded, grabbed her bag, asked for Shin Tian's contact information, and then turned around and left decisively. In fact, she didn't want to come to this class reunion today, but since Li Tao had called her out, she had no choice. Now that she had the money in hand, she wouldn't say much. After all, Shin Tian was far better than Li Tao. Watching Chen Shueqing leave so decisively, Li Tao was immediately infuriated. Shin Tian, who asked you to meddle here? Shin Tian scoffed. There are more people in this world who can come up with 5 million, not just you. Didn't you just say I definitely couldn't come up with this 5 million? What do you say now? Li Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. Remember, there are others in this world with money, not just you. I also have 5 million, and I can transfer it immediately, but you can't. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes at Li Tao. He had long found this guy displeasing but had never had the chance to confront him. Today was just the opportunity to let him know that society isn't that simple. Li Tao's temper flared up immediately. How could I not have it? I can also come up with this 5 million. What's so great about it? Qin Tian laughed. You're right, you can come up with this 5 million, but it's not impressive because you're asking your family for it. My 5 million is earned by myself, so there's a difference. As for whether you can afford it, that's for you to judge. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late, I should head back to the company. Classmates, if we have the chance, let's meet again. Today's meal is on me. Without saying anything else, Qin Tian turned and went to the front desk to pay the bill. The entire private room fell into silence. Especially Wang Ming, who had come with Qin Tian, was now completely stunned. Wow, when did Qin Tian become so impressive? 5 million just like that, and he even directly supported our class flower? Wang Ming was not feeling jealous at all. Instead, he was very pleased, especially seeing Li Tao's defeated expression made him even happier. Li Tao's face was flushed with anger. He had wanted to show off in front of his classmates, to flaunt his financial prowess, but unexpectedly, he not only failed to do so but also lost face. Now, with no other option, Li Tao could only angrily wave his hand and turn to leave. As soon as Li Tao's figure disappeared, the entire private room erupted in chatter. What happened? Wow, is Qin Tian really that amazing? 5 million just like that. I never realized before, Qin Tian is actually a hidden rich guy. I even worked part-time with him before. Wang Ming, you have a good relationship with him. Did you already know Qin Tian has a background? Classmates looked at Wang Ming, who was now speechless. You guys are really wronging me. I truly didn't know Qin Tian was this capable. His performance has always been quite normal, and his family's background seemed pretty average. How could he have so much money? Since even Wang Ming said so, the others naturally had nothing more to say. By the way, what exactly does Qin Tian do? Some classmates couldn't help but ask. Who knows? When I first met Qin Tian, he told me he worked at Qin Tian Company. Oh, right, I almost forgot. He said the job the school introduced him to, he just quit it, and in a fit of anger, he registered a company himself, even claiming that Qin Tian Company was his. No way, that can't be true, right? Wang Ming, realizing this, widened his eyes. Qin Tian had clearly mentioned it before, but he didn't believe it at the time. Now, reflecting on it, Wang Ming was completely shocked. Qin Tian Company is his? If Qin Tian Company really is his, then he's incredible. I've heard the owner of Qin Tian Company is worth over 100 million, and their company account has several hundred million in liquid assets, and they recently acquired a huge platform. But that's not the main point. The main point is their employee benefits are just too good. Oh my god, if that's the case, we should definitely talk to Qin Tian and see if we can get jobs at his company. Yeah, after all, we're all in the same major. For a moment, everyone was buzzing about Qin Tian. To them, it felt like a bombshell. They thought Qin Tian was too low-key. Everyone believed Li Tao would be the one doing the best in their class, but unexpectedly, the person who was actually doing the best was Qin Tian, who usually had little presence. He had just graduated and had already taken care of their class beauty, giving her 5 million without hesitation. Qin Tian didn't care what they were saying. He drove straight back to the company after returning to school. He wasn't worried about Chen Xueqing running away. After all, in this day and age, it's not hard to recover money, especially since he had transfer records. Moreover, Chen Xueqing wasn't that kind of person. Although she was a bit aloof in class, she was actually quite nice. And Qin Tian had a fondness for Chen Xueqing. With such an opportunity, why miss it? Now that the company was on the right track, Qin Tian Company's reputation was becoming more and more prominent. A large gaming platform like the school motto platform had a very high value, estimated to be worth at least several billion now. After all, this platform had a huge flow of traffic, which many software developers hoped to obtain. With this platform, Qin Tian Company was about to enter a phase of steady development. This made many people see the potential of Qin Tian Company, and as a result, its reputation would only grow larger. Now, who knows how many job seekers were out there closely watching Qin Tian Company, waiting for it to open its doors so they could step in and work, especially since the benefits of a powerful company were so good, who wouldn't want to join? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Tian got up the next day to wash up and was about to go to work, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Chen Xueqing calling. Is this Qin Tian? I'm Chen Xueqing. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm at my place. Have you taken care of everything? Yes, thank you. My parents' situation has basically stabilized now, and it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Send me your address, I'm coming over now. For Chen Xueqing, this was essentially a transaction. Now that her family matters were settled, she planned to go fulfill this promise. Whatever Qin Tian wanted to do, she would absolutely not resist. I'll send you the address right now. Originally, Qin Tian had planned to go to work, but since Chen Xueqing was coming over, he decided to wait a while. After sending the address to Chen Xueqing, about half an hour later, she arrived at Qin Tian's doorstep. When he opened the door, Chen Xueqing was standing there looking charming. Today, she was dressed particularly beautifully in a tight-fitting dress, with a small strap hanging from her shoulder. Her hair was casually draped over her back, complementing her fair skin and delicate features, which truly drew attention. Any normal man would be unable to resist drooling at such a sight, especially since Chen Xueqing had a fantastic figure. I'm here, Chen Xueqing said, still maintaining her calm demeanor. Come in and sit down. Qin Tian stepped aside and let her enter the house. At that moment, Chen Xueqing was also surveying the place. Did you buy this house? Chen Xueqing looked around in surprise. Although it was just a 2-bedroom apartment, being able to afford such a place in the Magic City was no small feat. Moreover, the location of this house was excellent. Even a 2-bedroom apartment in such an area would cost several tens of millions. People who could afford such expensive properties were certainly not ordinary. I just bought this house not long ago, Qin Tian said as he poured a glass of water for Chen Xueqing and then sat down on the sofa. Now that Qin Tian was the boss of his company, he could come and go as he pleased, so he wasn't in a hurry and preferred to finalize things with Chen Xueqing first. So that's how it is. Qin Tian, I really didn't see it coming. You're actually an invisible rich second generation. You're quite Loki, we had no idea before, Chen Xueqing said with a hint of emotion in her tone. But at that moment, Qin Tian seemed to have heard a joke. I think you must have misunderstood something. I'm not a rich second generation, everything I have is earned through my own hard work. All earned through your own hard work? That's right. Although I've only been out for an internship for a few months, I've been relatively lucky. I established Qin Tian Company, and fortunately, it's currently thriving, and the results are quite good. Qin Tian was quite satisfied with the current outcome. However, when Chen Xueqing heard the name Qin Tian Company, her eyes widened in shock. What? You mean you started Qin Tian Company? Qin Tian Company was indeed started by me. Is there a problem with that? For a moment, Chen Xueqing didn't know what to say. She had heard of Qin Tian Company. It was said that the owner was a wealthy person who invested billions just to build an employee dormitory. Such ambition was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Ha ha. Qin Tian, you really know how to joke. Chen Xueqing didn't quite believe him. She believed that Qin Tian could run Qin Tian Company, but she didn't believe he built such a large company from scratch in just a few months. How much money would that take? It was absolutely impossible to say that Qin Tian had no huge family backing him. No one would believe that. Believe it if you want, or don't if you don't. I don't want to argue with you. Since you're here, let me arrange your next steps, Qin Tian said, but before he could finish, Chen Xueqing stood up and let out a heavy sigh. Qin Tian, I've already said before, as long as you give me 5 million, you can do whatever you want. I will definitely keep my promise. Come on, you can do anything now. Or rather, from now on, if you don't mind, I can be your girlfriend, or mistress, whatever you prefer. It seemed that Chen Xueqing had already made her decision, and her demeanor of offering herself made Qin Tian feel somewhat intolerable. With such a beautiful woman standing before him, it would be a lie to say that Qin Tian had no reaction at all. However, if he were to take Chen Xueqing right now, it would indeed feel like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Qin Tian didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue, so at this moment, he planned to let Chen Xueqing be his girlfriend. It had been a long time since he had been in a relationship, and it was just the right time to experience the feeling of being in love again. Alright, since that's the case, from now on, you are my girlfriend. Go back and pack your things, bring your clothes over. I have 2 rooms here, you can stay in the room next door for now. Tomorrow, you can come with me to the company to handle your onboarding procedures, and then you can be my personal secretary. Having his girlfriend as a personal secretary seemed like a great choice to Qin Tian. After all, Chen Xueqing was beautiful, and having her by his side would surely feel wonderful. A personal secretary was completely different from an ordinary secretary. A personal secretary would follow him wherever he went. Okay, whatever you say goes. Chen Xueqing didn't say much more and turned to leave, seemingly to pack her things. One had to admit, her straightforwardness was quite impressive. After all, that was just her personality, but at this moment, Qin Tian still handed her a spare key. After leaving home, Shin Tian went straight to the company, as there were still many business matters that needed to be handed over. The company had now gotten on the right track, and there were more things for Shin Tian to consider. First was the issue of the new office area. Although the business department was already working on it, the results were not very good. The landlord of the office building saw Shin Tian spending so lavishly and now wanted to raise the price. This was not good news for Shin Tian. Although the business department was negotiating the price, he felt the pace was too slow. After all, the procurement department had almost brought back all the computers and various equipment needed for work, yet the business department had not finalized the office area, which was a significant problem. Secondly, with the increase in personnel, the company would need more funds, and Shin Tian had to take this opportunity to find ways to improve employee benefits. He also knew that many workplaces had some special rules, which were essentially unspoken rules that could lead to dissatisfaction among employees. To break these unspoken rules, Shin Tian planned to reform the company's regulations. Overall, this would effectively weaken the power of various department managers and supervisors. This was quite useful for the company's development, as it could greatly tap into employee emotions. Additionally, Shin Tian had a very special plan. He believed that many young people felt that their working hours were too long, leaving them with little free time. When Shin Tian was working before, he also had this mindset. He had always fantasized about finding a good company where the work was easy, the atmosphere was pleasant, and one only needed to work 3 days a week. That would be a 3-on, 4-off schedule. Shin Tian had been contemplating this decision for a long time, and today he finally made up his mind to implement it before the company expanded. Not to mention anything else, if such a decision is made, there will definitely be a lot of employees in the company who will have huge emotional reactions. This is very useful for Shin Tian. So, after Shin Tian arrived at the company, Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia immediately came forward to report. After all, there are many matters in the company that require Shin Tian's approval, especially some financial transactions that need his signature to be executed. Shin Tian didn't waste any words. After a simple glance at the documents, he directly signed his name. You need to urge the people in the business department to speed up and secure this office area. Many of the equipment in the procurement department has already started to be moved back. If this drags on any longer, it will have a significant impact on the placement of our company's equipment. Shin Tian turned to Xu Mingyue and instructed. Okay, President Shin, I will talk to the people in the business department about this. However, the people in the business department are also acting in good faith. The landlord is clearly trying to raise the price. They are currently negotiating, but you may not know that the landlord has increased the price of the office area by half. This is clearly an attempt to bully our company, and we must negotiate to bring the price down. They are indeed going too far. The price increase is excessive. If we go by their quoted price, it will impose a significant financial burden on our company, so the colleagues in the business department are working hard to negotiate a lower price. That's right. Let the colleagues in the business department act quickly. If they really can't bring the price down, then look for some nearby office areas that are more spacious or see if there are any complete office buildings available. We could rent an entire building, which would save us from disputes later on. What? Rent an entire office building? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia was immediately stunned. In a place like Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, renting an entire office building would require a considerable amount of rent, and how many people would be needed to fill such a large building? Renting an entire office building would be much more convenient for our company. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with this office area because there are employees from other companies on this floor, which has a significant impact on us. Most importantly, this office building does not have an underground parking lot. We need to find a building with an underground parking lot, which would be more convenient for our employees and also make the company look more impressive. Secretary Lu, I will leave this matter to you. Please inquire nearby and see if there are any office buildings available. If possible, let the business department negotiate. President Shin, if you mean an entire office building, there really is one available nearby. A building has just become vacant. I heard it was previously occupied by a large company, but due to poor market conditions, they are about to vacate. If you really have this intention, I can have the business department go take a look. After all, Lu Chuxia used to work in sales and is relatively sensitive to information about such properties. Oh, really? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and let the business department negotiate. Have them secure the office building as quickly as possible. When they move out, we can move in directly. Remember, the equipment must be complete. President Shin, you can rest assured about this. I can't guarantee other things, but the shared facilities in this office building are indeed very complete, and it is equipped with an underground parking lot. Good, that's settled then. Let's secure this office building. Also, inform the HR department that there will be another secretary starting tomorrow. From now on, she will be my personal secretary, and as for benefits and treatment, let's go with the standard benefits. At this moment, Qin Tian also mentioned Chen Xueqing's situation. Lu Chuxia and Xu Mingyue were somewhat surprised, but they didn't say much. After acknowledging, they went out to do their own things. What? What's the boss up to now? Does he want to buy the entire building next door? My goodness, has he gone mad? That building next door has 12 floors, he wants to buy the whole thing? It can't be that extreme, right? I heard that one floor of the office area over there can accommodate 300 to 400 people. If he buys all 12 floors, wouldn't that mean over 1,000 people? With our company's current strength, how can we handle so many employees? Who knows? When have we ever been able to see through the boss? It seems this time the boss really intends to expand and strengthen the company. I don't know if that's good or bad for us. That's not the main point. The main point is I heard the boss wants to change our working hours. As soon as this was said, all the employees perked up. The boss finally came to his senses. Is he planning to adjust our working hours back? I've said it before, this way of working is not sustainable. Our overtime is too long, and the company's losses will be significant. Adjusting the hours back to normal is the right thing to do. To be honest, I think the 5-day, 8-hour system is a loss for the company. I believe the working hours can be extended a bit. 10 hours a day is also acceptable. I think so too. 8 hours a day is indeed not enough for the current company. 10 hours a day is the most suitable working time. I agree. And the overtime set by the boss is a bit excessive. Overtime pay is the biggest pressure for the company. What? You all think the boss wants to adjust the normal hours back? If you think that, you're mistaken, seriously mistaken. The employee said this with a bitter expression. What do you mean? Isn't that what the boss is thinking? The other uninformed employees were momentarily stunned. Of course, you all know what kind of person the boss is. To expect him to take away these benefits is impossible. I've already heard Assistant Chu say that the boss plans to change our future working hours to 3 days on, 4 days off. So that means we'll only work 3 days a week, and the other 4 days will be vacation. No way, has the boss gone crazy? Changing our 5-day work week to 3 days? Everyone was shocked. They initially thought Qin Tian wanted to correct the working hours, but they didn't expect such a result. How could they not be surprised? What do you mean it's not true? This matter is already a fact. You all know what the boss's word is worth. Once he says something, it will definitely be fulfilled. Moreover, the boss has instructed that this system should be implemented as soon as possible. I heard that working only 3 days a week, the rest will count as overtime, and we can choose to work overtime or not. What's more, if we do work overtime, it's double pay. Wow, this is too good, right? If that's the case, wouldn't the company's pressure become even greater? 3 days on, 4 days off? This rest time is even more than the working time. I've never seen a company with such treatment. The boss, he wants to ruin this market. In an instant, all the employees were discussing fervently. After all, among so many companies, there was none that could manage 3 days on, 4 days off. Starting a company means relying on employees to make money. They would love to squeeze more time out of them to earn greater profits for the company. But now, Qin Tian is continuously shortening the working hours and giving employees more time off. Most importantly, out of the 7 days in a week, if they choose to work during the remaining 4 days, it counts as overtime, with double pay. This effectively increases the opportunities for employees to earn money. For all workers, this is a blessing. However, the people in the company are worried about its future because Qin Tian suddenly acquired the building next door and is now providing employees with more earning opportunities. They fear the company might not be able to sustain itself. But they also know Qin Tian's temperament. Once he makes a decision, nothing can change his mind. So now, they can only feel anxious. Many are even discussing whether to do as they did last time, skip clocking in during overtime and not fill out overtime forms, so Qin Tian wouldn't know they worked extra hours. The boss really makes us worry, doesn't he? Clearly, the company is about to expand, and at such a time, he pulls this stunt. What is he trying to do? Does he think the company isn't under enough pressure and wants to add some difficulty for himself? I think so too. The boss is really something. I genuinely feel worried for the boss. He's putting so much pressure on himself. Is he trying to push himself harder? As employees, we need to help the boss relieve his worries. The next day, Qin Tian drove Chen Xueqing to the company. When Chen Xueqing entered the company, she still found it hard to believe that Qin Tian was the boss of Qin Tian Company, as it all seemed too unreal to her. Setting aside everything else, just the fact that he was the boss was enough to astonish her. After all, Qin Tian Company is quite the hot commodity in the market right now. Alright, you can go with Sister May to handle your onboarding procedures, Jean Tian instructed as they entered the office, where the HR supervisor was already waiting quietly. Okay, President Jean. Miss Chen, please follow me this way, Sister May said, her attitude very pleasant as she gestured for Chen Shueqing to go ahead. Soon, the two arrived at the HR department to complete the paperwork. Since Sister May had already prepared everything, the process went smoothly. Before long, the onboarding procedures were completed. Miss Chen, oh no, I should call you Secretary Chen now. You are officially an employee of our company. I need to register whether you will be dining in the company cafeteria. Also, where will you be staying? Do you need to move into the employee dormitory? These are all company procedures, so I hope Secretary Chen can help us with the registration. Your company really has its own independent cafeteria and dormitories? Although she had heard about it before, Chen Shueqing couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw it for herself. Of course. The dormitories in our company are all independent, usually with one person per room, and each dorm is fully furnished with various furniture and color TVs. Plus, the company dormitory has a huge parking lot, and our cafeteria offers 36 different dishes every day. In addition, our company provides 5 insurances and 1 fund upon joining, along with dedicated transportation. These are all special benefits from the company. There are also some regulations within our company, and just today a new regulation has come down. I should let you know that starting next week, our company will implement a policy of working 3 days and resting 4 days, which means you only need to work 3 days a week, and the rest will be considered overtime. Employees can freely choose whether to work overtime or not. So we have already decided that from Monday to Wednesday will be normal working hours, and starting from Thursday, all will be overtime hours, and those overtime hours will be calculated at double pay. More importantly, our company has recently rented the building next door, and next month, we will be moving to the floor across the street. Do you understand all of this, Secretary Chen? Upon hearing this, Chen Shueqing could only nod in a daze. That's good to know. I think your relationship with President Qin must be quite special, so I need to clarify these matters. By the way, there are some things I want to ask you, Secretary Chen. At this point, Sister May looked around cautiously, as if she had something very important to say. Sure, Sister May, feel free to ask whatever you want. Is your relationship with President Qin quite special? As for this question, I don't know how to answer you. My relationship with Qin Tian, well, I don't know how to put it. We were college classmates. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Secretary Chen, please answer my question first. Sister May didn't say much more and directly picked up her pen to prepare to take notes. I still need to use the cafeteria, but I don't need the dormitory. Chen Shueqing thought for a moment and said, I see. Well, I'll note that down. Because our company's transportation service has fixed conditions, only employees living in the dormitory can have the transportation service, so the company will provide you with transportation and accommodation allowances. What? You want to give me transportation and accommodation allowances? I think that's unnecessary. Chen Shueqing thought for a moment and then shook her head in rejection. Why? These are all company regulations. You don't live in the dormitory and don't need the transportation service, so the company will provide you with the transportation and accommodation allowances. Sister May spoke with some confusion. I currently live with Qin Tian, and I basically ride in his car to and from work. This is what Qin Tian told me, so I think the transportation and accommodation allowances are unnecessary. As soon as Chen Shueqing said this, Sister May was immediately taken aback. What? You live with President Qin now, and you also ride in his car to work? But you just said you were classmates? Goodness, how could she say such a thing? They are already living together, and to say there is no relationship, who would believe that? My relationship with him is indeed that of classmates. This is an undeniable fact. Chen Shueqing really didn't know how to explain her relationship with Qin Tian, so she could only say it like that. Moreover, she and Qin Tian really hadn't had anything happen yet. She had just moved her things over. Oh, I see. When Sister May said this, she couldn't help but stroke her chin. By the way, Secretary Chen, could I ask you for a favor? A favor? What is it? Chen Shueqing didn't rush to agree. After all, this was her first meeting with the head of the HR department, and the other party was directly asking her for help, which was indeed a bit. I know it's a bit abrupt to ask for your help on our first meeting, but there are some things I really want to say. Since you have such a good relationship with the boss, I think there are some matters you really need to advise the boss on, especially regarding the regulations in the company. I find them to be quite unreasonable. At this point, Sister May couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. So I want you, Secretary Chen, to have a good talk with the boss and see if he might reconsider. However, Chen Shueqing couldn't help but furrow her brows. Sister May, are you joking with me? The company's benefits are so good. How can you say they are unreasonable? I don't think so. It's precisely because the benefits are too good that they become very unreasonable. We've never seen a company with benefits this generous. We're afraid the company won't be able to sustain it, especially with the new work schedule of 3 days on and 4 days off just implemented today. I think this will put a lot of pressure on the company. As for the other benefits, I hope Secretary Chen can have a good talk with General Manager Chin to see if they can be revoked. What? What are you talking about? You mean changing the company's regulations is about this? Chen Xueqing was momentarily at a loss. After all, changing company regulations usually meant improving employee benefits, but now the employees were actively requesting to cancel the benefits. What kind of joke was this? Chen Xueqing had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Sister May, are you joking with me? I'm not joking with you, everything I'm saying is true. Sister May's face was filled with seriousness. What? What is going on? Sister May, I just joined the company, and I'm not clear about many things. Can you explain it to me? Chen Xueqing was becoming increasingly curious about the company, so she directly pressed Sister May for answers. When Chen Xueqing learned about the company's situation, her eyes widened in shock. This, Qin Tian is actually this good to the employees? Is he doing charity or what? No one knows. Anyway, General Manager Qin has always done things this way. The problem is that he is very stubborn. Once he makes a decision, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. We want to persuade him, but there's no way. Since Secretary Chen has a closer relationship with General Manager Qin, you should talk to him and see if you can persuade him. Alright, I'll try to ask about the situation later, but Qin Tian might not listen to my suggestions. Chen Xueqing nodded somewhat woodenly. Regardless, you should still suggest it to General Manager Qin. That's all Sister May could say at this point. After registering all the paperwork and materials, Chen Xueqing returned to Qin Tian's office. General Manager, the paperwork is all registered now. I am officially an employee of Qin Tian Company. That's great. Your work position is right there, already arranged for you. You can temporarily work there, and once we move to the new office area soon, we'll arrange a separate office for you then. Qin Tian pointed to a desk in the corner of his office. After all, the current office area was limited, and Chen Xueqing's work position could only be arranged in Qin Tian's office. Being a personal secretary, this was all acceptable. General Manager, there's something I want to discuss. Just now, when I was registering in the HR department, the HR supervisor told me that the company's benefits are too good, and the employees are all afraid the company won't operate well. They all want you to lower the company's benefits. The company's benefits are indeed too good, especially the 3 days on and 4 days off policy. Everyone feels there's no need for it, and they hope you can retract this decision. After all, everyone is genuinely worried about the company's operation. To be honest, when Chen Xueqing heard about the company's benefits, she was also very surprised. I never expected the benefits and treatment at this company to be this good, especially the employee fund established by Qin Tian, which truly moved and warmed Chen Xueqing's heart. Chen Xueqing couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Having such an employee fund is simply a tremendous blessing for the vast number of employees. It's important to know that Chen Xueqing had been overwhelmed by her family situation before, ultimately having to bow to others out of necessity. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to lower her head, but for the sake of her family, she had no other option. If she had been at this company back then, she wouldn't have had to worry about such matters. Just now, Sister May from the HR department had already told her that the employee fund is transparent to everyone in the company. Anyone can inquire about the balance of the company account. Moreover, this employee fund can be directly applied for when employees truly need it, requiring only Qin Tian's signature. There have been precedents in the company. Last time, the money that employee urgently needed was indeed provided by the company. This proves that the employee fund in this company is a genuine existence. Qin Tian is truly conscientious. At this moment, Chen Xueqing's view of Qin Tian had changed to a certain extent. She even wondered if Qin Tian was indeed doing charity, otherwise, who would establish such a fund? And as soon as this employee fund was established, he directly donated several million. What a joke! Which boss is that generous? Everyone is worried that the company's operations might have issues. It's fine, the company's operations will not have problems. I know exactly what to do, so you can rest assured. Since I can do this, it proves that I have a plan, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't explain, casually waving his hand. But isn't this a bit excessive? Many employees are saying the company has just started and is in need of funds right now. You're spending all the money on the handle. As for this issue, I can clearly tell you that spending money on the handle is also effective. Whether it's the blade or the handle, both are very important. For example, if I need to use a knife, then making the handle more comfortable means the knife will be easier to use, right? These are all the same. If I improve employee benefits, then employees will work more efficiently, which is a good thing for the company, right? If employees genuinely care for the company, won't that create greater benefits for the company? So I say all of this is worthwhile. After all, talent comes from such environments. Only by providing them with a good environment can they wholeheartedly work for you and create unexpected results. I'm not as great as you think. I'm also considering the company's interests. When Qin Tian said this, it instantly left Chen Xueqing speechless. It sounded reasonable, but upon closer thought, it seemed to lack substance. Alright, President Qin, this is your company. How you decide is your business. I just want to ask what I should do next? Just go to work as usual. Qin Tian thought for a moment and replied. Go to work as usual? Then what is our relationship now? This was what Chen Xueqing was most concerned about, as her relationship with Qin Tian now had a hint of ambiguity. She had received 5 million from Qin Tian, which was equivalent to being directly supported by him. The current issue was that Qin Tian didn't clarify their relationship, so Chen Xueqing wanted to confirm it. In my view, everything is based on mutual consent. Although this 5 million looks like support for you, I would never force anyone. Now you are my personal secretary. If you feel that we are not suitable for each other, then just be my personal secretary for now. We can slowly cultivate our feelings. If, in the end, it really doesn't work out, you can consider it as a debt to me, and you can repay it later. Qin Tian spoke without looking up. However, this statement left Chen Xueqing momentarily stunned. At that moment, Chen Xueqing felt a mix of emotions, somewhat touched yet confused. She also began to doubt whether Qin Tian was just saying empty words, so she decided to test him. After all, they were already living together, and sooner or later, she would figure out Qin Tian's true nature. In the following time, Qin Tian was focused on his computer, while Chen Xueqing sat at her desk reviewing some company documents. As a secretary, she needed to understand the company's affairs, otherwise, she would surely be ridiculed by others. Since Chen Xueqing had come to work at this company, she had to learn well, familiarize herself with the materials, and be a good personal secretary. Not to mention, given the benefits and treatment at Qin Tian's company, she had to work hard. The day passed very quickly. Soon it was time to get off work, but today was Wednesday, and the company's new policy had just come out. Tomorrow would be a holiday for all employees. They could choose to work overtime or stay at home. It was entirely up to the employees. What should we do tomorrow? Should we come back to work overtime? Some employees were hesitating, knowing that this meant double overtime pay. To be honest, I really don't want to put more pressure on the company, but I still have work that isn't finished. If I don't work overtime, I don't know when it will get done. Yeah, we have 4 days ahead. If the work stops for 4 days, I'm afraid there will be problems later. Then let's work overtime. What else can we do? Sigh. I'm really at a loss with the boss. I don't know how to solve this. Let's work overtime. Since it's the boss's rule, he must have his own considerations. We just need to do our work well. And the boss has said that anyone who wants to work overtime can do so at any time. There was no choice. Most employees chose to work overtime because their tasks were urgent. Taking a break now would leave them wondering what to do when they returned. As for those who had no work, they unhesitatingly chose to rest. This scene greatly increased the employees' sense of belonging. While driving home, Qin Tian suddenly received a notification from the system. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,500. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 5,000. In an instant, various notifications kept coming in. This made Qin Tian, who was driving, smile slightly. The feeling of money coming in was simply too good. In just a few minutes, Qin Tian received a large number of system points, which, if converted to cash, amounted to 2 billion. Goodness! Now the company's funds had reached several billion, fully capable of supporting Qin Tian in a big venture. In addition, Qin Tian also received an extra reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, extraordinary culinary skills. Hearing this notification from the system, Qin Tian felt a bit pleased. After all, the rewards from the system were unstable and random. Some were abilities, while others were useful items. In any case, whatever the system produced was bound to be of high quality. It just depended on what random reward the system would give. It was as if this extraordinary culinary skill could instantly transform Qin Tian into a culinary god, and the dishes he prepared were absolutely exceptional. This was the first time he had acquired such an ability, so Qin Tian was eager to give it a try. President Qin, what are you laughing about? Chen Shuecheng, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the smile on Qin Tian's face. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something happy. By the way, it's still early, so let's skip the cafeteria and cook for ourselves when we get home tonight. As he spoke, Qin Tian drove the car in another direction. He was heading to the market to buy some ingredients to show off his skills. Cooking for ourselves? But I can't cook, Chen Shuecheng said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although her family was somewhat average, her parents had spoiled her since childhood, resulting in her not knowing how to cook even now. Don't worry, I can cook. I'll buy some ingredients for you to taste my skills, Qin Tian said cheerfully, not minding her lack of cooking ability. Soon, he arrived at the market and bought a large amount of vegetables before driving back home. As soon as he got home, Qin Tian went straight into the kitchen with the ingredients and began to get busy. In the past, he was someone who had never touched a drop of water in the kitchen. He had no cooking experience at all. But now, he found that his mind was filled with a wealth of culinary knowledge, as if it were etched in his brain. Despite having never cooked before, he now felt like an experienced chef, effortlessly preparing the dishes. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Although this extraordinary culinary skill seemed somewhat unnecessary for him at the moment, it didn't matter. Having more skills was always beneficial, and the system's rewards would be plentiful. Although Chen Shuecheng was sitting in the living room, she eventually came to the kitchen and opened the door. President Qin, is there anything I can help with? No need, just relax outside. I'll handle everything in the kitchen, Qin Tian replied, feeling too happy about trying out his culinary skills to let Chen Shuecheng interrupt him. Chen Shuecheng opened her mouth to say something but couldn't find the words. With a sigh, she turned to leave, only to notice the ingredients on the cutting board. Wow, she realized that all the vegetables on the board had been prepared, and they were done very neatly. More importantly, some of the vegetables were cut so uniformly that they looked like they had been machine-sliced, all arranged perfectly. The feeling was simply wonderful. President Qin, did you cut these vegetables? Chen Shuecheng asked, incredulous as she looked at the neatly arranged ingredients. Of course I did. Who else would have cut them? Your knife skills are that good? Absolutely. I've put in a lot of effort to learn how to cook, Qin Tian said proudly. Chen Shuecheng had nothing more to say and turned back to the living room, now feeling a bit excited. She wanted to see just how good the dishes Qin Tian had prepared would taste. About half an hour later, a table full of delicious dishes was served. The entire living room was filled with the aroma of the food, making Chen Shuecheng's mouth water. All right, the food is ready. Come and eat. Qin Tian took off his apron and sat down at the dining table, drooling at the sight of the delicious spread. The dishes laid out on the table were all vibrant and flavorful. At this moment, Chen Shuecheng was already sitting at the dining table, inhaling the aroma wafting from the dishes, and a special sparkle appeared in her eyes. It smelled so good, truly too good. Chen Shuecheng couldn't wait to pick up a piece of green vegetable and put it in her mouth. I must say, the cooking was absolutely amazing. A simple piece of green vegetable, yet the flavor was quite unique, and the blanching time was just right, not too soft, not too hard, very chewy, and it didn't feel tough at all. Instead, it gave a refreshing sensation that almost made Chen Shuecheng exclaim in delight. It was simply delicious. Unable to resist, Chen Shuecheng tried some of the other dishes, and once she tasted them, she was completely captivated. These dishes were just too delicious. The green vegetables were sweet and crisp, and the flavor was excellent. As for the steamed fish, it was even more delightful, refreshing and tender. Each dish was a culinary masterpiece, making Chen Shuecheng wish she could swallow her own tongue. Having never eaten such delicious food in her life, she forgot all about her image and picked up her chopsticks to eat continuously. Seeing Chen Shuecheng like this, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that good? It's really delicious. Qin Tian, did you make all these dishes? Chen Shuecheng mumbled as she devoured her food. Of course I made them. Didn't you see? I personally cooked all of this. How is it? My cooking skills aren't bad, right? Not just good, it's simply explosive. There's no denying it. Chen Shuecheng couldn't help but give a thumbs up at that moment. Oh, in that case, eat more. Qin Tian was very pleased with such a response. After all, being praised by others felt great. Moreover, this also allowed Qin Tian to directly test the rewards given by the system. This extraordinary cooking skill was truly impressive. Even Qin Tian himself couldn't help but give a thumbs up after tasting the flavors. Not bad, it really is quite good. It seems that in the future, he should definitely aim to obtain more system rewards like this. So, the employee benefits should be improved as well. However, for now, eating was the most important thing. After a full half hour, the two finally finished all the food on the table. Both were in a state of extreme satisfaction. They sat on the sofa, watching TV, and chatting casually. I really didn't expect your cooking to be this good today. By the way, how did you manage to do it? Chen Shuecheng asked with some confusion. How else could it be? Cooking skills are developed through practice. The more you cook, the better you get. Qin Tian naturally wouldn't reveal the real situation. Developed through practice? Do you often cook? But you're the big boss of a company now. Does a company president really need to cook for themselves? In Chen Shuecheng's impression, someone like Qin Tian, a big boss at this level, would never cook for themselves. Generally, billionaires like him would eat out, and even if they didn't, they would have a housekeeper at home. How could they possibly cook? Chen Shuecheng, you really don't know me well. Although I am indeed the boss of Qin Tian Company now, before this, I wasn't the boss, I was just an employee. How could I not cook? The more you cook, the more familiar you become with it, Qin Tian explained. In fact, what Qin Tian said was true. He came from an ordinary family and knew how to buy groceries and cook. Isn't your family background supposed to be quite good? Chen Shuecheng felt very confused. After all, for such a large company, it would be absolutely impossible without a huge family backing. Who said my family is great? My parents are just ordinary wage earners. This company was only established a few months ago. Before that, I was just a worker too, but I was relatively lucky, which is why I started this company. Qin Tian was not lying about what he said. It was indeed luck that allowed him to establish this company. What? You mean you started this company all by yourself? Qin Tian, you're not kidding me, are you? A company this big, and you managed to do it all on your own? Chen Shuecheng clearly found it hard to believe. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think this company came about? I established it myself. You can check when this company was founded and see if I relied on anyone else. I had to rely on myself. As Qin Tian said this, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, in today's society, many things are indeed unreliable. If it weren't for the emergence of this system, he wouldn't know what his situation would be like now. So, you're saying you started from scratch? Chen Shuecheng looked astonished. Not exactly from scratch. I can only say I was lucky. Your luck is indeed quite good. Speaking of which, you're quite handsome, and you're so skilled at cooking and it tastes so good. You must have a lot of girlfriends, right? Chen Shuecheng asked tentatively. Her view of Qin Tian had completely changed. Setting aside everything else, Qin Tian's abilities were enough to make many girls swoon. Chen Shuecheng herself had high standards, and under these circumstances, it would be a lie to say she wasn't a little moved, especially after that meal, which had truly touched her heart. Many people say that to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach, and Qin Tian had directly captured Chen Shuecheng's stomach. Actually, I don't have any. I'm still single. Otherwise, why would I invite you back? I just plan to cultivate our feelings and see if we can become a couple. Qin Tian's words made Chen Shuecheng feel a bit unaccustomed. Are you really this direct? But it's true, I accepted 5 million from you. If you want, I can become your girlfriend right away. Although Chen Shuecheng's pretty face turned a bit red, she didn't refuse at this moment, as she had already mentally prepared herself when she came over. No need to rush. We can cultivate our feelings first. I think for things like this, it's better to develop feelings first. It might be more intense and enjoyable. What do you think? Qin Tian found it hard to accept the idea of jumping straight into things upon first meeting. After all, he had no experience in this area. Although he was quite handsome in school, he had always been quiet and reserved, and with an average background, he never had a girlfriend. To this day, he still lacked experience. For someone inexperienced, it was naturally impossible to just dive in. Chen Shuecheng nodded. Actually, I feel the same way. Although I'm already yours, there's no need to rush into things. It's better to cultivate our feelings first. That would indeed be better. Although Chen Shuecheng usually held herself in high regard and many said she had high standards, she was actually a very conservative person. It was indeed hard for her to accept jumping straight into things, but some matters were not up to her to decide. Alright, then it's settled. Qin Tian decisively made the call. This is what you said, not what I said. Chen Shuecheng's voice was weak as she spoke, clearly lacking confidence. After all, she was the one who had agreed to Qin Tian first. This is indeed what I said. Hearing Qin Tian's affirmative response, Chen Shuecheng felt much more at ease, and her gaze towards him softened considerably. With Qin Tian's current achievements, she had begun to regard him with respect. However, given the current pace, it was something that an ordinary person would find hard to accept. Having some time to cultivate feelings would naturally be a good thing, and it would be very gentle for a girl. By the way, Qin Tian, I heard that your company has established an employee fund. Why would you do something like this that loses money? An employee fund is essentially a charitable endeavor, and setting up such a fund will only burden the company. What Chen Shuiqing cared about most was this employee fund established in Qin Tian's company, as her family had experienced similar matters and understood the importance of such funds. For an ordinary employee who felt powerless, this was incredibly significant. Of course, it's for the company's future development. I think you should know that the market competition pressure is immense right now, especially for those outstanding employees, who are hard to come by. If I improve the company's benefits, I can attract a large number of talented individuals. When I gather the elites in the industry, it will be difficult for my company not to grow. Qin Tian had considered this matter as well. Although the system could provide rewards, normal company development was also possible. Improving employee benefits could win their hearts and attract a large pool of talent, making it a win-win choice. Chen Shuiqing nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense, but do you really need to make the company benefits this good? Besides the employee fund, there are also dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, and even dormitories and canteens for them. Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive or not, it's not excessive at all. This can cultivate employees' sense of belonging, and such a sense of belonging is even more important for the company's development. Don't you notice? Many large companies have a core group of personnel who work wholeheartedly for the company, and only then can the company develop rapidly. I'm following this path now, so everything I'm doing has its reasons. I know many employees are worried about the company's operations not being sustainable, but there's no need to worry about that. I have my own considerations. Qin Tian's confident demeanor was somewhat charming. At that moment, Chen Shuiqing could only choose to applaud. However, she didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, as she really didn't understand company operations. What she wanted to know more was Qin Tian's opinion of her. Qin Tian, I have a question for you. When we were in school, what did you think of me? Chen Shuiqing kept her eyes on Qin Tian as she spoke, eager to see what kind of answer he would give. I thought you were quite nice, always beautiful, and with a great figure. Although everyone said you were aloof in school, your character was genuinely good. Look at all the beautiful girls in school, they all had many rumors, but you had none. I actually had a good impression of you. I even had a crush on you back then, but the gap between us was too big. You definitely wouldn't have looked at me. Qin Tian was quite direct in his speech now. Chen Shuiqing was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, but her pretty face turned red. Because what Qin Tian said now was equivalent to a confession, Chen Shuiqing had no experience in this area and didn't know what to say. I never said I looked down on you, that's just what you think. I'm just stating the facts. So let me ask you, what did you feel about me back then? Well, I might as well tell you the truth. At that time, your presence in the class was so low that I almost forgot you because you hardly spoke. When Chen Shuiqing said this, she couldn't help but laugh, as that was indeed the situation back then, and Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh too. The atmosphere between the two was quite harmonious. After getting these words out, the awkwardness between them lessened. By the way, are you going to work tomorrow? If you are, I'll give you a ride. I also want to check out the company since the new office building is being prepared. Qin Tian had forgotten about work tomorrow. After all, it was supposed to be a day off. As long as you go to work, I'll go with you. If you don't go, I won't go either. Then let's get up early tomorrow. I'll go to work with you. Qin Tian, actually, I have another question for you. Is this work schedule really good for the company? Others feel that working 7 days a week isn't enough, and you're reducing your workdays and adding overtime. Many employees want you to change the hours back to normal. I think it's a good thing. This matter is settled, and there's no room for negotiation. Faced with Qin Tian's firm attitude, even if Chen Shuiqing wanted to say something, she couldn't continue. But now this news had already spread in the industry. Wow, it seems Qin Tian's company really wants to stir things up. Does he want to ruin this market? I think so too. Others feel that working 7 days a week isn't enough, and he only wants to work 3 days a week? What kind of joke is this? I heard that the remaining time can also be worked, all calculated at double overtime pay. Wow. If that's the case, then how much would the salary be at the end of the month if you worked a full week at Qin Tian's company? This isn't just good benefits, this boss is genuinely a good person. This is a paradise for workers. You can't find a company like this in 8 lifetimes. I must get into this company. I heard that Qin Tian's company is expanding its recruitment. We have a great opportunity. What? Their company is expanding? Is that true? As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, so many eyes were already on Qin Tian's company. As soon as they announced they were hiring, everyone would rush in. Now that they heard Qin Tian's company was expanding, how could they not be happy? I heard that they are planning to expand to a very large scale, and they have already rented the entire building next door. It looks like they intend to expand into the whole building, and they are likely to hire at least 700 or 800 people this time. Wow, if that's true, then our chances just got bigger. The boss of Qin Tian's company is really hard to understand. He just changed the work policy and then boldly starts hiring, and it's a large-scale expansion. I thought Qin Tian's company only needed 100 or so people this time. I didn't expect them to recruit hundreds. If that's the case, our chances are really huge. Bro, if you think that way, you're very mistaken. It's not just us who want to get into Qin Tian's company, can't you see? Now there are so many more people around here, and all of them are coming for Qin Tian company. Moreover, I heard they even posted job openings online. With Qin Tian company's reputation today, do you think the number of applicants will be small? Our competition will only grow, so we should showcase our professional abilities even more. You're right. I need to hurry back and prepare, or I'll get eliminated, and then we'll regret it deeply. I think I need to stay up all night preparing materials to fully tackle this recruitment by Qin Tian company. For a moment, almost the entire city of Magic City went crazy. Countless workers are now paying attention to Qin Tian company, constantly doing their homework, waiting for the moment the company announces its recruitment. However, this scene made many employees in the company feel worried, especially Mei Jia, the head of the HR department, who is responsible for recruitment. As a supervisor, her salary is quite high. In the past, earning over 10,000 was already the ceiling, but now with overtime, her monthly salary is nearing 20,000. Plus, the company provides a cafeteria and dormitory, so she doesn't have to spend on food and housing, allowing her to save at least over 10,000 each month. At her age, she certainly needs to save more money. In just 2 months, her savings have already exceeded 20,000. If this continues, it won't be long before she can save enough for a down payment on a house. With such a company, how could Mei Jia not want to stay? More importantly, her husband also works at the company, and they have been assigned an independent 2-bedroom apartment, just for the two of them, which is equivalent to being given a welfare house. Naturally, Mei Jia has to consider the company. Mei Jia, it won't be long before we start recruiting externally. What do you think about this? Another employee in the HR department asked helplessly. What can I do? This is a decision from the boss. You know how stubborn the boss is. If he says we need to hire, then we have to hire. All we employees can do is to do our jobs well. Haven't you heard? The new girl, Chen Xueqing, is Qin's girlfriend. Even living together with him hasn't resolved this issue. How can we manage? That's true. Qin's temper is just too stubborn. Once he decides, not even 9 oxen can pull him back. I'm really worried about the company. But Qin is indeed very capable. He has built the company up so much at such a young age. It's precisely because Qin is so capable and young that we worry he lacks social experience. If things go wrong, even though our company has such a large platform supporting it, no one knows how the internet will develop in the end. This platform is popular now, but who knows if its popularity will decline. If problems arise then, it could be serious. So we need to be vigilant when hiring, aiming to recruit industry elites. This time, I have posted recruitment information online and specified the requirements. Anyone who comes will be selected from the industry's elite. Speaking of which, Mei Jia indeed holds considerable power now. As the head of the HR department, she is almost solely responsible for recruitment. Qin Tian rarely interferes in these matters, and since he trusts her so much, she must select the best talents for the company. After all, having more talented people in the company makes everything easier. Now, let's take a look at the work atmosphere and state within Qin Tian company. As soon as work hours begin, everyone is focused on their tasks. Some people are so engrossed that they don't even take a sip of water, continuously working on their projects. In most companies, those who slack off during work hours are definitely in the majority, as no one would work hard for the boss during office hours. Usually, it's all about finding ways to take it easy. But now, not only is no one slacking off, but there are also people urging others to stay on task. A young man in the company just finished his work, stood up to stretch, and immediately a colleague chimed in, "Hey, you need to pay attention during work hours. You can't slack off, right? The company's projects are so urgent, we can't afford to be slow now. We're in overtime, don't forget how the boss treats us. If you don't want to work here, we do, so don't hold us back." With one person reprimanding, others began to chime in as well. The young man was left speechless. I mean, do you really have to be this tense? I want to work here more than anyone. I used to be a total spendthrift, but now I can save 7,000 or 8,000 every month. Do you think I don't want to work here? I just finished my work, stretched a bit, and was checking if there was more to do. If not, I'm leaving. Hearing this, the others awkwardly scratched their heads and smiled. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, we misunderstood you. No problem, no problem. I'm going to ask my team leader if there's any work for me. If not, I'm out. The young man didn't say much more and went straight to ask his team leader, who told him that the part of the project he was responsible for was already completed. He didn't say anything further, just grabbed his things and clocked out, without any hesitation. Such a thing would be absolutely impossible in other companies. After all, there are no slackers during work hours, and overtime pays double. Where would you find someone as straightforward as this guy? If there's no work during overtime, it means you can just play games or whatever, and no one would know. Who wouldn't want to earn double overtime pay just by playing games at the office? But now, no one in this company does that. They finish their tasks and leave immediately, never taking up any company resources. In fact, every project in the company has a strict allocation. Generally, projects are assigned to team leaders, who then distribute tasks to each member of the team, and of course, everyone's tasks are basically the same. Once a task is completed, it essentially means that person has finished that project, so usually, the team leader won't assign more work. Therefore, in this situation, those who finish their work end up with nothing to do. Such a relaxed work environment is something everyone loves. But now, no one chooses to stay and fake overtime pay because they don't want to burden the company. At this moment, it's lunchtime, and the people from the surrounding companies are heading downstairs for takeout, noticing those who are taking cars back to their dorms. They can't help but feel a sense of longing. See, this is the importance of finding a good company. Look at our normal, tough work life. They just get off work and have a car to take them home. I heard their car service has no restrictions. As long as you're working, you can call a driver anytime. Wow, is it really a dedicated car service? It truly is a dedicated car. Is that all? I heard that their company's policy has changed. Now they only need to work 3 normal days a week, and the remaining 4 days are all considered overtime, with overtime pay at double the salary. What's more, it's completely voluntary. If you want to go, you can, and if you don't have to. Oh, this is simply tailor-made for me. Just 3 days of work a week, and I can earn over 10,000 a month? What kind of amazing treatment is this? That's just fate. They found a good company, not only with high salaries but also with special transportation. They're living like bosses. I've never seen a company where workers can live like bosses. Look at the dishes in their company cafeteria. There are 36 different dishes to choose from every day, and it's all you can eat. Now look at what our company offers, just a pitiful meal allowance. Every day after work, we have to eat those small lunchboxes that cost over 10 yuan, with no nutrition at all, while they feast on meat and fish in their cafeteria. It's practically like a restaurant. Enough said, I have to get into Qin Tian's company. This scene made many people determined to join Qin Tian's company. Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing were now also working at the company, but everyone knew that Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing were living together. So when they were eating in the cafeteria, everyone greeted them continuously. Since Qin Tian was the boss, he had a separate private room in the cafeteria, so he and Chen Xueqing were essentially dining separately. However, it was Chen Xueqing's first time eating in the company cafeteria, and she was unfamiliar with many things. When she actually went to get food, she was genuinely surprised. The variety of dishes was beyond her imagination. She thought the employee meals would only have a few options, but to her surprise, the cafeteria offered a buffet with over 30 dishes to choose from, and the white rice was unlimited. She could take as much as she wanted. Looking at the soup next to it, it was all rich, slow-cooked broth. Qin Tian, is this really the company's cafeteria? Why do I feel like there are more dishes than in a restaurant, and the food tastes pretty good, way better than those fast food places outside? And this white rice, can you explain to me why it's so good? What kind of rice is this? Chen Xueqing fired off a series of questions. She really didn't know how to express her thoughts. The food was rich and flavorful, and the rice was clearly of high quality, each grain distinct and obviously not cheap mixed rice. The cafeteria uses only the best ingredients, whether it's the dishes or the rice, everything is fresh. After all, this cafeteria isn't just about cooking, it also sells food to the outside, so what we serve customers has to be good. But it doesn't need to be this good, right? I think there should be a distinction between what employees eat and what is sold outside. Otherwise, how much can you afford to provide? Chen Xueqing was genuinely surprised, looking at Qin Tian with a completely different gaze. Qin Tian, however, casually continued eating. I think this is fine. After all, if the employees eat well, they can focus better on their work for the company. Life is short, just a few decades at most, and most people are eating fast food. Since I own this company, I think it's fine for the employees to eat well. It doesn't cost that much. At this moment, Chen Xueqing gasped in surprise. Now I understand why the employees in the company are so protective of it. The benefits and treatment here are simply explosive. They are treated like gods. How could they not care for the company? Chen Xueqing had made a special trip today to observe the situation outside and found that all the employees were very conscientious. In other words, if you wanted to find a lazy employee, it would indeed be a difficult task. Chen Xueqing had been there many times and had not seen a single person slacking off. At first, she was puzzled as to why the employees in this company were so strange. Logically, with over 100 people, there should be at least someone slacking off, but after wandering around for a whole morning, she found nothing unusual. So, this proves that the decisions made in my company are correct. As long as the employee benefits are well taken care of, everyone will think of the company. These are all resources of the company. As long as there are talents in the company, why would we fear not making money? Qin Tian said with a face full of certainty. However, this left Chen Xueqing unsure of how to respond. What you said does make sense, but it also sounds like it doesn't make sense. Isn't that enough? This is my decision for running the company, so there's no need to worry. By the way, do you have any thoughts or suggestions regarding the employee benefits in the company? Employee benefits? Qin Tian, I don't really understand what you're talking about. The current employee benefits are already at this level, and you want to raise them further? What's so strange about that? Raising employee benefits is itself an incentive for the employees. Qin Tian, I really have no suggestions on these matters. The current employee benefits were already at such a level. What more suggestions could there be? If they were to raise the benefits further, even Chen Xueqing wouldn't know what to say. Because in Chen Xueqing's view, such benefits were already good enough. No other company in the market could offer such treatment. If such benefits were to continue, then the company would truly become a charity organization. Now, this platform for school motto has been maintained by the company. So many issues within the platform are now being resolved by Qin Tian's company. Currently, Qin Tian's company has begun to assign personnel to maintain this gaming platform. However, there are still many problems. For example, some issues with coordinating with the merchants, as many personnel in Qin Tian's company lack experience, leading to many instances of unskilled maintenance, which allowed many people to take advantage of the situation. In just a few days, some problems arose in the platform's maintenance, especially regarding the promotion and recommendation of certain games. Because Qin Tian's company does not have enough manpower and everyone lacks experience, many things have come to a halt, leading many merchants to come forward to complain and demand compensation. It should be noted that many of these merchants are taking advantage of the situation, trying to gain more leverage, so complaints like this have become increasingly common. The company's staff were also somewhat at a loss when faced with this situation. Lu Tianyu, the operations department manager, was already unsure of what to do, but now that such a significant problem had arisen in maintenance, he could only turn to Qin Tian to admit the mistake. President Qin, regarding this platform maintenance and handling, we have made many inappropriate actions, which has now led many merchants to demand compensation from our company. In the face of this situation, if we compensate, it will bring a certain degree of loss to the company. So we don't know what to do now. President Qin, you decide how to handle it. Lu Tianyu now didn't know what to say, so he willingly accepted all of Qin Tian's punishments. After looking over the materials at hand, Qin Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alright, since it's like this, there's nothing more to say. This is our company's first maintenance, and we have no experience. Let's just consider it a lesson for the company. You all need to remember this well and never make such mistakes again. We understand, President Qin. We guarantee this won't happen again next time. That's good. Tell the finance department to compensate fully for what needs to be compensated. After all, we just took over this platform, and we can't let our reputation be ruined. Lu Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Tian. Is it really okay for President Qin to just let this go? What kind of punishment will our operations department face? Lu Tianyu clearly couldn't process it. Generally speaking, when such a big issue occurs, the necessary punishments would be unavoidable, but it seemed that Qin Tian had no intention of punishing them at all. This is fine. I know this is your operations department's first time handling such matters, and you have no experience. I don't blame you. Just consider it a lesson. If it happens again next time, then wages will be deducted. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Lu Tianyu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, President Qin. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again. I assure you, we have gained a certain level of experience now. We'll handle these matters well and learn more from them. After leaving Qin Tian's office, Lu Tianyu returned to the operations department and explained Qin Tian's intentions. What? President Qin just let the operations department off so easily and doesn't plan to punish us at all? Oh my gosh, I was even prepared for a wage deduction, considering such a big issue occurred. President Qin is too easygoing. Just treating it as a lesson for the company and taking on all the compensation. Good boss, he really is a good boss. If it were the CEO of another company, they would definitely find a way to deduct from other areas. In an instant, everyone in the operations department was applauding. Alright, everyone stop talking about this. From now on, you all need to prepare well and make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. We must not disappoint President Chin's goodwill. Understood. We will definitely work hard and not cause any trouble for President Chin again. The news about the operations department quickly spread throughout the company, but the employees' reactions were quite significant. No way, President Chin just let the operations department off? This was their mistake. Yeah, the operations department caused our company to lose such a large sum of money. Logically, they should be punished, but President Chin only criticized them verbally. Isn't this just adding trouble for our company? Really, the people in the operations department are too careless. Many colleagues took out their phones and began to vent in the colleague group. You people in the operations department are too careless. You messed up such a big thing and made the company lose so much money. Do you even deserve President Chin's trust? Exactly, President Chin has provided us with so many benefits, and this is how you repay him? Not only did you fail to solve the company's problems, but you also brought trouble to the company. What is the operations department even doing? Faced with the various curses in the company colleague group, no one from the operations department dared to speak up, as they felt they were in the wrong. Even though they were being scolded, they didn't dare to make a sound. I think such things should be properly addressed to prevent them from happening again. Next time we encounter a major issue, we can discuss it well in the group, especially for those who are indecisive. Otherwise, when it happens again, the trouble it brings to the company could be enormous. Chu Mingyue, this is indeed a good choice. The company is currently in its startup phase, and if there are problems at work, the impact on the company could be significant. We cannot add trouble to the company. When faced with uncertainty, it's right to ask everyone for their opinions. Lu Chuxia, Assistant Chu, is absolutely right. The current situation of the company cannot be wasted any further. Who knows when President Chin can hold on and when he can't? Although we cannot interfere with President Chin's decisions, we must contribute to the company. I agree with this decision. I agree too. In an instant, the entire colleague group was buzzing with discussions about this matter. Everyone decided that next time they encountered an issue, they would resolve it directly in the colleague group. At least everyone could help brainstorm ideas, preventing the company from ending up in such a situation. Just then, the manager of the business department stood up. Since that's the case, we happen to have a matter in the business department that we can't decide on, so let's discuss it. Recently, many merchants want to join our platform, including a large game company that wants to settle on our platform. We are currently negotiating the fees for joining, but we don't know whether to set the fees high or low. After all, this game company is quite well known, and their current game has been promoted very well in the early stages, bringing its own traffic. If this game joins our platform, it could bring a certain level of traffic revenue to us. But the problem now is that their conditions for joining are very low, and we don't know whether to accept them or not. We have already asked President Chin about this, and he said to let us decide for ourselves. Now our business department really doesn't know what to do. While these employees were discussing these matters in the colleague group, Chin Tian suddenly received a message from the system. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 5,000. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 4,600. A series of sounds continuously echoed in Chin Tian's mind, and the random rewards provided by the system made him even more excited. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an additional reward, Super Hacker Technology. When this reward appeared, Chin Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Super Hacker Technology, did this mean that Chin Tian would become a super skilled hacker from now on? Incredible, this was truly amazing. The reward given by the system was beyond words. In this world, hackers are always a sought-after profession. As long as your skills are high enough, you can enjoy a good life. As for the funds obtained this time, it directly reached 4 billion. Now Chin Tian's assets had exceeded 100 billion, and he felt more confident than ever. However, Chin Tian still wanted to try out the rewards given by the system, especially the super hacker technology, which needed to be tested. Taking advantage of the free time, Chin Tian directly opened his computer. He knew that the employees had formed a private colleague group, and everyone except him was in it. Now, Chin Tian used his hacking skills to break into this group. Goodness, it took him less than 30 seconds to hack into this group. Chin Tian felt a rush of excitement. The rewards offered by the system were indeed not simple. However, as soon as he broke into the group, he saw his colleagues discussing the issue of game entry. Mainly, we can't make a decision right now. If we use these low conditions to secure this client, then other clients will also use this method to negotiate for the lowest conditions, which won't bring higher profits to the company. If we raise our conditions, the other party might just turn to other platforms, which wouldn't be good for us. After all, there are not just us on the big platforms. This is indeed a tough problem. Why don't we ask President Chin for his opinion? We already asked him. President Chin said that operational matters and these issues are to be decided by us. He wants to train our business capabilities and vision. We can't let President Chin down. With such problems arising in the operations department, we are also quite anxious. If we mess things up for President Chin again, and the company loses money, what should we do? Yeah, it's not easy to have such a good hand. We don't want to ruin it for President Chin. Looking at the chat in the colleague group, Chin Tian finally understood what was going on. No wonder the system suddenly offered such high rewards. It turned out that the employees' sense of belonging had increased. Chin Tian was very satisfied. What he wanted was for the employees to treat the company like home. Only then could they achieve a higher sense of belonging. Without saying a word, Chin Tian directly exited the colleague group. However, at that moment, Chin Tian also created another account to enter the group. After all, this colleague group was also an important existence. From time to time, he could see what the employees were discussing, which would help in making adjustments to the company's welfare conditions. Given the current situation, the company's welfare benefits had reached a certain level, and to continue gaining a sense of belonging, they needed to show concern for the employees. Therefore, hacking into this group was very necessary. But now Chin Tian was pondering whether the employee benefits were insufficient. Should he give the employees more power? Letting employees feel freer in the company would yield even more sense of belonging. Now Chin Tian was starting to feel troubled. It was already quite difficult to manage the benefits at this point. How could he increase the employees' sense of belonging even more? Previously, Chin Tian had already learned that the more sense of belonging one gained from the system, the more generous the rewards would be, especially after entering the second stage, where the rewards were even more substantial. If possible, helping the company employees more was actually very necessary. Now, Chin Tian's company had become increasingly well known, especially with their school news platform, which attracted many people. Setting aside other matters, just based on their current reputation, the traffic on the school news platform was continuously increasing. After all, this is an internet society. Any standout company would instantly attract heated discussions among netizens. Nowadays, Chin Tian's company had quite a loud reputation online, with many netizens praising it as a conscientious company. A company that treats its employees like customers is truly a rare sight. It's important to know that most people online are workers, and they can resonate with such matters. Not to mention, Chin Tian company is really impressive. I have a friend who works near their company, and I've heard that the benefits and treatment inside Chin Tian company are absolutely explosive. I've heard that the boss of their company is like a philanthropist, treating employees like they are the bosses themselves. Not only do they have dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, but they also provide employee dormitories, which are even better than the welfare housing of state-owned enterprises. I must say, in today's world, there are not many conscientious companies like this, so we must support such companies well. I won't say much more. I must promote this school motto platform and see if there are any good games on it. I also quickly added some money to the school motto platform to show my respect for this boss. Such news spread instantly across online forums. Now, countless users are flocking to the school motto platform, attracting even more people wanting to join. Because of this, the business department of Chin Tian Company has become bustling with activity. After all, everyone follows the trend. No matter which game developer it is, they all want to get their games onto a larger platform, especially one with such broad traffic. If their games are on this platform, the exposure will be greater, making it easier for them to become popular. Everyone knows how significant the profits can be when a game suddenly becomes a hit. There's no need to imagine that. Alright, everyone, please don't rush. Let's take it one at a time. Our business department is currently short-staffed, so let's sit down and talk slowly. Yes, everyone, please take a seat. Let's discuss some basic conditions for joining our platform. The entire business department is currently overwhelmed with work. The presence of these game developers can generate enormous profits for them, so they naturally won't refuse. In fact, whether a large platform can continue to develop depends on the traffic it attracts. The traffic of a platform largely depends on whether there are any popular games on it. At the same time, it also depends on the variety and quantity of games available on the platform. The more types and numbers of games there are, the more games in the library, and naturally, the more people will stay, attracting more customers. In such a situation, it's impossible for their company to develop everything alone. What they need to do is attract more people to join and enrich the game library. The presence of these developers is definitely a good thing for Qin Tian. Therefore, the people in the business department are doing their best to retain these developers, as this is a great opportunity for their company. Most of those coming to discuss cooperation today are game developers, and they are all quite large in scale, providing a certain number of games each month. If they can negotiate with these people, they will have more games entering their library every month. Of course, their game entry also has two models. One is a rental model, where they rent the platform to host their games, paying a certain amount of rent each month. In this model, whether their games make money or lose money has nothing to do with the platform. Another form is the revenue sharing model, meaning that they sign contracts with game developers to host their games on the platform, and when profits are made, they share the revenue according to a certain percentage. This is somewhat similar to the streamers signed by the platform, so the business department has a lot to keep busy with. At the very least, they need to assess the overall strength of these game developers. If the games they produce are average, they will sign contracts based on a rental model. If the other party is strong, then it will undoubtedly be a revenue sharing agreement. Although rent is stable, once revenue sharing starts to earn, the profits can be much greater. This requires the business department to conduct thorough investigations, so these matters need to be discussed. Due to a severe shortage of personnel in the business department, the manager can only lament in the group chat, hoping someone will come to help. At this time, many people have just finished their tasks and, upon hearing the call from the business department, rush over to assist without hesitation. For them, the company's affairs are their own. As long as the company needs help, they will immediately step in. Meanwhile, those in the break room are constantly refilling tea and serving the visiting clients. Let's go see if there's anything we can help with. After all, these are all company business. If we can secure these deals for the company, it will definitely increase our revenue, and the company's operations will be stable. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over to help. It's our duty to assist the company. In no time, many people are paying attention to the situation in the business department. After all, the business department is responsible for the company's operations. The more projects they take on, the more stable the company's operations will be. Everyone hopes the business department can secure all these deals. So many are standing by, ready to assist with any requests from clients. Qin Tian has not commented on this. He has almost completely entrusted the company's business and operations to the company itself. Currently, Xu Mingyue holds significant power. Although she is Qin Tian's assistant, he often does not concern himself with the company's various decisions, only stepping in for very important choices. Thus, Xu Mingyue effectively acts as the general manager of the company, handling all matters, while Lu Chuxia and Chen Xueqing, as Qin Tian's personal secretaries, do whatever he instructs. Qin Tian has not only ignored these company matters but has fully delegated them to Xu Mingyue. During work hours, he simply comes to the company to browse online materials, never bothering with other affairs. When it's time to leave, he just walks out, as being the boss means he decides whether to work overtime or not. After a full week of hard work in the business department, all the projects have been secured. At the moment all the projects were finalized, all the employees present began to applaud continuously. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Although the clients secured this time may not bring significant immediate profits to the company, in the long run, this represents the foundation of Qin Tian's company. It is important to note that when the business department signs contracts with these companies, it is explicitly stated in the contracts that their company must host a certain number of games or software on the platform each month or they will face certain penalties. Although such situations are not very common, they are relatively good. This is the first time that Qin Tian company has secured a project, so everyone is very happy. Oh my god, this is wonderful. We've been at the company for so long, and we've finally secured these projects, which means we've created a certain level of profit for the company. Yes, I think we should celebrate such a joyous occasion. Exactly, I also think we should celebrate. How about this, after work, we invite the boss to a team building event, and we employees can chip in. With someone proposing this, everyone agreed, as they had saved up quite a bit of money, all thanks to Qin Tian. Since they now had this opportunity, they should spend some money to build a good relationship with Qin Tian. Moreover, it is quite normal for employees to have team-building events, but inviting the boss changes the nature of it, which would also be very face-saving for the boss. I agree too. After all, the last time the boss took us out for a team-building event, it cost quite a bit. Now we should treat the boss to some enjoyment. With so many of us, if each person contributes a few hundred, it will be enough for our company gathering. Xu Mingyue, being the person with the most power at the moment, naturally had to speak up. If everyone has decided this, then I will go in and report to President Qin now. After work, we can go directly to the gathering? What do you need to report to me? At that moment, Qin Tian happened to come out of the office and, upon hearing their conversation, asked with great interest, with Chen Xueqing following closely behind him. President Qin, it's like this. The people from the business department have secured all the clients that came over and provided them with the best conditions, which is very beneficial for the company's current situation. Since this is our company's first time successfully securing a project, everyone has decided to go out to celebrate tonight, and we would like to invite President Qin to join us, Xu Mingyue said with a smile. So that's how it is. I was wondering why everyone was so happy. It turns out you secured this project. Since that's the case, if you all want to go out to celebrate, then go ahead. As for me, I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I won't join you. But it doesn't matter, you all go have fun, and the company will cover all the expenses. Qin Tian had already agreed with Chen Xueqing to meet a female classmate he hadn't seen in a long time that evening. Speaking of which, this female classmate was also Qin Tian's classmate. Back in college, Qin Tian had a good relationship with her, and it had been quite a while since they last met, so it was a good opportunity to catch up. The company will cover all the expenses? No, President Qin, this is a gathering and celebration among colleagues, so we can just go Dutch. We don't need the company to pay. Thank you, President Qin, we can handle it ourselves. After all, this is our small gathering, not a team-building event. As soon as they heard that Qin Tian wanted to cover the expenses, the employees immediately became anxious. Goodness, how can the boss spend money so freely? The company's situation has just improved a bit, and they worked so hard to secure these projects. If he covers this expense, wouldn't that be a huge loss? It's important to know that the business they were discussing today wasn't very large. If you calculated it, the business wouldn't even compare to the cost of this meal. However, businesses like this are long-term, so it's different. It's fine. To celebrate our company receiving this kind of business for the first time, this expense must be covered by the company. No need to say anything more, it's settled. You all can pay for the meal first, and then bring the invoice to the company for reimbursement tomorrow. Xu Mingyue, you follow up on this matter. Qin Tian instructed Xu Mingyue, and then directly left the company with Chen Xueqing. The others wanted to say something, but Qin Tian didn't give them the chance. Hey, President Qin. If we had known it would be like this, we wouldn't have mentioned it to President Qin. Look, now President Qin has taken care of this expense. Oh my god, we did this for the good of the company, and President Qin just wrapped up the expense, making it so we don't even feel like celebrating now. Maybe we shouldn't go after all, but we're so happy today. If we don't go, I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. I have an idea. Let's go celebrate, but we just won't claim the reimbursement later. We can handle this ourselves. Good idea, let's do it that way. Once everyone had a plan, they didn't linger much longer. After finishing their work, they all left together to celebrate. This was a moment for the company, receiving a client, and they genuinely felt happy for the company. Celebrating now could also boost the company's morale. Anyway, they didn't plan to bring the invoice back for reimbursement, so it was a voluntary choice. They had a great time. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing were already driving towards the agreed location. They had arranged to meet at a large hotel, where the other party had already booked a luxurious private room. When Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing arrived in the room, a beautiful woman was quietly waiting inside. The woman was dressed very fashionably, wearing the trendiest short skirt and a black jacket on top, looking quite comfortable. Qin Tian, Xueqing, you finally made it. Come, please have a seat, the woman said as she quickly stood up to greet them. The woman's name was Zhou Cheng, a classmate of Qin Tian from university. Zhou Cheng often sat in front of Qin Tian, and among the entire class, she and Qin Tian were the ones who chatted the most. However, back then, Zhou Cheng was a standard academic overachiever, very serious and focused in class. While many young people in university were busy with passionate romances, Zhou Cheng was completely different, dedicating all her thoughts to studying. Moreover, during her internship, due to her outstanding grades, she had already been pre-booked by major companies. So now, Zhou Cheng was not just an ordinary employee, she was already an elite in the industry. After all, Zhou Cheng was a very talented person, and her talent combined with her hard work made her shine brilliantly. It must be said that Zhou Cheng was even more beautiful now than she was in school. Back in class, she hardly dressed up because all her focus was on her studies. Her attire was very ordinary, unlike other classmates who wore makeup and took care of themselves. So although Zhou Cheng was quite pretty back then, no one really paid much attention. Now, seeing Zhou Cheng after she started working, it was clear her mindset had changed. After all, becoming an elite in the industry requires not only ability but also various talents. Therefore, after starting her internship, Zhou Cheng began to understand how to present herself, as a good image is very important for industry elites. Now, Zhou Cheng looked both beautiful and capable, to the point that even Qin Tian almost didn't recognize her. Oh my god, Zhou Cheng, you've become so beautiful now. It seems that the saying a girl changes every 18 years is really true. Qin Tian gave Zhou Cheng a thumbs up. Zhou Cheng smiled modestly. Qin Tian, don't say that. You've become even more handsome. I really didn't expect it. You've been hiding it so well. You're actually an invisible rich second generation, and you've just finished your internship and already built such a big company. To be honest, Zhou Cheng was equally surprised, thinking she had misjudged him. Back in school, she and Qin Tian had talked the most, and at that time, she thought he seemed quite ordinary, with nothing particularly special about him. But now, he graduated and directly made such a big career for himself, which clearly showed that she had misjudged him back then. What invisible rich second generation? You mustn't say that. I worked part-time with you back then. If I were an invisible rich second generation, would I need to do a part-time job? If I had that kind of money, why would I go through all this effort? Everything I have is earned by my own hard work, and it has nothing to do with my family, okay? Qin Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Who wouldn't want to be a rich second generation? Who wouldn't want to be born with a golden key? But everything depends on fate, and Qin Tian just didn't have that fate, so he could only choose to strive for himself. If that's the case, then Qin Tian, you're quite capable. Now that your company is so famous, you're still so low-key. If the classmates hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known you were the boss of Qin Tian Company. No, I'm just doing a small business to support myself. It's not a big deal. Qin Tian scratched his head a bit shyly. If what you're doing is still a small business, then how are other people supposed to live? Qin Tian, you shouldn't be so modest. Zhou Qing was a very lively person. At this moment, everyone started chatting among classmates. Chen Xueqing had a good relationship with Zhou Cheng, and now everyone was laughing and talking. However, Zhou Cheng suddenly brought up the relationship between Chen Xueqing and Qin Tian. By the way, I heard from classmates that your relationship is quite special now. Upon mentioning this, Chen Xueqing adjusted her emotions and expression. Indeed, theoretically, I am already Qin Tian's girlfriend. Whether Qin Tian actually likes me depends on him. Theoretically? Zhou Cheng looked at Chen Xueqing in surprise, then turned to look at Qin Tian, involuntarily starting to size him up. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. I just find something very strange and wonder if I can ask. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment but ultimately asked out of curiosity. Just ask whatever you want. Qin Tian didn't mind at this point. What exactly is your relationship with Xueqing? By the way, do you two have that kind of relationship? Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing exchanged a knowing smile and then shook their heads in unison. This expression instantly surprised Zhou Qing. No way. You two are already living together, and yet you don't have that? If you say that, I doubt anyone would believe it. It wasn't that Zhou Qing was exaggerating, it was just hard to believe. After all, Chen Xueqing was quite beautiful, and her figure was excellent. Any man would definitely find it hard to resist. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also knew that Chen Xueqing was essentially being supported by Qin Tian now, and if she wanted it, she could have it any time. The fact that it hadn't happened yet made Zhou Qing wonder if there was some problem. At this moment, Zhou Qing's gaze towards Qin Tian changed a bit. Don't look at me like that. Feeling Zhou Qing's unusual gaze, Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's not that I doubt you, Qin Tian, but I'm seriously starting to wonder if you have some issues in that department. With such a stunning beauty living under the same roof, and you haven't reacted at all or done anything? As she spoke, Zhou Qing kept sizing up Qin Tian. I mean, Qin Tian, do you really have a problem? Science is so advanced now, if there's an issue, you should see a doctor quickly. Come on, I not only have no problems in that area, but I'm also quite impressive. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's pretty face instantly turned red, but she couldn't help but laugh at Qin Tian's words. Qin Tian, don't be so funny. I'm not saying you definitely have a problem, I was just asking out of pure curiosity, no other meaning. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. After all, this is your private matter, and I won't interfere. I'm just a little curious as an old classmate, Zhou Qing said, covering her mouth and giggling. At this moment, Chen Xueqing's small face also turned red. Zhou Qing, don't say that. The reason Qin Tian and I haven't done anything is that we just met, and jumping into a relationship like that feels a bit abrupt. So we thought we should take some time to develop our feelings first. Oh, I see. You two really know how to play. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In fact, besides catching up, I have some business matters to discuss with you, Zhou Qing said, getting straight to the point. After all, she had invited Chin Tian out for dinner not just to reminisce but also to discuss business. You know, I've been working at Dongming Company since my internship, and now I'm a project manager there. Recently, I have a project on hand, and I'm struggling to find a good company to take it on. Your Chin Tian company is quite well known now, and I think handing this project to you would be a good choice. So, what do you think? Are you interested in this project? If you are, we can have a good discussion and then collaborate. Zhou Qing was indeed here for this project. Back in school, she was a top student, and after entering the workforce, she naturally became a workaholic. Although she was just a project manager, she had always prioritized work. Chin Tian was a responsible person, and since it was her project, she needed to find a reliable company to help her. No problem. As long as it's a project suitable for my company, I'll definitely take it on. We can discuss it thoroughly, but for business-related matters, you should talk to the people in the business department. How about this? I'll have the general manager of the business department contact you tomorrow. In fact, Chin Tian wasn't very familiar with these business matters, so it was natural to leave it to the business department. No problem, let's settle it this way. You don't need your company people to come find me, I'll come to your company tomorrow. I also want to see what this famous Chin Tian charity company is like, Zhou Qing said, her face showing interest. After all, many people wanted to join Chin Tian's company, and if she could visit, she would love to take a look. Then it's settled. Tomorrow you come to my company, and I'll have someone from the business department receive you to discuss the details of our collaboration. Sounds good, Zhou Qing readily agreed. Speaking of which, Zhou Qing's attitude is indeed somewhat different now. Generally, if someone has a project on hand, they would definitely act like a big shot, waiting for others to come and take their project away. But Zhou Qing is not the same. She won't casually hand over her projects to others. She carefully selects and ensures that each project is well done. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Qing is looking for people to take on projects everywhere. She wants to see if this company has the capability to handle the task. To be honest, Zhou Qing, you are an academic powerhouse, and your abilities are strong. If possible, coming to work at my company would be a great choice, especially since my company has just been established and is in need of people, Chin Tian said with great interest. To be honest, he really wanted Zhou Qing to come work at his company. After all, he knew better than anyone how capable she was. She was inherently talented and worked hard, so her future achievements were bound to be significant. If he could recruit Zhou Qing to be the general manager of the company, it would definitely be a great choice. First of all, thank you, Chin Tian, for your recognition. However, I currently have no intention of changing jobs. Of course, if one day I feel I can't continue at this company and want to seek refuge with President Qin, I hope you can give me an opportunity, Zhou Qing laughed. No problem. I can't speak for others, but as long as it's you, Zhou Qing, if you ever want to come to my company, I will definitely be the first to warmly welcome you. The next day, Zhou Qing arrived at Chin Tian's company as promised and was discussing cooperation with the business department. Speaking of which, the project Zhou Qing was working on was to establish a large-scale game. Their company had high hopes for this game, so Zhou Qing had very strict requirements for its production. She needed not only capable programmers and designers but also hoped that it was a company with a sense of responsibility. In fact, Zhou Qing came to Chin Tian's company to assess its specific capabilities. It must be said that Chin Tian's company was indeed impressive. The technicians in their technical department were all highly skilled, and the equipment in the company was complete. More importantly, they all had a strong sense of responsibility, which perfectly matched Zhou Qing's requirements. A wise person can see the specific situation at a glance, especially the atmosphere during work hours at Chin Tian's company, where everyone was focused and dedicated. As a workplace elite, Zhou Qing could easily tell whether these people were genuinely serious or just pretending. The people at Chin Tian's company were indeed not pretending. They worked not only with high efficiency but also with high quality. After nearly an hour of touring the company, not a single person was slacking off, and even when they went to the restroom, they returned as quickly as possible. This surprised Zhou Qing. Chin Tian's management skills were truly impressive. How did he manage to manage the employees to such an extent? Was it just because the benefits were good? That shouldn't be the only reason. Zhou Qing couldn't figure this out at all. Manager Zhou, I believe you made the right choice in selecting our company. Everyone here is an elite, each with a strong sense of responsibility, ensuring that your project will be satisfactory, the manager of the business department said, walking alongside Zhou Qing and speaking highly of the company. In fact, Zhou Qing had already decided to hand this project over to Chin Tian's company when she was having dinner with him. Now, seeing this scene, she was even more determined in her thoughts. The morale of the employees and the company is very important. Right now, All the employees are full of energy. Generally speaking, the potential of a company like this is still quite large, and handing projects over to them is definitely a good choice. Very well, I am very satisfied with the current state of your company. Let's go sign the contract now. Since the decision was made, Zhou Qing was straightforward and went directly with the business department to sign the contract. Once this contract was signed, it meant that Qin Tian's company had secured a big deal, which could bring in at least tens of millions in revenue. Zhou Qing herself was a workaholic. After completing this task, she turned around without hesitation and left without any delay. The employees, upon securing this contract, immediately jumped up in joy. This is fantastic. We can finally say the company is open for business. Securing such a project means we've brought in tens of millions. It's truly a cause for celebration. But it seems this deal was negotiated by the boss. I heard that manager Joe just now was a classmate of the boss. No matter what, as long as the company has business, that's all that matters. The rest is not important. Let's hurry and report this good news to President Qin. Right, let's make sure President Qin gets to celebrate too. Naturally, this kind of thing was left to Chu Mingyue to report. After learning that the company had secured the contract, Qin Tian smiled and applauded. Not bad, not bad. As the boss, I congratulate everyone on successfully landing this project. Since that's the case, let's celebrate again tonight with everyone in the company. Ha, another celebration? President Qin, that might not be a good idea. We just celebrated last night. I think we can skip it. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Chu Mingyue became anxious. With so many people in the company, a casual celebration would cost at least several $100,000. No matter how wealthy the company was, it couldn't be spent like this. It's fine. Anyway, today is such a happy day, what's wrong with celebrating a bit? Tell everyone that tonight we will eat to our heart's content, and the company will cover the bill. In fact, Qin Tian had just arrived at the company and had already heard from the finance department that no one had come to reimburse any invoices yesterday. Sister May also informed Qin Tian that they hadn't even issued invoices, and he knew they were trying to save money for the company. But the more they did this, the more he couldn't let them. No, this celebration is a must. Have everyone prepare. After work, we will all go to a big hotel for a nice meal, as a reward for everyone. Okay, I'll go out and notify them. At this moment, Chu Mingyue didn't know what else to say. She understood Qin Tian's temperament and could only nod in agreement. By the way, I heard that the office building across the street will be moving out tomorrow. Have someone go over to handle the handover and see if there's anything that needs to be prepared over there, then have someone get everything ready. In addition, inform the HR department that they can start recruiting externally. As for how many people to hire, let them decide. It would be best to coordinate with other departments to see what kind of talent they need, and also have the team leaders and department heads report what kind of talent they require to the HR department. I think it's time to start the selection process. Okay, understood. After leaving Qin Tian's office, Chu Mingyue directly gathered the team leaders and department heads and explained Qin Tian's intentions to them. This startled the heads of various departments. Are we really starting to recruit so soon? But we haven't organized the office building over there yet. Starting to recruit people in such a hurry makes me worry that we might not be able to handle it all. That's not a big deal. Our company's interviews aren't just about meeting someone and hiring them on the spot. We need to assess candidates over 2 or 3 days. I think that time is enough to prepare everything. After all, the procurement department started purchasing a few days ago and can bring the equipment back at any time. Sister May offered her suggestion. Alright, if that's the case, let's start recruiting from tomorrow. Chu Mingyue made the decision directly. All departments, please submit your lists of required talents and the number needed. At least I can explain the situation to everyone during the selection process, which will also facilitate recruiting other talents. I think this will trouble Sister May. President Qin has already said that this external expansion is purposeful. We must complete the company's structure, and we need talents from all aspects. So, Sister May, please tally up where our company is still lacking or missing personnel and recruit them all. As for the number of people, let's calculate based on how many can fit in that office building. Understood. Everyone responded in unison at that moment. By the way, besides that, President Qin also said he was in a good mood today, so after work tonight, the company will treat everyone to a celebration. This is a team-building event for the company, so all expenses will be covered by the company. What? Team building? No way, it hasn't been long since the last one. President Qin is organizing another so soon? We just finished a team-building event last night, and now we're doing it again? Assistant Chu, can't you talk to President Qin about this? Chu Mingyue sighed helplessly. If talking to him would help, I wouldn't be saying this to you now. You all know what kind of temper President Chin has. Who can persuade him? Alright, let everyone prepare. I see President Chin definitely has something to say. This news quickly spread to the other employees, and they began to discuss among themselves. My goodness, we just celebrated yesterday, and now President Chin wants to organize another team building event? Maybe we should skip it. With so many of us, it would cost hundreds of thousands. It would be better to keep that money in the company's account. President Chin is really too generous. I don't even know what to say. So what should we do now? President Chin wants us to go for team building, and that will cost tens of thousands. Should we go or not? Yeah, the pressure on our company is already high. We don't want to add to it. I have a good idea. Even though President Chin says he wants to take us for team building, we can choose not to go. After all, team building is voluntary. If we don't want to go, President Chin can't do anything about it. But if we say we don't want to go, will President Chin think we're disrespecting him? Are you silly? Who told you to directly say to President Chin that you don't want to go? Can't you think of another way? Another way? What other way? Can't you be a little clever? Just tell President Chin that you have something at home, and that should work. Good idea, really a good idea. President Chin was currently sitting in his office, searching for information online, when Xu Mingyue walked in. President Chin, I think we don't need the team building event tonight, Xu Mingyue stated directly as soon as she entered. What's wrong? Why wouldn't we need it? President Chin felt a bit puzzled. I just counted with everyone, and most people can't attend the team building tonight, so the consensus is to cancel it for now. I see, that's fine. Let's cancel the team building for now, and when everyone is free, we can continue with it. Since Xu Mingyue and everyone else had already said this, Qin Tian naturally had nothing more to add. He could only cancel the team building for now, as they would soon be busy with the company's expansion. Qin Tian had already discussed everything with the finance department and the senior management in the company. The expansion and regulations would be based entirely on the current welfare conditions of the company. Various benefits needed to be well prepared, so the finance and HR departments had to hand over responsibilities, especially since the number of new hires was quite large, and they needed to prepare the most basic things. As for the procurement department, that was even more straightforward. Once the people from the other company moved out, they would need to move in the equipment and arrange everything, as all the company staff would be moving over. When the news about Qin Tian's company hiring was released, the entire labor forum exploded. Wow, Qin Tian's company is finally hiring. Brothers, let's get ready, the spots are limited, and if we miss this chance, there won't be another one. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I can't miss it this time. Even though there might be several hundred spots, there are thousands of people on the forum. I'm curious, normally there should be a lot of replies on the forum at this time, but why are there so few now? Dude, are you out of your mind? Who has time to chat on the forum right now? What do you mean? Oh my god, with your IQ, do you think you can get into Qin Tian's company? Right now, everyone is lurking around Qin Tian's company, waiting for tomorrow's work to go in for interviews. After all, the spots are limited, and the earlier you get there, the better your chances. Wow, I didn't realize that at first. You guys are really clever. No way, I can't give up. I'm heading over there to stake my claim. I might as well not sleep tonight. For a moment, the entire forum fell silent as countless people rushed towards Qin Tian's company. Even though it was still a little past 8 in the evening, the area downstairs at Qin Tian's company was already packed. Nearby hotels and rental places were instantly full. Many people wanted to rent a place nearby but couldn't find anything, leading to a lot of them wandering around aimlessly. What are we going to do? All the rentals and hotels nearby are fully booked. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Dude, I heard you booked a room nearby, right? How about this? You let me have your room, and I'll pay double the price. As long as you're willing to give it up, I'll pay triple. I'll pay quadruple. Alright, stop with this. I booked this room for resting tonight. I plan to get up early for the interview tomorrow. If I give my room to you, what am I going to do tonight? The guy who booked the room immediately rejected the offers. A room booked at this time couldn't just be transferred for any price. After all, it was crucial for his upcoming work and life. Right now, the salary and benefits at Qin Tian's company were the best in the entire city. Even the employees serving tea and water reportedly earned over 10,000. More importantly, they didn't have to pay for meals or housing, so that salary could be entirely saved. In this urban setting, accommodation and meals are always the largest expenses in life, and many people eat poorly to save money. However, at Qin Tian Company, there is no such worry. Their company cafeteria offers an abundance of dishes, and everyone eats very well, with a rich variety of nutrition. In fact, the food is even better than what they get at restaurants. Moreover, the dormitories they live in are all in a new community. In the current rental market of the Magic City, even a small single room costs several thousand yuan, but the dormitories provided by Qingtian Company are individual rooms, and they are decorated in a community style, fully furnished, with no rent to pay, completely provided by the company. Given this situation, everyone knows what kind of company to choose. These benefits are even better than those of state-owned enterprises. Working at such a company not only offers high salaries but also allows for savings that far exceed those at ordinary companies. People work to earn money, especially those in the salaried class who want to save for their own deposits. Who doesn't want to buy a house in the Magic City? Who doesn't want to return home in style? Who doesn't want a comfortable job? Qingtian Company is exactly the kind of ideal company they envision, so no one wants to give it up. The price of booking a room can only be compared to one's future. Hey buddy, you should really think it over. If it doesn't work out, I'll offer you 10 times the price, how about that? One guy, feeling bold, said this outright, but the other guy shook his head without hesitation. No sale, no sale. This isn't about how much money is involved, it's a matter of principle. I can't miss out on such an opportunity. I need to rest well tonight to face the interview at Qingtian Company tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, feeling anxious. After all, first impressions in interviews are crucial. If things go poorly, they could be eliminated right away. Brother, since you're not willing to sell, how about I give you double the price? We can share the room tonight. It's like co-renting. What do you think? Co-renting? Hey, that's actually a pretty good idea. The rent for this place is quite high, and if someone can share the cost with me, that would be a great option. This guy was reminded and quickly realized that, after all, they are all grown men, and it's not a big deal. If someone can help share the rent, that would be quite nice. Alright, buddy, let's settle on that. How much is your room? Upon hearing about this co-renting option, everyone present immediately reacted. Yes, since they're living alone anyway, it would be better to share the rent. This would not only alleviate their booking pressure but also reduce financial losses. More importantly, others would have a place to stay, a win-win situation. Suddenly, everyone began looking for those who had booked rooms, hoping to share the costs. This led to a noisy scene. At this moment, the employees of Qingtian Company had just finished work. When they arrived downstairs, they found that the area outside the company was already crowded with people. What's going on? Why are there so many people at our company's entrance? What else could it be? Our company is starting to recruit tomorrow, right? They came early to wait for the interview. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Waiting here for tomorrow's interview? Don't they need to sleep? Brother, you know how good our company's benefits are. That's true. With the benefits our company offers today, even if it were me, I would do the same. Relatively speaking, my luck has been very good. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. We've worked all day and we're tired, so let's hurry back to rest. After all, there's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Everyone stopped discussing those matters and headed directly towards the special cars arranged for the company. Seeing the employees of Qingtian Company getting on the company shuttle, the people on site felt increasingly envious and resentful. They secretly vowed to enter Qingtian Company. After all, the feeling of watching others go to work and directly board a shuttle was simply wonderful. If they could enter the company, they too would enjoy such treatment. Brothers, did you see that? That's the shuttle specifically for Qingtian Company employees. My goodness, riding that luxury bus to work every day must feel amazing. Exactly, everything we've done tonight is worth it. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. To enter this paradise for workers, I'm willing to fight for it. I'm not saying anything else. Even if I don't have a place to stay, I will wait here until dawn, and then I'll go straight in to submit my resume. Are you planning to stand at the door all night? Of course. What's wrong with standing at the door all night? I think it's quite good. This way, I can queue better, and maybe I'll even get a head start. That makes sense. Now, many people who couldn't find a place to stay had made the decision to wait right at the door. Many others were thinking of going home first and coming back early tomorrow. For many workers in the Magic City, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. And such news naturally spread in this internet society, especially on certain video platforms where many people recorded the scene and posted it online. This scene was quite spectacular. Now, many netizens were joking about it. It seems that the paradise for workers is indeed different. As soon as they heard there were job openings, everyone rushed over. Just look at this grand scene. If you didn't know better, you'd think there was money to be given away. Not to mention, in this situation, there really is money to be made. Qingtian Company seems to be doing charity, the benefits inside are explosive, and anyone who gets in is living the good life. But it doesn't have to be that exaggerated. You upstairs don't understand the importance of salary and benefits in today's society, especially since the work at Chin Tian Company is quite easy. No wonder these people are queuing up so dramatically. This feels a bit like queuing to grab concert tickets. Goodness, if it were to buy something and there was such a long line, that would be one thing, but to queue this long just for a job interview? I've truly never seen anything like it. Forget everything else, I need to take a screenshot and post it on my social media. Speaking of which, who exactly is the boss of Chin Tian Company? How can he attract so many people to interview at his company, even to the point of waiting at the door? I don't know about anything else, but I've heard that the boss of Chin Tian Company is a really good person, and the employees there think highly of him. That being said, it's no wonder so many people are going for interviews. This must be hype, right? In this day and age, which capitalist doesn't exploit their employees? Who would genuinely consider employee welfare? You can't deny it, people's eyes are sharp. The reason so many people are interviewing at Chin Tian Company is for a reason. I've heard that many elites from various places have gone to Chin Tian Company. As discussions online swirled, Chin Tian sat in the living room, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For him, the more people who came to interview at his company, the better. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal and had no reason to fear an increase in employees. The more employees he had, the greater the rewards he would eventually reap. Such matters were undoubtedly better in abundance. Now that so many people knew about Chin Tian's company and wanted to join, he could seize this opportunity to gather all the elites and talents in the industry. Chin Tian, have you seen those short videos online? So many people want to join the company, it's clear your strategy is working. This way, you can bring in a large number of industry elites, Chen Shuiqing said, giving Chin Tian a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. After all, with so many people coming to interview at Chin Tian's company, it meant he would have plenty of choices and could select the best talents from among them. In today's society, development relied on talent. The more talent one had, the greater the chances of success for the company, as many achievements were built on the accumulation of talent. Why are you only realizing my brilliance now? You only see that my vision is correct now? Weren't you the one who kept advising me to lower employee benefits? Hearing Chen Shuiqing say this, Chin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit smug and winked at her. Over time, their relationship had gradually softened, it was no longer as stiff as before, and they joked more often, naturally growing closer. Now, they dared to speak freely with each other. Okay, I know you're amazing, is that enough? Chen Shuiqing rolled her eyes. Ha, you're only realizing it now. I tell you, everything I do has its reasons. I know many people don't understand my actions and think I'm just a fool with money, but I don't see it that way. Sure, you're the best, alright? That's more like it. Speaking of which, you've really hit the jackpot here. I spent 5 million to support you, and unexpectedly, you found a capable son-in-law? Chin Tian laughed heartily. Chen Shuiqing rolled her eyes again. Just keep being proud of yourself, but you still need to handle the company matters well. I really don't understand your recent expansion plans. I think the company's business isn't that large yet. You don't need so many people. You should at least expand the company to 1,000 employees, and the costs will be even higher then. It's fine. As long as we can attract talent, these aren't really business issues. We can take our time to find and negotiate. As long as there are talents in the company, why worry about not getting business? Alright, you say it's fine, then it's fine. This is your company, I can't offer much advice. Besides, you're so stubborn, who can persuade you? Upon hearing this, Chin Tian burst into laughter. So, do you have a crush on me now? You, don't say such things. Chen Shuiqing's face instantly turned red, but she didn't deny it or say anything overly harsh. I'm not saying anything outrageous, I'm just asking you. So what if I like you? And what if I don't? Chen Shuiqing raised her chin, speaking somewhat arrogantly. If you like me, I think we could solidify our relationship. If you don't, we can just nurture it a bit more, Chin Tian said with a grin. You. For a moment, Chen Shuiqing was at a loss for words, her pretty face flushed, but at that moment, she didn't know what to say. I don't want to talk to you, I'm tired, I want to sleep. After saying that, Chen Shuiqing turned and went back to her room. Seeing her like this, Chin Tian knew that this girl was on the verge of falling for him. If he gave her a little more time, he would definitely win her over. Although he was already wealthy, Chin Tian was not the kind of person who would mess around just because he had money. At the very least, such things had to be mutual, only then would it feel more genuine. There was no rush for this. Chin Tian wanted to focus more on the company. As Chen Shuiqing said, the company was already starting to expand, and soon he would have to face even more challenges. Chin Tian would have to manage more people, and to make these employees feel a greater sense of belonging, he naturally had to improve employee benefits. Creating a paradise for workers would indeed require some effort. It's quite amusing, really. While others racked their brains for the development and interests of the company, Shin Tian was racking his brains for the welfare of the employees. The contrast between the two was too great. The current issue was that all the employees' basic needs had already been addressed in the benefits, so what could be done next to enhance their sense of belonging? This was a question worth considering. Recently, Shin Tian had searched for a lot of information online but hadn't found a better solution. Now that Shin Tian had joined the company's colleague group, he could take this opportunity to see what the employees were discussing. Today I was really clever, saved the boss hundreds of thousands. Yeah, the boss wants us to do team building, and it easily costs tens of thousands. We just say we have something else to do, and that money is saved. I think we can keep doing this in the future. After all, the HR department is starting interviews tomorrow, and with more employees, the boss will have more pressure. We should help the boss share the burden. Let's agree on this. If the company makes a lot of money and the boss wants to do team building, we won't refuse. But if the boss wants to do team building over something trivial, we'll collectively refuse. That should settle it, right? I completely agree. Looking at these comments in the colleague group, Shin Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It seemed these employees were really thinking about the company. But the more they thought about the company, the more Shin Tian had to improve their benefits. Wait. Yes. He almost forgot about this. Employee benefits included not only their financial treatment but also how they were treated and the benefits they enjoyed in the company. Although there was already a tea room in the company, allowing many people to enjoy hot tea, Shin Tian could make these offerings even richer. When he was an employee, Shin Tian had fantasized about various facilities and measures in the company. Just like in school, where there were all kinds of fitness areas, this way, employees wouldn't have to worry about social conditions and could attract more employees. For example, a gym was quite important for employees. In today's white-collar era, many people simply didn't have time to exercise. This led to a significant portion of the white-collar class exhibiting sub-health symptoms. Establishing a gym or similar recreational facilities in the company would definitely be a great help for employees and would significantly enhance their sense of belonging. Thinking of this, Shin Tian had already begun to plan out the gym in his mind. Speaking of which, planning a gym also takes time. First, there's the issue of space. If it had been before, Shin Tian would have been quite troubled, but now he felt no worry at all, because tomorrow his company would be moving into a newly opened office building. The entire building belonged to him, and he could easily allocate one of the floors for the gym. With that, there would be no problem at all. Tomorrow, Shin Tian needed to discuss this with the finance department. The next day, early in the morning, the area outside the company was already packed with people, to the point where it was almost impassable. The company's shuttle buses had basically arrived at the entrance, and now the employees of Shin Tian's company found themselves blocked from entering. There was no choice. The shuttle drivers had to get out of their vehicles and shout to the crowd at the entrance, "What are you all doing? Hurry and clear the way. We need to get to work, don't block the road. And why are there tents set up here? Who put these up? Yeah, if you're blocking the way, how are we supposed to get to work?" The employees of Shin Tian's company got out of their vehicles and began to complain. Although they knew that many people were coming for the company's job fair today, they hadn't expected so many to show up. Now, getting to work had become a problem. Hearing that employees from Shin Tian's company were arriving, the job seekers quickly made way, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. After all, seeing them get out of the shuttle made the contrast stark. They themselves had to endure the daily grind of walking to work or squeezing onto a bus. They believed their abilities and qualifications were not inferior to those of the employees, so why did they get such treatment while they received significantly less? The reason was quite simple: their luck wasn't as good as those who had already entered Shin Tian's company, which only fueled their emotions. Since they relied on luck, they would have to rely on their own abilities to enter the company, thus obtaining even better treatment in the future. The HR department was already overwhelmed with work. They had just started their day when a large group of people began submitting their interview materials. Such materials had to be submitted. Whoever managed to get their documents in first would have the earliest chance to interview, and naturally, the chances of being accepted would increase. This building had an underground parking lot, and Shin Tian drove directly to it, then took the elevator up to the company. During this process, he didn't see a crowd, otherwise, he would have been quite pleased. However, upon arriving at the company entrance, Shin Tian found it already crowded with people. "What are you all doing?" After stepping out of the elevator, he noticed there was no space to stand. "We're here for interviews," one person replied. "You can't block the company's entrance for interviews. Look at this mess. What if a client sees it? You need to clear a path." Shin Tian knew that being so crowded could easily lead to accidents, any commotion could result in a crush of people. Sorry, boss, there are just too many people coming in. We can't help it. The security guard quickly approached and saluted Chin Tian, explaining the situation. Even if you're here for interviews, you can't do this. It's very easy for accidents to happen. Here's what we'll do, let half of the people go down, and once the interviews are done, we'll let them come back up. Chin Tian certainly couldn't allow any issues to arise for the company. This crowding was unacceptable, and he had to get half of the people to leave to prevent any potential problems. After saying this, Chin Tian directly took Chen Shuecheng into the company. The people in the corridor began to discuss among themselves. Oh my, is this really the boss of Chin Tian's company? How can he be so young? Right, I didn't expect the boss of Chin Tian's company to be so young, and he looks quite handsome too. This is truly a young talent. Starting such a high-level company at this age is impressive. Did you see how beautiful his secretary is? It seems that these big bosses really are different, surrounded by beautiful women. Alright, stop talking. Those of you further down the line should go wait elsewhere. Don't block the company's entrance. Otherwise, if an accident happens, it won't be good. The security guard had no choice but to drive half of the people downstairs, otherwise, the company would be completely blocked, which would greatly affect its image. Chin Tian had now returned to the office, and since the HR department was busy, he didn't go to inquire about the specific situation. There weren't many employees in the company at the moment, and relatively speaking, Chin Tian had come in quite early today. Chen Shuecheng had been by Chin Tian's side these days, so she was quite familiar with his temperament. As soon as they arrived at the office, she went out to pour him a cup of tea. President Chin, there are so many people coming for interviews today. I believe we will definitely find many suitable talents for our company, so you can rest assured. Chin Tian and Chen Shuecheng had basically agreed that at home, she would call him Chin Tian, but at the company, she should call him President Chin. After all, with so many people in the company, directly calling him by his name would not be good for his image. I'm not worried about that. With our company's current reputation, attracting talent shouldn't be a big deal. I'm currently pondering something. What is it? Last night while I was sleeping, I suddenly thought of something. Nowadays, many white-collar workers put all their thoughts into work, neglecting physical exercise, which is not a good thing. In fact, they should exercise more to improve their health. But most people don't have the time for that. I'm considering establishing a company-exclusive gym. All employees of our company can enjoy the gym facilities for free, which would also help enhance everyone's physical fitness. Put. As soon as Chin Tian said this, Chen Shuecheng, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. President Chin, what did you just say? You want to establish a gym in the company? Chen Shuecheng never expected that Chin Tian would have such an idea. This is indeed something I was considering last night. Recently, I've noticed many employees looking exhausted, and some are overweight while others are quite thin. It's obvious they lack exercise. In my opinion, many companies don't have dedicated gyms, which is a form of exploitation for the employees. After all, the reason employees are in a sub-healthy state is because they've worked hard for the company. I think the company should provide a gym for them. What do you think of my idea? Chin Tian asked with great interest. Chen Shuecheng was at a loss for words. President Chin, don't you think you're being a bit excessive in focusing on employee welfare? We are running a company, after all. If you set up a gym, won't that increase the company's burden? After all, gym equipment isn't cheap, and it would also require dedicated personnel for maintenance, which is quite a high cost. With our company's current scale, I feel that this gym is completely unnecessary. More importantly, our company is already planning to expand, and when that happens, the number of new hires will only increase. If we build this gym, it might not be enough, so it would be better not to do it at all. Chen Shuecheng had been at the company for a while now, and she had a rough understanding of Chin Tian's temperament. She didn't know why Chin Tian placed such great importance on employee benefits, treating it almost like a business. To be honest, this was something Chen Shuecheng could never quite understand. I say, President Chin, isn't this a bit too much? I think the current employee benefits are already good enough. If we keep going like this, could it harm the company in any way? People outside are already calling you a philanthropist. If you keep this up, people might really think of you as someone who is foolishly rich. I think we should be a bit cautious about this. Chin Tian shook his head. I'm not afraid of that. What others say is their business. What I care about is the establishment of this gym and how to manage it. After all, employees can't be working while exercising, right? I think we should tailor a special fitness program for them. This way, we can solve the problem of employees being in suboptimal health. As long as their health issues are resolved, they will definitely be able to work for the company with more peace of mind, and it will increase their sense of belonging to the company. It's a win-win situation, why not do it? It's settled then. I think we can find some specialized fitness trainers to come back. Their responsibility would be to customize fitness programs for the employees, which would be very beneficial for their health. What? You want to hire a fitness trainer for the employees? I say, President Chin, are you feeling alright? Even if it's for employee benefits, it shouldn't go this far, right? Chen Shuiqing even wanted to reach out and touch Qin Tian's forehead, wondering if he had a fever. You're the one with a fever. Every word I'm saying is serious, and I'm not joking, okay? Let me put it this way, having a gym in the company is no longer a strange thing. Other companies have similar cases, right? In fact, the reason these companies have implemented gym projects for their employees is for a certain degree of purpose. We can learn from this experience. Whether it works or not, I'll find out. Just in time, we are about to move to a new office building, and there are many floors there. We can completely vacate one of the floors to serve as the company's gym. Then employees can go to the gym during their free time. It's settled then. Now help me call the finance department over. Qin Tian's decisive tone left Chen Shuiqing speechless, but since Qin Tian was the boss, she couldn't defy him. She could only leave the office to call the finance people over. During this process, Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia saw the finance team entering Qin Tian's office, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What's going on? Why did the boss suddenly call the finance team over? What does he want to do? Lu Chuxia asked in surprise. Who knows? The boss's ideas are always quite different. This time he called finance over, either he has some new ideas, or there are some financial issues in the company. Xu Mingyue was relatively familiar with the company's situation and had also grasped Qin Tian's temperament. What? There are financial issues in the company? You better not scare me with that. Lu Chuxia was instantly startled by this statement. You should know that she now treats the company like her home. If there are any problems with the company's finances or operations, it would be a real headache. I'm just saying it's possible, I didn't say it's certain. Can you not be so anxious? Didn't I just say? There are two possibilities. Xu Mingyue rolled her eyes. What on earth is going on? This is driving me crazy. Lu Chuxia has tasted the sweetness of success and doesn't want anything to go wrong with the company. Other employees have also heard the discussion between Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia, and they quickly gathered around. Assistant Chu, what's going on? We just heard there might be some issues with the finances. Please don't scare me. Yeah, we just started living well. If something goes wrong with the company now, it would be a disaster. As these topics were brought up, more employees' attention was drawn, and they all crowded around, each speaking at once. Alright, everyone stop talking. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to continue? Seeing how anxious everyone was, Xu Mingyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry and quickly interrupted them. Upon hearing her, the others immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at Xu Mingyue. Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on either. I just saw the finance team enter President Qin's office, so I guess something might have happened. I never said there was a problem with the company's accounts. Generally speaking, when the finance team goes into President Qin's office, it either means he is about to implement some plan or there are some issues with the company's finances. That's all I meant. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. For them, as long as the company wasn't in trouble, they were grateful. Having gotten used to this comfortable life, they didn't want to suffer in other companies anymore. Working here, they didn't have to worry about financial treatment or care about workplace rules, and most importantly, there was no internal competition. Goodness, what kind of competition was happening in other companies? To be honest, that kind of life was exhausting, but at Qin Tian's company, they didn't have to worry about such things at all. Assistant Chu, will there really be a problem? You should hurry in and ask what's going on. Yes, you're the boss's assistant. It's the perfect time to go in and ask. Right, at least let us know what's happening with the company. If there's a way we can help, we will definitely do our best. A group of people spoke up, eager to understand the specifics. Do you think I don't want to go in and find out? I'm just too scared. You all know what the boss is like. If he called the finance team in, it must be for something important. If I barged in now, wouldn't he blame me? Xu Mingyue rolled her eyes in annoyance. It wasn't that she didn't want to go in, she simply didn't dare. If she could, she would want to go in and clarify things more than anyone else. What should we do? Right, let's quickly ask the finance team what's going on. Exactly, let's hurry to the colleague group and ask if there had been any issues with the finances lately. Some were clever and went straight to the colleague group to inquire about the company's account situation. After all, the people in the company were very united. When it came to matters involving the company's interests, they would never back down and would directly ask for clarification. The finance department had several people working on statistics, including the head of the HR department and others. The The people from the finance department quickly came out to speak. The people from the finance department, hurry up and come out. What's going on? Why are you suddenly looking for us? What else could it be? You are in finance, hurry up and see what's going on. Is there a problem with the company's finances? Why did General Chin bring your finance manager in so early? Hurry up and tell us what's going on. Is there a problem with the company's finances? A problem with the company's finances? How could that be? Isn't the company's finances doing well? The funds in the account are very ample. How could there be a problem? Did you misunderstand something? Maybe General Chin just wanted to discuss something with our manager? Seeing the finance department's response, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, you really scared me. I thought there was a problem with the company's finances. It's good that there's nothing wrong. Yeah, I thought there was an issue with the company's operations, but it's good that there's nothing wrong now. But why did General Chin suddenly take the finance manager in? Who knows? Maybe General Chin is planning to do some business. We can just ask when the manager comes out. As everyone chatted, more than 10 minutes had passed unknowingly. At this time, the finance manager finally walked out of Chin Tian's office. However, the finance manager came out with a worried expression, as if something bad had happened. Chu Mingyue was also very curious about the specific situation. After seeing the finance manager come out, she immediately ran over and pulled the finance manager aside. What happened? What did General Chin say to you? Yeah, what did General Chin say? Is there a problem with the company's account? Is there an economic issue? What are you all talking about? How could there be a problem with the company's account? There definitely won't be an economic issue. Then why did General Chin call you in? Why? To be honest, I'm a bit speechless. General Chin called me in not because there's a problem with the company's finances or a lack of funds, but because he wants to establish a gym in the company. I was just discussing the pros and cons of setting up this gym with General Chin, but he wasn't listening at all and insisted on discussing the gym plan. I don't even know what to do now. Wow! As soon as this was said, everyone present gasped in surprise. You're not joking with us, right? The company is just about to move to a new office building, and General Chin wants to establish a gym already? My goodness, establishing a gym in the company is quite a rare thing. Although some companies have done it before, it's extremely rare, almost like a phoenix feather. I think so too. What exactly does General Chin want to do? Not to mention the employees present, even Chu Mingyue widened her eyes in disbelief. I'm not joking with you. General Chin has already decided and asked me to go back and prepare a proposal for him, organizing all the specific plans and costs. When the time comes, he'll sign it and send it directly to the finance department. It seems General Chin is very eager to get this gym set up. That's what worries me. The company has just started to expand, and now they want to set up a gym. I don't know how it will turn out. At this point, the finance manager couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh, which was why he had looked so troubled earlier. A gym like this is not as simple as it seems. There are many fitness equipment inside, and it requires a lot of money. Wow, is President Chin going a bit overboard with this? I think so too. If we really establish this gym, our company will be famous for sure. Goodness, a gym like this costs a lot of money. Usually, we pay to go to the gym. If the company sets up a gym, won't we save that expense? Not only that, I heard President Chin is also planning to find a dedicated fitness coach for our company, to customize training methods for the health of our employees. Wow! Another thunderous surprise erupted. The people present once again gaped, unable to speak for a long time. No way, not only are we getting a gym, but we also need a dedicated fitness coach? Isn't this a bit excessive? I heard the salary for fitness coaches isn't cheap. I think there's really no need for a gym like this. The benefits we have now are already great. If we get a fitness coach too, that would be a bit unreasonable. Why exactly do we need a gym? Who knows? No one can guess the boss's thoughts. I just asked the boss, and he said the reason for establishing this gym is to consider the employees' sub-health. He said many employees have fallen into a sub-healthy state for the sake of the company, and the company wants to solve the exercise problem by setting up this gym. As long as the employees' health issues are resolved, it will bring more benefits to the company. At this point, the head of the finance department couldn't help but sigh. The other employees chose to remain silent. They really didn't know what to say. Not long after, Chu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia came to the office to find Chin Tian. President Chin, what's going on? Why suddenly establish this gym? I feel this gym doesn't have much effect on the company right now, Chu Mingyue said directly as she entered. Yeah, I also think this gym really doesn't have much effect, and many employees are against establishing it. Now that everyone has more time, they walk around the community during work hours. I think the sub-health issue has already been resolved, Lu Chusha suggested. Their dormitory has been built very well now, especially the large garden in the community where employees often walk and run, which is much better than when they rented a house before. President Chin, I just checked with the finance department. The company's expansion has used a lot of funds, especially for the dormitory renovation, the special car, and the decoration and purchase of some necessary equipment for the new office building. These have all cost a lot of money, not to mention the platform maintenance. It's okay, that's not a problem. You don't need to worry about the funds, I will find a way to solve it. The most important thing now is to implement what needs to be implemented. This gym is very necessary. I know you're worried about the company's issues, but haven't I already said it? You don't need to worry about these problems, this matter has been decided. Once the finance statistics plan comes out, let them hand it over to the procurement department to prepare immediately. Seeing Qin Tian's attitude, Xu Mingyue and Lu Chusha knew that no matter what they said now, it wouldn't matter. They could only let Qin Tian do as he pleased. The Human Resources Department is currently bustling with activity, and the people in the HR department are conducting various selections during the recruitment process. The people coming for interviews are constantly showcasing their abilities, hoping to catch the attention of the HR department and secure immediate employment. As a result, the workload for the HR department is steadily increasing throughout the day. For the entire HR team, this day is monumental. After all, so many people have come downstairs, and they need to review each person's information and conduct interviews, only then will they be considered for hiring. The company aims to recruit a significant number of people, as Qin Tian mentioned before, at least over 700, so they must be meticulous in their selection. The overtime for the HR department today is bound to extend late into the night. However, Sister May is a clever person. She knows that the HR department will need quite a few people soon, so she has expanded the team to enhance their recruitment efficiency. Those currently waiting in line are the most anxious, fearing that Qin Tian's company might suddenly fill all the positions, leaving them without a chance to be selected, or even without an opportunity to interview. Thus, everyone in line is quite nervous. On the other side, the neighboring office building has almost been completely vacated. It was a company on the brink of collapse, unable to sustain itself, and has since moved to a smaller office building to better mitigate losses. Now, this large building belongs to Qin Tian, and it is quite impressive. This company used to be a major player, but it has gradually fallen into decline. Their previous renovations were very high-end, and now all of that has been left for Qin Tian. He doesn't need to do much in terms of renovation, he just needs to find people to clean the inside and outside of the company. Additionally, the procurement department needs to move all the equipment inside. This process doesn't take long, it can be resolved in a day. The company has already begun recruiting, so moving into this new office building must be done as quickly as possible, allowing employees to start working promptly. Everything has become quite urgent. However, what Qin Tian doesn't know is that a significant portion of the applicants are actually elites from other companies. These elites are capable individuals seeking better treatment. Although their previous companies treated them well, the benefits at Qin Tian's company are incomparable, and many of them have taken leave from their original jobs to come here. Once selected by Qin Tian's company, they will resign immediately. This situation has a considerable impact on many other companies, especially small to medium-sized ones that already have core personnel. The departure of key staff to apply at other companies naturally affects them greatly, which is why many in the industry are discussing Qin Tian's company. Manager Lu, I don't know what's going on with Qin Tian's company, but several of our key staff have been lured away to apply there. Can't you stop them? I would like to, Manager Lu, but I can't. Some of them have even said they want to resign. They are quite important to the company, and if I try to stop them, I don't know what might happen. Oh dear. This Qin Tian company, I really don't know what to say. They run a company as if they are doing charity, with such great benefits that it's putting a lot of pressure on our company. Managerly, half of our staff has gone to apply at Qin Tian's company. What should we do now? These people are crucial to us, they are all responsible for ongoing projects. Do these people not want to work anymore? How can you work in our company and still go interview at another company? Well, there's nothing we can do, Mr. Lee. Who told you that Qin Tian company has such great benefits? Sigh. Qin Tian company is not doing a good thing, what he's doing will directly ruin the market. Mr. Lee, why don't we improve our employee benefits a bit and learn from him? Learn? Do you think this money just falls from the sky? You know the company's situation, I don't have that much money to improve employee benefits. Do you think I'm running a charity? But I've heard that many companies have started to follow suit. If we don't do something, we might fall behind. Who cares if we fall behind? Our company simply doesn't have that capability. Now, many companies are starting to complain about Qin Tian, believing that he has ruined the market. If their employees really jump ship to his company, it would be a tragedy for them. However, many people are also laughing at Qin Tian, especially Li Tao, who had conflicts with Qin Tian before. Li Tao has now graduated and directly entered his father's company as a project manager. After all, it's his family's company, so being a manager is easy for him. But now, upon hearing Qin Tian's company name, Li Tao feels 1,000 times unwilling to accept it. At a recent class reunion, Qin Tian confronted him, making him lose face, so Li Tao immediately went to his father, Li Jinfeng. Dad, what do you think about this Qin Tian company that's been making waves lately? Li Tao wanted to probe his father's opinion and see what kind of company Qin Tian had built. If possible, he wanted to make things difficult for Qin Tian, to let him know that Li Tao was not someone to be trifled with. Li Jinfeng has been in business for many years and has a certain level of experience in the market. When faced with Qin Tian company, he frowned. Don't ask me about this. I've been investigating this Qin Tian company, and I find it really strange. Although they were just established not long ago, their development has been quite rapid. Putting everything else aside, their scale is constantly expanding, from just a dozen people at the beginning to over 100 in just a few months, and now it's even more abnormal, heading straight towards 1,000 employees. I had someone investigate Qin Tian company before and found that they really don't have much business. Aside from the gaming platform they recently acquired, they have almost no other business. I really don't know how they are making money. At this point, a look of frustration appeared on Li Jinfeng's face. So, does that mean their company has some problems? Li Tao wished for Qin Tian's company to have issues so he could take revenge on him directly. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, their account balance is quite sufficient. I've heard that their funding won't be a problem, especially with their recent expansion. They not only maintained employee benefits but also started renovating those unfinished buildings they bought, apparently planning to turn them into dormitories for their employees. I really don't understand. Who runs a company like this, buying unfinished buildings and renovating them into dormitory-style apartments for employees? Hearing this, Li Tao was also speechless. Dad, to be honest, the boss of Qin Tian company is a classmate of mine from school. I never expected him to grow the company this big. We have a grudge. If possible, can we do something to him? Xiao Tao, you mustn't speak carelessly about such matters. The marketplace is like a battlefield. One misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss, especially with wealthy companies like this one. We absolutely cannot touch them recklessly. Without knowing the background of this company, we must be very cautious. Li Jinfeng was not an impulsive person. He understood that those with connections should not be offended, or else one might not even know how they met their end. Alright, I understand. Although Li Tao felt reluctant, he dared not disregard Li Jinfeng's words. After all, he still believed his father was quite capable. Since you have a grudge with your classmates, you might find an opportunity to explore their company and see if you can uncover any clues. If their company lacks strength, then it might be. Li Jinfeng stopped speaking at this point. Li Tao instantly understood and nodded vigorously. This was exactly what he wanted. After a busy day, the company's recruitment finally came to an end. Of course, this did not mean that the company had successfully hired anyone, but rather that the HR department had been busy from morning till night, finally wrapping up a day of overtime. However, even so, the company still did not have enough recruits. The HR staff were already exhausted and panting. Oh my, when there's nothing to do, it's so idle, but once there's work, I really don't know what to say. After a whole day of work, I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. There's no choice, the company needs to hire so many people. As HR, we can only help the company recruit these individuals and select the elites and talents. Although Sister May was also very tired, she still spoke to the HR staff, saying, I know everyone is tired today, but for the company to select the elites and talents it needs, I think a little fatigue is worth it. I believe everyone understands how good the benefits the company provides are. The better the company develops, the more important it is for us. Sister May, we all understand what you're saying. We haven't complained, although it's tiring, I feel very fulfilled. Yes, I also feel very fulfilled. We never said we wouldn't work. In the next few days, we still need to continue, as the company needs a lot of people this time, and we must help the company select well. Alright, since that's the case, let's keep up the good work. In fact, during work today, Qin Tian had already gone to the adjacent office building to take a look. The building had been mostly cleared out, and the company's equipment had started to be moved in. It was estimated that in a couple of days, everyone would be able to move in and start working. The finance department had already begun preparing for the gym equipment. Since Qin Tian was inherently impatient, once he made a decision, he would execute it immediately. Therefore, the finance department quickly transferred the funds to the procurement department. The gym equipment was already on its way, and the recruitment for gym instructors would also be conducted online. With the current reputation of Qin Tian's company, attracting more people was not a problem at all. As for the cafeteria, Qin Tian did not plan to expand at this time. There were no suitable places nearby, and the restaurant they had previously rented was large enough. It could fully accommodate the employees for meals. Moreover, employees could also choose to pack their meals to take back to the company, thus solving the dining issue. The employee dormitory was also undergoing significant renovations, and it wouldn't be long before the employees could move in. However, at this moment, employees could not enter yet, as the dormitory renovations were not progressing as quickly as expected. So Qin Tian could only let the newly hired employees wait for now, at most giving them some housing subsidies, and once the dormitory renovations were completed, they could move in. Over the next few days, the HR department worked very hard to recruit people. However, this time, because the company needed a lot of new hires, the HR department, despite their efforts, still couldn't complete the task in just a few days. Now, under Qin Tian's direction, the company had directly moved into that office building. With several floors available, the company had begun planning what each floor would be designated for. After all, as the company expanded, the number of people in each department would also increase, necessitating a clear distinction between floors. Many companies were doing this now, and with Qin Tian hiring so many people, it was essential to plan properly. Fortunately, the building had enough floors and a large enough office area. Although the rent was a bit high, Qin Tian felt it was worth it because a larger office area would allow employees to work more comfortably. Qin Tian himself chose a high floor and directly selected the office for the boss. After all, this was originally an office building for other companies, and it had already been renovated, with a ready-made boss's office, so Qin Tian could just move in his things. Looking at the spacious office before him, Qin Tian felt a wave of emotion. Compared to the previous small office, this one was truly luxurious. The finance department had also made some adjustments to the office, adding many new items, and now Qin Tian's office indeed looked the part, exuding a certain boss-like aura. The employees of the company were also thrilled to have moved to the new office building. Wow, I never dreamed I would one day work in such a spacious office building. When this company was in this building before, I had come to apply for a job, but they didn't even look at me. Now I'm working here directly. That feeling is just indescribable. Look at the environment of this office. I really don't know what to say. By the way, how's the gym situation in the company? Didn't you see? The gym equipment has already been moved back. It's said to be on the 5th floor, and apparently, this was specially chosen by President Qin. I heard that this gym equipment is not ordinary. The finance people said that all of it is high-end equipment, and many gyms don't have equipment as good as ours. No way, President Qin actually bought such good gym equipment? You know what kind of person President Qin is? He either doesn't do it or he does it to the best of his ability. I've seen it before, even a treadmill is imported. Wow, this is amazing. To be honest, I've been to gyms before, but that gym was just terrible, with really old equipment. If it weren't for the low price, I wouldn't have gone at all. Now that the company's gym equipment is so good, I feel like I won't need to go to those places anymore. Speaking of which, this gym is just perfect for me. I've been worried about needing to exercise, and I didn't expect this opportunity to just fall into my lap. It really is an opportunity that fell into your lap, but brother, we can't forget how good President Qin has been to us. This is for sure, the company treats us so well, we definitely won't forget our roots. I'm currently worried that since the company is so good to us, what will I do if one day I leave this company? How will I continue to work? In the past, I was overwhelmed at other companies, but now I feel so free here, it's truly wonderful. Anyway, I have just one thing to say, if anyone touches the company's interests, I'll be right there with them. Speaking of which, our company is really great. Is President Qin really planning to get us fitness trainers? Haven't you heard the HR department mention it? They've already started recruiting fitness trainers, and I heard they're hiring 5 at a time. President Qin is planning to tailor a training program for us, all to make us healthier. My goodness, this is like having a second set of parents. Come on, let's hurry up and see what the gym looks like now. Everyone was very curious about the company's gym, and they quickly headed towards the 5th floor. When they finally arrived at the gym, they were once again left speechless. They never expected the gym to be this large. More importantly, it was filled with all kinds of equipment, and there were many large fitness machines neatly arranged, as if they were ready for use at any moment. Many people were still bringing in more fitness equipment. My goodness, President Qin is really planning to set up a proper gym. Just look at the scale and layout. It's even bigger than those large gyms outside. Why do I suddenly feel so bittersweet? I'm so touched. I just want to ask one thing, is President Chin really doing charity? As the company began to take action, colleagues started moving everything to the new office building, gradually transforming the once empty space into a rich office environment. Thanks to the efforts of the HR department, the number of employees has been steadily increasing. In just a week, the HR department completed the selection of company employees. Now, after the company's expansion, the number of employees has reached over 1,000, and the gym has been fully established. The entire 5th floor is a gym, equipped with all kinds of fitness equipment, and there are 5 complete sets of gym gear organized. Don't underestimate these 5 complete sets of gym equipment. This gym can accommodate hundreds of people working out at the same time. The company has also specifically hired 10 fitness trainers, all with many years of experience in this field, so the trainers in the gym are all professionals. They are getting familiar with their work in the gym. My goodness, this Chin Tian company is really wealthy. Just look at all this gym equipment. It's all brand new. What's more important is that the types of fitness equipment are very comprehensive. Even when I worked at a gym before, I hadn't seen such equipment. With this kind of equipment, I think Chin Tian Company could easily run a gym. I believe the owner of Chin Tian Company is truly a visionary. He opens a gym in the company and offers discounts to employees. Before long, these machines will pay for themselves, and with over 1,000 employees, it's like having a fixed customer base. This business is doing quite well. That's true. The fitness trainers present did not consider the gym to be free, as purchasing all this equipment had cost a significant amount of money. No one would spend money on fitness equipment for nothing. However, while these trainers were discussing fitness matters, Lu Chuxia suddenly entered the gym. Coaches, President Chin wants you to go to his office for a moment. Although these trainers had just arrived, they knew that Chin Tian Company offered good benefits. Since the boss had called for them, they naturally did not dare to question it and hurried towards the office. They had put in a lot of effort to compete for a position at Chin Tian Company, and they certainly did not want to lose their jobs at this time. After all, as soon as they joined the company, it had provided them with 5 insurances and 1 fund, something that no previous gym had ever done. In addition, the company offered various benefits, and these trainers did not want to miss out on such perks. Soon, they followed Lu Chuxia's lead into Chin Tian's office. "Hello, President Chin." Everyone greeted in unison. Good. You are all the new fitness trainers hired by the company?" "Yes, President Chin. We have 7 to 8 years of experience in the fitness industry. We may not be able to speak for other areas, but we have a very professional understanding of fitness issues, so please rest assured, we will do our utmost to help our clients improve their health." Among the 10 trainers, one was the team leader, responsible for managing the gym, so it was natural for him to speak at this moment. "Very well, with your words, I feel much more at ease. The reason I called you here is not just to chat, but to discuss another matter. As you know, our gym has just been established, and there are many things that are not yet perfect. If you have any suggestions, feel free to bring them up." "Suggestions?" When the trainers heard the word suggestions, their eyes widened in surprise, and they could see the confusion in each other's eyes. The gym already had a variety of equipment. What suggestions could there possibly be? Was this a joke? The equipment was already so complete that there was basically nothing left to suggest. The team leader smiled awkwardly at this moment. "President Chin, please don't joke. The gym's equipment is so comprehensive now. What suggestions could we possibly have? I think this gym is among the best in the entire city. Since there are no other issues with the equipment, what do you think of our company? Are there any areas that need improvement? You can also make suggestions." Chin Tian continued to ask, but this made Lu Chuxia next to him feel speechless. Every time someone entered the office, Chin Tian would always ask such questions. He just wanted the employees to voice their opinions. In fact, there was nothing to suggest about the current benefits of the company. Lu Chuxia had previously suggested that Chin Tian reduce some of these benefits, but as soon as she brought it up, it was rejected by Chin Tian. So now, when people entered Chin Tian's office, they basically smiled and gave the same answer when faced with the question of making suggestions. After all, it was impossible for Chin Tian to agree to reduce benefits, and the employees would not agree to increase them. Lu Chuxia and Chu Mingyue had long since become accustomed to this situation. "President Chin, please don't joke with us. We have no suggestions. Whatever you say, we will do." With that, the group of fitness trainers chuckled. "Alright, since you've joined the company, you're all employees of the company. If you have any suggestions in the future, feel free to come to me directly, or you can also talk to Secretary Lu or Assistant Chu. Our company values freedom of speech, so you can bring up any suggestions directly. Even if there are some inappropriate aspects, I absolutely won't hold it against you." Chin Tian smiled and waved his hand at this moment. Now, let's get back to the point. The reason I asked you all to come today is to discuss the establishment of this gym. Chin Tian straightened his expression. The several fitness trainers dared not speak and stood in place waiting for Chin Tian's plan. Here's the thing, considering that many employees in our company are experiencing subhealth conditions, the majority of which stem from a lack of exercise, the establishment of this gym is very necessary. However, fitness is about scientific training. If it's excessive or the amount of exercise is too little, it can have a certain impact on the body. That's where you fitness trainers come in. I brought you here because I want you to specifically design a set of daily training fitness plans for the employees. I believe that with your years of experience in the fitness industry, you should be able to create a training plan that the majority of employees can accept, right? The reason Chin Tian called these fitness trainers was to discuss a fitness plan. President Chin, please rest assured. Each of us fitness trainers has our own unique training methods. In the past, when we were at the gym, we trained according to each person's wishes and specific physical conditions, so creating a plan to address subhealth is absolutely no problem. The head trainer patted his chest in assurance. Good, since that's the case, you all go back and prepare well, and come up with this fitness plan. I will take it to the company meeting and distribute it to the various team leaders, so they can plan the employees' fitness schedules. Since these fitness trainers said there was no problem, Chin Tian naturally had no issues with it. Present the fitness plan and distribute it to the team leaders? President Chin, do we need to charge for this? At this moment, one of the fitness trainers asked, somewhat confused. Previously, when they worked at the gym, each client's physical condition and needs were different, so the fees charged were also different. After all, some wanted to build muscle, some wanted to work on abs, and some wanted to slim down. Each type of exercise method was different, and the fitness equipment used was also different, so the charges naturally varied. Now that Chin Tian said he wanted to present a complete fitness plan, it was clear he wanted everyone in the company to use the same plan. This raised a significant issue regarding the final charges, so this fitness trainer wanted to ask Chin Tian what price range they should consider when creating this plan. Charge? Charge for what? Chin Tian raised his head, somewhat puzzled. No, President Chin, what we mean is that we can definitely create this plan, but the premise is what price range you want us to work within. After all, there are many plans to address subhealth, and we can tailor them accordingly. Yes, we at least need to know what price range you want to achieve, President Chin. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of these fitness trainers, Chin Tian couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I think you all misunderstood. The gym established in the company is not for profit, so there is no price range. You just need to design a simple and easy to implement fitness plan. In Chin Tian's heart, the plan he wanted to establish was to address the issue of subhealth among the company's employees. This required the fitness coaches to analyze a set of solutions for the employees and then guide them during their training, much like a physical education class in school where the PE teacher is responsible for instruction. After all, the number of employees in the company had expanded to over 1,000, and 1 or 2 fitness coaches would definitely be overwhelmed. Therefore, hiring 10 fitness coaches to assist was the most suitable option. Is it not for profit? Then what is the reason for President Chin to establish this gym? The head coach asked, wide-eyed. There's no particular reason. I just noticed that many employees are starting to show signs of subhealth due to work, but they don't have time to exercise. This is very detrimental to their health and will also affect their work. To help them fully utilize their abilities, the best way is to first address their physical condition. After all, health is the most important thing for a person, and the reason I want you to develop this plan is to significantly improve the physical condition of the company's employees. Once you roll out this plan, you can consider how to arrange for employees to work out at the gym, how many hours to exercise each day. Those decisions are up to you. But I have one requirement: the plan you develop must be effective in solving the employees' subhealth issues. Moreover, it should help them become healthier, because a person's good health leads to a better mental state. Can you do that? Yes, yes, yes. In response to Chin Tian's inquiry, the fitness coaches nodded in unison, though their expressions were somewhat worried. They never imagined that Chin Tian would open such a large gym not for customers or profit, but simply to provide a gym for the employees. Isn't that too good? For a moment, the fitness coaches were taken aback, standing there in a daze after responding. Then there are no other issues. Hurry back to discuss and come up with the plan. I will hold a company meeting later to discuss the training schedule for the employees. Seeing the fitness coaches standing still, Chin Tian waved his hand, signaling them to go back and prepare the plan. As the head of the fitness group, he was naturally the first to react. At this moment, the head coach didn't dare to say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led the fitness coaches out of Chin Tian's office. However, as soon as they returned to the gym, a large group of employees surged in, surprisingly not to work out but to ask the fitness coaches questions. What happened? What happened? What did President Chin just say to you? Everyone looked at Chin Tian with eager eyes. What's going on with you? What's going on? Hurry up and tell us what's happening. What did President Chin say? Is he planning to charge for this gym? One particularly nosy employee asked anxiously. But the head coach shook his head, looking puzzled. I don't know what's going on either. President Chin said that the establishment of this gym is not for profit. He just wants to help you solve the subhealth issues. It seems he doesn't plan to charge for this gym. I also find it strange. What kind of cat doesn't eat fish? Generally, even if a company provides a gym for free, the scale of that gym wouldn't be very large. As long as it can accommodate workouts, that's enough. But the gym established by Chin Tian's company is just too big, and the equipment is so complete. Don't they fear losing money? Yeah, even if they have money, they shouldn't build it like this. By the way, what exactly does President Chin want to do? What kind of scheme is this? I've never seen anything like it before. These fitness trainers had just joined the company and weren't very familiar with Chin Tian's temperament, so at this moment, they all wore expressions of endless confusion. Seeing the puzzled looks on these trainers' faces, everyone couldn't help but laugh. You just arrived at our company and don't know what the situation is like. I think you've heard about it, right? Our company's benefits are simply explosive. President Chin has always been very attentive to our employee welfare. He hasn't charged a single penny for the dormitory and shuttle services. Besides, President Chin has already told us that this gym he established is specifically for employees and won't accept outside clients. Moreover, this gym will not charge any fees, it's free for the company, and anyone from the company can use it. This is the great thing about our company. Our boss is such a good person. I've worked for so many years, and I've never seen a boss this generous. Hearing this, the other trainers nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've never seen such a good boss in all my years of work. But are you sure there are no hidden tricks here? These trainers were quite experienced in society. Generally, they believed that if something seemed suspicious, there must be something behind it. So now they wanted to know if there were any other schemes involved. If there were, that would be a big problem. What are you talking about? How could our boss be that kind of person? If you don't know, don't speak carelessly. Exactly, what tricks could our boss have? Our boss has always thought about the employees. You should consider how important our employee fund is. It was established by the boss for us. If you keep saying such things, I'll report it to Assistant Chu. The company provides you with so many benefits, and you still dare to speak ill of President Chin? What are you all? Just as these trainers finished speaking, they were immediately met with a barrage of criticism from the employees, leaving the trainers utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it really necessary to react this way? It seems we haven't said anything wrong. Just questioning whether the boss has any tricks, and you all scold us like this? Although these trainers looked bewildered, they didn't dare to offend the employees. After all, their existence was to create fitness plans for these employees and assist them in their workouts. If they offended them, it would be easy for the employees to make things difficult for them later. Okay, we're sorry. It's our fault. We really don't know anything since we just joined the company. If we've offended anyone, please don't take it to heart. Yes, we really didn't mean anything else. With the gym's opening, Chin Tian was also contemplating the gym's operating hours, as this was very important for the employees. So at this moment, Chin Tian called some managerial staff to the conference room and held a meeting on the spot. Everyone, I called you all here today to discuss the company gym. Do you have any suggestions regarding the gym's situation? As soon as Chin Tian opened the meeting, he immediately asked those present. When he mentioned the word suggestions, the managers and those in management positions fell silent. Xu Mingyue naturally sat to the side. She had heard the word suggestions so many times that her ears felt itchy, but at this moment, she chose not to speak. She wanted to see what Chin Tian had in mind. Every time he held such a welfare meeting, he usually already had a plan in mind, so there was no need for him to ask. As for the other senior executives in the company, they knew what was going on. Now, facing Chin Tian's question, they remained silent as well, knowing that speaking up would be a waste of effort. Chin Tian was a very stubborn person. Why is everyone silent? Does no one have anything to say about the company's welfare? Everyone looked at each other, but no one answered. Alright, since no one is speaking, I will clarify the situation regarding the company gym. The company gym has already been established, and the fitness coach has been hired. This gym is set up for the employees' exercise needs. The coach has already submitted the training plans to me, and I found them to be very scientific. I believe this plan can be implemented directly. This will greatly benefit the company. When employees are healthy, their mental state will naturally improve. For the company, employee health is very important, so I am currently considering how to arrange the employees' gym time. This is very useful for you all, so please share your thoughts and let's discuss. Shin Tian wanted to ask for everyone's opinions, especially since the plan had already been distributed. The next step was to determine the time employees could use the gym equipment, which was a crucial issue, so it was necessary to see what everyone thought. After all, the gym's capacity was limited, and not everyone could exercise at the same time, so it had to be done in batches. Don't just stand there, hurry up and share your opinions. Didn't I just give you all the fitness plan? You can now discuss the gym time. Seeing that these people still remained silent, Shin Tian waved his hand in annoyance. At that moment, Xu Mingyue sighed, "Alright, Mr. Shin, I think the gym time can be arranged for employees to manage after work. After all, not everyone is willing to exercise, so letting them arrange it themselves after work is the most appropriate." I agree. The establishment of the gym is already a great initiative. It can't be the company's responsibility to arrange it for them. The gym can accommodate hundreds of people at once, and they can go in batches as long as they maintain order. As some people voiced their opinions, Shin Tian directly rejected them. No, these suggestions are not acceptable. The reason the company established the gym is to address employees' sub-health issues, so I believe exercise is necessary, and it is mandatory for the company. Every employee must engage in a certain level of exercise every day. Only then can we achieve the desired effect. If we let them arrange it themselves, I believe many will take the opportunity to slack off, and that is not something I want to see. This method won't work. Think again if there's any other arrangement. Faced with Shin Tian's rejection of their proposal, everyone fell silent once more, feeling a bit moved. Oh dear. Shin is really too good of a person. Although he just said that the exercise program is mandatory for everyone, this is a way of caring for their health. Seeing that no one was speaking, Shin Tian hesitated for a moment. Alright, since you all have no ideas, let me share mine. The fitness plan already states that the best time for exercise is in the morning or evening. Now that our company has nearly 1,000 employees, my plan is to have different batches go to the gym to work out from 8 to 12 in the morning. The gym can accommodate 100 people at a time, so in the morning, we can have nearly 400 people exercising, each for an hour. This way, the time is sufficient, and in the afternoon, we can continue in batches, again for an hour each, and I believe that within a month, every employee's health will improve significantly. What do you think of this proposal? As soon as Shin Tian finished speaking, he was immediately met with rejection from everyone present. Shin, this won't do. Who allows employees to go to the gym during work hours? That just doesn't make sense. The working hours are already insufficient. How can we spare an hour for exercise? I think we can rotate the exercise schedule daily. After all, the gym is right there. If people want to work out, they can. If not, the company can mandate that 100 people must rotate every evening for an hour of exercise. Yes, since the entire building is now ours, we don't have to worry about power outages or closing times. This proposal is quite good. As long as the gym is open to our employees, that's enough. Xu Mingyue took the lead and immediately began to deny Shin Tian's approach. In an instant, the entire conference room was filled with voices of protest. After all, the company's normal working hours are already limited, and now Shin Tian wants to deduct an hour for employees to exercise, which makes them genuinely fear that the company won't be able to sustain itself due to the reduced working hours. Watching everyone speak up, Shin Tian felt a bit pleased, as it was clear that these executives were all concerned about the company. Alright, stop talking. I know you're worried about the company's working hours, but it's fine. I will add an optional overtime period in the evening. If the work really can't be finished by then, you can continue working overtime without any restrictions. Wow. Shin, can you not do this? We're all worried about the company, and you're still shortening the working hours. Shin, this time I absolutely won't agree. I firmly oppose your proposal. That's right, the gym should have its own rules. There shouldn't be anything mandatory like this. You've already done very well, Shin. There's no need to sacrifice the company's working hours for exercise. I think that's a waste. In an instant, the entire conference room was filled with voices of protest. Alright, stop talking. I invited you here to make suggestions, not to propose that I change the gym's rules. I hired so many trainers just to address the employees' health issues. I don't want to give up halfway. Alright, since none of you have any suggestions, let's proceed as I just mentioned. The company's employees will take turns in shifts, with each person exercising for an hour in different batches. There will be dedicated fitness coaches conducting special surveys for the employees, which will help make some adjustments for specific groups regarding promotions. This is settled. You all go back and discuss it thoroughly with the employees, and then the team leaders and department managers should coordinate and see who will go first. You need to arrange this batch in the right order. Chu Mingyue, this matter is entrusted to you. You are responsible for the arrangements, and finally, bring the plan to me for review. That's it, the meeting is adjourned. Qin Tian said this and directly left the conference room, leaving everyone in the office in a daze. Chu Mingyue was even more at a loss. Wait, President Qin, don't leave yet. Can you not be so domineering in your decisions? We are protesting right now. Although you are the boss, you can't be so autocratic. You should listen to the employees' opinions. Unfortunately, no matter what Chu Mingyue said, Qin Tian did not turn back, as if he hadn't heard her at all. At that moment, Chu Mingyue sat in the conference room, looking helplessly at the people present. Please don't look at me like that. I've already said it before, President Qin is very stubborn. It's useless to say more to him now. Since President Qin has made a decision, shouldn't we execute it? I don't know. We can only go back and talk to everyone first. Yeah, let's see if others have any opinions. What the heck, you all just agreed to this? The pressure on the company is already high enough. If we keep doing this, it will definitely increase the company's pressure. This is equivalent to openly slacking off during work hours, which is delaying the company's development. What do you suggest we do then? You know what kind of temper President Qin has. He is the biggest boss in the company. Do we dare to say anything against him? So we need to go back and discuss it properly to see if there's any solution. I think so too. With President Qin's way of doing things, it's very easy to suffer losses. The company has already expanded and added so many new people. Who knows what kind of opinions they will bring to President Qin later. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. If they end up ruining the company, what will we do? I think we should create a group and talk to these newcomers to see if we can find a solution. Is it necessary to create a group? Didn't we already have a colleague group? Just add them in. It's settled then. Let's hurry back and talk to Assistant Chu, and then blow up this colleague group. A group of people immediately decided to add the new hires to the colleague group and explain the situation to them. The solution they came up with was quickly adopted by some managers in the company. As part of the management, they enjoyed the benefits brought by the company even more. First of all, the salary and benefits for these management personnel are very high. Compared to ordinary companies, their treatment is on a whole different level. More importantly, they have special priority when it comes to accommodation. Such benefits were never encountered before. Even some managers from large companies do not have such treatment, so the management cares more about the survival of the company than the basic employees. They themselves are the managers of the company, and these newcomers who have just joined naturally want to build good relationships with these managers, so when they were added to the colleague group, not a single person declined. Soon, the group of hundreds had grown into a group of thousands. Now, many of them are newcomers, and once they entered this group, they immediately began to discuss. Is this the company's internal work group? Wow, this is the group I've always dreamed of joining. Hello everyone, from today onwards we are colleagues, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. We put in so much effort to get into this work group. We can say we've overcome many obstacles. Shouldn't we celebrate a bit? In an instant, many people in the group began to send celebratory emojis. For these new employees, it was indeed a momentous occasion. At that moment, Chu Mingyue stood up. Hello everyone, I am Chu Mingyue, assistant to General Manager Qin. I am very happy to become colleagues with you all. Today is our first day together, and I know everyone has been eager to join the company. It took a lot of effort to get here, and I want to thank you all for your trust and support for the company. However, I have something I want to discuss with you today. I think you should have heard about the company's benefits, right? That's right, our company's benefits are superb. There are even many people outside questioning whether General Manager Qin is doing charity work. In fact, General Manager Qin is truly a wonderful person. He always thinks of us employees in everything he does. Where can you find such a good boss? Finance Department Head, yes, General Manager Qin is indeed too good. The benefits he has set up are truly commendable, but because of this, we are also worried about the company's operations. Of course, I am not trying to alarm anyone. The company's accounts are indeed very sufficient, but we employees also need to think carefully about the company. Public Relations Manager, that's true. There are already many voices outside saying that General Manager Qin is a philanthropist, and this approach will eventually ruin the company. Although I am very angry about what they say, they are not entirely unreasonable, because the company's current situation is indeed somewhat unusual. Even though our company has a fairly popular platform, relying solely on this platform to maintain operations is far from enough. Project Department Manager, indeed, although we are currently working hard to expand the business, the speed of the company's expansion is too fast, and we are also worried about the company. As these managerial figures began to speak, the new employees immediately grew concerned. No way? Are you really saying these things? Oh my god, I just joined this company, and you're already saying such disheartening things. If the company can't hold on, won't all our efforts be in vain? It shouldn't be as bad as you say, right? The current development of Chin Tian Company is getting better and better, many people say so. What if something really goes wrong with the company? What should we do? Please don't let that happen. I just joined and haven't even enjoyed the benefits and treatment yet. Then wouldn't we be wasting our efforts? If that's the case, we really need to consider other options and leave ourselves a way out. Yes, we joined Chin Tian Company for its benefits. Look at how good these benefits are, they even provided us with dormitories. Now you're telling us this? You can't be trying to trick us, right? You're not trying to kick us out of Chin Tian Company, are you? Managers, we just want to make a living at this company, we have no other intentions, so there's no need for you to say these things to us. Yeah, we're just trying to support our families. Managers, please don't say that to us, we can't bear such consequences. You should know how much we've sacrificed to join this company. That's right, I offended the boss after passing the interview. If something goes wrong with the company, what am I supposed to do? Chu Mingyue, please don't misunderstand, that's not what we mean. We just want to tell you the good things about this company, not that there will be any problems, and we certainly never thought of getting anyone fired. After all, the boss himself said that the company is expanding, which is why we're hiring externally. You were all carefully selected. So rest assured, once you're in the company, you won't be easily let go, unless you commit a serious mistake or do something detrimental to the company. Hearing Chu Mingyue say this, the employees finally felt relieved. Don't worry, we won't do anything that harms the company. Yeah, we care about the company more than anyone else. I heard that besides the basic benefits, the company has now established a dedicated gym. Such companies are really rare. By the way, Assistant Chu, what exactly do you want to say? Just tell us directly. Faced with the inquiries from these new employees, it wasn't just Chu Mingyue who started to speak, the other veteran employees also began to chime in. After all, they wanted to share the specifics of the company with these new employees, so that the new employees would take better care of the company and avoid causing any trouble later on. When these new employees learned about Chin Tian's efforts for the company's benefits, they couldn't help but sigh. No way, is the boss really that good? I had heard before that the boss of Chin Tian's company is a great philanthropist. Now that you mention it, it seems he really is. It's rare to see a company provide such extensive employee benefits. Yeah, I find it quite surprising. But what exactly does the boss want to achieve? The company has grown to this scale, yet the employee benefits are so generous, but there isn't much income in business. That's really strange. Could it be that the boss is secretly involved in some special dealings? Otherwise, how could this company operate so smoothly? If you don't know, then don't speak recklessly here. Our President Chin is such a good person, how could he possibly be involved in such dealings? You just keep talking nonsense. If you don't want to stay in this company, then just leave. Seriously, coming in and talking nonsense. If you don't want to stay, then don't. These veteran employees were very protective of Chin Tian, after all, he had been so good to them, and at this moment, they didn't want others to speak ill of him. Alright, everyone, let's not say anything bad about President Chin. Today, we just want to talk about his autocratic shortcomings. If President Chin is autocratic in business matters, that's fine, after all, a boss has his own way. But if he is autocratic regarding employee benefits, that is very detrimental to our company. So we are discussing how to encourage President Chin to change. Otherwise, if this continues, the company will eventually be run into the ground by President Chin, and we employees need to keep a good watch over the company. No way, no way? Are you really saying such things? Are you all being a bit overly worried? The boss can run such a large company, so he must have the ability. Do we really need to fear that the company will go bankrupt? Exactly, President Chin must have his reasons for doing this. We, as employees, just need to do our jobs well. Why overthink it? Many of the new employees are seasoned veterans in the workplace, and they typically scoff at such unfounded worries. After all, they don't think about the boss, they only think about themselves. They joined Chin Tian's company because they were attracted by the benefits it offers. You may not know this, but since you just joined the company, you aren't aware of the situation here. Once you understand our boss's character, you'll realize how good he is. I think you all wouldn't want to lose this job, right? If something really happens to the company, then your 5 insurances and 1 fund, as well as the cafeteria and dormitory, will all be gone. Right now, our company's dormitory is being renovated, and once it's done, you'll be able to move in. As new employees, I think you should contribute a little, otherwise, how could you become core members of the company? As the HR supervisor, Sister May, stepped forward to speak, the new employees began to express their opinions. The HR supervisor has significant power. If she wanted to make things difficult for them, she certainly could. After all, personnel appointments are handled by the HR department, and offending them wouldn't end well. So, the new employees were very understanding. Seeing Sister May speak, they quickly chimed in. Sister May, without saying anything else, I absolutely feel a sense of belonging to the company. My previous boss always said I had a strong sense of belonging. So, what does everyone think now? I think it's time for us new employees to do something. With the new employees changing their attitudes, Shu Mingyue also began to get to the point. Should we go to President Qin and suggest canceling the gym? I think that's a great suggestion. If it were just 1 or 2 people, we might not convince President Qin, but if it's 1,000 people, we can definitely change his mind, as long as everyone's attitude is firm enough. That's true. I believe that as long as we work together, we can get this done. So, are we happily deciding on this? New brothers, what do you think of our proposal? If you agree, just respond. Now that so many old employees have said this, the new employees naturally dared not voice any objections, they could only nod in agreement. This was great news for the company, as the new employees had just completed their onboarding and moved into the new office building. The lobby on the first floor is spacious enough, and they can plan a suggestion meeting to let Qin Tian know their determination. Qin Tian, of course, had seen what was happening in the group, as he had already hacked into it. He was aware of what these people were discussing. However, when he saw them chatting, he didn't speak up but was quietly pleased inside. After all, it's quite impressive for the employees to have such a sense of belonging. For a boss, that is definitely a success. As for the new employees, Qin Tian didn't say much. After all, they had just joined the company and were unclear about many things, so it was normal for them not to have a sense of belonging. Once they tasted the sweetness of success, that sense of belonging would surely soar. However, Qin Tian was also secretly pondering that so many employees were worried about the company going bankrupt. It seemed he needed to think of a way to boost the income, otherwise, outsiders would always think of them as foolish people with too much money, which was not a good thing. After all, carrying such a reputation was indeed unfavorable. It seemed this matter really needed a solution. Qin Tian, what are you doing? Just as Qin Tian was lost in thought, Chen Xueqing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Now, Chen Xueqing was wearing pajamas, her hair wet, looking like a beauty emerging from a bath, which momentarily left Qin Tian in a daze. Moreover, Chen Xueqing was drying her hair with a towel, completely unaware of Qin Tian's almost dazed gaze. I'm not doing anything, I'm just watching TV, Qin Tian snapped back to reality, scratching his head with a smile, and continued watching TV, though his eyes kept inadvertently drifting towards Chen Xueqing. Now that the company has moved to a new office building, shouldn't you think about how to expand the business? You have over 1,000 people waiting under you. If there aren't any decent businesses to support us, how can we hold up? Many people in the company are discussing how we don't have a proper business to back us up. If this continues, you might really be seen as someone foolish with too much money. Chen Xueqing was also worried about Qin Tian's company. After all, Qin Tian's pressure and burden had become even greater, and the business department wasn't doing much either. Most of the people in the business department were essentially without performance. There's no need to worry about that. Once the company gets going, business will definitely not be lacking. Don't we have a very popular platform at hand? Once we continue to grow this platform, more people will come to us. We don't need to worry about business matters. Instead of thinking about these things, why not consider the gym? I feel like the gym isn't perfect enough. Should we implement some other measures to better address the employees' health issues? Qin Tian was contemplating whether to make the gym a bigger deal to tap into the new employees' emotions. He already had some ideas. As long as he had enough funds, he could acquire other companies, especially some well-known but cash-strapped ones in the industry, buying their shares and collaborating with them. As long as he secured the equity of these companies, wouldn't he essentially become a major shareholder? This way, everyone wouldn't have to worry about the company's income anymore. Additionally, Qin Tian could acquire other small companies. Once these companies were merged, the number of employees would increase. If he improved employee benefits, the points would continuously flow into his account. My goodness, it's already this time, and you're still thinking about employee benefits. Qin Tian, I really don't know what to say to you. Chen Xueqing shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Do you really want to be a great philanthropist? Now that so many new employees have joined the company, they are not as easy to talk to as the old employees. What if they make some excessive demands later? I wonder what you'll do then. Do you really think you're running a bank? that your money is endless? I beg you to change that stubborn temper of yours. If this continues, the company will eventually be brought down by you. Chen Xueqing's tone was indeed somewhat different now. It felt as if a young wife was scolding her husband, which made Qin Tian feel a bit of warmth. It's impossible. My company is not so easy to go bankrupt. Xueqing, let me tell you, you don't need to worry about whether the company will go bankrupt. I've already thought about this. How about this, after you go to the company tomorrow, help me see which companies want to sell their shares. I want to buy some. You want to buy shares from other companies? I don't want to buy shares from other companies, it's best to buy from within the industry. This is very important for our company's development. I'm planning something big this time. I want to lay out a strategy across the entire industry, so you don't need to worry. I've already prepared the funds. Qin Tian patted his chest in assurance, but this only raised Chen Xueqing's doubts. I say, Qin Tian, what kind of background do you have that you can say you're not short on money? Chen Xueqing was indeed starting to doubt. After all, Qin Tian's family situation was quite ordinary. How could he possibly come up with so much money? The company's account has several hundred million. Even some big companies wouldn't have that much money in their accounts. Where did Qin Tian's money come from? You don't need to worry about this. I have an invisible wealthy supporter who wants me to focus on my business, and I don't need to worry about other things, so it's fine. You don't need to worry about the funds at all. What a joke! Qin Tian currently had nearly 100 billion in his account. With that kind of money, what was there to be afraid of? Qin Tian was currently troubled about how to spend that money on employee benefits. Hearing Qin Tian mention an invisible wealthy supporter, Chen Xueqing didn't say much more. Alright, since you say so, I won't say much more. But I think this gym is completely unnecessary. Spending work hours for employees to go to the gym, many employees in the company disagree with this. I think you should listen to the employees' opinions more often. It shouldn't be like this. My company must be run by me. Employees can give their opinions, but whether to implement them is my decision. Besides, I make such decisions only when there are no issues. So, Xueqing, don't bring this up with me again. The gym matter is basically settled. Only with good benefits can we retain employees. Then what about the employee fund? Other companies don't have such a fund. Even if they do, it's for profit, and what you're doing now is practically charity. Chen Xueqing continued to press. Qin Tian sighed, actually, I've been considering establishing this employee fund for a long time. I used to be an intern, and my family has been poor. I understand very well what happens in a family when there is an economic crisis, especially in emergencies. I think this employee fund is very necessary. Whether you call it charity or something else doesn't matter. What matters is that I want to establish this employee fund, and any employee in my company can receive help. Moreover, my employee fund is based on the company's annual profits, and employees can also make donations. This essentially pools the money donated by employees together for those in need, which guarantees the welfare of all employees. It's a win-win situation. Why not go for it? Upon hearing this, Chen Xueqing stared blankly at Qin Tian, momentarily unsure of what to think. Although Chen Xueqing had a high self-esteem, it didn't mean she was aloof. On the contrary, her heart was quite soft. She was genuinely touched by Qin Tian's actions. Qin Tian, how can you be so kind? Ha, you look like you've been moved by me. So, how about you pledge yourself to me? Seeing Chen Xueqing's expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but tease her. Chen Xueqing's pretty face instantly flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's been moved by you? I won't pledge myself to you. Forget it, I'm going to dry my hair. After spending some time together, Chen Xueqing had come to understand Qin Tian more and more. She realized that he wasn't the kind of person she had imagined. On the contrary, he was very easy to talk to. Because of this, their relationship had been improving, and their conversations were no longer as stiff as before. Instead, they were becoming more like a young couple. Qin Tian was naturally very pleased with this change. If he could genuinely win over a girl like Chen Xueqing, it would feel amazing. Since things were developing in a positive direction, Qin Tian was not in a hurry. After all, a forced relationship is never sweet. However, Qin Tian was currently pondering what to do about tomorrow. The colleagues in the group had already discussed suggesting to him to cancel the gym policy. He needed to come up with a plan. If these guys brought so many people to suggest something to him, it would definitely be hard to handle, especially since many employees were new hires, and as the boss, he couldn't be too harsh. The next day, when Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing arrived at the first floor of the company, they found the entire lobby filled with people. Hello, President Qin. At that moment, all the employees shouted in unison. Hello everyone. How's the move to the new office building? Is everyone getting used to it? If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up, and I'll do my best to meet everyone's needs, Chin Tian said with a smile, waving his hand. Thank you, President Chin. Everyone responded in unison again. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can all get back to work. After all, we've just moved to a new office building, and we should adapt well. Also, with so many new colleagues joining us, the old employees should help them get familiar with the company. Chin Tian waved his hand, wanting to pass through. However, the employees had no intention of letting him go that easily. They tightly surrounded the path ahead. Now led by Chu Mingyue, they all wore determined expressions, as if they wouldn't clear the way unless Chin Tian agreed to them. President Chin, we hope you can seriously consider canceling the gym policy. After all, work hours shouldn't be used for exercising. The company has just been established, and if we take away so much time, it would be very detrimental to the company's development. Yes, what we're doing is also for the good of the company. The benefits the company provides us are already quite sufficient. We only work 3 days a week, and the rest counts as overtime, which is already a lot of pressure on the company. If we continue to take time for exercising, it will only be increasingly disadvantageous for the company, so we cannot allow this to happen. We ask President Chin to think it over. We ask President Chin to think it over. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but shout in unison. Seeing their thoughtful expressions, it seemed that Chin Tian would not let them go unless he agreed. I understand everything you've mentioned, but I have my reasons for doing this. You don't need to worry about it, nor do you need to be concerned about the company's operations and development. If I didn't have such connections, I certainly wouldn't be doing all this. From now on, you don't need to think about the company's development anymore. I will handle these matters myself. Chin Tian maintained this attitude, but Chu Mingyue was not planning to give way. Mr. Chin, we won't discuss other matters, but about the gym. The gym issue is settled. I'm telling you today that it doesn't matter who comes, the decision I, Chin Tian, make is the company's rule. If you think 1 hour is too little, I can extend it to 2 hours, which would also greatly benefit your health. After Chin Tian interrupted Chu Mingyue, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. She never imagined that with so many people surrounding Chin Tian, he would say that 1 hour of gym time was not enough and wanted to add another hour. The other new employees present immediately gasped, some even surprised in their hearts. What's going on? Could it be that this boss really has some issues? No way, no way. If 1 hour is not enough and he wants to add another hour, then if this continues, the company's working hours would only be 4 hours a day. Goodness, what kind of working hours are these? 3 days, 4 hours? Such working hours were unheard of for them. Some of the old employees in the company were also stunned, not expecting Chin Tian to go against the grain and even want to give them more rest time. No, Mr. Chin, that's not what we mean. We just think that the gym should be available for employees to use after work, and it shouldn't be utilized during working hours. I believe Mr. Chin, you could charge for the gym. After all, there are so many employees in the company, and this small fee is affordable for many, which could bring a certain level of profit to the company. Yes, Mr. Chin, don't be so stubborn. We've been at the company for so long, and you haven't listened to our suggestions even once. Why not consider our advice this time? Many people looked at him with hopeful eyes, wishing Chin Tian would change his mind. Now everyone hoped to dissuade Chin Tian. After all, such a gym was already very useful for the company, and if they took away an hour from the working hours, they really couldn't accept it. It would only increase the company's burden. However, Chin Tian's attitude was very firm. No. I said, I have my purpose for doing this, so don't gather here. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Today is the first day of moving to the company, so don't cause trouble here. With Chin Tian saying this, the other employees naturally didn't dare to say anything and could only return to their posts dejectedly. The new employees naturally had no say, as they had just arrived at the company and were unfamiliar with many things, even complaining about the old employees. Really, I told them not to cause these issues, but they just don't believe it. Look, now they've made the boss angry. I said the same thing, he is the company's boss. He has built the company to such a scale, so he must have his own ideas. How could it be our place as small employees to worry unnecessarily? It's really the emperor not being anxious, but the eunuchs are anxious, worrying for no reason. This isn't a big deal, let's not say anything more. We should hurry back to work. It's the first day on the job and something like this happens. I really have no words. Right, we mustn't leave a bad impression on the boss, or it could ruin our careers. The veteran employees returned to their posts with expressions of helplessness. The colleague group chat exploded. See, I told you, messing with these useless things won't work. Even President Chin didn't give us a chance to speak. I say, you guys must be bored to do this kind of thing. Look, President Chin was about to get angry just now. I think we employees should do our jobs responsibly and not engage in such groundless worries, or we might really anger President Chin later, and that wouldn't be good. I agree, if something like this happens again, don't involve me. If we offend the boss, we'll all be in trouble. Now, a large group of new employees were blaming those veteran employees. After all, they had worked so hard to get into the company, and if they really angered the boss and got fired, they would be at a huge loss. Oh, we didn't mean to offend the boss, we just wanted to contribute a little to the company. You just arrived at the company and don't know the specifics or the boss's character. But the boss is really too stubborn, it seems we can't do this kind of thing anymore. So what do we do now? Do we just follow the boss's orders? What else can we do? You know the boss's temper, he's already made up his mind, and the new employees have started working. Everything is ready. If we don't follow the boss's instructions, he might really extend the time to 2 hours. It's just like when we used to secretly work overtime. Once the boss found out, he directly raised our salaries to the maximum. I really can't take it anymore. Come on, are you joking with me? There's such a thing as secretly working overtime? Yeah, I've never heard of secretly working overtime either. You don't know, the boss set the rule that overtime is voluntary. If you want to work overtime, you can, if you don't, you don't. The overtime pay is exceptionally high. You don't know that when the company was just established, the funds in the account were very low, and many employees were afraid the company would go bankrupt, so they all worked overtime without clocking in. Later, when the boss found out, he directly raised the salaries of those of us who didn't clock in to the maximum. Wow, this benefit is too good. But now the overtime hours in the company are indeed quite a lot. Besides the normal 3 working days a week, the rest are all overtime, with double overtime pay. My goodness, this company is simply my dream come true. I hope you all can think about the company. If you don't have work on hand, then don't choose to work overtime, as it will increase the company's pressure. I don't think you want the company to have financial issues, right? Anyway, as veteran employees, we've already given our reminders. As for what to do next, that's up to you. Just as the colleagues were discussing these matters in the group chat, the work time had arrived, and everyone focused intently on their tasks. After all, the company has expanded now, and there are many maintenance tasks that need to be done on the previous platform. With so many people available, it's just right for them to take over these responsibilities. Moreover, the business department has been working tirelessly lately, bringing in quite a bit of business for the company. So now, there are many tasks that need to be distributed, and these newly expanded employees are certainly not idle. Just as they started work, someone from the administrative department came over to begin assigning employees gym times. President Chin has already outlined this in the plan, scheduling 1 hour of training for different departments at different time slots. This is mandatory for the company, aimed at the health of the employees. Your department is in the first batch, so please put down your work and come with me to the gym. With the arrival of these administrative personnel, those called had no choice but to follow them to the gym. The fitness instructors in the gym had long been waiting, and as these employees arrived, the instructors quickly began their work, organizing the workouts for these individuals. After all, they had developed a very scientific exercise program. Due to the limited equipment and space in the gym, they couldn't have everyone do the entire routine at once. Instead, they arranged for some people to do one exercise while others did another, and after a certain period, they would rotate back. This way, the issue could be perfectly resolved. The company also implemented a certain degree of rotation, ensuring that everyone exercised for an hour, rotating through each department one by one. This hour was paid time, not part of the employees' break. After several consecutive days, the employees felt much more energized than before. In today's society, most people are either at work or on their way to work, and their bodies are mostly in a sub-healthy state. Now, this gym has established a complete training program that can help them quickly recover their physical fitness. With more exercise, their physical condition naturally improves, and their mental state is significantly better than before, which is why employees have been so spirited lately. Many employees can feel the changes in their bodies. They are very grateful to Chin Tian, especially the older employees and those seasoned in the workplace, who have over 10 years of experience. During these years, their bodies have been in a sub-healthy state, with various issues. However, after a few days of exercising, they found that many of their ailments had begun to improve, especially their current mental state, which was incomparable to before. This scene is a good thing for everyone, and the new employees are gradually calming their emotions. Now I finally understand why those older employees were so dedicated to the company. It seems there are reasons for it. Yeah, the salary and benefits at Chin Tian's company are indeed excessively good. There's really nothing to complain about. The gym issue has solved a big problem for us. I used to have various minor ailments, and when I went to the hospital, the doctor said it was due to a lack of exercise. But I never had time to work out while working. What could I do? Now that we have this gym, the problem is much easier to solve. Indeed, this gym is really useful, and it's free for our company's employees after work. Usually, after I finish work, I go to the gym to exercise properly. I really can't understand why the boss went to such lengths to build such a great gym for us. Before, when I got home after work, I always felt like there was nothing to do, and running outside just didn't feel right. Now that we have this gym, I don't even want to go home early after work, I just want to hang out at the gym. It's true, after work, working out at the gym feels really good. At this rate, I don't know how much the electricity bill will increase each month. I'm suddenly a bit worried about the boss. Yeah, I also think the boss is being too generous. Now I understand why the old employees protect the boss so much. For a moment, the new employees were continuously discussing this, as they had discovered over the past few days that working at Shin Tian's company was incredibly enjoyable. First of all, their workload during work hours was very normal. There was no internal competition at all. Whether it was their team leader or their department manager, they were quite fair when it came to work assignments, showing no favoritism. Whoever's work it was, that was their work. Moreover, once they completed their tasks, no one would engage in any internal competition, and their superiors wouldn't assign them additional work. It could be said that everyone's daily workload was fixed, basically 8 hours a day, with 4 of those hours being rest. They could take their time with the work at hand. Additionally, in the evenings, they could choose to work overtime voluntarily. Even if they did, it was entirely up to them, and no one would interfere whether there was work or not. They just had to clock out when the time came. This gave the employees a tremendous sense of belonging. Just as Shin Tian got home after work, he received a message from the system. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 500. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 800. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 700. A series of system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Although the quality of the belonging value he gained this time was relatively low, the quantity was sufficient. After all, the company now had over 1,000 employees, and the total belonging value gained at once was quite high. Now, if he converted the total belonging value he had obtained into cash, it would amount to 10 billion. Goodness, Shin Tian now had a total of 200 billion in funds. With such assets, Shin Tian could easily expand and manage the company. At that moment, the system's reward sound came again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an additional reward, potential analysis ability. Accompanied by this system voice, Shin Tian immediately felt a slight change in his eyes. He discovered that his eyes now had analytical functions and could see some values around him continuously rising. At that moment, Shin Tian quickly checked the introduction in the system and was surprised to find that this potential analysis ability belonged to an investment system. In other words, Shin Tian's eyes could see the potential value of investments. Without saying much, Shin Tian directly opened his computer and began browsing some stocks and similar things online. Since it was about potential value, it would definitely involve stocks and such. It was a shock to see it all at once. Because he saw stocks one by one on the screen, there were now some annotations next to them. Fengfei stock, potential value 50. Lulan stock, potential value 80. Lanfan stock, potential value 1. As the potential values of these stocks kept appearing, Shin Tian couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This meant that in the future, he would have a strong investment insight. The higher the potential value, the more money this stock would earn in the end. Shin Tian could definitely invest. After all, he currently had over 100 billion in funds, and he could easily set aside a portion to buy stocks, which would directly equip his funds, allowing him to do more things later on. Shin Tian, what are you doing? Why are you looking at stocks all of a sudden? Chen Xueqing, holding a cup of drink, sat down next to Shin Tian and happened to see him looking at stocks online, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Nothing, I'm just looking at these financials to see if there's any investment worth making, Shin Tian casually replied, continuously scrolling down the web page. It's better not to look at these stocks right now. After all, the stock market is very chaotic, and you never know how many people have stumbled in the market. You shouldn't get involved in this murky water. Chen Xueqing didn't want Shin Tian to get mixed up in this mess, fearing he might lose all his funds. The longer she stayed in the company, the more Chen Xueqing could feel its charm, especially with the benefits and the work model that made her feel very comfortable, so she didn't want anything unexpected to happen to the company. Don't worry, that won't happen. I'm just pondering, many people say our company doesn't have a proper business. I think it's time to start expanding our business. First, I want to say that we can acquire other companies to assist in the development of our platform. You know the profits this platform can generate are substantial, so acquiring other companies is very necessary. Hearing this, Shin Shueching immediately stood up in shock. Qin Tian, you're not joking with me, are you? You actually want to acquire other companies? You need to think this through. Investing in other companies is inherently very risky, and our company is already this big. I know what you're saying, but what I need to do now is to acquire all the capable companies. I believe in my investment insight. Alright, it's settled. After saying this, Qin Tian didn't give Chen Shueching a chance to respond and directly took his computer back to his room, continuing to browse some investment projects. Acquiring companies has two major benefits. First, it can serve as an investment, and second, it can directly acquire these companies, increasing the number of employees. As long as the benefits and treatment are improved, the sense of belonging among employees will soar. You should know that this sense of belonging is all money. Who would want to go against money? Since that's the case, Qin Tian had nothing to hesitate about. He directly checked various investment information online, especially the tenders from small companies and acquisitions from large companies, which were very useful for him. Soon, Qin Tian's attention was drawn to one particular company. This was the very company where Qin Tian had interned before. It was a medium-sized company with over 500 employees. It was also a software development company, but recently this company had encountered a financial crisis, and their boss was struggling to hold on. Now their idea was to find someone to take over the company, otherwise, they simply couldn't sustain it any longer. Qin Tian is quite interested in this company now. He had previously worked there, and although the work atmosphere wasn't great, the software they developed was indeed impressive. Additionally, the company has a complete system and a considerable number of talented individuals, which is quite good. These are exactly what Qin Tian needs right now, so acquiring this company would significantly aid in its development, at the very least allowing the employees to feel secure. More importantly, through his analytical skills, Qin Tian sees that the company's potential value is 98. Such a figure is relatively high, so acquiring this company would not be a loss at all. After making this decision, Qin Tian no longer hesitated. The next day, after arriving at the company, he immediately called a meeting with the senior management and shared his thoughts. After all, Qin Tian planned to directly integrate this company into his own. This would mean that the company would essentially become a subsidiary of Qin Tian's company. Since it would all be under Qin Tian's umbrella, the software and games they develop would naturally be launched on his existing platform, which would be a significant advantage for the company. After all, a well-known platform not only attracts popularity but also needs strong games and software. Without strength, these games and software would not retain players. Therefore, the more games and software a platform has, the more famous it becomes, leading to better development and higher potential profits. As for other matters, they need not be mentioned. Moreover, after acquiring this company, whether they incur losses or profits from the software and games on this platform, they would still belong to the company, which is quite a good return. However, some senior executives are currently worried about the company's financial issues. Mr. Qin, acquiring this company is indeed a good choice. After all, this company has a long-standing foundation, and they have many capable software and games. If we acquire it, we can transfer all these games and software to our platform. Moreover, their development capabilities are quite impressive. But the problem now is that the price they are asking is not low at all. They have over 500 employees, and now they want to sell the company for 500 million. Although this is indeed a good opportunity to buy at a low price, after spending this 500 million, we still have to manage the workers' salaries and various expenses within the company. It is estimated that the total amount needed will reach 1 billion. If the price reaches this range, I think we shouldn't consider it any further. Our company already has over 1,000 employees. If we invest well in research and development, we can definitely do better than their company. The head of the finance department disagreed with the acquisition. Yes, Mr. Qin, let's first solidify the foundation of our company before proceeding. The more employees we have, the more chaotic management will become. Other management-level individuals also began to voice their suggestions. They were somewhat hesitant, fearing a break in the company's financial chain. But the more they acted this way, the more Qin Tian felt he couldn't let them have their way. After all, he had already made his decision the night before. Now, he just wanted to hear these people's opinions. Regardless of what they said, Qin Tian was determined to invest. I know what you are all worried about, but I think your concerns are completely unnecessary. You really don't need to worry too much. I just want to see what your opinions are. I believe acquiring this company is a good thing for me. For the company, it's an excellent opportunity for development, and I won't miss this chance. The people from the business department will go over and talk to their company to see if they can negotiate the price down a bit. If we can reach an agreement, we'll go directly to sign the contract. Qin Tian's attitude was enough to explain everything. At that moment, the people from the business department didn't dare to say anything and could only follow Qin Tian's instructions. The next phase was the work of the business department. Qin Tian just waited for good news from them, during which he also established another special investment department in the company, specifically for investing in the development of small companies and the purchase of games on the market. Many small companies are currently developing their games and software, but they have no channels, so they can only choose to sell the games and software they develop to larger companies for profit. Of course, this is the current survival condition for many small companies. Qin Tian could also act as a buyer for these games and software, which would increase the number of software and games on his platform. In short, the more software and games a platform has, the greater its reputation will be, as gamers will have more choices. Qin Tian also knew that many employees were worried about the company's situation because they feared a funding crisis, and many people outside were speaking ill of Qin Tian's company, claiming that it had no legitimate business. Now, Qin Tian was ready to roll up his sleeves and get to work. With funding in hand, he could do whatever he wanted. As for the investment department he had just established, it was directly located in the original office area, with over 100 people. Soon, the situation with the acquired company was settled, and the business department's capabilities had improved significantly. They were now adept at handling such acquisitions. After all, the owner of that company was worried about finding someone to take over, and now that Qin Tian's company had come to him, he was naturally overjoyed. On the day of the signing, Qin Tian personally came to the company to sign the contract. As the owner, it was only right for him to do so. That day, all the executives of the company gathered at the office. After all, once Qin Tian signed, the company would officially be under his control, and they had to perform well to see if they could catch the new boss's eye. The company was named Qingfeng Software Development Company, Ltd. There were neatly over 500 people inside. Although the company had not been doing well recently, many longtime employees had not left. After all, in this market, finding a job is not easy, and everyone had been working here for many years, so no one wanted to leave easily. Hurry up and get ready. Our new boss is already signing the contract. I heard he's a very young guy, like he just graduated from college. Since he's such a young boss, we should give him a warm welcome. Generally, young bosses have very high expectations. Yeah, and I heard he's been gaining a lot of fame recently. I heard Qin Tian's company was built entirely by him, and now he's acquired our company. I wonder if our company's benefits will be the same as those at Qin Tian's company. This is not certain. After all, we have been acquired by their company, which is equivalent to being a subsidiary. The benefits and treatment may not change. It's possible that the original situation will be retained. Do you know what our new boss's name is? I heard it's something like Qin Tian. What? The new boss is named Qin Tian? You're not joking with me, are you? There was someone in my department named Qin Tian too, but he was just an intern and left directly afterward. The head of the R&D department frowned and spoke. I'm not very clear on that. It could be a coincidence. After all, he was just an intern. How could he have made it in such a short time? That's true. Anyway, let's prepare ourselves and face everything with the best spirit. In the office, Qin Tian has now officially signed the transfer contract with the boss. This means that from now on, this company completely belongs to Qin Tian. Congratulations, Boss Qin. You are now the owner of our company. I wish the new boss could soar even higher. The boss was a slightly plump middle-aged man, and his speech had a slight lisp. Well, I appreciate your kind words, Qin Tian said with a smile, shaking hands with the boss before turning to leave the office. From this moment on, the company belonged to Qin Tian. After all, he had spent 500 million to acquire it, and he successfully took over all the software and games developed by the company, which were relatively popular. No matter how you calculate it, this deal was justified. Soon, the plump boss led Qin Tian to the spacious hall that had already been prepared, where most of the company's executives were waiting to welcome their new boss. Everyone listen up. From this moment on, this company belongs to Boss Qin. From now on, he is your new boss. If you want to stay in the company, then see what the boss has to say. After leaving this statement, the plump boss turned and walked away, as after signing the contract, the company had nothing to do with him anymore. After he finished addressing everyone, he naturally had no further business. Now, Qin Tian stood with Chen Xueqing and Xu Minghua, looking at the dense crowd of executives and employees. Qin Tian couldn't help but cough, then cleared his throat. I know you are all the backbone of the company and that you are worried about your future. Don't worry, although I, Qin Tian, have acquired this company, it will continue to operate normally. I know many of you are capable talents. I, Shin Tian, want to leave you with one message today. If you have the ability, go ahead and do it boldly. Don't hesitate. Those who can bring benefits to the company, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by a round of loud applause, everyone's faces showed expressions of relief. Because Shin Tian's words had already clarified their future. Being able to stay in the company and continue working was a huge blessing for them. Just as everyone was secretly delighted, another person in the crowd was quietly retreating, his face full of hesitation. Old Young, what's wrong with you? Our new boss is here. You're the head of the tech department, you should greet the boss properly. Another department head saw Old Yang retreating and quickly pulled him. But this pull was unnecessary. As soon as he did, everyone's attention turned toward them. At this moment, Old Yang tried to lower his head. No, I'm just a bit nervous. It's nothing, nothing at all. Old Yang quickly began to brush it off. At this moment, Shin Tian also noticed Old Yang. Oh, aren't you Manager Yang? Hearing Shin Tian call him Manager Yang, Yang Tianfu realized he had been recognized, and he silently groaned inside. Others might not know what had happened between him and Shin Tian, but he was very clear about it. Long ago, Shin Tian had worked under him as an intern, completely clueless, while Yang Tianfu, as the supervisor, had been very strict with interns, often scolding them at the slightest disagreement. More importantly, there had been many unpleasant incidents between him and Shin Tian back then. In the end, Shin Tian couldn't take it anymore and left. It was known that Shin Tian had a fiery temper, and during his departure, there had been some verbal conflicts with Yang Tianfu. Now that Shin Tian had become the boss of their company, Old Yang truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, that's me, President Shin. I really apologize for the past, Yang Tianfu said, scratching his head awkwardly, unsure of what to say. After all, no one would have expected that an intern would suddenly transform into the CEO of a large company, and now he had even acquired their company. It was indeed a dramatic turn of events. So it really is Manager Yang. I thought you had left the company. No worries, it's been a long time since we last met. Shin Tian couldn't help but find it amusing when he saw Yang Tianfu. Setting aside everything else, the conflicts between him and Yang Tianfu had been quite significant. When he was interning there, he didn't understand many things and had to ask others for help. At that time, the company was busy with normal operations, and Yang Tianfu was in a bad mood, scolding anyone he could catch. Shin Tian was the one who got scolded the most, and Yang Tianfu had even assigned him some undesirable tasks, mainly because of Shin Tian's fiery temper. President Shin, please don't make fun of me, Yang Tianfu said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. He was quite anxious inside. Despite being a supervisor now, if he left this company, he would be nothing. After all, he had worked hard for many years to reach this position, and if he went to another company, he would have to start from scratch. To be honest, Yang Tianfu really didn't want to leave this company. Being a supervisor and a regular employee were two completely different existences. First of all, in terms of salary and benefits, the treatment of supervisors and regular employees was entirely different. As a supervisor, not only was his salary high, but he also didn't have to do any work. That was the distinction. Not at all, I didn't mean to make fun of you. After all, I was indeed an intern back then. But to be honest, I really felt uncomfortable with the unspoken rules and various internal competitions in your company, Shin Tian said, his expression turning serious. Yang Tianfu's heart sank. He knew Shin Tian was about to settle scores. Despite this, Yang Tianfu didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance, as their statuses had completely changed. Even if Shin Tian publicly announced he would fire him, he wouldn't have any words to refute. Since the company has been acquired by me, from today onward, I, Shin Tian, will take over the management of this company. Listen up, everyone. All the rules and regulations that were in place at the company are now null and void. From now on, all company rules and regulations, including your benefits, will change. I will have the finance and administration departments come to explain everything to you later. Prepare yourselves mentally. Of course, I will never force anyone to be an employee of my company. If the changes to the benefits are unacceptable to anyone and they want to leave for another company, they are free to go at any time. Did everyone hear that clearly? In response to Shin Tian's words, everyone could only look at each other, with no one daring to refute him. After all, this company belongs to Shin Tian. He can set the rules and benefits as he sees fit, and the employees have no grounds to argue. Moreover, Shin Tian had made it very clear, those who can accept the changes can stay, and those who cannot are free to leave. Understood, President Shin. We got it. Everyone responded in unison. At this moment, Shin Tian continued directly, alright, since everyone understands, let me talk about some other rules. First of all, My company rejects internal competition. The amount of work each day is fixed, and each person's work should be completed independently. Just because someone finishes their work first doesn't mean they can pass their tasks on to others. I believe this behavior is unacceptable, as it can lead to employee fatigue. Such things will not be tolerated in my company, so I hope you managers are aware of this and ensure it doesn't happen. If I find out otherwise, I will fire you immediately. Additionally, regarding overtime, it is completely voluntary. There is no obligation to work overtime. If anyone feels pressured to do so, they can come and file a complaint. I guarantee that every complaint will be taken seriously. These are normal employee benefits, so there's no need to hide any issues. Report any problems immediately, whether it's a supervisor or a manager. If there are any hidden rules or internal competition, report it directly. Alright, that's all I have to say today. You can go back to work now. Whatever your previous roles were, just continue in those positions. I hope you can do your best to create value for the company. Of course, my words are meant to encourage you, and there's no other intention behind them. Okay, that's it for today. Everyone, get back to work. Shin Tian had said what he needed to say, and he didn't plan to do anything else. After leaving that statement, he turned and walked away. As Shin Tian left, the atmosphere in the company instantly became lively. What just happened? President Shin left just like that. I still don't understand what exactly is going on. Right, I don't get it either. What does it mean to reject internal competition? And what kind of rule is that? The amount of work each day is fixed? Whoever's work is theirs to complete, and once it's done, it's done? You can't take on someone else's work, or you can just complain? Oh my god, I've never seen such rules before. In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with question marks. They truly couldn't comprehend Shin Tian's approach, especially Yang Tianfu, who was also clueless about what had happened. But as a seasoned professional, he quickly reacted. Looks like I need to prepare to leave. In Yang Tianfu's view, after what happened between him and Shin Tian, he had specifically argued with Shin Tian. Logically, Shin Tian would never allow him to stay comfortably in the company. What awaited him next would be a storm of revenge. This is how things work in the workplace. If you offend someone, they will definitely seize the opportunity to retaliate. If it were Yang Tianfu in such a situation, he would do the same. Now, he didn't believe that Shin Tian would do nothing. What's going on, old Yang? Did you offend our new boss? Yeah, if there's something, just say it. Let's see if there's a way to help you out. Seeing Yang Tianfu looking so dejected, the others couldn't help but ask. Although Yang Tianfu could be a bit stingy and occasionally tease his colleagues, he actually had a good heart, and when he was in trouble, everyone would still help him. At this moment, Yang Tianfu didn't hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Wow, old Yang, if that's the case, you're in trouble. You have such a history with our new boss. If he wants to deal with you, it will definitely happen. Why don't you go apologize to the new boss properly? That's what I was saying too. I think the boss should be a reasonable person. Go talk to him, maybe this can be resolved. The others urged him, as they were all from the same company and didn't want old Yang to be targeted because of this incident. However, Yang Tianfu sighed and said, I do want to resolve this quickly, but do you think it's really that easy? I already apologized to the boss, but it seems he didn't accept it. In my opinion, when he mentioned that the benefits and treatment in our company would be adjusted, it was directed at me. I believe I won't be staying in this company for long. I should pack my things and be ready to leave at any time. At this point, Yang Tianfu dejectedly returned to his workstation and began to pack his belongings, as he was already prepared. After acquiring the company, Shin Tian returned directly to his own company and called in the personnel from the administrative and financial departments. Now that Qingfeng Company has completed the handover of company procedures, it's time for us to get to work. The financial department needs to coordinate with them and discuss their implementation of benefits, just like our company's welfare. The 5 insurances and 1 fund must be purchased. In addition, there are also matters regarding overtime clocking in that need to be verified by your financial department. We need to get all these systems in place. As for overtime pay and financial benefits, they will be the same as those in our Shin Tian company. Also, the administrative department should go over and hand over to their manager according to our current regulations. Is there any problem with that? Shin Tian wanted to turn Qingfeng Company into his subsidiary, and he wanted the benefits to be aligned as well. This scene instantly surprised the heads of the financial and administrative departments. President Shin, you can't be serious. You acquired Qingfeng Company and want it to become our subsidiary. Are you planning to transfer our company's benefits over there? The head of the financial department widened his eyes, looking at Shin Tian in disbelief. This is certain. As long as it's my company, I will definitely keep up with the funding and benefits, treating everyone equally regardless of which company they come from. Therefore, these benefits must be aligned, and the working hours and rules must be exactly the same as those in our company. This needs to be verified by your finance and administration departments. How about this? Our company is a certain distance from Ching Phone Company. At that time, you, as the head of the administration department, will be responsible for establishing another administration department in their company, sending people from our company over. But remember, you must go over regularly every month to check. The rules will be exactly the same as in our company. There can be no internal competition. I want to establish an orderly workplace, and this is a rule as ironclad as it gets, absolutely no slacking off. Qin Tian's tone was undeniably assertive. But, President Qin, if you do this, I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the company's reputation. I think Qing Phone Company's management is already quite good. The benefits they created before were quite high. I believe continuing their management practices would be a great choice. The head of the administration department was not ready to give up. Instead, he wanted to persuade Qin Tian to allow Qing Phone Company to continue its original management style, which would greatly help Qin Tian's company and at least alleviate some pressure. Once they extend the 5 insurances in one fund, it would be a significant expense, along with various salary benefits, which would be completely different. The salary benefits in Qin Tian's company are top-notch, almost the highest in the entire Magic City. If those salary benefits were applied to Qing Phone Company, the monthly payroll would increase by at least half. Hearing this, Qin Tian immediately laughed. I say, is your theory a bit too much? You want me to continue their management style, but have you ever thought about it? Why couldn't the boss of Qing Phone Company keep it going? Faced with Qin Tian's question, the administration department staff suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. After all, Qing Phone Company truly could not continue and was already heavily in debt. If it weren't for Qin Tian taking over the company, the boss of Qing Phone Company would definitely have declared bankruptcy, and once that happened, it would be a tragedy. If you don't know, let me tell you. Qing Phone Company's business philosophy is not wrong. Just look at how many software products and games they have. They are quite well known, and the profits they generate each month are also quite high. However, the reason they can't keep going is due to management issues. I used to work in their company, and I am very clear about their internal systems. The way they treat employees is simply unacceptable. The employees in that company are full of grievances. It is precisely because of this that many employees do not think about the company. When faced with urgent matters, everyone is in a state of if I can avoid it, I will avoid it. Do you think a company like this can succeed? Absolutely not. This is the reason why Qing Phone Company went bankrupt. Since I am taking over the company, I definitely cannot let such things happen again. You need to have a long-term vision and not be short-sighted. If you only focus on these small immediate benefits, you will never be able to grow and strengthen the company. To truly grow and strengthen the company, the benefits for employees must be good enough to make them reluctant to leave. When faced with issues, all employees should bravely stand up for the company. Only then can such a company continue to exist and grow larger. So you really don't need to worry about these things. What I need is long-term development, not immediate small profits. Do you understand what I'm saying? With Qin Tian having said this, the two supervisors had no further thoughts to express, as Qin Tian had already brought up the management philosophy. They only needed to manage the company well, other matters were beyond their reach. Alright, President Qin, you can rest assured. We'll head to Qing Phone Company right now and implement this as quickly as possible. Good, it's right that you have this mindset. Remember, our company values efficiency. We must not procrastinate, especially regarding work matters. That is absolutely unacceptable. If we can't even achieve efficiency, it will be very difficult for this company to compete with others in the market. Understood, President Qin. We will ensure the fastest efficiency. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. The two supervisors turned to leave, but at that moment, Qin Tian called them back. Wait, I think it's time to expand our employee fund. Let's do this. This employee fund will not only apply to our Qin Tian company but also to all our subsidiaries. In other words, the subsidiaries under our company can also apply for this employee fund. Additionally, the balance in this account is a bit low. Financial supervisor, please donate 200 million directly to our employee fund in my name. Wow! The financial supervisor's eyes widened in shock. President Qin, you can't be joking, right? Donating 200 million to the employee fund account? This is company money. If we donate that, won't the company's funds be lacking? What are you talking about? When have you seen my account lacking this 200 million? Don't worry, just transfer it to the employee fund in my name. As for the company's account, I will naturally replenish it. Qin Tian also realized that the company's account didn't have much money. All the rewards given by the system were in Qin Tian's account, and now was just the right opportunity to inject funds into the company's account, allowing more employees to feel secure. For Qin Tian, donating this 200 million wasn't much. After all, his assets were nearing 20 billion now. Such a figure was really not a big deal. More importantly, this 200 million in employee funds would definitely yield a wave of belonging value. But President Qin, is there anything else to say? These are my decisions, you don't need to persuade me. This 200 million must be donated, and that's final. Go execute it immediately. Faced with Qin Tian's attitude, the financial supervisor's eyes couldn't help but get a bit misty. Although Qin Tian seemed fierce, he was doing this for the welfare of the employees. Of course, in the eyes of the financial supervisor, this was no longer just about welfare. Qin Tian was practically doing charity. This brought an extremely strong sense of security to the vast majority of employees. The news quickly spread throughout the company, and at that moment, the entire company was like boiling water. My goodness, President Qin directly donated 200 million to our employee fund. What is he trying to do? Isn't this a bit too generous? Just like that, he's donating 2 small targets. Is this employee fund really useful to us? Brother, if you don't know the actual situation, don't speak recklessly. Let me tell you this, our company has no cases of fraud, especially regarding the employee fund, which is incredibly important for us employees. It's practically like insurance, you know? Since the beginning, 10 people have already received the employee fund. Although the numbers may vary, they have genuinely received this fund, and I can prove that. Moreover, President Qin has already stated that as long as the situation is true, anyone can apply for the employee funds until there is no money left in the employee fund account. Additionally, President Qin will allocate a portion of the company's profits to the employees' accounts each year. Can you imagine which company can achieve this level? Not only that, but the statements for the employee fund account are completely transparent. Any employee in the company can check them at will. Every transaction can be scrutinized. Can you think of anyone who could satisfy such an employee fund account? This shows that President Qin genuinely wants to make everything transparent. In my view, President Qin is like a second father to me. Working in this company has completely relieved my worries. If something urgent happens at home, I can apply for this employee fund. You can't find such a company anywhere. Not only that, I heard President Qin acquired Qingfeng Company. I initially thought it was a good thing, but I never expected that after acquiring it, President Qin would want to implement our company's employee benefits in Qingfeng, treating it like a subsidiary. No way, implementing all our benefits in Qingfeng? Wouldn't that mean the company has to pay even more? No, this won't do. Seeing President Qin do this makes me feel uneasy. Doing business feels like charity. I really can't say anything. What can we do? This company belongs to President Qin. We have to do as he says. I think it's time we come up with a way to protest and let President Qin know our stance. That makes sense. We should indeed do something to show our feelings. Enough talk, let's quickly find Assistant Chu and discuss how we can change President Qin's mind. The current employees didn't care about all that. They just wanted to do something for the company. So now they were discussing ways to win Qin Tian back. The execution power of Qin Tian's company was already very strong. Although Qingfeng Company had just been acquired, the finance and administration departments had already come to their company, gathered their executives, and held a meeting to convey President Qin's intentions. It's important to note that all those who came to the company were senior executives from Qingfeng, mostly at the manager and supervisor levels. They had been in management for some time and had rich experience, but now, after being told by the administration and finance departments, they were suddenly at a loss. Especially Yang Tianfu, who was also present. Upon hearing the regulations from the administration department, he immediately widened his eyes. What is this? From now on, whoever's job it is will be their responsibility? Is this for real? And their benefits have doubled. What does that even mean? These are not the main points. The main point is that Yang Tianfu not only was not penalized but instead remained in his original position, and the company's finance department even said they would provide all 500 employees with the 5 insurances in one fund, along with meal and housing subsidies. Goodness, where could such subsidies have come from before? The company's exploitation of its employees seemed insufficient. They wanted to continue cutting costs, so there were no travel allowances or meal allowances, and instead, they were being pressured to work overtime. This is simply ridiculous. However, the benefits directly issued by the finance department now completely overturned their worldview. Alright, these are the company regulations and benefits that our general manager Qin has temporarily set for you. Do you have anything you want to say? The head of the administrative department let out a heavy sigh and then asked the executives present for their opinions. No, no. General Manager Chin is generous. As expected of the boss of a big company, his approach is indeed extraordinary. This kind of employee benefit leaves us speechless. Everyone was saying some flattering words. After all, who wouldn't like such good employee benefits? Well, since there's nothing to say, then it's settled. Tomorrow, the finance department will come over with people. You should prepare all your materials and submit them. We will start buying the 5 insurances and 1 fund for you. If you have accounts from before, you can submit them now. If you have accounts for the 5 insurances and 1 fund, you can hand them over. We will transfer them directly to the company and renew them for you. The head of the finance department interjected, but his words made the people present smile wryly. Director Chen, please don't joke like that. How could we possibly have accounts for the 5 insurances and 1 fund? Yeah, after so many years of working, I've never opened an account for the 5 insurances and 1 fund. I asked around, and while some people in the company were lucky enough to have worked in state-owned enterprises and opened accounts, that's a very small number. The vast majority of us have never bought them. Don't underestimate the 5 insurances and 1 fund. In fact, many companies on the market do not provide this for their employees. Even if they do, it's usually the employees who pay for it themselves, and the company buys it on their behalf. At most, they might get the lowest basic insurance. Now, having basic insurance in these companies is already considered quite high. The 5 insurances and 1 fund are basically out of the question. Since that's the case, let's prepare the materials. General Manager Chin has already said that you currently belong to our company's subsidiary, so employee benefits are only being implemented a little for now. Once your company is restructured, we will arrange the employee benefits uniformly. Alright, today's meeting ends here. With the conclusion of the meeting, these executives walked out of the conference room and announced the news to the employees below. At that moment, the entire staff of Ching Phone Company couldn't help but erupt in excitement. My goodness, what great benefits are these? I originally thought the company would adjust these benefits, and we would be exploited even more. I didn't expect that not only would our salaries not decrease, but they would actually increase? What kind of trick is this? Is the new boss really the legendary fool with a lot of money? Yeah, I've really never seen anyone who, after acquiring a company, not only doesn't cut costs but actually increases benefits and treatment. This Chin Tian company is really too extravagant. Indeed, I also feel it's very extravagant. No wonder the boss of Chin Tian company is so young and accomplished. It seems he really has the capability. For a moment, the employees of the company were filled with praise for Chin Tian. Looking at young Tianfu, he was completely stunned at that moment, and for a while, he didn't know what to think or say. In the following days, everyone unconsciously focused on the direction of the company. Everyone wanted to know what Chin Tian was planning. After all, since he acquired the company, not only did he not reduce the benefits, but instead increased them. Many people believed there must be a reason for this. With so many years of social experience, they knew that a company wouldn't just give you perks for no reason. If they did, it was definitely for a purpose. Therefore, the people in the company were very vigilant, fearing they might fall into the sweet trap set by the company. However, in the following days, the company actually began to implement the work policies from Chin Tian's company. First, they planned and changed the overtime hours. The work start time was pushed from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Coming in early was equivalent to working 2 hours of overtime, and any work done after 8 p.m. was considered overtime, lasting until midnight, after which no one was allowed to work overtime in the company. These were not the main points. The key was that all overtime was voluntary. It was the kind of situation where you could choose to work overtime or not, and the administration department had already announced that neither managers nor supervisors could interfere with this. In other words, if employees didn't want to work overtime, no one could force them, and if such a situation occurred, they would have to find out who was responsible. Because of this, no manager or supervisor dared to force employees to work overtime, otherwise, they couldn't bear the responsibility if it came down to it. The administration department had already stated that this was a historical regulation of the headquarters, and anyone who dared to violate it would be directly fired. After several consecutive days, the employees of the company tasted the benefits. Previously, when they worked overtime, it was all about the various interpersonal relationships the company provided, not to mention that the overtime was unpaid, with no overtime compensation at all. After all, the boss had made it clear that the task had to be completed today, otherwise, they wouldn't need to come in tomorrow. If the work wasn't completed during normal working hours, they had to work overtime to finish it, otherwise, the only thing waiting for them was being fired. With the fast pace of life now, if they were fired, the consequences would be unimaginable, so no one wanted to lose their job and could only work overtime to get the job done well. This was a typical case of working hard without reward. However, the new regulations set by the company made them very comfortable. Whether to work overtime was up to them. If they worked overtime, they would get paid for it. If not, they could go home early to rest. Either choice was very comfortable for the employees. In addition, they no longer had to face various interpersonal relationships while at work as they did before. Previously, while at work, although it was said that whoever was responsible for their work could rest after completing it, in reality, it was not the case. If you finished your work quickly, you would be assigned more tasks by the supervisor or team leader. This led many employees to not put their heart into their work. Even if they could finish quickly, they wouldn't do it at the fastest speed, at most just doing the normal amount of work. As many people said, work hard to live long. I'm here to earn money, not to exhaust myself for you, so why bother? If they finished their work early, it might even lead to more tasks, so it was better not to do it at all. But now there's no fear, because the company has clearly stipulated that whoever's job it is must be responsible for its completion, and absolutely no one is allowed to hand it off to others. Otherwise, if it's traced back to who delegated it, that person will be held accountable. With such regulations in place, who would dare to arrange things haphazardly? Even managers and supervisors only have the authority to assign tasks. As for reallocating tasks, they must discuss it carefully before doing so. This regulation has instantly garnered praise from the employees, as the previous workplace atmosphere had been quite unbearable for them. They had never encountered such a rule before, but it must be said that this workplace culture is truly wonderful. After just a few days, they felt much more relaxed. Wow, these new regulations in the company are really great. To be honest, I've never experienced anything like this in my previous companies. I feel the same way. I've never been in such a situation before, but I must say, these regulations have made these days the most enjoyable I've had at work in years. I just wonder if these rules can be maintained. Of course. Don't you know what kind of company Chintian is? I've heard before that Chintian offers the best benefits among all companies, and the regulations inside are beyond words. I really didn't expect that after Chintian acquired our company, they would implement their regulations and benefits here. Wow, I had heard that Chintian's financial treatment was very high, but now I see just how impressive it is. If they continue with such benefits, we won't have to worry about any more acquisitions. No wonder so many people were desperate to get into Chintian before. It seems there's a reason for that. If I could have such benefits, I wouldn't hesitate to try, even if it meant risking injury. We only have such benefits in this subsidiary. If we went to Chintian, I can't even imagine how good the benefits would be. Enough talk, let's get back to work. The faster we work now, the sooner we can rest later. Speaking of which, I've really been exhausted from overtime these past years. I've decided not to work overtime this week and just relax a bit. Our salaries are decent now, so there's no need to worry. That's true. I was almost in despair from all the overtime before, but now that we finally have a chance to avoid it, we definitely can't miss this opportunity. I need to unwind properly. Me too. How about we go out tonight? It's been a long time since we went to a bar for drinks, and this is a perfect opportunity. Sounds good. Let's go to the bar and have some fun. Consider it a celebration. By the way, Shaoli, do you want to join us? I think I'll pass. It's not easy to get overtime pay, so I want to work hard and earn a bit more. The kid is growing up, and the milk powder costs more and more. I need to make money for him. That makes sense. Then you take your time with the overtime. We'll go and relax. This is a huge piece of good news for the entire Qingfeng company. All the employees are excited, especially those who dislike overtime. They are overjoyed. After all, not having to work overtime gives them more time to play and more time to spend with their families. As for those who need money, they can work more overtime to earn more to support their families. For everyone in the company, it's simply fantastic. The overall satisfaction in the company has reached an all-time high. Looking at young Tianfu again, he felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite identify. Old Yang, didn't you say you had offended our new boss? Why is it that you seem to have no issues now, and your benefits have even improved? Are you sure you really had a conflict with our new boss before? A supervisor from another department asked young Tianfu. I don't know either. I clearly had some arguments with Qin Tian at the time, and I even scolded him when he left. With his temper, how could he expect to work and achieve anything? It seemed impossible for him in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, he turned around and became the boss of Qin Tian Company, and now he has acquired the company. Logically, he should have retaliated against me, but not only did he not do that, he hasn't done anything to me at all, which I find very strange. Could it be that I really misjudged him? Yang Tianfu felt a bit regretful and guilty, as Qin Tian indeed hadn't done anything to him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been the first to be kicked out, rather than remaining in his original position. This was quite unusual, The only explanation was that Qin Tian simply didn't take the matter to heart. Old Jiang, it seems you might have wronged our boss this time. Given our boss's character, he definitely wouldn't engage in such retaliatory actions, otherwise, our company's benefits wouldn't be so good, and the reputation of Qin Tian Company wouldn't be so great. I think so too. It looks like I need to find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to the boss. The people at Qin Tian Company were naturally aware of the happenings at Qingfeng Company, and the news was spreading outside. Have you heard? Qin Tian Company has acquired Qingfeng Company, and now Qingfeng Company is a subsidiary of Qin Tian Company. I heard they have already implemented the employee benefits from Qin Tian Company at Qingfeng Company, so the employees there are really enjoying it. I heard their workload is fixed every day, and once they finish, they can rest. Plus, they can choose to work overtime at will. I heard many people at Qingfeng Company come to work at 10 o'clock now. Oh my, I'm so envious. You think you're the only one envious? I'm incredibly envious too. Is Qingfeng Company still hiring? If we can't get into Qin Tian Company, we can totally apply at Qingfeng Company. Right. How did I forget about that? Let's hurry to Qingfeng Company and ask. In no time, countless people rushed towards Qingfeng Company, eager to seize the opportunity to join, as Qin Tian Company was the parent company, with Qin Tian as the boss, and Qingfeng Company now elevated to a subsidiary, also under Qin Tian. This meant the benefits would be useful for them, even if Qingfeng Company's benefits weren't as good as the parent company's. But at the very least, such benefits were unmatched by other companies. So everyone wanted to give it a try and see what was going on. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was holding a high-level meeting within the company. After acquiring Qingfeng Company, all the products under Qingfeng Company now belonged to Qin Tian, and he could manage them as he pleased. Speaking of which, Qingfeng Company had indeed had a few popular games before, and their current popularity was still decent, which could bring significant benefits to the platform, at least in terms of traffic. The company is currently discussing whether to transfer all the software and games of Qingfeng Company to the school motto platform. Such a platform transition involves many considerations, especially since Qingfeng Company has signed contracts with many platforms that have not yet expired. It is highly likely that they will have to pay a certain amount in breach of contract compensation, and many of the executives are calculating this figure. They are uncertain at the moment, as breach of contract issues involve penalties, and it is essential to clarify the situation with Qin Tian and see what his opinion is. President Qin, we have done a preliminary calculation. If we want to withdraw all the software and games under Qingfeng Company from other platforms and transfer them to our platform, we will have to pay up to 200 million in breach fees. Although these games currently have a certain level of popularity and can generate some benefits for us in the future, but there are risks involved. We could play it safe by directly withdrawing those that are not in breach of contract to our platform, and wait until the contracts of those that are in breach expire before withdrawing them. After all, these games can also bring us revenue on other platforms, so this plan is the most prudent. That exorbitant breach fee is not very realistic for us. Our company has just acquired another company, and it is better to tighten our finances a bit. This was the advice given to Qin Tian by the executives. However, Qin Tian shook his head at this moment. I think what you are saying is not suitable for me. Long before this, I had already considered it. I acquired Qingfeng Company for the products they have, so no matter how high the breach fees are, all these products must be moved to our platform. We will take as much traffic as we can. These breach fees are nothing to me. You need to have a long-term vision. Although we may have to pay some breach fees, you must understand the lifespan of these games and software is limited. Therefore, what we need to do now is to strive for more traffic for our platform. Only then can our platform develop more rapidly. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand, but President Qin, I think this 200 million breach fee is somewhat unwise, the financial supervisor spoke up. After all, he is in charge of the accounts, and he knows better than anyone how much money the company has. At this moment, taking out 200 million as a breach fee seems very unworthy from a financial perspective. I think it is worth it. It's just 200 million in breach fees. If we can increase the traffic on this platform, it won't be long before we get that 200 million back. That's right, I also agree with President Qin's statement. Although this 200 million breach fee is indeed a bit much, in fact, Qingfeng Company has too many software and games, and these games and software have a large number of users. If we can put all these software and games on our platform, the effect will be very good, and it will definitely greatly increase our platform's revenue. I think this initial investment is acceptable. As long as there is a return, it will definitely not just be as simple as this 200 million. Now, another executive chose to support Qin Tian. After all, many new people have joined the company, including some knowledgeable individuals with financial and investment insight, all carefully selected by the HR department, so there is no problem with this. Very well, now that there are more talents in the company, the conversation naturally changes. Some people have already agreed with my opinion. Not bad, not bad. Then let's proceed according to this process. Retrieve all these games and software, and put them on our platform. This way, we can attract more users. For our company, the current users are the most important. Don't worry about those small penalties. As long as we can make this platform successful, those penalties are nothing. As Chin Tian finished speaking, a round of warm applause erupted in the room. Alright, aside from this matter, I have another thing to discuss. I think you all should have seen the situation with Ching Phone Company. I believe the results there are very good. Although it is our subsidiary, in my view, both Chin Tian Company and its subsidiaries should enjoy the same benefits and treatment. So I plan to establish a dedicated vehicle service for Ching Phone Company, and also provide them with housing allowances. Besides that, it's time to set up an employee fund for their company. We can't always focus on the employee fund of our headquarters. Do any of you have anything to add to what I've said? Everyone present remains silent. Even the newcomers did not speak at this moment. After all, in the days they had been at the company, they had roughly understood some specific situations. When it comes to employee benefits, Chin Tian definitely spares no effort, not even considering the company's accounts or other issues. He just rolls up his sleeves and gets to work. This scene gradually made many new employees understand, and some even began to worry about the company's operational situation. No one wanted a company with such good benefits to go bankrupt. But with Chin Tian's temperament, who could hold him back? So in the face of Chin Tian's words, everyone dared not speak, just quietly waiting. Well, since no one has anything to say, then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, the finance department will take care of this matter, and the administrative department will also go over to announce the employee fund account. It must be transparent, just like before. Additionally, the vehicle service should be arranged as well. Is there any problem? No. At that moment, everyone responded in unison. Also, regarding Ching Phone Company, I noticed there has been a vacant restaurant downstairs for quite a while, apparently still up for rent. Let's secure that place and use it as a cafeteria for Ching Phone Company employees. Get this done as soon as possible, and find the best chefs, with standards the same as our company. The dining space might be a bit limited, but that's fine, let them eat in shifts. Wow. As soon as this was said, the senior management present couldn't help but get excited again. This was no joke, the employee benefits were getting too good. This matter quickly spread throughout the company. Wow, President Chin wants to fully implement employee benefits, even providing dedicated vehicle services for Ching Phone Company and setting up a cafeteria for them. Although it's a subsidiary, the treatment is exactly the same as ours. It seems President Chin wants to do something big. If that's the case, Ching Phone Company has already become quite popular. I've heard that many of their benefits are now aligned with ours. In fact, I think Ching Phone Company's benefits are already quite good. If we also provide them with dedicated vehicle services and a cafeteria, that might be a bit too generous. Moreover, we're even reserving a restaurant for them as a cafeteria? That's indeed the case. Will this ruin the entire job market? Who knows? The competition in the workplace is really severe now, it's all a mess. I think a bit of restructuring would be a good thing. Only President Chin has the guts to do this. If it were someone else, they might have already collapsed under the pressure. Wow, they're already providing special cars and a cafeteria. What's next? Are they going to set up dormitories for them? Isn't that a bit excessive? The housing prices in Magic City are so high. If they really set up a dormitory for them, how much would that cost? We can't know that yet. We still need to see what President Chin plans to do. Facing the employees' discussions, Chin Tian didn't pay much attention. After returning to his office, he immediately started browsing the internet. However, Chen Xueqing beside him was somewhat displeased. Chin Tian, aren't you making employee benefits better and better? I think what you're doing at Ching Phone Company is already great. If you keep adding special car services and a cafeteria, many people will criticize you. Look at what people are saying outside. Many have started calling you a bodhisattva, saying you run a company just to provide benefits for employees. That's nothing. Some people even say you're doing this on purpose to ruin the job market. If you keep this up, who would want to work at other companies? If we continue like this, we might become the focus of the entire industry, and then we would be targeted by everyone. That's not good news for our company's development. Chen Xueqing understood the rumors outside, which is why she specifically came to talk to Chin Tian. If employees don't want to work at their companies, that's their problem. Why should I be blamed for it? If they think employees don't want to work for them, they can ruin the market too, no one would criticize them. Anyway, I stand by my words, my company, my rules. I decide what kind of regulations and employee benefits to implement. Other companies can say whatever they want, I don't care. Shin Tian didn't care about that, he wanted to establish the company benefits this way, and others had no right to interfere. I understand, I just wanted to remind you, President Shin. I have no other intentions. Chen Shuiqing didn't know what to say about Shin Tian's attitude. Alright, just a reminder is fine. I don't care about what these people say. By the way, have Lu Chuxia keep an eye out for any unfinished buildings. It would be best if they were cheap and in remote areas. We have special cars for transportation, so it's not a big deal. Shin Tian continued browsing the internet while giving instructions to Chen Shuiqing. What? You want to buy unfinished buildings? What are you planning? Chen Shuiqing frowned, clearly unable to understand Shin Tian's actions. What else could I be doing? Phone Company is already up and running, so we definitely need to prepare dormitories for the employees. The unfinished buildings I bought before will be enough for our employees. If we add Phone Company's employees, it definitely won't be enough. Since we've already prepared special cars for transportation, we need to get the unfinished buildings ready too. If not, how am I supposed to set up the employee dormitories? Shin Tian said matter-of-factly. He had already thought about this when he acquired Phone Company. Dormitories for employees were a must, otherwise, how could he harvest the employees' sense of belonging? Originally, his idea was for the company to expand outward, but now he thought that it might not necessarily have to expand externally. The company could also acquire other companies while doing so. After all, those companies on the verge of bankruptcy were different. These nearly bankrupt companies had a certain level of employee base. It was precisely because of this employee base that Shin Tian could save himself a lot of trouble. As long as he bought the company, he could operate it directly afterward. Simply by improving the employee benefits, everything could be resolved. Shin Tian, what exactly do you want to do? Chen Shuiqing was completely bewildered. She really wanted to know why Shin Tian was doing this because she couldn't make sense of it. Why am I doing this? Naturally, I have my reasons. You don't need to ask about the rest, just do as I say. Okay, you are the boss, whatever you say goes. Chen Shuiqing let out a heavy sigh. She couldn't argue with the boss's orders. Shin Tian acted quickly. Just after finishing the meeting today, people from Shin Tian's company arrived at Phone Company and conveyed all the content from the meeting to everyone. Once the content of the meeting was revealed, the people present instantly erupted, especially the core employees of Phone Company, who were now gaping in disbelief, as if they could fit a duck egg in their mouths. My God, is the boss joking with us? He wants to establish a dedicated cafeteria for us, isn't that a bit too formal? Not only that, but he also wants to arrange special cars for us. This is a bit exaggerated. Are you sure this isn't a joke? In response to the employees' questions, the manager of the administrative department immediately took out the official regulations developed by the company. Everyone can take a good look. This is the administrative plan issued by our headquarters. I will hand it over to the administrative department of Phone Company shortly so they can start executing it immediately. Whether it's a joke or not, you'll find out later. Our boss has always kept his promises. Anything he says will definitely be done, so you don't need to worry about that. We have already started recruiting professional drivers, and we are also renting special cars. As for the venue, the people from the business department have already gone to rent it out. I believe it won't be long before your cafeteria opens. At this moment, the head of the finance department also stood up. Originally, our idea was to give you housing and meal allowances, but our General Chin considered that it might be inconvenient for the employees, so he directly arranged special cars for you and established a dedicated cafeteria, all to ensure that employees enjoy better benefits, which are exactly the same as those at our headquarters. Clap, clap, clap. A round of warm applause erupted. All the employees were clapping vigorously. Setting aside everything else, the fact that Shin Tian provided such extensive employee benefits was something that many could not achieve. As workers, they felt a mix of bitterness and tears. They earned meager wages, worked from 9 to 5 every day, yet had to scrimp and save just to put some money aside. Even so, the leftover money each month was not much. The vast majority was spent on housing and food, and now Shin Tian wanted to provide them with special cars and even establish a cafeteria. For them, this was simply a tremendous blessing. Alright, everyone, don't rush to applaud just yet. Our boss is a good boss. He will definitely earn the praise of all the employees. I've already heard the news. The boss has been inquiring about any unfinished buildings nearby. It seems like he wants to acquire one of those unfinished buildings to use as employee dormitories. You guys are really lucky to have such a good boss. As soon as these words were spoken, the employees became even more excited. No way, the boss can't be that generous, right? He wants to buy an unfinished building for us to live in? That seems a bit unrealistic. I think so too, it really does seem a bit too unrealistic. I don't believe there's much possibility of that happening. I agree. If he were to buy an unfinished building just for us to use as dormitories, the costs involved would be astronomical. No company could afford that. After this was said, many employees expressed their disbelief. The heads of the administrative and finance departments didn't say much either, leaving with just a remark before turning to leave. At that moment, the entire company was in an uproar. Are you sure this isn't a joke? They don't look like they're joking, and there's a precedent for this. I heard that when Xintian Company was just established, their boss directly acquired a whole area of unfinished buildings. At first, everyone thought he wanted to renovate them and reinvest, but who would have thought that after acquiring those unfinished buildings, he didn't invest in them but instead renovated them to use as dormitories for his employees. That's not the main point. The most important thing is that their employees get their own private rooms. You know those are sweets. When do we ever get to live in a private room while staying in dormitories? Only at Xintian Company would there be such treatment. Even state-owned enterprises wouldn't have this kind of situation. But now, Xintian Company has indeed provided employee dormitories, and there's no denying that. If it were another company, I might not believe it, but I definitely believe this one. Setting everything else aside, everyone knows Xintian Company's reputation. Many people say the boss of Xintian Company is charitable and wants to reform the workplace, stirring things up everywhere. Maybe this boss Qin really wants to do this. Regardless, having such employee benefits come our way can only be a good thing, not a bad one. After work, Xintian returned home. However, he didn't eat in the cafeteria. Instead, he went to the kitchen to showcase his cooking skills once again. After all, his relationship with Chen Xueqing had improved significantly, and after work, he would occasionally cook for her. But today, Chen Xueqing seemed a bit downcast. She had been sulking since she got home, and Qin Tian couldn't figure out why. He noticed this change in her demeanor. What's wrong? Did something happen? If there's anything you want to talk about, just let me know. If I can help, I will, Qin Tian said, squinting at Chen Xueqing, knowing she must have encountered some issue. It's nothing major, just some family matters. It's fine, Qin Tian, you don't need to worry about me. You've already helped me a lot, Chen Xueqing said, forcing herself to perk up. If there's something bothering you, just say it. Don't put on that kind of face, okay? We're close, do we really need to be so polite? Qin Tian knew that something must have gone wrong in Chen Xueqing's family, otherwise, she wouldn't be looking like this. Forget it, I won't say anything more. You've already helped me enough, and I don't want to trouble you any further. Besides, you have so many things to deal with at your company, you should focus on that and leave the rest to me. That won't do. Your matters are my matters. Come on, quickly tell me what's going on. Qin Tian's stubbornness immediately surfaced. Chen Xueqing knew Qin Tian's temperament. If she didn't speak up now, he would keep asking. So she slowly recounted what had happened. Last night, Chen Xueqing received a call from her mother, who told her that although they had been discharged from the hospital, they were still in the recovery phase and couldn't take care of themselves. Previously, some relatives had helped, but now those relatives were too busy to stay. Chen Xueqing was very anxious and didn't know what to do. After all, she was the only daughter in the family, and now that there was a problem at home, she truly didn't know how to handle it. She could hire a nanny to help, but she had already spent all her money before this, and now she had no spare cash to hire one. This was the dilemma Chen Xueqing was facing. What's the big deal? Just hire a nanny, and I'll cover the cost. Besides, I haven't met your parents yet. It's a good opportunity to see what's going on. Qin Tian didn't think much about it. Regardless of their current relationship, even as classmates, lending her the money for a nanny was no big deal. Moreover, their relationship had already progressed, so he couldn't possibly refuse to help with such a small favor. Why do you want to meet my parents? Who asked you to go? Chen Xueqing's face instantly turned bright red. After all, meeting parents was a different matter altogether. Isn't it only right for me to meet your parents? You're really shameless. Ha ha. It's fine. Your matters are my matters. This is just a small issue. Come on, let's have a good meal, and then tomorrow I'll go with you to sort this out. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Chen Xueqing finally felt relieved. She wanted to handle these matters independently, but for now, she didn't have the ability to do so. Chen Xueqing silently vowed to repay Qin Tian once she had the money. However, that would take quite some time. The 5 million Qin Tian had lent her was not something she could repay quickly. Meanwhile, many companies in the market had already started targeting Qin Tian's company. Not to mention anything else, the actions Qin Tian's company was taking had already encroached on the interests of many other companies. First, there was the exploitation of employees. Just based on this, those companies could no longer stand with Qin Tian. If he continued down this path, his company's employees would increasingly leave, especially among their industry peers. This led to many companies' various small programs and platforms directly boycotting the games and software developed by Qin Tian's company. In their industry, there was inherently a cooperative relationship, especially between games and platforms, which often had some binding ties. However, many small platforms had begun to sever ties with the school messaging platform. In the past, many game software and platforms had mutual recommendations. For example, installing one game would recommend installing another platform, or installing a platform would provide recommendations for some games. Now, after these platforms boycotted Qin Tian's company and its games, all those recommendations and bindings were gone. For a game and a platform, this could result in a significant loss of advertising. In today's internet society, advertising is an extremely important presence, especially for bundled software and games, which are crucial for a company's development. Many people usually discuss the effects of such bundled cooperation, which is far more effective than spending money on advertisements without knowing the outcome. Previously, the business department also negotiated cooperation with other companies, and there were quite a few successful bundled deals. However, the current problem has arisen. Due to some resistance from other companies, these collaborations either fell through or collapsed entirely. Now, the business department is facing a significant issue. The manager of the business department is feeling overwhelmed, as they want to alleviate the company's troubles, which is why they sought out these bundled business deals. But now, these companies have directly rejected the results of the negotiations, which is not good news for the business department staff. They have put in so much effort to secure these collaborations, and if they can't even manage this, won't they be the subject of ridicule? But now, those companies are unwilling to cooperate, and there's nothing he can do about it. The manager of the business department can only vent his frustrations in the colleague group. I say, colleagues, I'm facing a problem. Can you help me think of a solution? Recently, I don't know what's going on with other companies. Those who had previously agreed to cooperate with me are now turning against me, and those who haven't even negotiated are outright rejecting me. I don't know what's happening. Did the boss offend them? I'm feeling so troubled. It took a lot of effort to secure these bundled deals, and now they are rejecting me outright. What am I supposed to do? How can I promote the visibility of these games, software, and platforms? Of course, I'm not blaming the boss. I just want to know the specific reasons. In response to the business department manager's complaints, other colleagues began to speak up. No way, with our boss's personality, he shouldn't have offended anyone, right? Yeah, our boss is so nice. How could he offend other companies? Is there some misunderstanding? I'm not sure if there's a misunderstanding, but I've felt that the atmosphere around this situation has been off lately. It really is a bit off. Previously, many people from other companies would smile and ask us a few questions, and some even tried to build good relationships, but now they hardly speak to us. I've noticed this unusual situation too. Does anyone know what's going on? Just then, the manager of the public relations department suddenly spoke up in the group. Public relations manager, my goodness, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Haven't you heard anything about the situation outside? Business department manager, what situation outside? We've been quite busy with our business lately, running around trying to find solutions, so we haven't really paid attention to what's happening outside. What exactly is going on? Public relations manager, I only just received the news myself. I thought you all knew, but it turns out you really don't know anything. Since that's the case, let me explain it to you. It's because our company's benefits and treatment are so good that countless people want to join us. Because of this, many other companies are experiencing a significant loss of talent, and due to our company's benefits, many employees outside are feeling discontent. Many companies are dissatisfied with ours, and now they are starting to unite to boycott us. Perhaps it is for this reason that they refuse to cooperate with us. Upon hearing the PR manager say this, the other employees in the company became somewhat angry. Come on, isn't this a bit too much? Our company offers good benefits. Why would they band together to boycott us? Exactly, I think the same. Our company's benefits are good because our boss is capable. What are they trying to achieve by doing this? They blame others for their own lack of ability. I really don't know what kind of people they are. What should we do about this situation? If so many companies are targeting us, won't our company be left with no way out? Right, in this internet society, if we are targeted by everyone, the outcome won't be good. The most important thing is not just this. The most important thing is that their actions will restrict our company's development, and that's not a good thing. For a moment, everyone was worried about this issue. After all, They had already tasted the benefits brought by Xintian Company, and naturally, they did not want anything to happen to it. Especially the new elites, who were experiencing such good benefits for the first time, naturally did not want to leave the company. The new employees were all specially selected by the HR department. There were many competitors at the time, so they could easily choose from among those with strong abilities. Xintian Company can be said to be rich in talent, with most of the people in the company being elites in the industry. What's so scary about this? As long as we can create a hit product, won't that generate greater traffic for our platform? I think so too. Since they are boycotting us, let's make our company's projects bigger and stronger. Once we become the leader in the industry, won't we be able to hold our heads high? In this internet society, while connections are important, I believe that one's own strength is even more crucial. Exactly, we can now invest in a new project. Based on my observations of the gaming market these days, I found that the current games are in a slump. If we can quickly develop a hot game during this time, we can definitely win this market. I agree. Right now, there aren't many games to play. If we can release a particularly popular game, we will definitely make a name for ourselves. I have already conducted some degree of research on the current gaming market, and I found that real-time strategy games are the easiest to become popular. Once designed well, the game's recognition can rise, and it may become the next dark horse. This highlights the importance of having many talented people in the company. Ordinary employees rarely have the time to look into these matters, let alone conduct market research. Only industry elites would specifically investigate these markets, making it easier to make adjustments. This shows that the quality of employees in Xintian Company is on the rise. To develop a game and make it a hit, how easy is that? Creating a good game is already difficult. Opening up a market is even harder, okay? It's not as simple as you say. If it were that easy to get things done, who knows how many people would have become wealthy in this world? I know that everyone has a certain resistance to this kind of thing, but a few of us have done some special research before. Back at our previous company, we planned to push this project forward, but unfortunately, the conditions they offered us were just too meager, so we ultimately didn't propose the project. But now it's different. At Xintian Company, I feel a different atmosphere. We also want to contribute to the company, and I believe the project we have on hand is absolutely suitable. We had already planned it out long before this. This plan is indeed quite good, the only drawback being that it requires a lot of funding because the project we've devised is a game, and this game has a lot of replayability. If we want to develop this game, it involves a lot of specialized knowledge, and we need funding to understand all of that. Additionally, this project is a large-scale game, so it requires a lot of modeling and similar tasks, which means we need a significant number of professionals in this area. While a typical company might not have them, our company currently has plenty of talent, and I believe this project can definitely be realized. To bring this project to fruition, the investment amount is expected to exceed 100 million, but I believe that as long as this game has enough time and sufficient promotional power, the profits it can generate will definitely be tenfold or even 100-fold. With several industry elites stepping up to speak, they caught the attention of the project department manager. In fact, the project department manager could see the names of these individuals. They are somewhat well known in the industry. However, this time they were attracted by the employee benefits of Xintian Company, and the project department manager has a very positive outlook on them. Project department manager, what you all said does make a lot of sense. However, you mentioned that you had already planned this project before. I wonder if you have any project proposals and detailed materials regarding this. If possible, please bring them over for me to take a look. That's right. After our project department's assessment, we can completely apply to President Qin in the future. President Qin has previously stated that he would spare no effort for the company's projects. Although investing 100 million in the development of this game seems a bit harsh, if it can really achieve good results, then this project can indeed be pursued. The project department is quite interested, as they currently don't have many projects on hand. If they can launch a project with potential, the situation would be different. So, as soon as the project department hears about a project, they immediately step up to speak. After all, their department will evaluate this project. However, the business department is indeed anxious at this moment. I said, what's going on with you all? I'm trying to figure out how to resolve this issue, and you seem to be going off on a tangent. Is there anyone who can give me some advice on how to solve this problem? Faced with the inquiry from the business department, the colleagues present really didn't know what to say. After all, in this situation, we, as ordinary workers, don't have any solutions. We really can't help with this. After all, we are just regular employees. It's fine for us to do our jobs, but if you want us to come up with solutions for these issues, we truly don't have that capability. I think this situation is already beyond our control. Why don't you go talk to President Chin and see how to resolve it? I think that's a good idea. Given the current situation, it is relatively serious. It's better to consult President Chin before making any decisions. This is indeed a good choice. Informing President Chin about this matter will allow him to sense the crisis, and perhaps he will retract his orders at that time. I do hope that President Chin can change his mind. That way, we won't have to worry so much about the company. Indeed. If President Chin knew that the employee benefits have caused such a huge shock outside, and that it might even affect the company's development, perhaps he would reconsider. Right. How did I not think of this? I should quickly go find President Chin and explain the situation, so he can feel that his actions might lead to exclusion from other companies. As soon as this was said, the employees became excited. They had always wanted to find a way to persuade Chin Tian, but his stubborn nature made it ineffective no matter how they tried. Now, with this incident as a starting point, perhaps things could change? The manager of the business department also sensed the emotions of his colleagues and hoped that Chin Tian would change. With everyone saying this, he decided to give it a try. Before long, the manager of the business department arrived at Chin Tian's office and explained the current situation of the department. President Chin, the situation is like this: many companies are refusing to cooperate with us, especially those who had previously agreed to bundled services. They have all backed out. Other companies are now adopting a resistance approach towards us, leaving us with no partners at all. If this continues, our company will be isolated by the entire industry. President Chin, I really don't know what to do, so I came to talk to you and see what your thoughts are. At this point, the manager of the business department couldn't help but lower his head in shame. In his view, these issues were supposed to be handled by their department, but now that things had turned out this way, he felt deeply embarrassed. After all, the benefits provided by the company were so generous, and they couldn't even handle this small matter. How could they face Chin Tian? In fact, Chin Tian already knew the specifics through the colleague group, but he couldn't show it now, so he didn't respond hastily. Instead, he stroked his chin and said, "The problem you mentioned is indeed a big one. It needs serious consideration. If our company is isolated by the industry, this issue must be taken seriously, especially regarding these bundled services, which do have a certain degree of impact on our company right now." As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared in Chin Tian's eyes, as if he were deeply troubled by the matter. The manager of the business department felt a surge of joy upon seeing Chin Tian like this and quickly spoke up, "President Chin, it seems that our company's benefits are too good, attracting too many talents. What you are doing is essentially disrupting the market and encroaching on many people's interests, which is why they have united to resist us. I think the best way to resolve this situation is to lower employee benefits a bit, so that these companies won't band together against us." Having finally waited for such an opportunity, the manager of the business department was eager not to miss it. He quickly began to persuade, hoping to change Chin Tian's mind. However, Chin Tian's reaction was beyond his expectations. If it were an ordinary person hearing such words, they would surely compromise, as no one wants to be isolated by the entire industry, which would hinder the company's development. But who is Chin Tian? Would he be afraid of such things? What you said does make some sense. Indeed, you are quite considerate of the company, Chin Tian said with a smile as he stood up and gently patted the manager of the business department on the shoulder. But I will not change my mind, nor will I yield because of this. I have come from being a worker myself, and I am very clear about the many things in this workplace. To be honest, I really dislike those unspoken rules in the workplace. I can feel how helpless it is to be a worker in this environment. I am going to rectify these practices. I want to establish a company with an excellent work culture, so I will not retreat on this path. Even if it means going against the entire industry, I am willing to do so. I still don't believe that without their cooperation, I won't be able to achieve anything. I will show them with facts that even without their help, I can still succeed. At this point, a strong sense of pride erupted from Chin Tian. You don't need to worry about this kind of cooperative binding. Since they are unwilling to work with us, then we won't work with them. We will walk our own path. Why should we be entangled with them? Your business department just needs to negotiate the other business matters of the company. As for these cooperative issues, if we can negotiate, we will. If not, then forget it. I will find a way to resolve the other matters. But, President Chin, the manager of the business department showed a troubled expression. There's no but about it. This matter is settled. Alright, you can leave now, and bring in the project department manager. I have something to discuss with him. Chin Tian waved his hand at the business department manager. The manager opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. He could only sigh and then directly leave. Shortly after, the project department manager walked in. President Chin, what can I do for you? I want to ask you, has our company been planning any particularly large projects recently? If so, bring them to me to take a look. Qin Tian was essentially asking a question he already knew the answer to. The elite colleagues in the group had mentioned that they were planning a major game project, aiming to make this game a dark horse in the gaming market. Now, all they needed to do was present this project, and Qin Tian would see just how great its potential was. In this situation, only a breakout success could change the current dynamics. After all, so many companies were resisting them, which was not a good thing. Just as those elites said, to break through these limitations, they only needed to build their reputation, hold a major project in hand, and become a leader in the gaming industry. At that point, it wouldn't be Qin Tian seeking their cooperation, it would be them coming to Qin Tian for collaboration. The market in gaming works like this: whoever creates a game with a bigger reputation will attract attention and countless investors wanting to collaborate, as this is a very important advertising opportunity for them. Never underestimate these advertisements. Sometimes, it's only with such strength that one can make others yield. The project department manager was somewhat surprised. President Qin, how did you know? We are indeed planning a new large project recently. The scale of this project is quite large, but it may require a lot of investment. We are currently preparing, and the proposal will be ready soon. Very good. Since it's this project, then quickly finalize the proposal and submit it to me. If I find it suitable, we will implement the plan directly. As for the funding, you don't need to worry at all. What Qin Tian needed to do now was to break these people's limitations. If it were before, he might have been afraid, but now he was no longer afraid. After all, the investment insight provided by the system is extremely important to Qin Tian. He knows better than anyone what has development potential and what does not. Alright, President Qin, we'll start planning right away. The project manager didn't care about anything else and immediately left after saying this. Qin Tian leaned back in his chair, squinting at the ceiling. The more anxious these people were, the more he had to improve employee benefits. He was determined to change the workplace atmosphere. You want to resist me together? Then I'll make sure to do this well, and let's see what you can do about it. Anyway, I won't be short on money. As long as I foster a sense of belonging among the employees, everything else will be negotiable. The more you fear, the more I will expand. Qin Tian felt a stubborn determination rising within him. He knew what these capitalists were thinking, but they couldn't get a handle on Qin Tian at all. After the project manager returned to their office, he immediately called over a few elites. Listen up, the projects you mentioned before are exactly the time for you to shine. President Qin just called me in for a talk. He said he's preparing to undertake a particularly large project. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for us. You need to refine the project plan as much as possible. I'll present it directly to President Qin. Whether it works out depends on your own abilities. Hearing the project manager's words, the elites were visibly excited. They had been planning this project for a long time, but the previous company couldn't invest in it, and they hadn't encountered a patron. Now that the company could provide such a significant opportunity, how could they not be thrilled? Manager, don't worry, we will do our utmost to get this project right. Even if we have to work overtime tonight, we will complete this task. That's right. We've been thinking about this project for a long time, and now we finally have the opportunity. We must make the most of it. These elites were so happy that it was beyond description. Generally, few companies are willing to take risks on such large projects, given the enormous investment involved. They had approached the boss many times before, but he had always refused. Now that they had this rare opportunity, they had to do a great job on this project and show everyone their capabilities. Thus, these elites were full of motivation, and after returning to their posts, they immediately began to create a more complete plan and proposal for the project. The next day, as soon as Qin Tian arrived at the office, he saw the project manager waiting quietly at the office door. President Qin, this is the project you requested yesterday. We have already planned it out, please take a look. After entering the office, the project manager respectfully handed the proposal to Qin Tian. Qin Tian didn't say much. He directly took the proposal from the project manager's hands and returned to his office to examine it carefully. In fact, it was a large-scale game they wanted to establish, specifically a competitive game, and the planning was laid out clearly, even detailing the gameplay. Qin Tian wasn't in a hurry to read it. Instead, he opened the investment system to take a look. Goodness, the potential value of this proposal was as high as 120. Qin Tian was very clear that the system had already informed him that the higher the potential points, the greater the project's potential. In the past, the companies and projects that were invested in were generally around 10 to 20 points, with the highest not exceeding 50. However, this plan has reached a staggering 120, which indicates a tremendous potential. It really could become a dark horse. If such a project is invested in, it will definitely yield huge profits. At this moment, Shin Tian couldn't help but marvel at how different it is to have such talent in the company. Setting aside everything else, the project they presented is already very attractive. Shin Tian also enjoys playing games, and seeing this planning document, he can feel the fun of the game. Even without this system, he would definitely invest in them. Moreover, this plan clearly outlines the funding needed. The cost of simply producing this game is already very high, and they plan to establish their own server, excluding others from involvement, which means even more funding is required. The expected initial investment is at least 200 million. It's important to note that the games currently on the market usually require an investment of only tens of thousands to a few hundred thousand. Even the higher investments are only in the millions. Now, this game requires 200 million directly. No wonder so many people were unwilling to invest before. After all, who would want to throw 200 million into a game? But Shin Tian's thoughts are indeed different now. He knows how profitable these games can be once they become popular, especially since he now has a school training platform as a foundational support. This way, he doesn't have to worry about the project's issues. At this moment, Shin Tian said nothing and directly called Chen Shueching over, signing his name in front of her and handing the plan to her. Take this to the technical department and have them calculate what is needed. If it's not enough, then just supplement it. Also, inform the project manager that I am taking on this project. President Shin, are you really going to invest in this project? But I heard that the initial investment for this project needs to exceed 100 million. That's a lot for a game, and I don't know if it's worth it. At this moment, Chen Shueching seemed a bit hesitant. After all, the amount involved is too large, and Shin Tian had only glanced at it. For projects like this, there should be meetings and discussions with the company's higher-ups before making a decision. This is definitely worth it. I trust my own judgment, so just do as I say. If we end up losing, it will only be 200 million, and I'll consider it a lesson learned. It's not a big deal. I believe that as a man, one should be brave enough to try. What's the point of being overly cautious in everything? After Shin Tian's words, Chen Shueching was left speechless. Now, Chen Shueching couldn't say much more and could only distribute the plan as Shin Tian instructed. As the plan was circulated, the employees began to discuss it. After all, such a large plan is uncertain for them, whether it is a good or bad thing, leading to two different opinions within the company. I didn't expect President Shin to take on such a big project. Not bad, not bad. I think this should be a good thing for the company, and we all support it. Indeed, the company really needs to undertake projects right now. President Shin's choice to launch this big project at this time is a great decision. As long as we can execute this project well, it will definitely be a major benefit for our company. Then we really have to work hard. This is our company's first time doing such a big project. It seems that President Shin wants to make this big project a success. If we can do well on such a big project, it might really become a dark horse. Games are like this, they either don't become popular, but once they do, they can quickly reach the world stage, and the profits for the company will be substantial. I say, can you all think carefully? This is indeed a big project, but have you considered? Every big project requires enormous human, material, and financial resources. Given our company's current situation, I don't know if we can handle it. I heard that the initial investment for this big project has already exceeded 200 million. As for what kind of budget increases there will be later, no one knows. Such an amount is very significant for our company. You all know our boss just spent a large sum of money, and now developing a big project. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing for the company. I also think this is not a good thing. It will put enormous pressure on the company. I heard that the scale of this project is very large, which is not good news for our company's current strength. I have also looked at the project proposal before. It requires a lot of modeling and promotion. Although our company has many talented people now, we are still newly established, and many departments and technical teams are lacking. Such a project is a huge test for our company's current situation. If we are to establish this project, we will definitely need to recruit externally, and finding employees with professional knowledge is not easy. Moreover, the funding and benefits must be high enough, otherwise, it will be impossible to find anyone. Now external companies have already started to unite to try to block our company, wanting to bring us down. If we want to outsource these tasks, it is basically impossible, and such a large project cannot be leaked to others, it cannot be outsourced. So in this situation, we can only pay those with professional knowledge externally. At that time, the funding our company needs will be even more, which means the pressure on the company will only increase, right? Yes, that's what I'm concerned about. Although our boss is very capable, having strength doesn't mean we can do this. Whatever we do, we must proceed step by step. How can we possibly take on a big tiger all at once? That's true. What you said makes a lot of sense, but I don't think so. After all, doing business inherently involves risks. The greater the risk, the higher the potential return. I think these are correlated. With our company's current strength, this kind of big project is just right to prove our company's capabilities. I also think so. Such large projects are very important for our company. They can directly prove our strength. We have done large projects before. Once such large projects are pushed to the market, they won't be too far off. After all, those who can produce such big projects must have a certain level of recognition. Plus, with our school motto platform in place, after our large-scale promotion, we will definitely succeed. I have also looked at this large project, and I found that there are many possibilities. For our company, it is a good choice. Now is the time to prove our company's strength. As the saying goes, how can you see the rainbow without experiencing the storm? You newcomers certainly say that. You don't really think about the company's situation. Although the big project is quite good, if it's not done well, it could lead the company into a crisis. Rather than taking such risks, it's better to develop steadily. After all, our company hasn't reached a point where we can't move forward. Indeed, I also think the company should proceed cautiously with this project. I agree with being cautious. I don't think so. I believe the company should take a chance. Such opportunities don't come often. The current market for games is in a slump, with no new games to replace the old ones, and many players are left with nothing to play. Now is the perfect time to strike. In fact, it is indeed the case. The game market is like this. Whether it's mobile games or online PC games, their lifespan rarely exceeds 10 years. Some games only thrive for 2 or 3 years before gradually declining. Although those once popular games are still holding on, their decline is irreversible, and this is when new games should emerge to fill the gap. Whichever game seizes this opportunity could become the next dark horse, and once it becomes popular, it could be a global sensation. This is why there are two opposing voices within the company. In reality, these two voices are constantly struggling, as there will always be differing opinions among people. Some are determined to take a chance, believing that in their world, those who fight will win. However, many are conservative, and in the face of such situations, their mindset is to progress steadily and cautiously. Now, these two voices are deliberating within the colleague group, making the atmosphere lively. Qin Tian noticed this but did not speak up, as his focus had shifted to a new unfinished building. Speaking of this unfinished building, it is quite fitting with Qin Tian's current situation. First of all, this unfinished building is also located in a relatively suburban area, and it involves some developers, representing a risky investment. However, due to this risky investment, their company's cash flow broke down, leading to the building being left unfinished. Nowadays, many developers rely on pre-sales, that is, they sell the property as soon as the foundation is laid. Generally, developers depend on these pre-sold properties to alleviate the financial pressure. After all, many in real estate operate this way, essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul. Before the building is completed, they sell it off and then continue to build the next one, thus continuously cycling their cash flow. However, this particular unfinished building suffered from poor business when it first opened, with very few people coming to look, which caused their company's funds to break down completely, leaving the building unfinished. There was no way around it. The risk associated with this unfinished building was simply too great. Not to mention other factors, the location of this unfinished building itself isn't great, with no special amenities nearby, just a small hospital next door. Initially, they thought having this small hospital nearby would make the property appealing. After all, in this city, every inch of land is precious. If they lowered the price a bit, it wouldn't be a big issue. But everything turned out to be completely unexpected, even straying far from their planned expectations. Although they had made efforts to plan and adapt, trying to attract other customers with low prices, it had no effect at all. The reason was that the special location they were using was simply too remote, giving a sense of being far from the hustle and bustle of the market. Many people naturally dislike such an environment. After all, everyone buys a house for convenience. However, the geographical location of this house was simply unacceptable. If they bought it, it would take them over 10 minutes by car just to buy a cabbage in the city, which was not the effect they wanted. So, under these circumstances, the house could only be left unfinished. Compared to the previous unfinished buildings, the construction progress of this one was somewhat better, as they had already laid out the basic planning for the house. Some walls had already been built, and if they took over this unfinished building, they wouldn't need to spend as much money as before. At the very least, the surrounding walls were already done, they just needed to finalize some plans and proceed with the decoration. The only problem now was how much it would cost to take over this unfinished building. This community itself was aimed at being cheap and cost-effective, so while the location of this house was poor, the community was quite large, with more than 10 buildings within it. If they were to take over this community, it would cost a considerable amount of money. President Chin, I have already asked the finance team to calculate this. This community is not simple. If we want to take it over, it will cost at least $1 billion. Moreover, the renovation costs for this community will be even higher. In my opinion, it is completely unnecessary because the geographical location of this community is really too poor, Lu Chuxia said. Lu Chuxia had been looking for news about these unfinished buildings, and she was the one who found this particular unfinished building. She understood its situation better than anyone else. In Lu Chuxia's view, the cost of taking over this area of unfinished buildings was simply too high. Although it was already unfinished, the funds involved were still considerable. To take over this unfinished building, at least $1 billion was needed to start, and such funds were indeed unnecessary for the company. However, Qin Tian seemed very satisfied as he looked at the information in his hands, continuously checking the data on the unfinished building, completely ignoring what Lu Chuxia was saying. The more Qin Tian acted this way, the more anxious Lu Chuxia became, because after this period of understanding, she had a rough idea of what Qin Tian's personality was like. Once he decided on something, no one could change his mind. Looking at him, it was clear he was already interested in this unfinished building. At this moment, she had to find a way to make Qin Tian change his mind, otherwise, he might really take over this unfinished building. President Qin, are you even listening to me? This is the financial report prepared by the finance team. You can take a good look at it. This concerns our company's finances, and I hope you can consider it seriously, Lu Chuxia continued, handing over the financial report she had prepared with the finance team. This financial report was specifically organized by Lu Chuxia and the finance team. Ah, I got it. You can put this report down. I want to take a look at the specific situation of this unfinished building first. After I do some research, I will discuss it with you, Qin Tian said, taking the financial report and placing it directly on the table before turning back to look at the unfinished buildings. To be honest, Qin Tian was indeed very interested in this unfinished building. Firstly, the company needed these unfinished buildings as employee dormitories, and this area of unfinished buildings was like a timely rain for the company. Although Lu Chuxia said that this area of unfinished buildings would require nearly $1 billion in funding, this was not important to Qin Tian. After all, $1 billion could buy such a large community, which would solve a significant problem for the company's employee dormitories. With the company's expansion, the previously acquired community was gradually becoming insufficient, and this new community had relatively more houses than the previous one. This way, even if the company expanded again in the future, it wouldn't affect the employee dormitories. What Qin Tian was considering now was not whether to buy this unfinished building, but how to acquire it at the lowest possible price. This would greatly reduce material costs, as they would need to renovate it anyway. Qin Tian planned to renovate the entire unfinished building after acquiring it, turning it into a high-end community, making it comfortable for everyone. Even when the company expanded again, there would be no need for allowances. They could directly let employees move into these vacant dormitories. Lu Chuxia was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she stood quietly waiting, knowing that Qin Tian must want to say something, but he was still pondering the issue. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had gone by, while Qin Tian was still staring at the documents in his hand. Just as Lu Chuxia was about to lose patience and step out, Qin Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Secretary Lu, you haven't left yet? Perfect timing. Let's sit down and have a good talk about this unfinished building issue. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Lu Chuxia smiled and sat down in the chair in front of him. She was curious to see what Qin Tian would say next and whether there would be any chance of turning the situation around regarding the unfinished building. I just looked over it, and this community is really very suitable for our company. I think we shouldn't hesitate any longer. If we keep hesitating, it won't be good for our company, especially since so many employees are looking forward to our employee dormitories. What you need to do now is to negotiate for me about what price we can acquire this unfinished building. What, President Qin? Are you really planning to buy this unfinished building? Please don't joke about this. The cost for such a large unfinished building is nearly $1 billion, and that doesn't even include renovation costs. For a large community like this, once renovations start, the price won't be cheap. The expenses could easily reach around 7 to 800 million. If we were to acquire this community, it would cost nearly $2 billion, which I think is unnecessary. If you're considering this as an investment, that's one thing, but if it's meant to be used as employee dormitories, I don't see the necessity. At this point, Lu Chuxia continued her analysis, having already thought of a solution on her way here. President Qin, let me calculate this for you. Acquiring these unfinished buildings would cost at least 2 billion, which I think is completely unnecessary, especially since the location of that community is quite far. Even if there are special vehicles for transportation, it would still take about 20 minutes of commuting time. Instead of that, it would be better to rent a community near our company or rent houses to serve as our company's dormitories. That way, employees could live directly in those dormitories. I think renting other dormitories is the most suitable option. Lu Chuxiao was also trying to save money for Qin Tian. Compared to acquiring these communities, renting houses was more cost-effective. Lu Chuxiao believed that Qin Tian would also see the math. It was just a matter of what choice he would make next. But at this moment, Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. What you said does make sense. Nowadays, many companies basically rent houses for their employees. However, in my opinion, renting a house is inherently a loss. Every month, you have to pay rent to the landlord, and I feel like that's just building a house for them. Instead of that, I might as well buy a house myself. Even if it doesn't end up being used as employee dormitories, it's still an investment. Lu Chuxia couldn't help but roll her eyes. She really wanted to retort, President Qin, your arguments are quite clever. President Qin, please don't talk to me about investment. This unfinished building is located in a rather remote area, so there's hardly anyone who would want to buy it. There's no potential for appreciation in the future. Lu Chuxia naturally wanted to continue persuading Qin Tian. After all, nearly 2 billion for this fund was indeed too large. If Qin Tian spent that 2 billion on the development of other games and software, who knows how many software and games could be produced by then? For the current school training platform, it needed a spark of popularity. If one of the games or software became a hit, the benefits for their company would be enormous. That's where you don't understand investment. In my view, investing in this unfinished building is also very necessary. Although it's currently in a state of neglect, no one knows what might happen in a few years. Perhaps the suburbs will start to develop? By then, wouldn't we make a fortune? President Qin, don't make me laugh. What possibility is there for investment in that area? If there were any potential for investment, others would have already taken over the unfinished building. You should know very well that this building has been abandoned for almost 3 years. During this time, no one has inquired about it, which indicates that its price doesn't hold much value. Lu Chuxia was very clear that houses in the real estate industry rely on speculation. If someone buys it, others will follow suit, creating a leading effect. However, this unfinished building had been abandoned for over 3 years, and even weeds had begun to grow inside. Given this situation, Lu Chuxia did not recommend it. She didn't believe these unfinished buildings held any value. The reason they haven't taken over is that they lack the vision for investment. In my opinion, this area of unfinished buildings will eventually appreciate. Although not now, maybe in 5 or 8 years, it could skyrocket and we'd make a big profit. Don't talk to me about investment. I'll ask you this, there used to be a first-tier city, and one of its districts was in a wild state. Many people were farming there, completely resembling a rural area. But now, have you seen it? The places where people used to farm have become very developed, and the houses there have long since become highly sought after. The prices, who knows how many times they've multiplied. So, real estate is indeed a highly profitable industry. In my view, this area of unfinished buildings definitely has room for appreciation. We just don't know how much yet. Of course, I don't care whether this unfinished building will appreciate or not. I believe it would be absolutely right for our company to buy it. It's like pressing a treasure. We can solve the employee dormitory issue while also securing an asset. It's a win-win situation, and I don't see anything to be afraid of. But this is still too risky. Our company has just expanded and acquired other companies, and on top of that, we have a major project on hand. This major project is extremely important for our company. We need to invest more manpower and resources to complete this work, and the funding required is substantial. If President Qin, you continue to spend money on the wrong things, many people will definitely have something to say about you. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt as if he had heard the biggest joke. Secretary Lu, please stop saying these things. I know you want to prevent me from buying this unfinished building, but as the boss, I'm here to tell you that I've made up my mind to acquire this unfinished building. I hope you can take the PR team to help me secure it. Of course, we need to spend the least amount of money possible. Let's negotiate the price down as much as we can. Now that Qin Tian had said this, even if Lu Chuxia wanted to continue persuading him, it was impossible. At this moment, she could only nod dejectedly. All right, President Qin, I know what to do. I'll find someone from the finance department to discuss this with the other party. After all, Qin Tian was the boss, and Lu Chuxia was just a small secretary. Even if she wanted to advise him, she couldn't, so she had to follow Qin Tian's instructions. No one understood the situation of that community better than Lu Chuxia. It had been abandoned for 3 years, and the area was already overgrown with weeds. Especially within the boundaries of the community, there were weeds everywhere, and they had grown very tall, obscuring the view from a distance. Apart from seeing the hazy outline of tall buildings, nothing else was visible. As Lu Chuxia left the office, Jin Tian leaned back in his chair, letting out a hearty laugh. Interesting, this is really too interesting. It seems the rewards provided by the system are truly remarkable. With this investment system, Jin Tian could see the potential value of these investment projects. He could adjust his plans based on these potential values. Just now, Jin Tian had used the investment system to check, and to his surprise, the potential value of this community was as high as 200. Jin Tian was very clear about what this potential value represented. He estimated that the money he could earn would definitely be much more than this. In other words, this potential value of 200 could very likely multiply his investments several times over. Jin Tian was curious to see what value this community would eventually reach. He also knew very well that the Magic City was a place where every inch of land was precious, and houses here were more expensive than gold. Even houses in the suburbs were not cheap, and even the smallest cities couldn't compare. The reason no one was willing to take over now was entirely due to insufficient funds. Although there were many big players in the investment world in the Magic City, these big players were very aware that buying these unfinished buildings at this time would definitely result in losses. It required time to settle. After all, the Magic City was only so big, and if they developed it, they would eventually adjust to suburban development. Once a decision was made, these unfinished buildings in the suburbs would instantly become hot commodities, fiercely contested by many. And Jin Tian himself was in need of employee dormitories. He couldn't pass up such a win-win situation. Anyway, once this unfinished building was acquired, he wouldn't need to pay any more money. He just needed to use it as employee dormitories. When these unfinished buildings really appreciated to a certain extent, Jin Tian could easily sell them off and make a significant profit in the end. Although Jin Tian thought this way in his heart, many people in the company did not share the same sentiment, especially since Jin Tian's investment approach made everyone extremely worried. Others made investments one by one, but Jin Tian was doing it all at once. As a result, it was uncertain whether this would put immense pressure on the company. My God, President Jin really has nothing to say. One wave hasn't stopped, and another has risen? We haven't even caught our breath from the acquisition of the company and the big project, and now President Jin is about to unleash another big move. He plans to buy such a large community. What on earth is he trying to do? Although our company has many employees, how much money would it take to buy so many houses? Brother upstairs, I don't think it's as simple as that. I believe President Jin is essentially gambling on his own investment. Yeah, I also think President Jin isn't that foolish. How could he create so much fuss just for the benefit of our employee dormitories? Spending over $1 billion for employee welfare? I don't think any company president could do that. Why not? We didn't have employee dormitories before, but now we do, and ours are even better than those in the community. Now President Jin wants to buy an even larger community, which clearly shows his ambition. It seems he plans to expand significantly. No point in saying anything more. They can't persuade President Jin anyway. We might as well focus on doing our own jobs well. I think that's the best way to repay our boss. Now, in the company, whether new or old employees, everyone couldn't help but sigh. President Jin is still President Jin. He truly is different. He makes a move worth billions without even blinking. Just look at Lu Chuxia's current expression. It's clear she must have tried to persuade him, but to no avail. Alright, you all know what kind of temper President Jin has. Even if we wanted to persuade him now, it wouldn't work. Instead of that, we might as well work hard on our own tasks. Lu Chuxia also understood Jin Tian's attitude. Once he made a decision, it was as hard to change as pulling back a stubborn ox. No matter how many people discussed the matter now, it wouldn't change anything. She could only follow Jin Tian's orders and take the public relations team to negotiate with the current owner of the unfinished building. In fact, there wasn't much to negotiate. They needed to acquire this community in the shortest time possible, and the price had to be kept particularly low. This was the only thing they, as employees, could do for their boss. The news that Jin Tian had set his sights on this unfinished building quickly spread. Soon, Jin Tian's reputation in the industry became even more dazzling. Is this Jin Tian really crazy? Our industry has already resisted him like this, and he still wants to continue acquiring these unfinished buildings for his employees' dormitories? Yeah, I think so too. Is there something wrong with his head? I've never seen a business run like this. Honestly, I'm really angry. Last time, there was a very good project in my company, and we had a hard time finding several elites, only to have them easily poached by him. In the end, guess what? My project was directly terminated. I'm so furious. Do you think my company's situation is any better? The group of brats in my company keeps bringing up Chin Tian's company, and it's driving me crazy. If this continues, then the problem will be serious. The people in my company have been voicing their opinions, demanding that employee benefits be improved. I feel the same way. Now many peers have gathered together to discuss this matter, especially some of the smaller companies, whose bosses are the most worried. After all, for such small companies, finding elite talent is not easy. Generally, these companies are just starting out, they don't have many ways to win people's hearts, and their funding and benefits are not particularly outstanding. However, people choose them because they are small companies that offer more freedom. In fact, both large and small companies have their differences. Large companies tend to have more regulations, while small companies are more personable, allowing employees to communicate openly with the boss. It is precisely because of this advantage that talents choose to stay in these small companies. But now, with Chin Tian's company emerging and launching such employee benefits, these small companies are suddenly at a loss. If it weren't for the fact that Chin Tian's company is not yet large enough, these small companies might not survive at all. Of course, this is not the main point. The key issue is that the employee benefits introduced by Chin Tian have led to many thoughts among the employees of these small companies. Although these employees do not speak up, their performance at work is something the bosses can feel. It is clear that these employees want to put some pressure on them. This situation naturally causes resentment among the bosses of these small companies, but they have no way to counter it. Even though they are small companies, if these employees collectively rebel, the bosses will not have a good outcome either. Let me tell you, it's not just a small companies resisting Chin Tian's company. I've heard that many medium and large companies have already started refusing to cooperate with Chin Tian. I think refusing to cooperate is the right thing to do. If he continues like this, our entire market will be ruined. If he keeps indulging his employees, there will be a special trend in the industry, and our company won't be able to operate. Exactly, we rely on squeezing our employees to make more money. If he keeps this up, our profits will at least be cut in half. The impact on us small companies isn't very obvious, but for those large companies, employee benefits account for a significant portion of their profits. If they all follow Chin Tian's model, those companies can just wait to go bankrupt. So, we don't need to worry about this. The bosses of those big companies will definitely find a way. Even so, we still have to put in some effort. Otherwise, if he continues like this, we can just wait for our own demise. You're right, we need to unite to resist Chin Tian's company and prevent him from being so arrogant. In an instant, the voices of many companies resisting Chin Tian's company grew louder. After all, for them, Chin Tian is equivalent to encroaching on their cake, and such a thing is unacceptable to them. This news spread throughout the industry. Although people do not openly discuss it, everyone knows the truth, especially as some medium and large companies have severed ties with the school training platform, which is enough to illustrate everything. Oh my god, did you see that? So many companies in the market are excluding Chin Tian's company. What are they trying to do? I think Chin Tian's company is quite good, with such high employee benefits. You don't know this? Everyone is pushing out Chin Tian company because it has touched their cake. Just think about how much these companies are squeezing us right now. With Chin Tian company doing this, they are directly ruining it. They definitely won't allow it, okay? What the heck? Chin Tian company is doing so well because their boss is capable. What does it mean for them to unite and push us out? I really can't stand the faces of these capitalists. Can't stand it or not, there's nothing we can do. This world is like that. As long as someone touches everyone's cake, that person will definitely become the target of exclusion. I really hope Chin Tian company can hold on. If they do, they can directly rectify this workplace for us. I think so too. As long as Chin Tian company can hold on, everything will be negotiable. But if they can't hold on, then no one will dare to do this anymore. There is a kind of inertia in the industry. The bosses in the industry do not want Chin Tian company to survive, but the employees in the industry hope that Chin Tian company can survive and grow bigger, as this is really beneficial for their job security. For the internal employees of Chin Tian company, this situation is like a thunderclap, which has also aroused the anger of Chin Tian company's employees. This is too much. These people can't compare to our boss, yet they are pushing him out. This behavior is utterly shameless. I really can't stand their faces. Not just you, I can't stand their faces either, okay? This is clearly jealousy of our boss's strength. I'm so angry that I just want to rush over and slap them both. But what's the use of being angry now? Our company has become a thorn in their side. They want to squeeze us out. If we don't think of a way, we might really be squeezed out. Yeah, I'm worried about this too. Our company's boss is very capable, but he can't withstand so many people's attacks. As the saying goes, two fists can't fight four hands. I'm really afraid that if the company can't handle it, something will happen. This is indeed something we should consider carefully, but in this situation, even if we want to help, we can't. I think we must do something, otherwise, those people will really think our company is easy to bully. We must fight back online. Exactly. They will unite to bully our company. Can't we unite to resist? But how can we resist? They are all capitalists, and we are just small workers. How can we possibly compete with them? Now many employees are worried that they can't compete with those capitalists. After all, they have money, just throwing some around can easily solve everything. And these workers have no money and no connections, so how can they compete with these capitalists? You don't understand this. Although they are capitalists, this time the reason is on our side, so we can completely use this as a form of resistance. Although these capitalists are powerful, contemporary netizens are even more powerful. They are not something these capitalists can compare to. That's right. Now it's an internet society, all netizens are free, and the power of netizens is enough to make these capitalists dare not act recklessly. Otherwise, they are just seeking their own doom. This is true, the treatment at our factory is what we hope to achieve, so I believe if this matter spreads online, many netizens will choose to support us. After all, no one dislikes workplace reforms like this, it's a paradise for workers, and I think everyone would choose to support it. Exactly, we should do this, let this matter ferment online. I really don't believe this evil. In an instant, everyone at Xintian Company was discussing this matter, as the company felt like a home to them. If anything happened to the company, they would all be in trouble, so at such times, they would strike without hesitation to protect their home. To this end, the employees of Xintian Company directly posted a message online, filling it with various words of righteous indignation, and laid out the current situation on the internet. The people at Xintian Company also commented without hesitation. Many people continuously boosted the post's visibility, hoping to push it to trending topics. At this time, the only way to resolve the issue was to get it trending online, which was a method many ordinary people used to fight against capitalists. It should be noted that Xintian Company currently has thousands of employees. As soon as someone spoke up in the colleague group, all the employees would help without exception. After all, they were part of the company, and such matters were certainly not for profit, this was also part of their rights as workers. At this moment, Qingfeng Company also saw this post online, and soon the entire Qingfeng Company was in an uproar. Did you see that? People from our headquarters are posting online, saying that their peers are constantly squeezing them out. I saw it too. It seems this post was made by employees of Xintian Company, and it looks like they want to clear their name. It seems they are saying that their peers are pressuring Xintian Company. This is not good news. Our company was just acquired by Xintian Company. If something happens to Xintian Company, what will we do? Right, we are now a subsidiary of Xintian Company. If something happens at the headquarters, we won't be fine either, so we must help out. Not just help out, but contribute. Think about it, how much help Xintian Company has been to us. If they hadn't acquired us, our company might have already gone bankrupt. Putting everything else aside, the benefits Xintian Company provides to our employees are enough reason for us to help. Yes, we must help with this. No more talking, I'll go and boost this post and also share it. To be honest, I think this matter is not just about our jobs, it's about our welfare as workers. So many companies are constantly exploiting us workers, and we have no outlet for our frustrations. Now that we finally have a paradise for workers, if these capitalists ruin it, we will have no chance to rise again. Exactly, we must boost this post. In an instant, everyone at Qingfeng Company was also focused on this post, and many were preparing to push it to trending topics. With so many people boosting a single post, it could easily go viral. After all, once the exposure increases, more and more people will see it, and the content of this post is something that resonates easily with a wide audience online. Most internet users today belong to the working class, so they are often exploited by these capitalists. In the workplace, they endure disdain and various frustrations, yet they have no way out. It's a helpless situation. This is how society is now. Even if they are angry, they can only endure it, and this post has become their greatest outlet. After all, Xintian Company has recently become very famous, and almost everyone knows how good the benefits are at Xintian Company. For workers, this is simply paradise, and what Xintian Company is doing is equivalent to reforming the workplace. This is also why so many employees have a certain degree of negative feelings towards their current companies, so when this post was published, more people saw it and began to like and share it. This has led to the post being viewed by more and more people. But the current situation is that the more people see this post, the more it resonates with others. Because of this resonance, everyone started to like and share it, and in just a few hours, it surged to the trending topics, becoming the #1 ranking on the entire internet, with countless comments under this post. Did you see that? This is the true face of these capitalists. They do this to maintain the current situation to exploit employees. I'm puzzled. Chintian Company has improved its employee benefits. What are these people doing? If the company's benefits are good, that's their business. If you're envious, then you should also create such employee benefits. Bro, you don't understand. They don't want to create such employee benefits, which is why they suppress this company. If Chintian Company continues like this, many talents will eventually flow to Chintian Company. Can you imagine what the situation will be then? Ordinary companies can only go with the flow when facing talent loss, following Chintian Company's benefits. Once they do that, they will be encroaching on the capitalists' profits. How could they allow Chintian Company to continue? Wow, these capitalists are really insidious. They can come up with such methods. What's so strange about it? People die for wealth, and birds die for food. These capitalists are also trying to protect their interests. Businessmen are profit-driven, and there's not much more to say. Speaking of which, shouldn't we thank the boss of Chintian Company? We should indeed thank the boss of Chintian Company. If he continues, it might be our blessing. Exactly, I think it's time for us to unite. We can't let these capitalists continue to exploit us. We need to support Chintian Company in creating a good working environment for us. Enough said, for our future working lives, we must elevate Chintian Company. Right, those people have been condemning Chintian Company and resisting it. They are simply shameless. In an instant, the online response became enormous. Especially the voices of condemnation were so loud that they almost covered the entire internet, and this matter quickly began to ferment online. Such matters are serious, although competition or mutual suppression between companies is quite normal. The current situation is somewhat severe. This is not just competition between companies, it is many companies uniting to suppress a new company. The most important thing is that there are still so many netizens online condemning this, which has a tremendous impact on the entire internet. Faced with this immense pressure from the online community, the bosses who previously suppressed Chintian Company are suddenly under great stress. They themselves are in the software and gaming industry, and if they are targeted by netizens, their companies could collapse in an instant. The internet business relies on users for profit. If they anger the users, their companies might as well shut down, and their games and software would likely face boycotts. Especially for those medium-sized companies, their stocks and various revenues have already started to decline, which is clearly a backlash from netizens, and this has frightened them. To the current netizens, they are like gods. No matter what, they dare not offend them. This has led many companies to start apologizing on their official websites and retract all their little maneuvers. They cannot afford to touch this bad luck. In this market, once the first company bows down, the second will follow. People in the entire industry have begun to apologize and express that they will no longer engage in such resistance. This outcome is undoubtedly an unprecedented victory for the netizens, as their victory directly means that corporate companies can continue to develop and maintain employee benefits. For the employees of Chintian Company, this is fantastic news. This is great. We have finally achieved victory this time. I am so happy that I can't even describe it. We have finally done something for the company. Yeah, it has been really tough. We have been refreshing comments and sharing posts for days. Although it's tiring, I don't feel tired at all. Instead, I feel very fulfilled. Look at the apology letters these companies have issued. It makes me so happy. Thinking back to when I was exploited by those companies, I was so angry that I can't even describe it. But now I suddenly feel relieved. I feel the same way. I really do feel relieved. Since we are so happy today, should we celebrate properly? Absolutely. After working hard for several days, we deserve to relax, but remember, we must not inform President Chin, otherwise, he will organize another team-building event. For the past few days, they have been busy with this post, rallying their colleagues and connections to get this matter trending, so they have put in a lot of effort. Now that they see it has succeeded, they are naturally very happy. They plan to celebrate properly but dare not tell Chin Tian because they know his personality. Once they inform him, he will surely come up with some kind of team-building event. Generally, when companies organize team-building events, employees are usually very happy, but Chin Tian is different. He spends a large sum of money every time he organizes one. He always chooses the best places, and now that the company has expanded to over 1,000 people, just imagine how much it would cost to organize a team-building event. They simply cannot fathom it, so the employees dare not involve Chin Tian. However, what they do not know is that although Chin Tian is sitting in his office, he is fully aware of what is happening. After all, that post has already made it to the trending list. No matter how oblivious Chin Tian is, he can see it. He is very satisfied with this outcome because it proves the employee's sense of belonging to the company, which is extremely important. The employee's sense of belonging is directly related to the company's revenue. Just as Chin Tian was secretly feeling pleased, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Detected change in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 3,000. Detected change in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 4,500. Accompanied by this series of system sounds, the sense of belonging Chin Tian gained this time was enormous. Converted into funds, it totaled 150 billion. Of course, aside from this, there were also additional rewards that Chin Tian was even more looking forward to. It was great that the sense of belonging provided by the system could be exchanged for cash, but Chin Tian was more interested in the rewards given by the system. Because the extra rewards provided by the system were all good things, and the rewards given before had all been put to use. Now, Chin Tian just wanted to see what kind of extra rewards the system would offer next. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received an extra system reward, top-tier gaming player talent. What the heck? What's going on? The system actually gave such a reward. Is it joking with me? Goodness, at least give me a useful reward. What does it mean to give me the talent of a top-tier gaming player? Is this even useful for me right now? Chin Tian was at a loss for words. He really didn't know what to say about such a talent reward from the system. If it were during his university days, Chin Tian would definitely have been very happy. After all, when everyone lived in the same dormitory, they talked about playing games together. In the dorm, whoever played games well was considered a master, and that was quite appealing. But now that he had already entered the workforce, what use was having talent in gaming? At this time, it would be better to directly give him something useful for business or work. It was even less useful than the school motto platform given the first time. Wait, now that he thought about it, this top-tier player talent given by the system might actually be useful for his current career development. After all, Chin Tian was currently involved in making games and software. What he needed to do was to promote the popularity of his games. There were many popular games online now, and if he could become a top player in these games, it would also help raise the profile of his company. Yes, how did I not think of this? If Chin Tian could level up an account to the top, the effect would be completely different. After all, being at the top of the game means a very high level of recognition, and he could easily advertise in that account. Since that's the case, Chin Tian didn't say much more and directly opened a web page to start downloading the game. There were many very popular games on the market, and Chin Tian chose the hottest one, which was a competitive type of game. It involved simply parachuting from a plane, picking up guns and equipment, and fighting until the end. The difficulty of such games was quite high. Generally, people couldn't make it to the end unless they had a certain level of talent to play very well. Chin Tian had played this game before, but he hadn't done very well, and at that time, he also had 3D motion sickness, so he stopped playing after just a few rounds. His gaming skills were terrible. Now, after playing around in this game, he found that his 3D motion sickness had actually improved. This made Chin Tian quite happy, as 3D motion sickness was a congenital condition. It was something that couldn't be easily explained, and one could only adapt slowly. Now that Chin Tian's 3D motion sickness had completely healed, it was definitely a huge blessing. More importantly, Chin Tian discovered that his hands and feet had become much more agile, and his mind was sharper as well. Many tactics that he couldn't think of before now came to him instantly. After the first game, Chin Tian found that his gaming skills were quite good. In the past, finding someone in this type of game was already considered impressive, but now that he had entered the game, he felt like a fish in water. Not only had his hands and feet become much more nimble, but his reaction time was also many times faster than before. He directly killed 10 opponents in this round. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chin Tian realized his skills were improving the more he played. In the past, he couldn't even control the gun, but now he could easily handle it, pressing down however he wanted. This was quite interesting and fun. After finishing the first game, Chin Tian started the second one. After several consecutive games, he found that his understanding of the game was increasing, and his operations were becoming more and more proficient. From initially killing 10, he now jumped to over 20, practically going on a killing spree, and he won the game outright. Even at critical moments, Chin Tian thought of some solutions. He was so happy inside that he immediately began slaughtering in the game. It must be said that this top-tier gaming talent was exceptionally strong. As soon as he got the hang of the game, Chin Tian could easily master it. So for the entire day that followed, Chin Tian did nothing but sit in front of the computer, continuously playing the game, and his gaming level was rapidly improving. In just one day, his ranking shot up. This was also Chin Tian testing the level of his top-tier gaming talent. During this time, Chen Xueqing and Xu Mingyue came to check on the situation. They clearly had something to report to Qin Tian, but seeing him so seriously engrossed in the game, they decided not to say much and left directly. It wasn't until close to the end of the workday that Xu Mingyue walked in again, but this time she was holding a very thick stack of documents. After placing the 2 documents on the desk, she turned to leave. After all, the company's projects had already been distributed, and many tasks were rapidly unfolding. Although the company had thousands of employees, the vast majority lacked expertise in this area. Even those with professional knowledge couldn't possibly know everything. After all, creating a game couldn't be accomplished by just one person. There were countless programs needed, especially since some visual promotion was required, and people with artistic backgrounds were needed to set up the models. The design of these models was quite important, and the company was currently lacking talent in this area. Therefore, Xu Mingyue thought to come in and ask Qin Tian if they should recruit a few such talents externally. Wait. However, just as Xu Mingyue turned to leave, Qin Tian called out to her, and at that moment, he had just finished the game he was playing. President Qin, is there anything you need? Xu Mingyue's attitude had undergone a complete 360-degree turnaround compared to before, and her tone carried a strong sense of respect. I've seen everything online. I know these posts were made by our company's employees. Well done, well done. This time you all did a great job. It's a way to vent for the company and resolve the situation of being resisted. Since today is such a happy day, let the employees know that the company will organize a team-building event. Please instruct the finance department to make some preparations, and also choose another location. Let's have a good celebration for our company tonight. In fact, Qin Tian had already seen the discussions in the colleague group. To be honest, this time the employees were doing their utmost to support the company, and he naturally noticed it. Especially with the rewards provided by the system, it clearly demonstrated everything. The employees' sense of belonging was very high, and as the boss, Qin Tian could not treat them poorly. Ha! President Qin, you're not joking with me, are you? Our company is no longer just over 100 people, we now have over 1,000. If all these 1,000 people go for team building, I can't imagine how much it would cost. If we really do this, 1 million at least wouldn't be enough. 1 million is just 1 million. If we can do team building and make the employees more united, I think even if it's 10 million, it's worth it. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Alright, President Qin, I'll go arrange it and have everyone book the venue, Xu Mingyue said without further comment, as the company's account balance had indeed increased. Previously, there was nearly 10 billion in funds, and now the company's liquid assets were at least over 20 billion. Such a figure was enough to put everyone at ease. When Xu Mingyue conveyed this news, the company erupted in excitement. Our boss is really generous. It hasn't been long since we started working, and he's already planning a team building for us. Such company outings are rare. Indeed, I worked at a company for 3 years and never encountered a team building event. Now, having just joined, I'm already experiencing this. I really don't know if I should say I'm lucky or if Qin Tian's company has good policies. Isn't that obvious? It's definitely because Qin Tian's company has great employee benefits. Look at what kind of benefits we have now. We can't take advantage of the boss too much. Do you still want to take advantage of our boss? Aren't you being a bit ungrateful? The boss has provided us with such great employee benefits. If you don't think about the boss, that's one thing, but to even think about taking advantage of him? Exactly, our boss is so good to us, providing these employee benefits for our sake. And we have this employee fund, you all know about its existence, right? It's like a special insurance for us. Think about it carefully. If something happens to the company, where do you think you'll end up? I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't you know to be grateful? Although the new employees thought this way, the old employees who had stayed were different. They cared deeply about the company, even treating it like their own home. Hearing the new employees' thoughts, they immediately started to scold them. Alright, we won't say anything. We were just joking, we didn't mean anything else. Why are you all so tense? Yeah, we just talk like this. We never really thought about taking advantage of the boss. We know better than that. That's more like it. To be honest, we really don't want to go for this team building proposed by the company because with so many people, the expenses will definitely start at 1 million. But since this team building was suggested by President Qin, if we don't go, it would be disrespectful to him. So even if we do go, we have to be careful, not to tarnish the company's reputation, and definitely not to cause trouble for the boss. Alright, we all know this without you saying it. We're well aware of the boss's situation, and the company's benefits are indeed great for us. We put in a lot of effort to get into this company, so naturally, we won't just stand by and watch it face any issues. To be honest, I'm really not that keen on this team building event, but President Chin has given a strict order, and we have no choice. I heard from Assistant Chu that the hotel has already been booked, and I also heard that the boss has reserved a 5-star hotel for us this time. No way? The boss is actually booking a 5-star hotel for a team building event? Are you serious or just joking? I've never seen a boss so generous. Many new employees expressed their disbelief. After all, ordinary restaurants and 5-star hotels are completely different. The cost difference is enormous. Generally, a boss organizing a team building event wouldn't choose such a place. They would usually opt for a relatively cheaper venue to save costs for the company. After all, the so-called team building is just about taking employees out to eat and drink. For many of the older employees, such eating and drinking activities seemed unnecessary. Instead of spending this money, it would be better to allocate it for the company to continue developing other projects. You're mistaken. If other company bosses aren't this generous, President Chin definitely is. When he took us out for team building before, he chose those expensive high-end venues, which we didn't expect. This is something President Chin would really do. If that's the case, I agree with what that brother just said. I think whether we go to this team building or not is up to us. Saving this money for the company to work on projects is also a good choice. How about we do what we did last time and tell President Chin we're busy, then head back to the dorm? That might not be good. I heard from Assistant Chu that the hotel is already booked, and the dishes have been ordered. Now we just need to go over and eat. Whether we go or not, the money has to be spent. Instead of wasting it, we might as well go and have a big meal. At worst, we can just work hard for President Chin when we get back. It's basically the same. It seems we don't have much choice this time. Oh, speaking of which, the boss is being quite straightforward this time. He booked the place directly and then said this: let it be a team building event. At worst, when we get back, we just need to work hard for the company. Isn't that fine? Yeah, anyway, we have a big project coming up. As long as we handle this big project well, the company will definitely be able to thrive. With the current popularity of the school training platform, I believe it's absolutely possible. Moreover, at this point, no other companies have started to resist us. In this situation, the employees had no other options. They could only go to the agreed place for the team building event. The place chosen by Chin Tian was also very high-end, one of the top hotels in the Magic City. Only a hotel of this scale could accommodate a banquet for over 1,000 people. A regular small restaurant simply couldn't fit that many people. So when the employees of Chin Tian's company sat in this hotel, disbelief was written all over their faces. My God, the boss is really generous. He actually booked this kind of hotel. I heard this is a 5-star hotel. The expenses here are extremely high. I wonder what kind of dishes we will have later. It should belong to the more ordinary kind. After all, this hotel is quite expensive, and if we order those pricey dishes, our boss wouldn't be able to handle such costs. Just as the employees were discussing these matters, the dishes in the hotel began to be served. When the dishes arrived, everyone gasped in surprise, as Chin Tian had ordered all signature dishes, ones they had never even seen before. But one thing they could be sure of was that all these dishes were extremely expensive. Wow, these are all great dishes. The boss actually treated us to such a meal. My goodness, I've never eaten this well in my life. Our boss is really generous. I've eaten at this hotel before, and a table like this would cost at least 10,000. Tisk tsk. It seems the boss has really put in a lot for us. We must enjoy this meal and then work hard for the boss when we go back. This meal felt like a dream for the employees. The quality of the dishes was unbelievable. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chin Tian was willing to spend such money for them, willing to treat them to such dishes, which was a very special form of respect for the employees. After all, dishes like these were previously only reserved for clients. When had they ever received such treatment? Many employees felt deeply moved. When had they ever been respected in the workplace? They had only been exploited, and at this moment, many employees felt extremely touched. They secretly vowed to do a good job on the company's project, to help the company grow bigger, so that the benefits they received would also increase. Setting aside everything else, what Chin Tian's company was doing now was incomparable to other companies. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Chin Tian appeared in the spacious hall, holding a glass of wine. With Chin Tian's arrival, others also raised their glasses high, shouting, "Hello, President Chin." This greeting was loud, almost deafening. Chin Tian waved his hand. "Alright, everyone sit down. I came here to say a few words. I know everyone has put in a lot of effort for the company recently, especially with that post online. I know it was your work, and it solved a big problem for the company. So consider this my thanks to you all. If these dishes aren't enough, feel free to order more. It's no problem. After all, today's expenses are all covered by the company. Speaking of which, it's getting quite late, otherwise, we could organize a trip to other places for some fun. Let's celebrate our company's great victory this time. A round of loud applause spread throughout the hall, and everyone wore smiles, as this victory was incredibly important to them. They felt a sense of accomplishment for contributing to the company. On behalf of the company, I, Shin Tian, thank everyone for your contributions. I can't say much else, but as long as the company exists, it will never treat you unfairly. I hope everyone can regard the company as a family. The better the company develops, the higher the benefits you will receive. I, Shin Tian, promise you this. As long as everyone is genuinely thinking about the company, we will only get better and better. The employee benefits I am establishing now are meant to help everyone live better lives. While the company is making money, everyone can also earn money. I used to be a worker too, so I understand what kind of situation everyone is in. Therefore, I absolutely will not allow any unspoken rules or unfair things to happen in the workplace. Another round of loud applause erupted. I have to say, tonight's team building event is quite good. When Shin Tian interacts with the employees, he can also reassure them, which is equivalent to the new employees having their first formal contact and conversation with him. Chen Xueqing naturally stayed by Shin Tian's side, but at this moment, her gaze towards him was somewhat different. It can be said that the relationship between Chen Xueqing and Shin Tian has become increasingly intimate, especially after they returned home together to meet each other's parents, which brought their relationship even closer. However, Chen Xueqing's family has indeed faced some tragedies. Her parents had consecutive accidents, leading to all the financial pressure falling on her shoulders. If it weren't for Shin Tian, no one would know what kind of situation Chen Xueqing would be in now. So during dinner, Chen Xueqing hardly spoke, and her peripheral vision kept secretly observing Shin Tian. Now, Shin Tian's company is growing larger and larger, and the employee benefits he implemented truly warmed Chen Xueqing's heart. Chen Xueqing is currently considering that since they have developed to this extent, should they take that final step? Just as she was thinking about these things, Shin Tian suddenly stood up. Xueqing, you watch TV? I'll go to my room to handle some things. If you get tired, just go to sleep. I'll probably be very busy tonight. Shin Tian has made up his mind, since the system has given such rewards, he definitely cannot waste them. So he decided to push his account to be the number one in the national server. Whether he can reach the top of the national server is very important. Being number one in the national server means two completely different existences. Once your account reaches the top, many people will pay attention, and then Shin Tian can get a wave of free advertising for himself, especially in these very popular games where reaching the top of the national server has an extraordinary effect. After today's attempts, Shin Tian's control over these games has become increasingly better, so he is getting more and more into it, and his gaming skills are improving. After all, the top gaming talent given by the system allows his gaming skills to improve day by day. Shin Tian is now absolutely confident that he can level up in the game and continuously push his ranking forward. Since he has this time now, he naturally needs to play as fast as possible. Competitive games take a long time to play, so Shin Tian indeed needs some time. Taking advantage of the early hour, he directly entered the game and started grinding for points. This scene made Chen Xueqing feel a bit strange. What's going on with Shin Tian? At this time, he should be watching TV. How could he go to his room so early? Is he planning something again? With this thought, Chen Xueqing arrived at the door of Shin Tian's room, wanting to listen for any sounds inside, but she didn't hear anything from the house. Instead, she heard the sound of someone typing on a keyboard. What's going on? What is Shin Tian doing? Could it be that he is checking something about employee benefits online again? No, I need to go take a good look at what's going on. If possible, I can appropriately stop Shin Tian. Chen Xueqing immediately made up her mind to push open the door and prepare to walk into Shin Tian's room to see what was happening. Just as the door to the room was pushed open, Chen Xueqing was momentarily stunned because she saw that Shin Tian was indeed playing on the computer, but he wasn't researching online, he was playing a game. This kind of shooting game requires listening for footsteps and gunfire, so one must wear a decent pair of headphones. Shin Tian was currently wearing a pair of headphones, his eyes fixed on the screen, one hand on the keyboard and the other constantly moving the mouse, looking very intense. From the angle at the door, she could just see some specific details on the screen. The image displayed on the screen was just an ordinary game scene. This scene surprised Chen Xueqing. It was worth noting that she had been here for quite a while and had never seen Shin Tian play games. He had always been busy with company matters. Today, seeing Shin Tian play games was indeed a very surprising thing. However, Shin Tian couldn't hear what Chen Xueqing was saying, and she didn't disturb him. She quietly stood behind him, watching him play. After all, it was quite rare for a big boss and philanthropist like Shin Tian to be playing games. Initially, she thought Qin Tian was just indulging in a little gaming, but soon Chen Shueqing realized something was off. Although she usually didn't play games, seeing Qin Tian play so effortlessly surprised her a bit. After all, Qin Tian had never played games before, so logically, he should be quite clumsy at it. But now, Qin Tian was anything but clumsy. Instead, his movements were very skilled. It was this skilled operation that created a misconception in Chen Shueqing's mind. Could it be that Qin Tian really liked playing games, which is why he started this gaming and software company? For some reason, Chen Shueqing felt a small sense of disappointment. Was this guy doing it on purpose? Just when she was considering whether to take the next step with him, he had directly run into the room and focused on playing games? No way. After finally making such a big decision to do something enjoyable with him, he just went off to play games? Chen Shueqing really didn't know what to say, but she didn't think too much about it. After all, it was rare for Qin Tian to play games for a while. At that moment, she quietly exited Qin Tian's room and returned to her own room, took out her phone, and started chatting in the colleague group. To be honest, the colleagues were having a great time chatting in the group. I was so full from dinner tonight. Wow, with a company team building like this, I won't be afraid of anything in the future. The things I ate just now are things I've never had in my life, including that lobster. The taste was so good that I really don't know what adjectives to use. I never thought I would one day eat at a hotel of that level, and eat such exquisite things like lobster and abalone. This is the characteristic of our boss, either he doesn't do it, or he does it very well. Indeed, the boss is really something. From now on, we need to think carefully for the company and absolutely must not do anything harmful to it, otherwise, we would be letting our boss down. No need to say that, I know what to do. Our company's employee benefits are so good, just for that reason, we can't let the boss down. Starting tomorrow, we will work hard and complete this project as quickly as possible. No, I think you all misunderstood. What I meant is not to rush through the project at the fastest speed. What I want is high quality. You all know that the market now emphasizes details. What we need to do is to execute this project well and refine it. Only by doing the project well and achieving results can we ensure that we get things done properly, and the company can gain more benefits. The current market values excellence, so I hope everyone can put in more effort into this project and not be as perfunctory as before. The company has invested a lot in this project, we absolutely cannot mess it up. Setting aside everything else, doing this project well brings countless benefits to the company. As the company staff continued to discuss the project, Chen Shueqing also expressed her interest in the colleague group. You are all right, we should do this project well, as it is very beneficial for both us and the company. Chen's secretary is also here, what's going on? Usually, Chen's secretary wouldn't speak up at this time. It's rare for her to come out and say something today. Yes, Chen's secretary, if possible, please help us thank the boss for tonight's hospitality. Each of us is very satisfied. Chen Shueqing replied, there's no need to be polite, after all, the boss is quite stubborn. If he says he wants to treat you to dinner, he will definitely do so, and he usually chooses the most expensive and best places. He does this to hope to retain the employees' hearts and encourage everyone to work harder for the company. That goes without saying, we will definitely work hard. By the way, Chen's secretary, we heard that you and President Qin live together. Your relationship is so good, why not persuade President Qin a bit? Chen Shueqing said, it's not that I don't want to persuade him, but I simply can't. You all know what kind of stubborn temper President Qin has better than anyone. Even if I talk until my mouth is dry, he absolutely won't change his mind. However, speaking of which, I encountered something quite unusual today. Our boss used to either watch TV or look up information online when he got home, but today he acted strangely. After a simple dinner, he went straight into his room and hasn't come out since. I don't know what he's pondering. At first, I thought he was thinking about employee benefits again, but when I entered his room, I found it wasn't as simple as I imagined. President Qin wasn't looking up employee benefits, he was playing a game. What? President Qin plays games too? Chen's secretary, you can't be kidding us. How could someone as mature and steady as President Qin play games? Is there some misunderstanding? Chen Shueqing replied, there's no misunderstanding, he is indeed playing games, and he's playing the most popular battle royale game online. I just watched him for a while from behind, and I found out he's quite a skilled player. It seems he hasn't played games less in the past. What's so strange about that? After all, President Qin is a young person, sometimes he likes to play games. I think that's perfectly normal. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying he plays games like a pro, really fierce when he gets into it. Although I don't play games, seeing how President Qin operates, I can tell he's definitely a master. Alright, Secretary Chen, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's discuss how to proceed with this project. We've already mentioned that most people in the company are working on this project, and the funding is indeed sufficient now. However, we are hesitant to hire outsiders for the contract. If possible, could you ask the boss about it for us? As for the post-production rendering and art, we really lack professionals in that area. If it were possible, I would like to delegate this work to others, but there are regulations in the company, and we can't act recklessly. We must be cautious with everything we do. That's right, this project is very important for the company, and we need to pay attention to it. By the way, Secretary Chen, what do you think about my suggestion to hire some talent for post-production rendering and art? What did General Manager Chen say? Now that our project has started, we can't let outside companies handle the post-production presentations and art, as it would impact our project development to some extent. Faced with the employees' inquiries, Chen Xueqing was momentarily at a loss for words because she had already submitted this matter to Qin Tian, but he had not yet responded. Qin Tian had spent all his time during the day playing games and hadn't had a chance to look at the materials, which was why he hadn't dealt with it yet. Otherwise, with Qin Tian's speed, he would have already handled it. At that moment, Chen Xueqing could only respond in the colleague group, "I've already discussed this matter with General Manager Qin, but he hasn't replied yet. As soon as he does, I'll let you know right away." Alright, given the current situation, that's all we can do. However, I still hope the company can recruit these people as soon as possible to get familiar with the project since it has already started, and we really need the post-production promotion and art. Chen Xueqing, I'll ask him again tomorrow morning. Right now, General Manager Qin is playing games, and I don't want to disturb him. What? General Manager Qin is playing games? Secretary Chen, you can't be serious. This busy man actually has time to play games? I'm not joking. General Manager Qin is indeed playing games right now, and he's quite serious about it. When I went into his room to check, he didn't even notice me. Wow. I never expected the company president would play games. Yes. Anyway, please help us ask him properly tomorrow, Secretary Chen. After Chen Xueqing replied in the colleague group, she stopped talking since it was getting late, and she needed to rest. To be honest, Chen Xueqing felt a bit disappointed. She had started to think about advancing her relationship with Qin Tian, but Qin Tian was focused on his games, and she didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. But anyway, since Qin Tian wanted to play games, let him play. It would save him from browsing employee benefits online all day, not knowing what he was doing. The night passed without a word. The next day, Qin Tian drove Chen Xueqing to work, but on the way, Chen Xueqing curiously asked Qin Tian, "I saw you playing games in your room last night. What got you interested in games lately? I noticed you were playing during the day too." "Yes, I've been quite interested in those popular games lately. After all, we are in this line of work, and playing more games to experience their styles is a pretty good choice. Besides, I'm playing competitive games, and I plan to push my account straight to the #1 spot in the national server." Qin Tian confidently spoke while driving. After a night of hard work yesterday, his game account's rank had been rapidly rising, from having no rank at all to now being ranked. He believed that in just a few more days, he would definitely reach the top of the national server. I have to say, the top-tier player talent given by this system is truly impressive. The more he played, the more enjoyable it became, and his hand-eye coordination and reaction time had improved exponentially compared to before. At this point, even if he faced professional players, he wouldn't feel outmatched at all. After a night of intense gaming, Qin Tian was brimming with confidence in his gaming skills, and he picked up games very quickly. Just playing a couple of rounds, he could grasp how the game worked and discover some very unique tactical arrangements. Reaching the #1 spot in the national server? That would be a good thing, but are you sure you have the skills for that? Chen Xueqing couldn't help but laugh a little when she heard the words #1 in the national server. After all, gaming is just for fun for most people. Who has the time to grind an account to the top rank? Moreover, there are plenty of skilled players out there, and reaching the top is no joke. Are you looking down on me? I tell you, my gaming skills have been skyrocketing lately, and it won't be long before I hit #1 in the national server. Seeing Chen Xueqing's skeptical expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Chen Xueqing just smiled in response. Qin Tian immediately felt a bit displeased. "I can see it. You don't believe I can get this account to #1 in the national server, do you?" I believe. What's there not to believe?" Chen Xueqing casually brushed him off. Qin Tian knew that Chen Xueqing didn't believe he could do it, which made him a bit unhappy. As a man, how could he let a woman laugh at him for not being capable? "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I can reach #1 in this game, you'll be my girlfriend. If I can't, you can decide what happens next. Do you dare?" Qin Tian knew that he and Chen Xueqing were just a step away from breaking through that barrier. Chen Shueqing was taken aback by Qin Tian's words, glancing sideways at him while driving, thinking to herself. She never expected this guy to have an epiphany. But with such high stakes, could he really pull it off? Setting the bar so high, did he really want to take a step further? Why are you silent? If you're scared, just say so, I won't laugh at you. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit smug seeing Chen Shueqing's silence. Who said I'm scared? I'm just worried that if you lose, you won't admit it. Chen Shueqing replied irritably. How could I not admit it? I tell you, if I lose, I will definitely own up to it. There's nothing to discuss, a man's word is his bond. Alright, you said it. Then it's settled. If you really can get to number 1 in the game, how about I be your girlfriend? If you can't, then I'll have to punish you. Chen Shueqing raised her head, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. After all, when a girl says something like that, it clearly implies that she is hinting at you, which also means that as long as you have the courage to break through that curtain, you can win the beauty's heart. Qin Tian was instantly delighted upon hearing this. He knew he had to seize this opportunity. After spending some time together, he had gained a better understanding of Chen Shueqing's character. The reason she needed the 5 million was due to her desperate circumstances. Her family's situation was indeed dire. He had already visited Chen Shueqing's home, and it had become a bare shell, as her parents' illnesses had forced them to sell everything they could and mortgage whatever was left. This was incredibly difficult for a girl like Chen Shueqing, which is why she had been working part-time even before graduating from university. Despite this, she had never engaged in any questionable financial dealings. With Chen Shueqing's figure and looks, countless people at school desired her. If she merely beckoned, many men would surely fall at her feet. Yet, despite this, Chen Shueqing had never been involved in any rumors with men. When she needed money, she still chose to work on her own, which was truly admirable. Furthermore, Chen Shueqing was quite principled. She would unhesitatingly reject the suitors at school. As for why she had to sell herself for 5 million last time, it was simply out of necessity. Without that money, her parents would die, and under such circumstances, she had no choice but to take that path. Comparatively, this was already quite good. Qin Tian still had a fondness for Chen Shueqing. If he could win her over, it would be a great choice. This opportunity was indeed significant. Alright, let's settle on that. Give me a few days, and let's see if I can get this game to the top, Qin Tian said. He had already been thinking along these lines, and with Chen Shueqing's promise, his mood instantly brightened. What a stroke of luck! It was as if the opportunity was handed to him on a silver platter. He was determined to seize it, which motivated him even more. So, Qin Tian planned to return to the office and immediately start playing the game, aiming to push his account to the top of the national server in the shortest time possible. Qin Tian was brimming with confidence. You better not talk so big. Let's see what you do if you lose. Do you really think these games are that easy? Especially the competitive game you're playing. I've tried it before, and it's really tough. There are many experts in the game, and reaching the top of the national server is no small feat. Seeing Qin Tian's confident demeanor, Chen Shueqing couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on him. However, Qin Tian didn't mind at all. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Don't come crying to me later. If you become my girlfriend, I'll have to fulfill my duties as a boyfriend, and you won't be able to escape. For some reason, when Qin Tian said this, Chen Shueqing not only didn't get angry but found it amusing and felt quite happy. After returning to the company, Qin Tian sat down in front of the computer, ready to open the game. But at that moment, Chen Shueqing placed some documents in front of him. I say, big boss, shouldn't you handle some company matters now? Look at these documents, they've been waiting for your signature for a long time. Hearing this, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, and after opening the documents, he realized that many of the company's business from yesterday had not been processed, leading to a pile of work accumulating on his desk. After all, many aspects of the company's operations require Qin Tian's signature, otherwise, the finance department won't allocate funds, and other departments wouldn't dare to execute anything. How about this, Shueqing? I might be a bit busy these days, so could you temporarily handle the company's affairs for me? Once I get everything sorted out, I'll take these responsibilities back. Qin Tian planned to first push the game's account to the top of the national server before dealing with company matters. So at this time, it was essential to have someone manage the company's business, and Chen Shueqing was a very good choice. Through this period of interaction, Qin Tian found that Chen Shueqing was indeed a remarkable person. Setting aside other factors, Chen Shueqing was quite disciplined in her work at the company. Even though she was Qin Tian's secretary, she had never done anything detrimental to the company. As long as the tasks were assigned, Chen Shueqing handled them thoroughly, which showcased her capabilities. Therefore, Qin Tian had a lot of confidence in Chen Shueqing's abilities and felt at ease handing the work over to her. What? You want me to handle it? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin your company? I'm just an intern who has only recently joined your company, and I haven't been here long enough to manage many things, Chen Shuiqing said, feeling both happy and touched by his words. Don't worry, it's just for a few days to help out, not a long-term management role. Think of it as an internship opportunity. I believe you can handle these company matters quite well, Qin Tian said encouragingly, which felt like a recognition to Chen Shuiqing. Alright, since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. However, when it comes to decisions that require your judgment, you'll still need to handle them. For example, the project department wants to increase talent in art and post-production. Such major decisions must have your approval, Chen Shuiqing said, cautious about making decisions regarding hiring new staff, as it concerned the company's interests. What's there to discuss? If the company needs it, we can just recruit those people externally, Qin Tian replied. It's inconvenient that our company lacks such talent. Our business needs to be managed by our own people from start to finish. You should go to the HR department, and they can recruit a few externally. We still have vacancies in our office, so we can accommodate those in post-production and art, he added. In fact, Qin Tian's company could accommodate more employees, but he hadn't filled all the positions because he knew that in their line of work, they might need other talents at any time. In such situations, he naturally left some room to ensure they could hire the necessary talent later. But, Mr. Qin, you need to consider this carefully. The costs for such talent in post-production can be quite high, and the computers they need are also expensive. All of this requires spending money, Chen Shuiqing reminded him, as many people in the company were against hiring more staff. The expenses for specialized talent were inherently high, and if the company wanted to find such talent, the costs would be considerable. What's there to consider? Talent is necessary. Bringing them back is beneficial for the company. Think about it, if we outsource post-production and various art tasks to other companies, the costs will be even higher. Instead of that, it's better to find people ourselves. So things like hiring people basically don't need to be reported. As long as the company has available positions and needs, just hire directly and talk to the HR department. No matter how frugal I, Qin Tian, am, I won't skimp on these things. With Qin Tian having said this, Chen Shuiqing naturally had nothing more to add and directly took the documents to handle them, while Qin Tian entered the game to continue pursuing his goals. After all, he aimed to make this account the #1 in the national server. So, Qin Tian planned to set other matters aside for now and focus on leveling up the account first, as this would also bring great benefits to the company. Thus, Qin Tian began his slaughter in the game. Meanwhile, Chen Shuiqing was busy handling the company's affairs, as many matters required Qin Tian's signature. Now that Qin Tian had given this authority to Chen Shuiqing, the situation was different. Chen Shuiqing could manage these matters well. After a busy half-day, Chen Shuiqing finally resolved these issues and also sent the HR and finance departments to implement these decisions. The current project at the company was quite large, requiring many resources, and everyone was eager to get it done well. Therefore, the quicker the hiring process was implemented, the better it would be for everyone to work more effectively. Now at Qingfeng Company, even the subsidiaries had established an employee fund, and this fund had accounts worth over 100 million. This meant that if any employee faced an urgent situation in the future, the problem could be easily solved by applying for this employee fund. For all employees at Qingfeng Company, this was like a calming pill, boosting their motivation at work. Although previously they could also apply for the employee fund from the headquarters, the process for their company to establish and apply was completely different. If a subsidiary applied to the headquarters for the employee fund, it had to go through a very complicated process. Despite being a subsidiary, there was still a certain distance from the headquarters. Because of this distance, applying for the employee fund required a more complex process, and the success rate was very low. However, if it was the employee fund established within their own company, it was entirely different. This was the company's employee fund, which didn't require such complicated procedures. They just needed to complete the company's process and then get the boss's signature. As long as the boss signed it, the problem would be minor. Thus, this calming pill was incredibly important for Qingfeng Company. The employees were already very satisfied with Qin Tian, and now with the establishment of this employee fund, they were overjoyed. This is just too good. I've heard that the boss of Qin Tian's company is a really nice person. I didn't believe it before, but now I finally do. I really didn't understand this operation by our boss. He actually made the employee fund happen. It seems the boss truly intends to implement these employee benefits in our company. Indeed, employee benefits have already started. I heard the boss is now discussing acquiring a dilapidated building in the suburbs. Although it's somewhat remote, the environment there is really good. Just like the employee dormitory at the headquarters, which was originally commercial housing. With a little renovation, it can be used as dormitories. The headquarters employee dormitory even has free parking. It's hard to imagine just how good the benefits are. I won't say how good it is, but our current work is all about this process of speaking. If that's the case, staying here a bit longer will soon allow us to save enough for a down payment on a house. That's true. If we consider that our expenses are covered, we've basically saved all our money. At this rate, if we save for a year with our current salaries, won't we be able to buy a house? The most important thing is that without all those miscellaneous expenses, we really are saving money, and the workplace rules they've set are genuinely refreshing. I haven't worked in such a company for a long time. I won't say anything more. From now on, I'll treat this company like home. If anyone dares to do anything to the company, I'll be right there with them. Now I understand why the employees of Xintian Company are so protective of it. If it were me, I would do the same. I have to say, this action has put all the employees of Qingfeng Company in a joyful atmosphere. Although the HR department of Qingfeng Company is also hiring, the number of people they are hiring is very small. After all, they are only hiring what they need, everything else doesn't matter. As for the employee benefits of Qingfeng Company, they have quickly spread, creating a huge stir in the entire industry. What's going on? Xintian Company is going too far. It's one thing for their headquarters to do this, but their subsidiaries are doing it too. Don't they fear losing money? Exactly. There are so many employees at Qingfeng Company, if they want to maintain these benefits, how much will they lose? I can see it now, the boss of Xintian Company must be doing charity work. Otherwise, how could they provide such benefits to their employees? I think it's one thing for the headquarters to have such benefits, but now the subsidiaries have them too. This is really a bit excessive. I don't think it's excessive at all, I just feel that this is too blissful. Are the employees of Qingfeng Company just getting lucky? It's not just luck, benefits like this are hard to find anywhere else. So even if the employees of Qingfeng Company are asleep, they would wake up smiling. Goodness, I'm so envious and jealous, I can hardly imagine. Goodness, I even interviewed at Qingfeng Company before. I had passed the interview and was about to start working when I heard that Qingfeng Company was about to close down, and the boss was in debt. I ran away immediately. Did I miss my chance? It's not just missing a chance, you completely missed a golden opportunity. I heard that although Qingfeng Company is hiring now, it's only a very few positions. The threshold to enter the subsidiary is almost being trampled. Oh my, I had never seen such a scene at Qingfeng Company before. The current Qingfeng Company is no longer the same as before, they have become highly sought after. I don't know how many people want to join them. I heard their assessments have become quite strict. Oh my, I just left Qingfeng Company last month. Now I must be regretting it deeply. In an instant, many people in the industry were expressing their feelings, while those who had left Qingfeng Company were regretting it immensely. After all, for those who had left the company, wanting to return now is not a simple matter. Qingfeng Company has now become a subsidiary of Xintian Company, and even when their human resources department conducts selections, they must obtain the consent of the head office. This has created a very high threshold for their company. Such a scene has led many people in the industry to express their dissatisfaction, especially the bosses of those small companies, who are now feeling anxious and speechless. In their industry, an elite group has also been formed. In fact, this so-called elite group is just a coalition of small company owners coming together to discuss their business matters. Now, countless bosses in this elite group are venting their frustrations. What are we going to do? Xintian Company is clearly undermining our market. Look at this situation, the negative emotions among my employees are growing larger by the day. If this continues, I might as well close my company, because my employees will definitely leave. Do you think my company is doing any better? The kids in my company are practically rebelling. Today, during work, they told me they wouldn't work overtime. Can you believe it? They really didn't work overtime, and it was a collective decision, clearly protesting against me. If this keeps up and I don't back down, they'll definitely leave. My company is the same, those kids are ready to revolt. The key issue is that all the employees in my company are young post-2000s. These guys don't care about anything. If they decide to leave, they'll leave immediately. Once too many of them go, we might as well prepare to shut down. Speaking of which, most of the people in our company are these young guys. None of us are in a good situation. We need to come up with a way to handle this, or else our company is really going to go under. What kind of way can we come up with? Xintian Company really isn't simple. I've heard they have over $1 billion on their books to support them. No wonder they are so arrogant. That kind of money is something we can't compete with. Even if we combine all our companies, we might not have that much liquidity. With no money, how can we fight against the wealthy? That's not the point. The point is that so many people online are protecting them. If we dare to stir up trouble now, we might as well give up. There will always be other ways to deal with them. When they come to negotiate cooperation, we can just pull some tricks to let them know our strength, right? That makes sense. What you said is very reasonable. I remember that my company has a partnership with Xintian Company. They have been buying our games and software. I can raise the price now and see how they respond. I think so too. We need to let Xintian know our stance, otherwise, if they keep this up, they will be infringing on our interests. Now many small company bosses have started to speak up. They believe they must let Xintian know their strength, so at this time, they plan to use some tactics against Xintian to make their stance clear. In today's society, where personal connections matter, there are many ways to deal with someone, and their methods can be used freely. Xintian, however, doesn't care about any of this. As soon as he arrives at the office, he opens the game and plays until the end of the workday. After getting home and quickly washing up, he immediately starts gaming again. It can be said that Xintian now treats this game as his job, completely focused on playing. For 2 consecutive days, Xintian did not stop, spending almost all his free time on this game. This scene naturally caught the attention of Chen Xueqing, who felt an indescribable emotion in her heart at that moment. She truly did not expect Xintian to take it so seriously. What had been a casual remark in the car was taken to heart by Xintian. Now, as he continuously played the game and improved his ranking, to Chen Xueqing, this scene was Xintian pursuing her. After all, Chen Xueqing had promised Xintian that as long as he could reach the #1 spot in the national server, she would be his girlfriend. Under these circumstances, Xintian was desperately playing the game, and Chen Xueqing naturally noticed. However, she could no longer bear to watch, as Xintian was indeed pushing himself too hard. Whenever he had free time, he would dive straight into the game, and throughout this process, his eyes never left the screen, which deeply moved Chen Xueqing. Seeing Xintian still in his room playing the game, Chen Xueqing could not take it anymore and quietly approached him from behind. At that moment, Xintian had just finished a game, stretched, and happened to see Chen Xueqing standing behind him. Xueqing, you came at the right time. Look at my account. I'm already in the top 100. Just give me 2 more days, and I can reach #1 in the national server. I tell you, when that happens, you won't be able to escape. You better be ready to be my girlfriend. As Xintian said this, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he looked quite pleased with himself. Chen Xueqing was speechless. Do you really have to be this serious? Look at you, spending the whole day playing games. Isn't that obvious? If I want to achieve my goal, I have to work hard. Xintian had a look of complete certainty. You, sigh, but you don't have to be this serious. If you spend all your time playing games, what about your work? I'm stuck in the living room watching TV, and it's so boring. What do you want me to do? Chen Xueqing's voice carried a hint of playful annoyance. Ha ha. It's fine. I won't be like this for long. Don't worry, I will definitely end this gaming phase within a week. You, forget it, if you want to play, then play. I can't be bothered with you. After saying this, Chen Xueqing turned and left. When she came out of Xintian's room, her face was extremely flushed, feeling both shy and happy. At the same time, she hoped that Xintian could really reach #1 in the national server, so they could break through this barrier. Facing Chen Xueqing's words, Xintian did not mind and continued to focus on the game. His gaming skills had become increasingly high. Overall, he had already surpassed the level of professional players, especially with the astonishing data he had created in the game. This led to a lot of attention from people online due to his impressive achievements. In fact, the game was currently very popular, and many people were paying attention to it, especially since it had entered the professional arena, which naturally attracted even more viewers. Wow, who is this master? He climbed into the top 100 of the national server in just 2 days. Yeah, I saw that his account was just an ordinary bronze or silver before, but now he's reached the master level. At this rate, it won't be long before he enters the top 10. I think it's more than that. I really don't know whose smooth account this is, it's too impressive. Just look at his kill count, my goodness, that's a lot. Isn't his KD too high? It's not just high, it's completely off the charts. The highest KD I've seen is just over 20, and he's jumped straight to over 40. What kind of international joke is this? Generally, those with such a KD are usually the ones using hacks. There's no way someone could reach such a terrifying KD without them, otherwise, who could achieve a KD of 40? I won't believe anything he says. Such a KD can only be achieved by someone using hacks. Even professional players reaching a KD of 20 is already impressive. I really can't stand these hackers. Playing games is supposed to be relaxing, but then you run into people like this. Now, the netizens were all discussing it endlessly. Although Chin Tian's ranking was only 87, his terrifying KD left everyone in shock. This KD value was simply too high. In shooting games like this, the focus is on the kill-to-death ratio. This ratio essentially reflects your number of eliminations. It's about the average per match. If you can kill 2 on average each match, your KD is 2. In such shooting games, the variables are too numerous, and no one can guarantee they'll get that many kills every match. Generally, streamers with a KD of over 10 are already considered terrifying, and professional players reaching a KD of 20 are top tier. But now, Chin Tian's KD had shockingly reached a terrifying 40. Even professional players couldn't achieve that, so most people regarded Chin Tian as a hacker. In shooting games, the existence of hacks is common, and those who use them can slaughter freely in the game. It's no longer surprising. More importantly, Chin Tian's ranking was rising too quickly, and his performance was truly terrifying. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached the top of the national server. After all, this game values not just points but also your eliminations per match. The more eliminations you get, the more bonus points you earn. The game mechanism emphasizes not just being first. While getting first place gives you a lot of points, if you also get many eliminations, your score increases even more. Because of this, no one believes such a KD value is real. Even professional players currently playing the game notice this performance, but they didn't take it to heart because, in their minds, no one could reach such a terrifying number. If he were really that impressive, he would have gone pro already. Why stay here? Many people are now wondering why Chin Tian's account has reached this level without being banned by the system. Why does this account still exist? Many netizens expressed their confusion. Accounts with such high KD values are usually monitored by the system, but this account not only hasn't been banned but continues to rack up these KD values, which is simply outrageous. I want to see how long this person can keep this up. Exactly, I also want to see when this account will finally be banned. Let's just wait and see. These hackers are really going too far, not even pretending to act. The vast majority of people online believe that the account Chin Tian won't last long before being banned. After all, his kill-death ratio is just too high. Although this means he can rank up quickly, it will directly attract the system's attention. Once the system takes notice, your account could be banned at any moment. The current system has a certain monitoring mechanism. If you're recorded, the system will conduct checks, and if they find anything suspicious, you'll be banned immediately. Right now, Chin Tian doesn't care about any of that. What he needs to do is push his account to the top rank as fast as possible. That way, he can win the girl and gain fame, which will directly benefit the company. There are many people in the industry who, on the surface, don't resist their companies, but secretly, there are plenty who are trying to trip them up. In this situation, Chin Tian should establish his own reputation beforehand. As long as his company's exposure increases, things will change, and he won't need to rely on anyone else. Anyway, Chin Tian has plenty of funds now. If they try any tricks, he can just burn money to counter them. Chin Tian wants to see who can outspend whom. In this industry, it's all about burning cash. Whoever secures the final victory is the ultimate winner. Of course, these are just small companies, and Chin Tian doesn't need to be afraid at all. As for the big companies, Chin Tian isn't intimidated either. After all, his company no longer needs to rely on anyone. It can be completely self-sufficient. Whether it's software development or game research, Chin Tian's company can manage on its own without needing help from others. Moreover, the emergence of the school training platform has greatly assisted Chin Tian. With this platform, Chin Tian doesn't need to join other companies' platforms or be held back by others. So now, Chin Tian doesn't care what these people want to do. He just needs to make his name known first, and everything else is secondary. Thus, Chin Tian spent another day in the game, and as he continued to push forward, his ranking kept rising. By the time he finished work in the afternoon, Chin Tian's rank had already reached second place. Now, he was just a few points away from first place, and he believed that with another 3 or 4 matches, he could surpass the top player and become the true number 1 in the national server. In this type of shooting game, the ranking system is quite good. It's not fixed. The more points you earn, the higher your rank. This gives many people a chance. In the past, many games had quota points, like the top 100 in the national server, which were limited. It was basically first come, first served, and if no one dropped out of the top 100, others couldn't get in. Now, this model has saved Chin Tian a lot of trouble. After work, Chin Tian and Chen Xueqing were having dinner in the cafeteria, but now Chen Xueqing was looking at Chin Tian with great interest. Aren't you the one who said you could quickly get your account to the national server's number 1? What rank are you at now? Chen Xueqing's voice carried a teasing tone, and she felt a sense of anticipation. For some reason, she really hoped Chin Tian could get his game account to the top rank. Qin Tian, who was eating, suddenly felt a bit displeased by Chen Shuiqing's words. Why do I feel like you're looking down on me? I tell you, I can reach the national server's #1 very soon. I'm already at second place. After tonight, you can wash up and be my girlfriend. As soon as Qin Tian said this, he made Chen Shuiqing laugh. You just know how to talk. Wait until you can really do it before you talk to me. Let me tell you, if you can't reach the #1 spot in the national server, then it doesn't count. Don't worry, I, Qin Tian, have always kept my word. I tell you, even if I have to break my own hands, I will reach the #1 spot in the national server, or else I will regret it for the rest of my life. I don't want to leave any regrets in my life, so I am determined to take that #1 spot. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me, that's what I say. Chen Shuiqing immediately burst into a bright smile, her heart feeling sweeter than ever. Qin Tian, when did you learn to talk so well? What you said almost made me believe you. Putting everything else aside, just for your attitude, how about we lower the difficulty a bit? By the time Chen Shuiqing said this, her voice had dropped significantly, and there was a clear hint of shyness in her tone. What she meant by lowering the difficulty was obviously to give Qin Tian some leeway. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. Wow, it seems this little girl still has feelings for him. If that's the case, his chances are looking good. Seizing this opportunity to win her over would be wonderful, right? However, Qin Tian also wanted to tease Chen Shuiqing a bit, to see how far her attitude had come. Lower the difficulty a bit? Then what do you think we should lower it to? Well, actually, reaching #1 in the national server is really too difficult. After all, you're not a professional player. It's not a simple task to reach #1, ordinary people can't achieve that level. How about we just lower the difficulty from #1 to the top 10? No, the top 10 is still too difficult. How about we drop it straight to the top 100? I think that should be pretty good. Chen Shuiqing was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized and changed her suggestion from the top 10 to the top 100. The top 100? Isn't that a bit too difficult? Qin Tian couldn't help but smile, wanting to see if Chen Shuiqing would lower the difficulty even more for him. However, upon hearing this, Chen Shuiqing immediately pouted. Qin Tian, don't push your luck. Lowering it to the top 100 is already quite generous. If we lower it any further, that won't do. If you don't even have this little determination, then don't think about chasing me. After saying this, Chen Shuiqing ignored Qin Tian and continued to eat her meal. But Qin Tian found it amusing. If it was the top 100, he had already achieved that and could easily take this opportunity to win over Chen Shuiqing. But Qin Tian didn't do that because he wanted to give Chen Shuiqing a surprise. He wanted her to see his determination. When he said #1, he meant #1. He was absolutely determined to take that #1 spot. When he eventually pushed his game account to #1 in the national server, Chen Shuiqing would be even happier, and that would be the real moment to win the beauty. Alright, then it's settled. Qin Tian agreed without hesitation. That's more like it. Hurry up and work hard, but don't play games for too long. After all, you are the boss now, and you can't let this game interfere with the company's business. There are so many people in the company waiting for you to provide for them. If something happens to you, the others won't know what to do. At this moment, Chen Shuiqing couldn't help but remind him a few more times. Don't worry, I understand everything you said. I'm more anxious than anyone else. I have my own ideas about my company. Once I reach #1 in the national server, I can use this account for advertising. You really plan to take this game to #1 in the national server, huh? Of course, I said that once we get there, we will definitely make it, just wait and see. Alright, enough talk, let's hurry up and eat. After we go back, we still have to play this game well. I plan to put in some effort tonight and see if I can directly reach the top of the national server. Qin Tian was no longer concerned about anything else, and his eating speed increased, as he was now filled with great motivation. By the way, Qin Tian, there's a class reunion the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go together? Chen Shuiqing seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to look at Qin Tian. A class reunion the day after tomorrow? What kind of reunion? How come I didn't know about it? Didn't we already have a reunion last time? Why is there another one now? Qin Tian felt a bit confused. No, I'm not talking about our university reunion. I'm talking about my high school reunion. When Chen Shuiqing said this, her pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. It's your high school reunion? I wasn't in the same class as you in high school. If I go with you, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? You're such a big fool. Although it's my high school reunion, don't forget that at our university reunion last time, you were like my boyfriend. This has already spread in my class group, and this time, boyfriends are allowed to come. Most of the classmates I knew back then already have boyfriends. If I don't bring one, it would indeed be a bit inappropriate. If you're free, come with me, if not, then forget it. Hearing that boyfriends were allowed at the reunion, Shin Tian immediately got excited. I'm free, I'm free. If it were something else, I might not have time, but for you, I will definitely make time. Even if I'm busy, I'll find a way to be free. Humph. At least you know how to be sensible. Chen Xueqing felt quite happy inside. After all, having Shin Tian accompany her to the reunion was a great choice. Moreover, at these high school reunions, many people had a competitive mindset. Just like the last high school reunion, most people brought their boyfriends and girlfriends, which led to many unpleasant moments for Chen Xueqing. After all, she didn't have a boyfriend back then, and now bringing Shin Tian along would not only save her a lot of trouble but also spare her from those annoying people. Speaking of which, Chen Xueqing had always been the class beauty during her school days, so many people pursued her. Because there were so many suitors and flatterers, there were a lot of rumors, especially jealousy from the other girls in the class. Women's jealousy can be very strong. Chen Xueqing had a large group of men around her, all wanting to win her over, while the other girls were completely ignored, which led to many feeling resentful. So at the reunions, many of the girls would constantly annoy Chen Xueqing, especially their boyfriends, who all looked wealthy and ostentatious, greatly satisfying their vanity. Chen Xueqing never thought of showing off in front of them. She just wanted to bring a boyfriend along so she wouldn't have to endure their constant displays of affection. After all, there were always people talking behind her back, saying things like, "Isn't she so pretty? Why hasn't she found a boyfriend?" Such comments were particularly uncomfortable to hear. If she brought Shin Tian along, it would prevent some people from saying those annoying things. Shin Tian has now agreed to Chen Xueqing, so he can prepare for it when the time comes. After returning home, Shin Tian didn't make any unnecessary moves. He simply washed up and immediately entered the game, starting his relentless charge. In fact, Shin Tian was getting closer and closer to the first place. He just needed to push a little harder to easily take the top spot. Although this profession involves intense training every day, they also lose points during such training. After all, professional players not only charge forward in the game, but they are also honing their gaming skills, so they generally increase the difficulty for themselves. It is precisely because of this increased difficulty that they are likely to encounter many unknown situations in the game, which cannot be compared to Shin Tian's current state. Shin Tian didn't need to train himself at all, he just needed to rack up points. As long as he piled up the scores, he would surpass the first place. Once he reached the top, Shin Tian would be able to make a name for himself, and he could simply hand over this account to the public relations department to handle. It was expected that the public relations team would easily resolve this matter. After all, the public relations team exists to enhance the company's image, and by handing them this account, they would surely maximize its value. So now, Shin Tian was continuously slaughtering in the game. He didn't care about anything else, his only goal was to reach the number 1 spot in the national server in the shortest time possible. He completely ignored any rumors. In the game, he focused on eliminating enemies to gain more points. Shin Tian did not hide his talent and ability in the game at all, directly killing his opponents mercilessly. He played the game like this until after 11 at night when he finally stopped. Looking at his ranking on the game leaderboard, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Shin Tian's face, because with his superb gaming skills, he had become the undisputed number 1. This leaderboard was not simple, it represented the rankings within the national server. Now that Shin Tian had reached the top of this leaderboard, it was enough to prove that he was indeed the best in the national server. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The key was that Shin Tian's score was a full 40 points higher than the first place. What does 40 points mean? For a professional player, gaining over 40 points in a day is quite challenging. After all, in high-ranking games, the opponents encountered are very strong, so it is nearly impossible to dominate in such matches. It can be said that once you reach the top 10 in the national server, it becomes very difficult to earn more points. But now, Shin Tian had achieved this, he was indeed over 40 points higher than the first place, which meant that his number 1 position was well deserved, with no room for debate. At this moment, Shin Tian unhesitatingly took a photo of himself and shouted towards the living room outside his room, "Xueqing, come in quickly and take a look. Am I not the rightful number 1 in the national server?" Hearing Shin Tian say this, Chen Xueqing, who had been watching TV, was immediately surprised. She quickly stood up and came to Shin Tian's computer. When she saw Shin Tian's ranking on the game leaderboard, a smile broke out on her face, and her pretty face turned rosy at that moment. "Shin Tian, didn't we already say that as long as you made it into the top 100, that would be enough? How did you end up with the first place?" "Ha ha. Yes, I have indeed made it into the top 100, but I feel that's not enough. To express my sincerity and determination, I must strive to become the number one in the national server. What do you think? Now that I've done it, what do you say? You promised me before that as long as I reached the top of the national server, you would be my girlfriend. It's time to fulfill that promise. At this point, Qin Tian's gaze kept wandering over Chen Shueqing. This girl was truly beautiful, not only good-looking but also with a great figure, her skin fair and rosy. Qin Tian had been moved for a long time, but he had never acted on it. Now that he had this opportunity, how could he let it slip away? You really did it, then there's no helping it. As a person, one should keep their word. Chen Shueqing was overjoyed inside, but her words remained tough. After all, as a girl, she had to maintain some modesty. She certainly couldn't appear too proactive, or it would seem cheap. Hearing this, Qin Tian could no longer hold back. He stood up, reached out, and embraced Chen Shueqing. You. Feeling Qin Tian's embrace, Chen Shueqing couldn't help but shiver. After all, she was an innocent girl, and feeling the masculine aura emanating from Qin Tian stirred a special feeling within her. At that moment, Chen Shueqing felt both fear and anticipation. Shueqing, you must agree to me tonight. I spent several days and nights to reach the top of the national server, dedicating all my time to gaming. Do you know how much effort I put in? This was all for you. Qin Tian's words were somewhat half-true, half-false. Chen Shueqing felt a little touched. Don't worry, I, Chen Shueqing, have always kept my word. This statement clearly indicated her personal stance, and Qin Tian knew that tonight was the moment for him and Chen Shueqing to take that final step. In this situation, Qin Tian naturally wouldn't back down. After all, he had been waiting for this night for a long time. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for both of them. They had lived together for so long, and only now were they breaking through this barrier, which had indeed been quite a struggle, especially since Chen Shueqing was such a stunning beauty. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also excellent. Every night when Chen Shueqing came out after her shower, Qin Tian had to endure a wave of inhuman torment. The feeling was truly unbearable, and now he could finally resolve that discomfort. The next day, because they had spent too long the previous night, Qin Tian and Chen Shueqing both woke up late. Qin Tian, I need to take a day off today. I'm just too tired and don't want to go to work, Chen Shueqing said, her voice clearly lacking energy. Seeing Chen Shueqing looking so weak, Qin Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He got up to wash up, not insisting that Chen Shueqing go to work, knowing she was indeed exhausted and needed some rest. Now that they had completely crossed that line in their relationship, they had become much closer. Qin Tian didn't think too much about it. After a simple wash-up, he headed straight to the company. However, he had no idea how much impact his achievement of reaching number one in the national server had caused. His account was simply incredible. Previously, when he was in the top 100, his K/D ratio was already over 40. Now, having reached the first place in such a short time, how high would his K/D ratio soar? Now, Qin Tian's account was the number one in the country, and his K/D ratio had reached a terrifying 50+. Goodness, that's equivalent to eliminating 50 players in each match. What a terrifying number that is. Each game has about 100 players, which means you've directly eliminated half of them. Even professional players find it hard to achieve this, unless they are those who are flying high with hacks. They can manage such feats. Now, Qin Tian's account has even reached the top of the national server, leading many to believe that Qin Tian has become utterly arrogant, creating such data and still daring to climb the rankings? My goodness, how arrogant can this person be? They manipulate the data like this and still dominate the leaderboard? I think so too. This person is so arrogant. Why not just ban them outright? Goodness, could this be the game company's favorite child? With data like this, I'm truly impressed. If they aren't cheating, I'll chop my own hand off. I feel the same way. Mainly, this person is too arrogant, and I can't stand it anymore. With data like this, they dare to aim for first place? Just wait, this account will definitely be banned soon. Brothers, let's not say anything more. Let's quickly push this post online. We need to see just how arrogant these hackers really are. Exactly, we need to push it up. Naturally, this trending topic online has caught the attention of the game company. This game company is a recently emerged small gaming firm. They were a small company but exploded in popularity because of this game. Therefore, the construction of this game company is not very complete, yet they are still working hard to investigate Qin Tian's account. After all, this incident is too sensational, and the whole internet is watching. Now, this matter has been criticized by netizens and has trended. Such major events fermenting in the mouths of netizens are a completely different existence. In today's internet society, any particularly tumultuous event will immediately trend. And Qin Tian's account is indeed quite strange, and the data is astonishingly terrifying. No one would believe that Qin Tian's account is purely legitimate. Even the game company's dedicated inspectors are currently working hard to check Qin Tian's account. What's going on here? It seems this account really is playing purely legitimately. We found no traces of cheating. Come and take a look, their gameplay is really impressive. You can tell they have many years of experience. This shouldn't be a hack, they must be genuinely skilled. How is that possible? No matter how skilled they are, it's impossible to have a KD ratio over 50. Have you seen any professional player achieve that? Exactly, they're not a professional player, it's simply impossible. Even the top professional players today wouldn't dare to guarantee a KD ratio over 50, reaching 20 is already impressive. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Look more carefully, this matter is really heating up online. If we can't find evidence to ban them, our company's reputation will be ruined. I truly can't find any traces of cheating on this game account. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself. Sigh, if it really comes to that, then just ban them directly. Their KD ratio is just too terrifying. I'd say there's an 80% chance they're cheating. You can't just ban someone else's account at will. If he really is cheating, then we have to ban him. If he isn't cheating and we go ahead and ban his account, this situation will escalate, and our company will have an even harder time surviving. So until we find absolute evidence, we must not act recklessly, the public relations manager of the company quickly explained. After all, their company was currently investigating Qin Tian's account to quell the online public opinion, and they certainly couldn't afford to make things worse. If a wrongful ban occurred and the other party questioned it, their gaming company would be ruined, especially if the other party made a big deal out of it. They would have no chance of surviving. One must not underestimate the pressure of public opinion. Once a wrongful ban happens, they would be pushed to the forefront of controversy. Therefore, they had to conduct a thorough investigation. If it turned out that the other party wasn't cheating, they not only wouldn't ban him but would also commend him. Alright, we'll start the investigation immediately. If there's any trace of wrongdoing, we will ban this person right away. The gaming company had no way out and could only begin their work. What they needed to do now was to diligently investigate this account and see if there were any unusual operations. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they found no evidence of cheating on this account. This situation was quite different. Manager Liu, we really haven't found anything wrong with this account, and we can even prove that he is a legitimate player. We can look at his operations, his awareness is really strong, and his reactions are very quick. This isn't something an average person can achieve. We're speculating whether he is a professional player. Could it be that a skilled player is using a smurf account? That's not very clear. As long as we investigate and confirm he isn't using cheats, that's enough. You all should show the evidence you've gathered to everyone, and also make all the battle records in this account public so they can see for themselves if there are any issues. Now, the gaming company had no other options. All they could do was release this evidence and all the conditions for public scrutiny. When these battle records were released, all the netizens were astonished because the vast majority believed this account must be using cheats, otherwise, it wouldn't have such impressive results. However, the answer given by the gaming company was that he wasn't cheating, this was all his true skill. Such a result was unacceptable to anyone. Seriously? A real gamer? Bro, don't joke with me. With such a terrifying KD ratio, if it's not cheating, I really don't believe it. You can go check it out. All the battle records of this account are now open. The gaming company did this on purpose so we can see if there are any issues with his records. I just checked, and to be honest, his gameplay really has no problems. I've seen it too. His reaction time in the game is extremely fast. It's clearly the kind of operation that only someone with strong gaming skills can perform. If that's the case, could he really be a strong professional player? My god, if that's true, then isn't he very strong? But I haven't seen any professional player in the competitive scene who is this strong. Even the strongest professional player I've watched in a livestream only had over 30 kills in his best game. When could a KD ratio reach 50? This gap is just too big. I don't think there's any possibility. The game results have been released, but I still can't believe these are real players. It's just ridiculous. For a moment, discussions online were constantly happening. This also led to the matter escalating on the internet, with countless people talking about the topic, whether they were knowledgeable or not. The topic, which was already trending, suddenly became even more explosive, capturing the attention of the entire network. As the instigator, Qin Tian was currently in a conference room holding a meeting with his employees. Qin Tian was discussing the specifics of a certain community with the company's staff, as Lu Chuxia had successfully acquired that community. Their finance department had directly transferred the money, which meant that the abandoned buildings now belonged to Qin Tian's company. Now that this area of abandoned buildings has been registered under our company's name, we can properly discuss the regulations for the company dormitories and the level of renovation. I think we can still use the current specifications for these dormitories and some of the rules. What do you all think? Every time Qin Tian held such meetings, he would inform his employees of his thoughts, but the employees had long since become numb because they knew Qin Tian was very stubborn. Although it was called a meeting, it was essentially a one-sided announcement from Qin Tian, who had no intention of considering the employees' opinions. President Qin, is it useful for us to make these suggestions? No matter what we propose, you won't accept it. I think it's better for you to just decide how it should be. Yeah, anyway, President Qin, you are the boss of the company. Whatever you say goes, we have no objections, the employees chimed in one after another. However, upon hearing this, Qin Tian frowned. What do you mean by that? I, Qin Tian, hold this meeting to hear your opinions. If there are suitable suggestions, I can consider them. I'm not saying I want to be a dictator, nor am I saying that just because I'm the boss, everything has to go my way. So if anyone has any opinions, feel free to bring them up. Faced with Qin Tian's words, everyone remains silent. I'm serious. If the suggestions you make are useful, I can really consider them. At least you have to put forth your opinions so I can see if they are appropriate. If you don't even express your opinions, how will I know if they are suitable? As long as the proposals are good for the employees, I will definitely consider them. Qin Tian spoke again, knowing that his behavior indeed had a hint of being domineering. For many employees, they had already become numb, which is why they wouldn't bring up such matters. Now, Qin Tian didn't care about that. He just hoped the employees would provide more opinions to see if there was anything he could adopt. Listening to the employees' voices and understanding their needs would allow for better welfare arrangements, making all employees feel at home in the company. In this way, wouldn't it be easy to gain a sense of belonging? President Qin, we actually think that the dormitories shouldn't follow the current specifications of our company, as this would greatly impact the company's scale. First of all, we have already arranged for dedicated transportation and provided them with free dormitories, which is already a very good welfare treatment compared to many companies in the market. So I think the scale and specifications of the company dormitories can completely be differentiated from those of ordinary employee dormitories. While the abandoned buildings have not yet been fully developed, we can build according to the standards of company dormitories. It's just like those companies before, having dormitories in the Magic City, but a dormitory can accommodate 10 people, which can greatly save costs. Yes, I think this is a very good choice. For people nowadays, a dormitory is just a dormitory. There's no need to make it like a commercial apartment. If everyone has their own private room, then the company would need to build even more dormitories. This was the only suggestion put forward by these senior employees. Qin Tian opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly felt like laughing. Alright, I know what you're thinking. You just want to tell me to save costs and use them wisely, right? I'm not afraid to tell you that I've never thought about lowering the benefits and standards for employee dormitories. In fact, I'm even thinking about raising them to see if we can make employees more satisfied. If you have suggestions, I think you can propose them in the opposite direction. Let me see if there's a possibility of adopting them. Many employees couldn't help but laugh at Qin Tian's words. President Qin, please don't joke like that. The benefits of the employee dormitories are already good enough. What more do you want? Do you want to turn the dormitories into single apartments with all the amenities? Exactly, President Qin, a dormitory is a dormitory. It can never be compared to those rental houses outside. So let's not make a fuss about it. As long as it looks like a dormitory, that's enough. The rest doesn't matter. I think just putting in 2 iron beds would be more than sufficient. The iron beds they mentioned were the typical bunk beds. One bed can accommodate 2 people. Originally, everyone was just joking because they knew Qin Tian would definitely not adopt it. After all, with Qin Tian's stubborn nature, it was absolutely impossible for him to lower employee benefits. But what happened next surprised everyone. Hey, the suggestion just made by someone was actually quite good. Why didn't I think of this before? We can completely decorate the employee dormitory like a single apartment. After all, it's still decoration. Even if we turn the company's dormitory into that kind of single apartment, the cost won't be much higher, and it would allow everyone to rest better and more comfortably. Not bad, not bad. This is a very constructive suggestion you've made this time. I will seriously consider it. When Qin Tian said this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Really, I think this single dormitory idea is better than the ones you proposed before. If you have more suggestions in this regard, feel free to bring them up. Anyway, I'm also planning to build this community, so building it together would be a good choice. Once Qin Tian said this, the employees present erupted again. They all wore speechless expressions. Now they really didn't know what to say. Alright, do you have any other suggestions? If not, let's adjourn the meeting for now. Next, the finance department should prepare a plan for me to review. If it's feasible, I'll sign it immediately and then find someone to start implementing it. We must build this dormitory as quickly as possible. After all, so many employees are waiting, and we can't keep them waiting too long. Seeing that no one else was speaking, Shin Tian made a decisive conclusion. What else could the people present say? They could only nod in agreement, because they knew that if they continued to talk, Shin Tian might come up with some unexpected ideas. So everyone expressed their tacit approval, which was the most appropriate response. Soon, Shin Tian returned to his office, but he no longer continued playing games, as he had already achieved the top rank and didn't need to work so hard at gaming anymore. What Shin Tian needed to do was to check the online discussions. In fact, he had already seen the buzz about his account rising to the top of the national server early that morning, and he noticed that many people were questioning his skills. Shin Tian was aware that his performance was a bit too flashy, which was why netizens were skeptical. The current shooting games were filled with advanced technology, and players were complaining bitterly, leading to a lot of resentment towards those who exploited these technologies. They were ruining the balance of the game, depriving other casual players of any real gaming experience. Shin Tian's achievements were indeed too reminiscent of cheating. No one would believe him, yet there was nothing wrong with his performance. His skills were still impressive. After all, netizens had clearly seen Shin Tian's various impressive maneuvers in the game. Without the ability, he simply couldn't pull them off. So now, there was a heated debate online, and Shin Tian was enjoying watching the arguments unfold. It was quite interesting to read the comments. The discussion had split into two factions. Some believed Shin Tian was cheating, while others insisted he wasn't. The voices of both sides intertwined, making it quite entertaining. In the past, Shin Tian had never seen anyone comment on him online, so it felt distinctly different now that people were stepping up to voice their opinions. While Shin Tian was happily engrossed in the netizens' comments, the company's employees were also discussing the matter. Have you heard? The company's benefits have come through. The small community we bought has now been handed over to the company, and President Shin plans to renovate these unfinished buildings. What do you think we should do next? What else can we do? President Shin insists on turning them into employee dormitories. What can we do about it? You know how stubborn President Shin is. Do you think a few words from us can stop him? That's true, President Shin's stubbornness is impossible to change, but overall, what he's doing is fantastic for us employees, especially the dormitories. It's simply beyond words. That's not the main point. The main point is that I heard President Shin plans to renovate those unfinished buildings into single apartments. No way! Turning those unfinished buildings into single apartments? Isn't that a bit too good? It's not just good, it's more than that. You have to understand that those single apartments are meant for one person, each with its own room. When we used to live in those single apartments, it cost at least 4,000 to 5,000 a month. If the company provides such single apartments, that would be truly great. Brother, that's not just about eating well and sleeping well. It's about being comfortable in both. It's like a divine treatment. I've never seen any company offer such benefits. If President Shin really turns those unfinished buildings into single apartments, wouldn't we be at a loss? The dormitory we live in now isn't bad. It's like a commercial apartment, but it can't compare to a single apartment. What are you talking about? The dormitory we live in is already quite good, okay? Don't be fooled by how nice those single apartments seem. In fact, dormitories like ours, in the form of commercial apartments, are the best. After all, our commercial apartments are fully equipped. Take another look at those single dormitories, all separated like those coffin rooms people talk about. That's true, I also think the kind of house we live in now is better. But that's not the issue we're discussing. What we're talking about now is how great the things Shin has done are, and whether they will have an impact on the company. I say you people are worrying for nothing. Shin isn't afraid, so why are you all scared? I still stand by what I said, just do your job well, why worry about everything else? Are you afraid the sky is going to fall? Ha? Who's that colleague upstairs? How can you talk like that? Yeah, we need to remember our roots. This isn't about remembering our roots, it's just that you all worry too much. I think you're completely overreacting. You really don't need to worry so much, just do the work in front of you. The company isn't as fragile as you think. So, everyone just focus on your own work, and don't worry about the rest. Shin has brought the company to this level, he must have the ability. Are you questioning Shin's capability? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly sparked dissatisfaction among the colleagues in the group. Is this person upstairs even from our company? Look at what they're saying. When did our colleague group allow in people we don't know? Right, we need to find out what's going on. Check who this person is and whether they are actually an employee of our company. In no time, various administrators in the company began to investigate the account that had just spoken in the group. Chin Tian, who was playing on his phone, was momentarily stunned. No way, are they really taking this so seriously? I just said a few simple words. Does it have to be like this? They want to check my account? If they do, that would be terrible. Although Chin Tian wasn't using his own account, he was using a secondary account, which was verified. If they continued to investigate, they might actually trace it back to him. So, Chin Tian quickly exited the colleague group and then used his computer to change some specific information of the account, at least erasing his name. Otherwise, if they found out, how would he explain it? What's going on? As soon as we mentioned checking this person, they left the group, and now we can't find any information about them. I said it, anyone from our company wouldn't say such things, they must not be from our company, who knows where they came from. Let me remind everyone here, apart from our company's people, anyone else will be responsible for being pulled into the company, otherwise, they will all be kicked out of our colleague group. Yes, that's how it should be done, to prevent some uninformed people from coming in and talking nonsense. It's really infuriating. While they were discussing these matters, another secondary account unknowingly entered. After all, with Chin Tian's current hacking skills, infiltrating such a colleague group was no problem at all. Achieving a silent entry into the colleague group was even simpler. As soon as Chin Tian entered, he saw everyone discussing that apart from company personnel, no one else should be allowed in. Watching the chat in the colleague group, Chin Tian felt quite pleased. So many employees are so concerned about the company. Once a sense of belonging is established, the number will surely be substantial. It seems he needs to think of ways to improve employee benefits. Let's see how to make employees feel a greater sense of belonging, thereby obtaining more resumes for the system. To be honest, although the talent of this top-tier gamer seems useless at first glance, it actually has a significant impact. Just the fact that his account can trend on hot searches shows how impressive this top gamer's talent is. With such skills to compete in professional matches, he is bound to hit the mark and gain fame. After all, no one dislikes a strong player. As long as you have the ability, you will always be the center of attention, which further solidifies Chin Tian's determination to gain more belonging value. However, the current situation is somewhat unusual because the company's benefits have nearly run out. If Chin Tian wants employees to feel a greater sense of belonging, he must find a way to improve their benefits. While Chin Tian was contemplating these matters, the online disputes gradually grew louder, especially the opinions and arguments from netizens, which flooded the internet. This created an increasing curiosity among online users. They wanted to know the specific answers and could only push this immense pressure onto the gaming company. With so many people exerting pressure on the gaming company, if they didn't take some action, they might indeed be overwhelmed by public opinion. However, this situation quickly reached Chin Tian's company. After all, Chin Tian's company is in this line of work and pays close attention to such matters, especially regarding the person who topped the national server. The terrifying data naturally drew their special attention. Particularly Chu Mingyue, although she is Chin Tian's assistant, she handles most of the company's affairs, so she is quite concerned about the company's direction. Now that such an incident has occurred online, Chu Mingyue naturally took notice. In Chu Mingyue's view, the company's current visibility is relatively low, so they need to boost their recognition, especially on the school training platform. Although the popularity is not low, if they want to increase it, they need to find a way. Now that this game incident has surged to hot searches, if they can take advantage of this opportunity to ride the wave of the game's popularity, it might yield unexpected results. Having realized this, Chu Mingyue didn't say much and directly approached the Public Relations Department. The manager of the Public Relations Department is a man named Chen Dong. Manager Chen, have you seen the recent hot search? Someone has shot to the top of the national server in gaming, but his stats are extremely terrifying. It's precisely because of this that it has sparked heated discussions among netizens. I want to ask, what exactly is the situation? Can you tell me? As the manager of the Public Relations Department, he must keep an eye on everything happening online. Especially regarding this trending national server number 1, Manager Chen has been paying close attention. Assistant Chu, the matter you mentioned is so hot online, how could I not know? If I didn't know about this, what kind of public relations manager would I be? Then, can you tell me what's going on? Well, it's not exactly like that. Anyway, there's someone who has been climbing the rankings for several consecutive days, and his ranking keeps rising, but his KD ratio is unbelievable because such a situation wouldn't even exist for some professional players. This has led to a lot of controversy online, with many people feeling that this person is simply too arrogant. Let's not talk about the technology for now. It's the first time I've seen someone so arrogant after using it. Because of this, the situation has escalated, but the game company has already assessed it from multiple angles and found that this person's gameplay shows no issues, as if they weren't cheating at all. Manager Chen no longer cared about the details and shared everything happening online. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyue fell into deep thought. If that's the case, the hype around this matter is indeed extraordinary. Speaking of which, our company really needs to ride this wave of attention. Can you get in touch with this person? Ride the wave? What wave? Riding the wave could boost our company's visibility. This company is quite well known in the industry, but still not enough in the gaming world. So, advertising at this time would be a great choice, but the usual advertising costs are just too high for me to bear. Choosing to ride this kind of hype at this moment seems like a good idea, Chu Mingyue said, her face lighting up with excitement. This was indeed a way to advertise. After all, such events usually attract a lot of attention, especially if the account owner steps forward. If they seize this opportunity to advertise, it would be a great choice. Many games or platforms suddenly become popular because they ride on the hype of such events. Chu Mingyue saw this point and wondered if she could get involved. I can try to reach out, but whether it will work is uncertain. After all, the information provided by this account is very limited. To contact him, I can only add his account, and whether he will be online or agree during that process is hard to say. Moreover, with such a popular account, many people will be trying to add him, making it easy for us to be overlooked. When Manager Chen said this, a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Contacting such an account is not an easy task, and he knew that Chu Mingyue was doing this for the company. Manager Chen also wanted to do something for the company, but he could only act within his means. He couldn't guarantee that he could make contact. Alright, since that's the case, do your best to reach out to this account. If you can get in touch, then everything is negotiable. If not, then let it go. Chu Mingyue naturally understood this and did not press further. Okay, Assistant Chu, don't worry. I'll contact this account right away. After leaving the PR department, Chu Mingyue returned to her office feeling somewhat exhausted. Since moving to the new office building, the offices here were quite spacious, so Qin Tian had arranged for Chu Mingyue to have a private office. Now, Chu Mingyue wasn't in a hurry. She sat at her desk, tiredly pinching the bridge of her nose. What should she do? Such a good opportunity couldn't just be missed, right? This was a great chance to make a name for the company. As she thought about this, she reached up to touch her head, and just then, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. Assistant Chu, come to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Qin Tian's voice came through the phone. Chu Mingyue didn't dare to hesitate. After hanging up, she hurried to Qin Tian's office. President Qin, what can I do for you? Chu Mingyue's attitude towards Qin Tian had become increasingly respectful. It's nothing special. I might not be coming to the office tomorrow due to some matters. I'll need you to help manage things at the company. No problem, President Qin. If you have anything to take care of, just go ahead. I'll keep an eye on the company's matters, and if there's something particularly important, I'll give you a call. Alright, since that's the case, I appreciate it. You're becoming more and more competent as an assistant. Very good, very good. I'm very satisfied. Qin Tian laughed heartily. President Qin, please don't joke like that. You've created so many employee benefits for the staff. We were just thinking of doing something for you. Moreover, this little matter is part of my responsibilities. If President Qin has any other needs in life, feel free to let me know. If I can help, Chu Mingyue, will definitely do my best to assist. Hearing this, Qin Tian nodded. I understand. If I need help, I'll reach out to you. By the way, are you dissatisfied with the current dormitory, or is there anything you need to complain about? President Qin, if we're talking about this, I really have to complain to you. The property management we have now is truly ineffective. Although they are supposed to manage our community, they don't do many things. Isn't this the property company you established before? I think you should have them make some changes, otherwise, at this rate, no one will hire such a property company. Chu Mingyue suddenly remembered the property management in the dormitory. To be honest, the property management there made many employees feel uncomfortable. These property staff were hired by Qin Tian and were part of a property company he established, but now they were doing nothing. It was like keeping them for free, yet they lounged around all day collecting money, clearly taking advantage of Qin Tian. What? I had someone from the HR department find those property staff. Are they really that incompetent? This caught Qin Tian off guard. After all, he had previously mentioned establishing a property company and had provided a plan for the company to handle it well. He had thought the property management would perform quite well, but he didn't expect Chu Mingyue to say this, which left Qin Tian somewhat taken aback. Although the property company was established, it hadn't been managed properly. How should I put this? I really haven't managed this property company much or inquired about it. I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems this property company needs to be managed properly. This was indeed unexpected for Qin Tian. In fact, he needed more employees now, and this property company was quite important to him, as it could provide many employees when he needed to hire in the future. President Qin, I think this property company doesn't need to exist. After all, there are too many such property companies in the market, especially those well-established ones. They are deeply rooted in the industry, and ordinary small property companies can't shake their position. I feel there's no competitiveness in this industry. It would be better to save the money and invest in other ventures, Chu Mingyue suggested. Such companies without certain management experience would definitely struggle, and the establishment of this property company was bound to incur losses. Although the business department had tried to negotiate deals, the results weren't very good. Besides their community, the property company had no other business. Chu Mingyue was also worried that the existence of this property would drag the company down. That's not the case. I think the main issue is that the management of this property company isn't sufficient. How about this? I'll have someone from the HR department hire some specialized property management talents to come back, so we can manage this property company well. President Qin, are you still planning to expand this property management company? I tell you, many people in the dormitory are very dissatisfied with this property management. They are the kind of people who only move when pushed. If you don't push them, they become as stiff as wood. It's very hard to manage a property company like this. That's exactly why I hired some professionals to manage it. As long as they are here, the property company will definitely be well managed. First of all, there is a reason I established this property company. I didn't set it up to take on other businesses, I did it to plan for the future. Because I will also be involved in the real estate industry later on, and there are some binding relationships in this industry. So for matters like this, let's not say anything. This property company must be well run. At this point, Chu Mingyue had nothing more to say and could only nod gently. Alright, President Qin. If there's nothing else, I'll head out. The company's business has been quite busy lately, and I have a lot to take care of. Indeed, Chu Mingyue had been busier than usual lately, so she generally wouldn't come to Qin Tian's office unless necessary. After all, with the company's expansion and the efforts of the business department, the company's operations had been increasing significantly. Many trivial matters in the company were handled personally by Chu Mingyue. Okay, then you can go back to work. Wait, President Qin, I have another matter to report to you. I have an idea, and I don't know if you agree. What idea? Let's hear it. I heard that recently someone played a game and directly reached the top of the national server, but his account's KD ratio is so high that many people think he is cheating. However, the facts prove that his skills are legitimate, and it has created a huge response online. Many people say he is a hidden master. Since this account is currently so popular, and we are lacking traffic right now, I think we can definitely contact the owner of this account and take the opportunity to run some advertisements. We can't fall behind in this kind of trend chasing. In the past, many games increased their popularity by riding on such trends. I think we can do the same. Who knows, it might make us an instant hit. Hearing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile, especially when Chu Mingyue mentioned the top player of the national server. He already knew who she was talking about. President Qin, what are you laughing at? I'm being serious here, I'm not joking. This kind of trend-chasing method has been used by many companies before, and we can use it too. As long as we handle it well, they will definitely help increase the visibility of our game and software, even bringing our company's name to more people. Chu Mingyue's face was filled with seriousness. She genuinely cared about the company. Qin Tian sighed and then waved to Chu Mingyue. Come over and take a look. Look at what? Chu Mingyue's face was full of confusion. She didn't understand what Qin Tian wanted her to see. Nothing, just come over and look at my account. I've been playing this game recently too. Qin Tian felt like laughing. The people in their company were constantly trying to find the owner of this account, but they didn't know that the owner was standing right in front of them. Especially seeing Chu Mingyue's serious expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He planned to tell her about his account. At this moment, Chu Mingyue came directly to Qin Tian's back, glanced at the screen, but didn't notice anything. After all, the game itself had an English name, so she couldn't see it at all, and on top of that, Chu Mingyue didn't really understand games. In this situation, she couldn't figure out what was going on. She simply took a quick look and then left her gaze. She had put almost all her thoughts into contacting that game account and hadn't really paid attention to these matters. Did you see it? Qin Tian turned around and asked Chu Mingyue. I saw it, President Qin. You're quite good at playing games, Chu Mingyue replied casually. Seeing Chu Mingyue's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Tian was instantly speechless. He could tell that Chu Mingyue hadn't really looked at his account. Originally, Shin Tian wanted to say something, but then he thought about it and couldn't help but feel playful. Since Chu Mingyue didn't understand, he might as well tease her a bit, let her worry for a couple of days, and then decide after he returned from the class reunion. Is that so? Of course. President Shin, with your busy schedule, to achieve such results in gaming is indeed impressive. I think if you have time, you could play more games. Who knows, you might even become the #1 in the national server. If you do, our company's reputation will soar. When Chu Mingyue said this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shin Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Goodness, you can say such things? Haven't I already reached the #1 in the national server? It's just that you don't believe it. Assistant Chu, if I told you I am that #1 in the national server, would you believe me? Shin Tian couldn't help but ask teasingly. I believe you, of course. President Shin, you're so amazing, how could you not be #1 in the national server? As soon as Shin Tian said this, Chu Mingyue laughed, though her smile was somewhat insincere, and her words had a hint of flattery, which amused Shin Tian. Goodness, I've already told you I'm that #1 in the national server, it's just that you don't believe it. Since that's the case, let you worry for a couple of days. Soon, Shin Tian finished his workday and returned home. After a day of rest, Chen Shueching had recovered quite a bit and was able to walk. She was sitting in the living room watching TV, and when she saw Shin Tian come back, she greeted him. Shin Tian, you're back. Have you eaten? Not yet. I was going to eat at the cafeteria, but considering you're at home, I didn't. I bought some groceries on the way back. You stay here and watch TV, I'll go prepare the food. Shin Tian knew that Chen Shueching was still a bit unwell, so he bought the groceries to make sure she had a good meal. After bringing the groceries into the kitchen, Shin Tian began to wash them. Now, Shin Tian's cooking skills were quite mature, so he didn't need to think too much. While handling the food, his mind was occupied with company matters. He kept thinking about how to make the company better and expand the staff even more. After all, although the company already had many employees, to create a greater sense of belonging, he needed to consider what to do next. The basic benefits for employees had already been provided, and now Shin Tian was contemplating how to give employees a stronger sense of belonging, which all stemmed from treating employees well. Now, with only 3 working days a week, for many employees, the benefits had reached their limit. What could be done to improve the benefits further? This was something that troubled Shin Tian. Speaking of which, it was indeed quite a thought-provoking situation. People usually worry about the development of their company to the point where their hair turns white, but Shin Tian is worried about the welfare of his own company, and his hair has also turned white. The gap between the two is truly significant. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have lost their words long ago. Shin Tian cooks quickly, and before long, he has laid out a table full of delicious dishes. At this moment, Chen Shueching doesn't say much. She slowly walks to the table and sits down, looking at the feast before her. Her mood is inexplicably good. Shin Tian, the food you make is really amazing. To be honest, I've been eating for so long and haven't felt sick at all. Instead, I feel very comfortable. I'm thinking, if I can't eat your cooking in the future, I really don't know what to do, Chen Shueching says as she eats Shin Tian's food, unable to hold back her words. Don't worry, as long as you're here, you'll always be able to eat my cooking. Just say the word, and I'll make it for you anytime, he replies. You're quite the smooth talker. How come I never noticed you could talk like this before? Chen Shueching says with a hint of annoyance, as if she finds the pace a bit slow. I used to be smooth-tongued too, you just never saw it, he retorts. Forget it, I don't want to talk about this. You should prepare well, tomorrow night we're going to that class reunion. The location is already set at the North China Grand Hotel. Just tidy up and come with me. Remember, dress nicely, don't embarrass me, she instructs. Don't worry, I definitely won't embarrass you. After all, this is my first time attending a class reunion with my girlfriend. I'll make sure to impress you, he assures her. That's more like it. Chen Shueching isn't shy anymore. After all, she and Shin Tian have already taken that final step together, so she doesn't feel the need to be coy. This is actually quite important for Shin Tian as well, so he doesn't say much. After a simple dinner, they watch TV together in the living room, and he casually asks about the class reunion tomorrow. By the way, when we go to the class reunion tomorrow, you need to be especially careful of someone named Zhou Langbing. This Zhou Langbing is not someone to be taken lightly. He might cause you trouble, she warns. He's had his eye on me since school, but he's really disgusting and pretentious. Last time at a class reunion, he kept trying to annoy me and deliberately make things difficult for me. Just ignore him when the time comes, Chen Shueching emphasizes, and from her eyes, one can see her strong dislike. It's clear that she truly detests Zhou Langbing. He keeps trying to make things difficult for you. Does he have a powerful background? If you say his background is big, it really is. Zhou Langbing's family is in business and has some money. Back in high school, he was the typical rich kid in class. I heard that his family's business has been growing, and he's become increasingly arrogant lately. But his character hasn't improved, if anything, he's become more ostentatious, she explains. I really have no good feelings towards Zhou Langbing. At this point, the disdain on Chen Xueqing's face is unmistakable. Her values are very upright. She has always been cautious about finding a boyfriend. Her belief is that she must find someone with good values and absolutely cannot be with those who rely on their wealth to act badly or have extremely poor character. Chen Xueqing is also very clear that those with terrible character will not lead to good outcomes if one associates with them. No matter what kind of background they have, or what abilities they possess, if their character is lacking, nothing else matters. Since there are no good feelings, why participate in this class reunion? Just don't go, why put up with this? Qin Tian felt very confused. If there were people he didn't like at the reunion, he could completely choose not to attend. Why must he go to the reunion to suffer? I actually want to skip it, but Zhou Langbing always tries to catch me, so whenever he organizes a reunion, he always finds other classmates to come and call me. If I don't go, it would be awkward, and since they come to find me repeatedly, even if I make excuses, I still have to go. Moreover, our teacher will be there too. I can ignore others, but I have to show respect to my high school teacher. After all, my homeroom teacher was quite good to me back then, and I want to see him. That's why I want to attend the reunion. Hearing Chen Xueqing say this, Qin Tian didn't say much more, just slightly nodded. Alright, then let's rest early tonight. Qin Tian didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer, and directly hugged Chen Xueqing, wanting to go into the room. But at that moment, Chen Xueqing called out to him. Don't get carried away. I'm still not feeling well, I can't go crazy with you right now. I know, I'm just suggesting you rest early. I won't do anything. Qin Tian naturally understood Chen Xueqing's condition, so he wasn't anxious. He could wait until Chen Xueqing's health improved before doing what he wanted. For now, hugging her to sleep was also a good choice. Chen Xueqing didn't say anything, allowing Qin Tian to hold her as they lay down on the bed. However, while lying there, Chen Xueqing suddenly spoke up. Qin Tian, I heard you really acquired that community, and you're already preparing to renovate it. I want to know what exactly you plan to do. Spending a fortune on employee dormitories and renovating them so well. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Not at all, I'm not afraid in the slightest. Don't worry, I have my reasons for doing this. You keep saying that, and I'm too lazy to deal with it. Just remember, don't make employee benefits so good in the future. It's already impressive for a regular company to have basic insurance and housing fund. Look at how you've turned the company benefits into something akin to charity. And the employees' salaries, you're paying them so high, and organizing all sorts of welfare activities in the company. Most importantly, you've even changed their working hours to 3 days a week, with everything else counted as overtime. You're practically giving them money. I've never seen a company where employees only work 3 days a week. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian not only didn't get angry but nodded instead. Let me tell you, what I want to do is not just to provide such good employee benefits. In the future, all the employees I hire will have the same treatment. I'm currently considering whether to set up a gym and Qingphone company as well. I even think the current employee benefits in the company aren't good enough. I plan to create a paradise for workers, with everything they need, so that employees can treat the company like home. Xueqing, think about it carefully. Besides these employee benefits, are there any other companies that offer better benefits than mine? No, I can assure you of that. Your company definitely has the best benefits in the entire industry, something all employees dream of. I don't think there's any other company in the industry with better employee benefits than yours. Even state-owned enterprises can't compare to the benefits you provide for your employees. At most, state-owned enterprises can allocate houses, but I think the dormitories you're establishing are even better than the houses they distribute. Chen Xueqing genuinely believed that the benefits at Qin Tian's company were outstanding, especially the employee benefits that were simply enviable. Distributing houses? Qin Tian frowned, murmuring softly. Yes, the distribution of houses in state-owned enterprises isn't something just anyone can get. It seems that only after reaching a certain age can one be allocated a house, and you have to work at their unit for at least 10 years to have your own house. This is a unique benefit of state-owned enterprises, and just this one benefit alone is something our company can't compare to. Good idea, Xueqing. You've really given me a great suggestion. The house distribution benefit is indeed a very good idea. How come I didn't think of it before? At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly slapped his thigh as if he had thought of something, and a very satisfied smile appeared on his face. This startled Chen Shueching, especially when she saw the smile on Qin Tian's face. She couldn't help but say, "Qin Tian, please don't scare me. Don't tell me you really want to distribute houses like the state-owned enterprises." Qin Tian nodded as if it were a matter of course, of course. When have I, Qin Tian, ever not followed through on what I say? What do you think of my idea? Chen Shueching rolled her eyes in annoyance. Nonsense. I don't even know what you're talking about. Don't forget, we're just a private enterprise, we're just a private enterprise, we're just a private enterprise. Important things should be said 3 times. Given our situation, how could we possibly compare to state-owned enterprises? Do you think the money we have comes from thin air? Although it seems like our company's account has a lot of funds, that money doesn't last long. The company needs money everywhere, and once something happens, what do you think we should do? Moreover, distributing houses is something our company can't afford. You know how high the housing prices are in Magic City. The land here is worth its weight in gold. People spend billions and still might not secure a piece of land. How could our company's strength support that? As soon as Qin Tian said this, Chen Shueching directly dismissed it, as distributing houses was simply too contrary to their company's interests. Even when state-owned enterprises distribute houses, there are certain conditions, and state-owned enterprises have inherent advantages. Whether it's acquiring land or anything else, they almost always need funds, and such a scale is not something an ordinary company can compare to. So when Chen Shueching heard Qin Tian mention distributing houses, she thought he was simply crazy. I know that building houses in Magic City is inherently very costly. I understand everything you're saying, but what I want to say now is that the reason I want to implement the house distribution benefit is actually to attract more capable employees to serve our company, especially those core members. I think you should understand better than I do that talent is more important than many resources. In this situation, what we need to do is attract more talent. Besides, when I talk about distributing houses, it doesn't necessarily mean those very nice houses. The houses our company distributes could be built in neighborhoods or similar places and then allocated to outstanding employees who contribute to our company. This way, we can stimulate employees' passion for their work and encourage them to create benefits for the company at all costs. Do you think my approach is bad? Chen Shueching was momentarily at a loss for words. I understand what you're saying, but this seems a bit too extravagant. The financial losses from these matters are not important. What matters is that we can create profits for the company. If we want to carve out a path in this internet market, we must present some real substance. As long as our company can produce some impressive games and software, we will definitely become a leader in the industry. Shueching, we can't be afraid of these trivial matters. In fact, there's no need to fear them. Even if we break them, we can rebuild. People who truly achieve great things have a broad vision and won't be concerned with these small issues. So you can rest assured, everything I do is well planned. After Qin Tian said this, Chen Shueching was left speechless. Every time I talk to you, you say the same thing. I don't even know what to say anymore. Forget it. I won't say anything. You can handle it yourself. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and rest. Chen Shueching didn't want to continue the conversation because she was afraid that the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. Rather than risk that, it was better to close her eyes and sleep, to avoid saying something that might lead the company to create some astonishing benefits. After all, every time Qin Tian had an idea or spoke, it was always surprising, which left her at a loss for words. Now, Chen Shueching even began to regret it. Had she known it would turn out this way, she shouldn't have mentioned anything about state-owned enterprises distributing housing. Forget it, from now on, whenever company matters are mentioned, I will just keep my mouth shut. Chen Shueching had made up her mind that if Qin Tian asked for opinions on company benefits, she would definitely be the first to remain silent. Earlier, Chen Shueching had found it strange that whenever someone in the company mentioned benefits, everyone would fall silent. Now she understood why. It turned out that once benefits were mentioned and Qin Tian accepted the suggestions, it would be impossible to retract them, no matter how hard one tried. So, it was better for Chen Shueching not to get involved in these matters in the future. The next day, Qin Tian did not get up to go to work but slept until noon. To be honest, sleeping until noon felt quite nice. When he was working before, he always hoped to sleep until noon because he believed that waking up naturally was the start of a beautiful day. However, after becoming the company's boss, he realized that to make the company succeed, he could not have the same mindset as the employees. Setting aside everything else, sleeping in until noon was not something a boss should do, so he made it a point to arrive at the company on time every day. Now Qin Tian finally understood why the bosses at the companies he worked for were always punctual. Especially when a company is just starting out, it is only right for the boss to lead by example. Once the company stabilizes, wanting to slack off or even skip work is not a problem, as the normal operation of the company would be entirely different then. After getting up and washing up, Jin Tian left with Chen Shuecheng. They were going to a class reunion that evening, so they needed to go out and get ready. Additionally, the location of the reunion was quite a distance away. Therefore, it was best to leave early. First, Chen Shuecheng took Jin Tian to a clothing store to carefully select outfits. By the time they finished choosing clothes, it was already noon. They had lunch at a restaurant outside, and after that, they headed towards the reunion venue together. This time, Chen Shuecheng was attending a high school reunion, so the chosen location was relatively more towards the outskirts of the magical city. Although it was the outskirts of the magical city, it was still a quite developed area. It was precisely because of this developed city that there was a significant flow of people, many advanced entertainment facilities were available, and many people liked to come here to spend, which also led to a gathering of wealthy individuals in this place. Since it was chosen by the rich second-generation Wan Langbing, the venue was relatively upscale. The dining place was a very high-end restaurant, and the private room they selected was quite spacious. When Jin Tian followed Chen Shuecheng into the private room, a few classmates were already waiting inside. Upon seeing Chen Shuecheng's arrival, everyone cast surprised glances. Of course, the surprise from these classmates was not due to Chen Shuecheng's arrival, but because of Jin Tian's presence. It should be noted that over the years, whenever Chen Shuecheng attended a reunion, she had never brought a boyfriend. Chen Shuecheng, you're here? Is this really Chen Shuecheng? Oh my, it really is Shuecheng, you're getting more and more beautiful. Shuecheng, it's been a year, and you've turned into a stunning beauty. By the way, Shuecheng, what's going on? We've never seen you bring anyone before, why did you bring a handsome guy this time? Is he your boyfriend? One of the female classmates who was closer to Chen Shuecheng quickly stepped forward to ask. Yes, this is my boyfriend Jin Tian. Let me introduce him to everyone, Chen Shuecheng said without any hesitation, directly pulling Jin Tian to introduce him to her classmates. Setting aside everything else, Chen Shuecheng and Jin Tian's relationship had genuinely become that of a couple, and there was nothing more to say about it. Chen Shuecheng began to introduce Jin Tian's identity, but she didn't mention that he was the owner of Jin Tian Company. She only said they worked at the same company, and that Jin Tian was now an executive there. So it's Mr. Jin. Mr. Jin is truly accomplished at a young age. To win over our Shuecheng, Mr. Jin must be an outstanding person, otherwise, how could he capture the heart of the beautiful Jin? Thus, Jin Tian and Chen Shuecheng's classmates began to chat amicably. However, as more and more people entered the private room, an elderly woman with slightly graying hair soon appeared in everyone's view. The appearance of this elderly woman immediately made everyone stand up and greet her, calling out, "Hello, Teacher Lee. Hello, students. It's been a long time, now you've all grown up, each one of you is so accomplished. As your teacher, I'm truly gratified to see this," Teacher Lee said after greeting the students, unable to help but express her feelings. "Teacher, all of this is thanks to your teachings. If it weren't for you tirelessly tutoring us in high school, none of us would have been able to get into college. Yes, we will never forget your kindness, teacher. By the way, teacher, how have you been lately? Is there anything we can help you with? If you need anything, just let us know. We will definitely do our best to help." Everyone present showed great respect for Teacher Lee, as the talents in their class all knew what had happened back then. Chen Shuecheng had also mentioned this to Jin Tian. In the past, their class had very poor grades. It could be said that they were the worst in the entire school, and they were almost given up on. However, their teacher never had such thoughts and tried every possible way to help them, even going to great lengths to tutor them. At that time, their class had the worst grades in the entire school. After their teacher's tutoring and hard work, they suddenly leaped to become a key class in the school, with grades ranking among the top. One can imagine how much effort their teacher put in. Now, all the students and teachers were chatting harmoniously. But soon, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a handsome man dressed very elegantly walked in from outside. Not to mention, this man's attire was indeed splendid, and he was quite handsome, with very fair skin, clearly showing signs of special care. Generally speaking, men who take the time to care for their skin are living quite well, as most people are too exhausted from life to pay attention to their appearance. The man who just walked in was none other than Zhou Langbing, the initiator of this class reunion. "Hello, teachers and classmates. Is everyone here yet? If everyone has arrived, we can start serving the dishes. Let's not just sit around, let's eat and chat at the same time," Zhou Langbing said as soon as he appeared, waving his hand and taking on the role of the host. In fact, most people in the class had no good feelings towards Zhou Langbing, and their gazes carried a certain degree of disdain. To put it bluntly, Zhou Langbing's character was really not great. "It's Zhou Langbing. You're getting more and more handsome. So, how is it? Have you settled down yet? It was Teacher Lee who spoke. Teacher Lee, I'm still not married. Finding a wife isn't that easy. Although my dad has arranged dozens of blind dates for me, none of them were suitable. To be honest, none of my blind date candidates can compare to Shu Etching, Zhou Langbing replied. How about this, teacher, you arrange a blind date for me with our classmate Chen Shu Etching. If it's someone else, I wouldn't be interested, but I'm sure I could be interested in Chen Shu Etching. Who knows, maybe after trying, I'll just marry her directly, Zhou Langbing said. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent, and one by one, their gazes turned to Qin Tian. After all, everyone present basically knew that Chen Shu Etching had come with her boyfriend. Now, Zhou Langbing barged in and directly mentioned wanting to go on a blind date with Chen Shu Etching, which was clearly disrespectful to Qin Tian. Everyone was at a loss for words. At this critical moment, Chen Shu Etching stepped forward to speak. Zhou Langbing, don't talk nonsense here. I've made it very clear that we are not suitable. There will be no blind date between us, and we have no connection. We are just classmates, so please don't say these nonsensical things. Seeing Chen Shu Etching again, Zhou Langbing's eyes lit up because he noticed that she had become even more beautiful compared to their school days. Shu Etching, you look really great. You're even more beautiful than before. Are you sure you won't consider me? You should know better than anyone that if you marry into my family, I can guarantee you a good life. You should also know that my family's business is getting bigger and bigger. Where else can you find a good man like me? As he spoke, a strong sense of greed appeared on Zhou Langbing's face. Everyone had long been accustomed to Zhou Langbing's way of dealing with people and even unanimously believed that he must have had a fever as a child that damaged his brain. Now, whether in his behavior or actions, he seemed particularly foolish, as if he were missing a few screws. Qin Tian looked at Zhou Langbing's piggish demeanor and felt extremely speechless. He had never seen anyone speak like that. Even if you wanted to pursue someone, you wouldn't say it like this, would you? Now Qin Tian finally understands why Chen Shu Etching dislikes Zhou Langbing so much. This guy is just a brainless person. Chen Shu Etching looks at Zhou Langbing's pig-like demeanor and shakes her head directly. Zhou Langbing, I don't know where you got the idea that there's a possibility between us. I've made it very clear that we are not suitable for each other, so you should give up on that. Moreover, I already have a boyfriend now, so please don't make such jokes in the future. As she speaks, Chen Shu Etching reaches out and wraps her arm around Qin Tian's. Well, this embrace is no small matter. It feels as if she has stepped on Zhou Langbing's sore spot. Since high school, Zhou Langbing has been very eager to win over Chen Shu Etching but has never succeeded. Now Chen Shu Etching says she has a boyfriend and even takes the initiative to hug Qin Tian. This is something Zhou Langbing absolutely cannot accept, so he involuntarily shifts his gaze to Qin Tian and starts sizing him up. Qin Tian has dressed up for this occasion, so he is not very low-key. The clothes he wears are all designer brands, and coupled with Qin Tian's good looks, he truly appears to be a perfect match with Chen Shu Etching. In an instant, Zhou Langbing feels a twinge of jealousy. Although Qin Tian was just a worker before, he has recently been the company's boss, spending time with employees, which has gradually changed his demeanor. Now, Qin Tian looks like a quality young man. With this change in aura, he stands out at a glance. Compared to Zhou Langbing, Qin Tian is several streets ahead. Just in terms of looks, Qin Tian is undoubtedly much more handsome than Zhou Langbing, and his attire is anything but casual. Everything he wears is designer, clearly worth a lot. Are you Chen Shu Etching's boyfriend? Zhou Langbing asks Qin Tian with a frown. Yes, I am Shu Etching's boyfriend. Nice to meet you, Qin Tian replies, remaining polite since he is, after all, Chen Shu Etching's classmate, and extends his hand. But Zhou Langbing merely glances at Qin Tian's hand, then turns his head aside, a cold smile on his lips. So what do you do? Hearing Zhou Langbing's impolite words, Qin Tian can't help but frown. To be honest, this guy's words are quite uncomfortable, but Qin Tian doesn't get angry. Instead, he politely responds, I develop software and games. Oh, so you work in software and games. That means you're some kind of programmer, right? I've heard that the workload for people like you is quite heavy. Looking at your frail body, you probably aren't in great shape, Zhou Langbing says without any courtesy. This really annoys Qin Tian. This guy is completely inconsiderate. To say someone is putting on airs right off the bat, claiming their clothes are rented, how polite is that? Saying such things on their first meeting is enough to show that this guy is not easy to get along with. Mr. Zhou, you're joking. Although I work in software development, I do have some money, Qin Tian replies. In front of so many people, he naturally can't act too rashly. After all, it is their first meeting, and he still needs to give Chen Shu Etching some face. Otherwise, with Qin Tian's temper, he would have already snapped back. Hee, what you said sounds even better than singing. If you ask me, you must have spent quite a bit on that outfit of yours. I guess you'll be eating dirt for several months to come? Zhou Langbing sneered disdainfully. Truly, he was looking down on others. No matter how good Chin Tian's temper was, he couldn't stand the constant sarcasm from this guy, which was really irritating. Mr. Joe, if you keep talking like that, it's a bit pointless, don't you think? Look at the brand of this outfit I'm wearing. I spent hundreds of thousands on it. Do you see any programmer who can earn that much in just a few months? Putting everything else aside, a programmer who can earn hundreds of thousands in a few months is already quite capable, okay? Since the other party was being so rude, Chin Tian decided not to hold back either and shot back directly. Zhou Langbing immediately frowned, seemingly not expecting Chin Tian to retort so boldly. But having been born with a golden key, he had no real concept of money. What's hundreds of thousands? There are plenty of programmers in my company who earn that much in a month. By the way, I also own a game software development company, and the programmers there all have incredibly high salaries. Forget about earning hundreds of thousands. Making over $1 million in a few months is no problem at all. Hearing this, Chin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mr. Joe, I'm a programmer in this field myself, and I know very well how much a good programmer can earn. Earning 30 to 40,000 a month is already quite good. No matter how strong the skills, it's impossible to earn hundreds of thousands in just a few months. Don't try to fool me. Why would I randomly fool you? Fine, for Shueching's sake, I can give you a chance. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you have the ability, you will definitely be valued in my company. Forget about hundreds of thousands, even $1 million can be easily earned. As he spoke, Zhou Langbing showed a proud expression. This made Chin Tian laugh. It sounded even better than singing. He had never seen a programmer with a monthly salary exceeding 100,000 in this world. Even the top ones only made around 40 to 50,000. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Joe, but I'm quite happy at my current company, so there's no need for you to worry about me, Chin Tian said with a smile, shaking his head. But Zhou Langbing was displeased at this point, coldly glancing at Chin Tian. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm looking out for you, and you don't even know how to cherish the opportunity. This is how your life will be. Just as Chin Tian was about to speak, Chen Shueching couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou Langbing, that's enough. Is that how you talk? Do you think having some money at home makes you special? What my boyfriend does is my business. What does it have to do with you? How much he earns is his business. He doesn't eat your family's rice. What are you acting all high and mighty for? If you don't welcome us, we can leave any time. Chen Shueching was genuinely angry. Zhou Langbing's words were really unpleasant, and she couldn't tolerate it. This was the first time Chin Tian accompanied her to a class reunion, and she intended to formally introduce him to her classmates, which was equivalent to acknowledging him. Zhou Langbing's various difficulties upon entering were truly affecting her mood, and Chen Shueching absolutely could not tolerate that. Moreover, after spending time together, she had seen Chin Tian's character clearly. She felt that his values were very upright, and they got along pleasantly. Besides, just now, Chin Tian had already been polite enough to Zhou Langbing, all for her sake. If she, as his girlfriend, didn't stand up to speak, it would indeed be unreasonable. Chen Shueching, I'm not talking to you right now, I'm talking to Chin Tian. Maybe he has such thoughts. Zhou Langbing couldn't care less about all that right now. A fire of jealousy was constantly rising in his heart, making him very uncomfortable, so he decided to teach Chin Tian a good lesson. He wanted to see if Chin Tian would agree to such enormous benefits. Once he did, he would think of all sorts of ways to humiliate him in front of Chen Shueching. Zhou Langbing didn't believe that after humiliating Chin Tian, Chen Shueching would still like him so much. Alright, everyone stop talking. Since all the classmates are here, let's take our seats. We haven't seen each other for so long, we should sit down and have a good chat. We can't just start arguing as soon as we meet. It was still Teacher Li who stepped up to speak. Seeing Teacher Li speak, Chen Shueching didn't say anything and took Chin Tian to sit down in a nearby seat. The other classmates also began to take their seats, and some even started to change the topic. After all, this was a rare class reunion, and no one wanted to make the atmosphere so tense. Only Zhou Langbing's expression seemed a bit off at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Chin Tian, as if he was always looking for an opportunity to deal with him. Alright, since we rarely gather as classmates, let's not bring up any unhappy topics. Shueching, I heard you recently graduated and started working at Chin Tian's company. I've heard of that company. They say the employee benefits are excellent, and they always prioritize employee welfare, Teacher Li said kindly, looking at Chen Shueching. This company is really good. I didn't expect you to have the chance to join it. That's great, Teacher Li continued. The other classmates chimed in. I've heard of Chin Tian's company too. It's indeed a very good company. I heard that everyone who works there doesn't want to leave, and they are even more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the boss is. Are you joking? What kind of company is Chin Tian's? You know very well that they provide 5 insurances and 1 fund as soon as you join. and they have a dedicated cafeteria and dormitories. Their salary and benefits are the highest in the industry. Which company can compare to that? Every employee who gets in says it's great. I heard they even have a special tea room and a gym. My goodness, these benefits are so much better than those of state-owned enterprises. I heard that countless people have tried to get into that company before but ended up with no way in. Yes, I also heard that when they were hiring, the entrance was packed with people. The scene was simply indescribable. When the topic turned to Chin Tian's company, everyone present began to discuss it, their tone filled with admiration for the company. Putting everything else aside, Chin Tian's company had indeed become very popular recently. Countless people had heard of it, and many wanted to join. This included the people present, but unfortunately, most of them were not in the right field, and even if they wanted to enter Chin Tian's company, it was unlikely. They could only envy from afar. How should I put it? I think Shueqing has the ability to enter Chin Tian's company. That's her skill. Speaking of which, Shueqing is the one who has done the best among our group of classmates. Yes, I think so too. Those who can enter Chin Tian's company are almost all elites in the industry. Everyone agrees on that. Everyone present had a unanimous positive opinion about Chin Tian's company. After all, for workers, Chin Tian's company was definitely a paradise, and when talking about this company, everyone had nothing but praise. By the way, Shueqing, when is Chin Tian company hiring again? You have to help an old classmate ask about it. If possible, get us in too. Let us see what this paradise for workers is like. Yeah, I think so too. The company I'm at now has decent benefits, but compared to Chin Tian company, it's like heaven and earth. There's really no comparison. If I get the chance to join Chin Tian company, I promise I'll resign immediately. I feel the same way. Shueqing, you must let me know when your company is hiring next. As more classmates spoke up, Shueqing began to feel a bit embarrassed. Okay, everyone, don't worry. If my company is hiring, I promise to let you know first. Now, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat quickly. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry too. Shueqing didn't want to dwell on this topic because she felt quite embarrassed, especially since Chin Tian was the boss of the company and he was sitting right next to her. What could she possibly say? However, while Shueqing was reluctant to continue the topic, some people were eager to keep it going. Zhou Langbing was very dissatisfied with Chin Tian, and now that Shueqing had a boyfriend, he wanted to show off and let her know just how excellent he was. Hey, classmates, have you forgotten? There's someone here who runs a business. I forgot to mention it before, but I now own my own company. I have 3 companies under my name, and they cover various industries, with registered capital exceeding 10 million. Right now, my company is in need of talent. If any of you are interested, you can come to my company. I can't promise anything else, but as old classmates, I will definitely take good care of you. Actually, you don't need to have too many expectations for Chin Tian company. If others don't know, I certainly do. Chin Tian company is not a good company. There are so many people in the industry discussing this company. When they started, they didn't even have a decent business. Although they now have a school motto platform, it still can't support their huge expenses. I suspect that there must be some special dealings behind Chin Tian company, otherwise, how could they possibly sustain it? Of course, this isn't just my opinion, many people in the industry have said the same. As Zhou Langbing spoke, a smug expression appeared on his face. However, Zhou Langbing's words made Shueqing a bit unhappy. To her, Chin Tian company was like family. Especially for Shueqing, Chin Tian was extremely important. Without him, her life would have fallen apart long ago. Zhou Langbing, do you even know what you're talking about? Our Chin Tian company is so well known in the industry for a reason. We are a good company, and that is beyond doubt. I ask you not to slander our company here. This could lead to legal consequences. Legal consequences? Shueqing, what are you talking about? Chin Tian company is just like this. Are you afraid of what others say? Besides, this isn't just me saying it, many people in the industry say the same. Otherwise, how could they support such huge expenses? Is it just because of this school motto platform? Are you kidding me? Moreover, I've heard that recently Chin Tian company has been buying houses for employees as dormitories. Honestly, I've never seen such operations. If they didn't have any business behind the scenes, I really wouldn't believe it. It's possible that this company exists merely as a transit station. Zhou Langbing was getting more and more excited as he spoke, showing no signs of restraint. What makes you say that? Do you have any evidence? If you do, you can sue me at any time. If you don't have evidence, please shut your mouth immediately, otherwise, I will definitely report this to my company's boss. Shueqing felt an uncontrollable flame rise in her heart when she heard someone slandering the company's reputation. She knew all too well what kind of company Chin Tian was. That's right, Zhou Langbing, you shouldn't be talking nonsense here. Many people say that Xintian has a great reputation. If someone hears you making these claims, they might sue you. I heard that Xintian is a company worth billions, with thousands of employees, and they recently acquired Qingfeng Company. Their scale is getting bigger and bigger. I agree. I think Xintian is quite a good company. If there's a chance to join, that would be great. Zhou Langbing, we appreciate your good intentions, but we still want to join Xintian. After all, the benefits there are really good. Putting everything else aside, I've been eyeing their dormitories for a long time. I heard their dorms are as good as regular apartments, and they even have private rooms. This kind of benefit is indeed excessive. In this city, just renting a single room costs several thousand. Having such free dormitories can save a lot of money. Plus, I heard that the longer employees stay at the company, the more benefits they enjoy. Who knows, maybe by then, they could even get a 2-bedroom apartment. A group of classmates chimed in, showing no interest in what Zhou Langbing said about his company, but were very interested in Xintian. They knew very well what kind of person Zhou Langbing was. He was just a flash in the pan, lacking any real talent. The only reason he could start a company was because of the money from his family. Generally speaking, companies like his were just for show, and there was no way to achieve anything significant. They understood that joining such a company had no future, as these companies were just playthings for rich second-generation kids, lacking any drive or space for development. Now that they had just graduated, everyone was aiming for a promising future. No one wanted to waste time in such a company, even if the benefits were good. Seeing everyone say this, Zhou Langbing's face immediately darkened. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Do you think my company is not good? Let me tell you, the registered capital of my company is quite high, and my family has great expectations for me. I plan to achieve something big. If you join my company and make a name for yourselves, I promise to give you stock options. Zhou Langbing wanted to throw out this olive branch. Whether these classmates joined his company or not didn't matter much to him. He mainly wanted to showcase his strength in front of Chen Xueqing. We'd better explore other companies, the people present echoed. This was equivalent to stepping on Zhou Langbing's tail. I really can't see what's so remarkable about this small Xintian company. Although their scale is large, their business doesn't even qualify as third rate. At this rate, I don't think it will last long before it goes bankrupt. Mr. Zhou, is it really okay for you to make such reckless comments about other companies? You have no idea what the company is like, yet you randomly comment here. I think Xintian's company is developing quite well, while your company may not be doing so great. Zhou Langbing had repeatedly slandered Xintian's company, and as the boss, how could Xintian tolerate it? At such a moment, Xintian had to stand up and fight back. I'm talking to my classmate right now. What does it have to do with you? Am I talking to you? Zhou Langbing was worried about finding an excuse to trouble Xintian, but now that Xintian said this, he instantly became energized, furrowing his brows and his tone becoming sharper. I am an employee of Xintian's company. You slandering my company, do you think that has nothing to do with me? I can clearly tell you that there is absolutely nothing false about Xintian's company. All the funds of the company are clear and transparent, and we certainly do not engage in any shady dealings behind the scenes. So I hope you will stop making such slanderous remarks about my company's reputation, otherwise, I will sue you at any time. Although Xintian had a good temper, it didn't mean he wouldn't get angry. This guy had repeatedly slandered his company, so why should Xintian be polite? So what if I say it? What do you, a mere employee, know? Do you even know what my company is called? Have you ever heard of Qingfeng Company? If you haven't, let me tell you, I founded this company, and I spent a lot of money to register it. Now the scale of my company has reached 300 employees. Do you know how much salary I need to pay every month with this scale? Do you know what my company's current turnover is? It might scare you to hear this, but my company's monthly turnover has long exceeded 10 million, so I've basically recouped my investment. Hearing Zhou Langbing's words, Xintian immediately laughed, feeling as if he had heard the biggest joke. I say, Zhou Langbing, are you too naive? You say your company's turnover exceeds 10 million. But have you thought about what scale Xintian's company is at now? If you don't know, I can tell you that Xintian's company now has over 1,500 employees, and the turnover of our recruitment platform has already surpassed 100 million. How can a small company like yours compare to such a big company? Xintian found Zhou Langbing extremely ridiculous, knowing nothing yet daring to speak out. So what if the turnover exceeds 100 million? With Xintian's current expenses, it definitely won't last long. I say, are you crossing the line? You're just an employee. Why are you helping this company so much? Even if you help him, he won't give you any benefits. Moreover, in my opinion, as an employee, what qualifications do you have to talk about these company matters here? Xintian couldn't help but laugh, especially seeing Zhou Langbing's ridiculous expression. He directly spoke up, "Who says I'm just an employee? You really have a low opinion of people. Who are you calling low?" Zhou Langbing immediately raised his head and casually picked up a nearby bottle, walking towards Qin Tian, clearly intending to make a move. Qin Tian calmly picked up a bottle beside him and stood up. "I'm talking about you. I've tolerated you for a long time. From the moment I walked in, you've been chattering non-stop. I've been giving you face not because I'm afraid of you, but out of respect for your connection to Shueqing. I haven't held it against you, yet you take advantage of it. Let me tell you, if you want to fight, then come on. I'm always ready. It's as if I'm afraid of you." Seeing that the two were about to fight, the classmates at the scene quickly rushed over to separate them. "Let's talk things over, there's no need to resort to violence." As the situation escalated, Teacher Li hurriedly stood up to mediate. However, Zhou Langbing, who had long been used to being arrogant and domineering, showed no respect for Teacher Li. "Get out of my way, I don't believe in this nonsense today." "Zhou Langbing, calm down. You're too impulsive, you haven't changed at all over the years. Why are you still like this? Acting on impulse like this can easily lead to trouble. After all, you're running a company now, you should think things through before acting." Teacher Li earnestly tried to persuade him, clearly demonstrating that she was a good teacher, treating both good and bad students equally, which is the virtue a good teacher should possess. But Zhou Langbing seemed to disregard her. "Get out of my way. When did it become your turn to speak? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you used to be my teacher, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. What era is this? You're still lecturing me? Out of respect, I call you teacher, but if you don't deserve it, I can make you leave any time. If it weren't for me, would you even be able to eat in such a high-end place?" Zhou Langbing's arrogant words instantly angered everyone. "Zhou Langbing, don't go too far. How can you speak to a teacher like that? I know you have some background, but you can't act like this. Don't forget how the teacher treated us, you can't be so ungrateful. Even if your family is wealthy, so what? Does having money mean you can look down on others?" Teacher Li had a deep sense of gratitude towards her students, and even when facing Zhou Langbing, they were not afraid because his words were simply too harsh. "He may have treated you well, but it doesn't matter to me. After all, whether I studied or not back then was the same. Besides, even if my grades were poor, I could still go to college. In this world, as long as you have money, you can go anywhere. Everyone step aside, today I'm going to teach this ungrateful brat a lesson." Zhou Langbing said, getting agitated, raising the bottle in his hand to strike at Qin Tian. At this moment, Chen Shueqing became anxious. She regretted bringing Qin Tian here. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have done it. Now, both sides were on the verge of fighting. "Zhou Langbing, don't be reckless. Qin Tian's identity is not ordinary, he is the president of Qin Tian Company, which he founded. If we're talking about wealth, can you compete with him?" At this moment, Chen Shueqing had no choice but to reveal Qin Tian's identity. This tactic proved to be very effective. As soon as she said this, everyone present gasped in surprise. Moreover, Zhou Langbing's raised hand hesitated, and a hint of astonishment and disbelief appeared in his eyes. The atmosphere at the scene instantly froze, with everyone wearing nearly identical expressions, staring in shock at Qin Tian. The silence was so profound that only their breathing could be heard. As for Qin Tian, he hadn't expected Chen Shueqing to directly reveal his identity. After all that had happened, he had grown and was no longer the impulsive young man he once was. Having been classmates for 4 years, he had long seen through the true nature of these people, and since they had little interaction, he didn't want to stoop to their level. He even felt that explaining himself was a waste of breath. As Chen Shueqing was about to continue talking about the restroom, Qin Tian directly grabbed her wrist and shook his head. "Forget it. We shouldn't stoop to their level. It's not worth ruining our health over them." Qin Tian gently stroked the back of Chen Shueqing's head, his voice incredibly tender, as if comforting a small child. But Chen Shueqing was somewhat indignant. She had witnessed Qin Tian's strength firsthand, and his reliability had helped her through the most difficult crisis. She felt she could never repay kindness with malice. Of course, the most crucial point was that ever since she and Qin Tian had established their relationship, she seemed to have transformed completely. She couldn't stand to see anyone bully Qin Tian or speak ill of him. So, she shook off Qin Tian's hand and boldly walked up to Zhou Langbing. Chen Shueqing looked at Zhou Langbing with a fierce glare, her disdain reaching its peak. With a cold smile, she said, "What's wrong, Zhou Langbing? Why are you silent now? Are you scared? Let me tell you, with your little broken company, you won't even know if you'll be able to collaborate with us later, and by then, crying won't help you. And I also work at Qin Tian's company. I know exactly what his salary situation is, much better than you do. I'll tell you the truth, Qin Tian's company indeed has over 1,500 employees, and it's quite large. The most crucial point is that Chin Tian's company is unlike any other. Here we can be ourselves without restraint. I can even say that all the employees treat the company like home. Not only do we work 4 days and rest for 3, but we also have 5 insurances and 1 fund, and we get paid for overtime. Each person can only work 3 extra hours a day, and the most important thing is that our work is very easy, the most scientifically balanced. Of course, the most important thing is that Chin Tian truly treats us like family. He considers every aspect of our lives, unlike some capitalists who only care about their own interests, like vampires who want to drain their employees dry. As she spoke, Chen Xueqing's face was filled with confidence, and the sparkle in her eyes conveyed just how excellent her man was. That sense of pride and confidence was simply wonderful. Unfortunately, it was a case of one person's joy and another's dismay. After hearing Chen Xueqing's words, those who had just slandered Chin Tian suddenly fell silent. However, they didn't fully believe Chen Xueqing's words. Instead, they looked at Chin Tian with a mix of skepticism and disdain, their expressions filled with doubt, contempt, and amusement. At that moment, Zhou Langbing suddenly burst into laughter. When Chen Xueqing turned around, she saw Zhou Langbing with his hands on his hips, clutching his stomach, laughing so hard he could hardly breathe. After about 10 seconds, Zhou Langbing's exaggerated smile finally began to ease. He snorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Chin Tian, then looked at Chen Xueqing with a mocking expression. He sneered, "Chen Xueqing, I didn't expect your judgment to be this poor now, that you'd look up to anyone, even a nobody, right? Who here doesn't know that when Chin Tian wanted an internship certificate, he was kicked out of that company? How much success can someone like that achieve? You're actually here making up lies for him? You said you could have lived a good life with me. Why are you clinging to a useless beggar?" Zhou Langbing crossed his arms, exuding an air of smugness. I don't know if it's because Zhou Langbing's voice is more confident and his demeanor more flamboyant, but the few classmates around him started to chime in, putting on a show. One of the female classmates walked over to Zhou Langbing's side, raised an eyebrow, and looked Chen Xueqing up and down. This female classmate was wearing a strapless black dress that was so short it barely covered her thighs, leaving only the most important parts somewhat concealed. With just a slight movement, she could easily reveal everything. Among all the students at school, Chen Xueqing disliked this girl the most. Her name was Wang Xiao, and her family had a bit of money, but not much. However, as the only child, Wang Xiao was spoiled by her parents, who would do anything for her. Even if she wanted the moon from the sky, her parents would fetch it for her. Perhaps because of this, Wang Xiao developed some very bad habits. Her temper was explosive. She would throw a fit at the slightest inconvenience. There was just one thing that puzzled Chen Xueqing. Wang Xiao seemed to have everything she wanted, yet at school, she still acted pitiful, often flirting ambiguously with many male classmates and frequently accepting gifts from boys. In their junior year, Wang Xiao often didn't return to the dormitory. Everyone was an adult, and since Wang Xiaohong was usually close with the male classmates, they all understood the reasons for her staying out. Thus, the other girls in the dormitory had a very poor impression of Wang Xiao. Yet, despite this, Wang Xiao remained a prominent figure at school. After all, her looks and figure were indeed impeccable, and her pitiful demeanor easily triggered the protective instincts of boys. Just like at this very moment. Brother Wang, this Xueqing is really something. She has you, a diamond bachelor, yet insists on chasing after that poor guy. Her taste is just as bad as it was in school. Wang Xiao's voice was particularly pleasant, like a lark, sharp and delicate. Especially when she spoke gently, her voice was like a feather, lightly stirring the strings of your heart. Chen Xueqing felt a tingling sensation just listening, let alone those greedy and lustful men. As expected, after Wang Xiao's words, Zhou Langbing's facial muscles twitched violently a couple of times, followed by a disdainful grunt. Then Chen Xueqing saw Zhou Langbing's short, chubby hand suddenly grasp Wang Xiao's smooth and delicate hand. This phenomenon was too common, but for some reason, Chen Xueqing felt incredibly nauseated at that moment. Seeing that Wang Xiao didn't push him away, Zhou Langbing squeezed her hand even more recklessly. Xueqing, look at you all being in the same dormitory, how can your taste be so different? Shuo is right, if you follow me, I guarantee you'll eat well and live well every day. When we go shopping, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. You just need to serve me well and make me happy. And what good is it to follow this useless guy? I bet he doesn't even have the means to feed you. The more Zhou Langbing spoke, the more animated he became, but the smile on his face didn't quite reach his eyes. It was obvious he was putting on an act, and he kept leaning closer to Chen Xueqing. Brother Zhou, Xueqing has always had poor taste since college, she hasn't improved at all over the years. I'm really amazed, but I admire you. I've always looked up to you since college. It turns out my taste is really good. Just a few years after graduation, you've already started your own company. You have no idea how hard it is to find a job these days. It's always this requirement or that requirement. Why don't you just bring me to work at your company? After all, we are old classmates, from the same major, and we know each other well. Instead of looking for strangers to work at your company, why not hire me? This way, we can look out for each other, and since we are classmates, it would be more reassuring to collaborate. Wang Shuo's silver tongue could make Zhou Langbing smile so wide it seemed he might reach the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Zhou Langbing slowly turned around, his gaze roaming over Wang Shuo. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. His eyes finally lingered on her smooth shoulders, and the next moment, his hand reached out to touch them. Wang Shuo showed no signs of resistance. Instead, she deliberately leaned her impressive chest against Zhou Langbing's arm. One of her hands was also caressing his chest. "Brother Zhou, can you just tell me if it's possible? Can you give me a job opportunity?" Wang Shuo asked, twisting her body intentionally as she spoke. This move completely enchanted Zhou Langbing, making him feel lightheaded. "Shuo, saying that makes me feel like you're being too formal with me. We've been classmates for 4 years, how could I not know your abilities? If you really want to work at my company, I would be more than happy. Let me tell you, our company is currently developing a game, and we've already started bidding. The requirements from the company we're bidding for are quite high, but if we win the bid, it could be a project worth billions. Our company will go public immediately, and it won't be easy for anyone to join us then." It was clear that Zhou Langbing transformed when he spoke about this, exuding an air of wealth and confidence. At that moment, a few people nearby began to tease. "Wang Shuo, I heard you don't have a boyfriend. Why not pair up with Brother Zhou? Yeah, it's a perfect coincidence. Look at today's class reunion, if you two could end up together, that would be great." Exactly, Brother Zhou is not lacking. The key is that everyone says you should find someone you know well. Brother Zhou is our classmate and was our class monitor, he seems honest and reliable. That makes sense. Brother Zhou is the most successful among us. Look, he's young and already has his own salary, and he's about to go public. After that, you'll be the boss's wife. You two actually seem quite compatible. If you could become a couple, it would be a happy event for our class. Teacher Li, you were our counselor for 4 years, and you know everything that happened at school. Please tell Wang Xiao, is Brother Zhou good? Because of what had just happened, Teacher Li was still a bit startled, and now being called out, she remained in a daze. She squinted her eyes, looking around. "Teacher Li, look at Wang Xiao and Zhou Langbing. If they really get together, you'll be the matchmaker." Teacher Li squinted at the two and nodded. "You young people's affairs are beyond my understanding at my age. But in this day and age, love is free, and marriage is free. You can be with whoever you want, I have nothing to oppose as long as you follow your feelings." As expected of a teacher, her words carried weight. Everyone immediately applauded. Meanwhile, Zhou Langbing's eyes were fixed on Chen Shueqing in front of him. "Swear, don't listen to their nonsense. My heart is only for you, I will always love you alone. Will you agree to be my girlfriend?" Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene fell into an awkward silence once again. However, the real awkwardness was yet to come. Just as everyone was anticipating Chen Shueqing's reaction, they saw her suddenly take a step back and directly link her arm with Qin Tian's. "It seems everyone's eyes and ears aren't working well, so let me say it again. This is my boyfriend, Qin Tian. Qin Tian and I have been together for a long time, and I can assure you all that in this lifetime, I will only love Qin Tian. Zhou Langbing, I warn you, don't bother me anymore in the future, or don't blame me for being rude." Qin Tian looked at Chen Shueqing as she tightly held onto his wrist, feeling like a little bird leaning against him, and at that moment, his vanity soared to its peak. At the same time, Qin Tian silently resolved to treat Chen Shueqing well from now on. Of course, Qin Tian wasn't someone who shied away from trouble. The reason he hadn't said anything before was that he simply didn't want to stoop to Zhou Langbing's level. However, now that Chen Shueqing, a girl, had stepped forward, Qin Tian couldn't hide behind her like a turtle. He turned and held Chen Shueqing's hand. Chen Shueqing was quite angry with Zhou Langbing in front of her, and it wasn't until Qin Tian's warm palm grasped her small hand that she regained her composure. At that moment, Chen Shueqing's heart skipped a beat. As Qin Tian's personal secretary, she was well aware of his situation. Qin Tian had been preparing to compete for a major project recently, so he had told her to handle the company's affairs during this time. He also instructed Chen Shueqing to avoid trouble and to steadily secure the project, assuring her that everything would be fine afterward. Especially when dealing with a man like Zhou Langbing, who liked to play dirty, Qin Tian preferred to ignore him, so Chen Shueqing never expected this man would take the initiative to hold her hand. Chen Shueqing turned her head slightly, tilting it up, her eyes misty and gazing dreamily at the man in front of her. It had to be said that Qin Tian was incredibly handsome, even in simple attire. He stood out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. Especially now, as he stood under the soft lighting in the private room, the gentle light made his face even more tender, as if he had stepped out of a painting. However, Chen Xueqing was still a bit surprised. What did Qin Tian's current expression mean? Before she could ponder it further, Qin Tian took a big step forward, pulling Chen Xueqing along, and stood face to face with Zhou Langbing. At that moment, Wang Shuo, who was beside Zhou Langbing, felt the domineering aura radiating from Qin Tian and was momentarily stunned, her eyes flickering uncontrollably. However, her gaze seemed glued to Qin Tian, because it had to be said that despite his casual attire, his physique and face were unmatched, capable of making any woman swoon. The tense atmosphere in the room suddenly escalated, and the classmates watching the spectacle fell silent one by one. Even Zhou Langbing, who was usually arrogant, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart upon seeing Qin Tian. He had to admit that he had indeed been intimidated by Qin Tian's presence just now. But he quickly regained his composure, glancing sideways at Qin Tian with a smirk and said, "This is quite amusing. Just now, I mentioned that my company is going public, so why not ask our handsome Qin Tian where he works?" Qin Tian nodded and let out a cold laugh, clearly not taking Zhou Langbing seriously. "What's wrong? Where I work has nothing to do with you, does it?" A few male classmates around them exchanged glances, shocked by Qin Tian's boldness. At that moment, Zhou Langbing, who had been targeting Qin Tian, laughed exaggeratedly, even unable to suppress his applause. "Good, good, good. You've always been so vain. But it was one thing when it was just you alone. Now Chen Xueqing, our school's beauty, is suffering alongside you. Aren't you ashamed? We're all classmates, of course, we'll help each other out. But now you won't even tell us what job you have. Aren't you treating us like outsiders? Or are you saying you don't have a job at all, or that your job is something to be ashamed of?" As he spoke, Zhou Langbing couldn't help but chuckle a few times. "Qin Tian, don't tell me you're washing dishes at some hotel? Or serving tea at some small place?" His words drew a burst of laughter from everyone. They all looked at Qin Tian with mocking eyes. One could only endure so much. Chen Xueqing's face turned red with anger, regretting her choices. Just as Qin Tian was about to say something, Chen Xueqing pulled him behind her, and then he saw her standing in front of him, wearing a white spaghetti strap dress. This was the first time Qin Tian felt defended by a woman. Looking at her slender figure, which exuded an astonishing strength, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Then he heard Chen Xueqing's gentle yet firm voice. "What era are we in? Everyone has their own pace of life. Besides, working hard and being diligent isn't something to be ashamed of. As long as you're not stealing or robbing, any job is great." Suddenly, everyone in the private room burst into laughter. The implication was clear. They were mocking Chen Xueqing for standing up for Qin Tian. Before Qin Tian could react, Zhou Langbing's voice rang out again in the room. "While that may be true, the reality of society is harsh. After all, you're a man. Without a proper job or stable income, how can you provide a happy life for the woman you love?" As he spoke, Zhou Langbing began to play with his fingers, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "Unlike me, who has already achieved success at a young age. For me, if a woman is willing to share her life with me, I will definitely make her the happiest woman in the world, giving her everything she desires. Otherwise, how can I call myself a man? Look, I recently bought a new Ferrari, just waiting for its female owner. Plus, I just landed a big deal worth millions. I want to spend some money on a girl." Disgusting. Qin Tian felt like laughing, as if he had encountered a primary school student. Suppressing his anger, he forced a smile and said, "I think wealth is not the measure of a person. What's important for a woman is having a lifelong support, and whether the man is considerate and caring." "Ha ha ha, you're killing me." Zhou Langbing deliberately covered his mouth, letting out exaggerated laughs. "Qin Tian, I didn't expect you to be so good at making excuses. If you're incapable, you're incapable. Why bring this up? Can love really fill your stomach? You can take your girlfriend to eat at street stalls once or twice, but you can't do that for a lifetime, can you?" After Zhou Langbing said this, the laughter around them grew even louder, each sound piercing like needles into Chen Xueqing. Qin Tian was the kind of person Chen Xueqing understood all too well, and after they had finally established their relationship, if this issue caused their feelings to break apart, wouldn't she end up crying her heart out? Anger surged within her. Chen Xueqing directly aimed at Zhou Langbing, then grabbed Qin Tian's wrist and was about to leave. "We're going home. We have different paths and shouldn't conspire together. There's nothing good to be gained from being with such a group of people, it even makes one feel disgusted." These words were almost shouted out by Chen Xueqing, her voice sharp and irritable, startling everyone present. Even the teacher was taken aback. "What's wrong with you all? Why is this class reunion turning into such a mess? Finally, the teacher stood up and walked in front of Qin Tian. He raised his hand and patted Qin Tian's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Qin Tian, I know you're clever, but you need to focus your thoughts on the right path. Zhou Langbing is right. As a man, you must bear the responsibility of a family. You interned at a big company before and left halfway. Now many companies are unwilling to hire you. What was the point of that? I see you all as classmates, and it's not easy to have a reunion today. If there's something to discuss, let's talk it out. Zhou Langbing is doing so well now. You should communicate more with him and let him guide you. Wouldn't that be better for you?" The teacher's heartfelt words made many around him look enlightened, each with their own thoughts. Wang Shuo even came over to add fuel to the fire. Look, the teacher understands a lot. Qin Tian, why don't you just lower your head and let Brother Zhou help you? This society is too realistic. You have no money and no skills. How can you marry a wife? Exactly. What doesn't require money nowadays? You need money to get married, money for the banquet, everything costs money. Just saying sweet nothings won't help, right? Do you think a few sweet words can charm someone? If you two were just dating, it might be okay, but have you ever thought about considering marriage? The teacher already said that dating without the intention of marriage is just playing around. Yes, Qin Tian, if you don't have a decent job, you might as well follow Brother Zhou. That's right, Brother Zhou is doing the best among us classmates. Being with him is definitely better than your current situation. The surrounding classmates joined in this verbal battle. On the surface, they were persuading Qin Tian, seemingly considering his situation, but in reality, they were undermining him and elevating Zhou Langbing. Although Qin Tian had a good temper, he was not someone to be bullied. He sighed deeply, raised his hand to wrap it around Chen Shuiqing's arm, and looked up, his gaze calm as he faced Zhou Langbing. "What's the name of your company?" Qin Tian's voice was very flat, as if he were talking to an ordinary friend. However, Zhou Langbing mistakenly thought Qin Tian was seeking help from his company because he was embarrassed. His expression instantly became proud. Previously, he had been playing with his index finger, glancing at Qin Tian, then back at his own hand. Casually, he said, "Qin Kong Company? You haven't heard of such a famous company?" Not giving Qin Tian a chance to respond, Zhou Langbing laughed and said, "That's right, people like you, low-level workers, probably don't pay much attention to these upper-class matters. But it's okay, since the teacher and classmates have said so, I'll definitely give you, an old classmate, some face. By the way, it's a coincidence, our company is looking to hire a security guard, salary 4,000, no meals, no accommodation." 4,000. A joke. It was simply a joke. Qin Tian almost laughed out loud. What could 4,000 do? The cleaning lady at his company was already earning 12,000 a month. What could this 4,000 possibly do? Just enough to fill a gap? However, now is not the time to reveal the truth. Since Zhou Langbing is so pleased with himself, he definitely needs to be taught a big lesson. So, Qin Tian feigned surprise and said, 4,000? Is that my salary for a month? Put. Some classmates around began to laugh again. 4,000 is definitely better than your low-level jobs, right? Besides, you get 4,000 as soon as you enter the company, and there will be opportunities for advancement. Brother Zhou is being quite generous to you. Yeah, 4,000, working in a big company, sounds good when you tell others. Right, Qin Tian, you should quickly thank Brother Zhou. This is a big company, and you won't have to hide your job anymore. These people around were really enjoying the spectacle. Just as Qin Tian was preparing to retort, a slightly balding male classmate rushed to the front and directly hugged Zhou Langbing's arm. Brother Zhou, look at me, do you remember me? I'm Chen Mao. I used to sit right behind you in school. Chen Mao said while touching his bald head, making funny faces. Brother Zhou, look, we're all classmates, how about you hire me in your company too? 4,000 a month, I'd be so happy I'd wake up smiling. And I like the security job, it's so easy. Watching surveillance, patrolling, it's just my style, what do you think? He looked just like a clown performing on stage, as if he was afraid Zhou Langbing wouldn't remember him. However, Qin Tian really couldn't help but want to laugh. How could this Chen Mao be so unambitious? Fighting for 4,000 a month? What can 4,000 do in this day and age? It's barely enough for meals, right? Zhou Langbing frowned, then suddenly looked enlightened. Ha, I remember now, you're the one who could never graduate, always failing your courses. Qin Tian lowered his head and pouted. He felt a bit disdainful of this unambitious Chen Mao. Whether Zhou Langbing remembered this person, Qin Tian wasn't sure, but suddenly a memory struck him. This Chen Mao was a senior, he had already been in this class when they first entered university. Moreover, he had failed courses throughout the 4 years, being seen as a stubborn student by the teachers. In the end, his family had to give him some money to settle the graduation issue. But it must be admitted that Chen Mao was indeed a very honest person. He was always very helpful in school and had no bad habits. Chin Tian raised an eyebrow. A person like this, if placed in his company, could be a good choice to help everyone out, right? Thinking this way, Chin Tian felt that Chen Mao was indeed a good option. If he came to his company, his sense of happiness and belonging would definitely soar. At that time, wouldn't he be making money for him non-stop? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like a good deal. However, Chin Tian wouldn't act just yet. He needed to see how Zhou Langbing would strike him down first. Then he would make his move, and it would definitely be like a god. Meanwhile, Zhou Langbing's proud voice echoed in his ears. "Oh, I remember now, it's you. But my company only needs one security position right now, so who should I give it to? You or Chin Tian? Honestly, I think among our classmates, no one is doing worse than Chin Tian, right? Besides, he's in a relationship now, which is a huge expense. So Chen Mao, how about we let Chin Tian have the security position first? This way he'll have a stable job and income, and we can consider it supporting their love. After all, as the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to destroy a marriage. I consider this a good deed, and you've helped out too. If my company has another position available, I will definitely let you know." Sometimes, one can't help but marvel at how such grandiloquent people can say such grandiloquent things. Once these words are spoken, no matter how much someone might disagree, it's hard to point it out face to face. However, Chin Tian's attitude towards resolving matters has always been one of indifference. Since it doesn't concern him, he naturally won't take it to heart. But some things are not so easy to avoid. Just as Chin Tian was about to take Chen Xueqing's hand and lead her away from this place of gossip, they hadn't even taken a step when they heard Zhou Langbing's voice. "Oh, you two are ready to escape without clarifying things? Haven't I treated you well? I've kept this security position open for you. Do you think it's beneath you? You can see the situation now, this job is in high demand. If you really don't like it, just say so, and I'll give it to someone else." Just listening to Zhou Langbing's tone, one could tell he was quite capable, especially with that look in his eyes, as if he were a savior. Honestly, he really looked down on a mere 4,000 yuan a month salary. He even found it somewhat amusing. What can 4,000 yuan do? So, Chin Tian first smiled lightly, then waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Thank you so much, I'm truly flattered. But I personally might not have any grand ambitions, so this good job should be left for others." Upon hearing this, a crack appeared on Zhou Langbing's face, and his smug smile faltered slightly. "Then the security job will be given to..." Before he could finish, Chin Tian's strong voice interrupted him. No, since you think the security job is so good, you should keep it for your own relatives. As for Chen Mao's job, I'll take it, the salary definitely can't be less than 4,000. "Ah, you're quite perceptive. It seems you understand the current job market and know how hard it is to find work." The surrounding classmates laughed silently. A few clever ones clearly caught on to Chin Tian's implied meaning, while only the self-righteous Zhou Langbing remained smug. The best way to deal with such a self-important person is to go along with him. Chin Tian could no longer hold back, his lips curling into a grin. He even gave Zhou Langbing a thumbs up, saying, yes, the job market is tough, finding a decent and stable job is really not easy. So, Zhou, you should keep this good job for your relatives. Put. Chen Xueqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. After spending so much time with Chin Tian, she certainly understood what he meant. Chin Tian was a typical schemer. Zhou Langbing stared at Chen Xueqing's smiling face, completely dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time. However, since they had confirmed their romantic relationship, Chin Tian was a person with a strong sense of possessiveness. Noticing Zhou Langbing's blatant gaze, Chin Tian's brows furrowed, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He could be called a useless coward or a freeloader, all of that was fine. But when it came to coveting his girlfriend in front of him, that crossed his bottom line. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be wronged. Moreover, for Chin Tian, when a woman is willing to entrust her life to you, it is a form of trust, and if that's the case, you must cherish her even more. "Sure, let's go home," Chin Tian said, pulling Chen Xueqing's hand and heading outside. Chen Xueqing did not hesitate at all and immediately followed Chin Tian's pace. Who would have thought that Zhou Langbing would stick to them like a little dog, suddenly blocking their way and spreading his arms wide? "Chen Xueqing, are you sure you want to go with him? A nice BMW is right there, and you insist on sitting on the back of his bicycle, right? Haven't you had enough of sleeping rough? You know I've always admired you since university, and now that I'm successful, I can provide you with a good life. Why do you want to suffer with him?" As he spoke, Zhou Langbing resumed his arrogant demeanor. He rubbed his thumb, looking smugly at Chen Xueqing and said, "Let me tell you, my assets are already in the tens of millions. Being with me means living the life of a wealthy lady. You can have whatever you want, much better than being with this useless guy." His tone was filled with extreme pride. Moreover, while speaking, Zhou Langbing reached out to stroke Chen Xueqing's cheek. Just as that big hand was about to touch her smooth, delicate face, Qin Tian could no longer tolerate it. In a split second, he decisively intervened and seized Zhou Langbing's wrist. With a frown, he sternly reprimanded, "Mr. Zhou, there's a time for words and a time for laughter. You should know when to stop. Please have some self-respect." Although Qin Tian's voice was not loud, it carried an indescribable force that stunned everyone present. The expressions in the eyes of those around were a mix of surprise and disbelief, as if Qin Tian had suddenly transformed into a different person. Even the self-assured Zhou Langbing was left speechless, his round eyes wide open, staring at Qin Tian. You. After a long time, he couldn't even complete a single sentence. Qin Tian unceremoniously brushed Zhou Langbing's hand away and coldly said, "The gathering is over, but if you really want to talk to me, there will be plenty of opportunities." With that, Qin Tian took Chen Xueqing's hand and left the private room. He didn't look back, truly looking cool. Chen Xueqing's heart raced like a startled deer, deeply attracted to the man before her. As soon as they stepped out of the hotel, she could no longer contain her excitement. She turned around, stood on her tiptoes, and hugged Qin Tian's neck, planting a kiss behind his ear. At the same time, she whispered softly in his ear, "Qin Tian, you were so handsome just now. I thought you wouldn't stoop to their level, but you surprised me with your sudden brilliance." Qin Tian held Chen Xueqing's waist with both hands, slowly creating some distance to meet her gaze. In a good mood, he raised an eyebrow and looked intently into her eyes, asking, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" In fact, Chen Xueqing was an unexpected surprise for Qin Tian. Ever since he acquired the system, he had been focused solely on his career and had not considered matters of love. However, Chen Xueqing's appearance disrupted Qin Tian's rhythm. Of course, it wasn't that he was now solely focused on romance, it was just that he had everything he wanted, and his career was thriving without any difficulties. He indeed should seek out another great joy in life. And Chen Xueqing met his criteria for a partner in many ways. There was no way around it. He was no longer the foolish person he once was, everything had to be carefully considered and weighed. Chen Xueqing's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her previously cold face suddenly becoming approachable. She hugged Qin Tian's neck and said, "You know the answer already. I know you don't want to stoop to their level today, otherwise with your abilities, wouldn't all the classmates here be trying to curry favor with you?" Chen Xueqing's words were not without truth. She had witnessed the strength of Qin Tian company. He. Qin Tian chuckled twice, then gently ruffled Chen Xueqing's hair. "After all, we are classmates, and I don't want to make things too awkward for them. But I'm not someone to be bullied either. Debts have their owners, and besides, the teacher is here today, so why make it so ugly?" Chen Xueqing nodded repeatedly, once again captivated by Qin Tian's magnanimity. Inside the private room, after Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing left, an awkward silence fell over the remaining classmates. They all exchanged knowing glances at Zhou Langbing, and no one dared to speak, holding their breath. For these people, Zhou Langbing was their big shot. Having more friends is better than having more enemies, especially when one of those friends is a wealthy boss. What if they needed him someday? Perhaps the atmosphere was too delicate. Zhou Langbing himself sensed something was off, and the awkward expression on his face grew increasingly stiff. After a moment, he forced a laugh and awkwardly said, "What a joke. Just look at the difference between people. People like this frog in a well have never seen the world. Given such a comfortable job, they don't even know how to cherish it." Zhou Langbing maintained his arrogant tone, believing that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who should be. The people around him didn't say much, merely echoing his sentiments. At that moment, Zhou Langbing was completely unaware that his good days were about to come to an end. Qin Tian took Chen Xueqing around, and just as they reached the underground parking lot, they unexpectedly ran into Zhou Langbing and a few other classmates who were leaving. The underground parking lot was also known as a man's arena. After all, if a man goes out without a vehicle, he would be looked down upon to some extent. At this moment, Zhou Langbing noticed Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing walking ahead. Thinking of his newly acquired BMW 7 Series, a smug expression returned to his face. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and caught up with Qin Tian in just a couple of steps. "Hey, why haven't you two gone back yet? Can't you get a ride? Or are you just waiting for us in the parking lot, hoping to hitch a ride?" Zhou Langbing began his sarcastic remarks again, twirling the key to his Mercedes on his finger, as if afraid others wouldn't know he was driving a BMW 7 Series. Sure enough, a classmate picked up on Zhou Langbing's intentions. The first to jump in was Wang Shouo, who had previously wanted to cozy up to the wealthy. She swayed her slender waist and approached Zhou Langbing. "Brother Zhou, is this a new model? That price must be quite hefty, Wang Shuo said, deliberately raising her voice in a coy manner that was quite off-putting. However, since most of those present were men, they perked up at the sound. Zhou Langbing smiled, but his gaze remained fixed on Qin Tian. It's nothing much, it's just a few bucks. My family's underground garage has several cars, I just happened to take this one out today. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao's eyes lit up. Brother Zhou, you are truly impressive. I remember seeing your posts on social media, with those 2 Kayans and the Rolls-Royce, I was so envious. After Wang Xiao's words, several male classmates instantly looked starry-eyed. Oh my, Brother Zhou, you actually drive a Cayenne? That's a bit inconsiderate, as classmates, you should have brought it out today for everyone to see. Yes, I've never seen the true form of that car in my life. Brother Zhou, this is your fault. Oh my. So many luxury cars at home, if it were me, I would laugh myself awake. Brother Zhou, what you did is not right. You should quickly treat us to a meal again, preferably in your big mansion, so we can see what a mansion and luxury cars are like. The wrinkles on these classmates' faces all crinkled up with laughter, constantly flattering Zhou Langbing. These words also boosted Zhou Langbing's confidence. He enjoyed this feeling of being praised. This is nothing, wanting to eat is not a casual thing. When the time comes, I'll invite an Italian Michelin chef to my house, you can eat whatever you want. Saying this, Zhou Langbing wasn't even afraid of slipping his tongue. Wow, Brother Zhou, you're too generous. I've never eaten food made by an Italian chef in my life. Oh my, an Italian chef. Brother Zhou, you're so impressive, I must go to this meal. This might be the first and only chance in my life to eat dishes personally made by an Italian chef, right? Don't say I'm already looking forward to it. You quickly see when you have time, and don't forget to call us then. Watching everyone surround him like stars around the moon, Zhou Langbing's smile stretched from ear to ear. He immediately extended his hand, adopting a big boss's demeanor, and said, it's nothing. After this week, I should have time. I'll send a message in the group then. Treating someone to a meal was indeed not a problem for Zhou Langbing. However, inviting an Italian head chef over was a bit challenging for him. But men always like to boast outside. After hearing this, Wang Shuo excitedly clapped her hands, pressing her prominent figure tightly against Zhou Langbing's arm. Brother Zhou, you're really amazing. If that's the case, then I need to prepare well. Next week, right? Then Wang Shuo spread her arms like a hostess and called out to everyone, did you all hear? Brother Zhou said we can eat dishes made by an Italian Michelin restaurant chef next week. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, everyone, seize it. Wang Xiao kept clinging to Zhou Langbing's arm, her posture and expression making it seem like she was the hostess. Zhou Langbing subtly pulled his arm away, not even glancing at Wang Shuo. After all, they had been classmates for many years, and Zhou Langbing knew very well what kind of person Wang Shuo was. He had no interest in such a woman, especially now that Chen Xueqing was with Qin Tian. Deep down, Zhou Langbing had always liked Chen Xueqing, even though she insisted on being with Qin Tian. But this was not a problem for Zhou Langbing. He firmly believed that a woman could never endure a hard life with a man, so he was confident that before long, Chen Xueqing would honestly return to his side. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing, who were about to get in the car to go home, quickly heard the commotion over here. There was no need for them to turn around, just listening to the sounds was enough to know who it was. Thinking of the scene at the gathering just now, Chen Xueqing immediately raised her hand to link arms with Qin Tian and gently said in his ear, let's hurry back. Qin Tian understood Chen Xueqing's meaning. He nodded, said nothing, and silently wrapped his hand around hers, then began looking for his parking spot. Chen Xueqing actually quite liked walking hand in hand with Qin Tian. It gave her a solid and happy feeling. Because usually, in the company, Qin Tian managed such a large company, while she was just an ordinary woman. Indeed, it made Chen Xueqing feel a sense of distance. Only moments like this could give her a feeling of an ordinary romance. Their car was parked at the entrance of the -1 level, so they still had to walk a bit, and this situation completely changed in Zhou Langbing's eyes. He suddenly felt he had found a way to criticize Qin Tian. While chasing after them, he said, oh wow, we really are fated to meet again in the underground parking lot. Qin Tian, how did you get here today? Do you want us to give you a ride back? His tone was just as condescending as before. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing shared a tacit understanding and continued walking forward, as if they hadn't heard a thing. This made Zhou Langbing furious, and he quickened his pace, running directly in front of the two. What are you two running for? We're classmates, if you don't have a car, it's just a matter of giving you a ride home. At this point, Zhou Langbing suddenly laughed, touched his nose, and said humorously, Qin Tian, you wouldn't be embarrassed and pretending not to hear, would you? If you don't have a car, then you don't have one. These days, you're not the only one without a car, what's there to be ashamed of? It's just that it's late, and the weather is cold. Swear as a girl, if she gets frozen, I'd feel sorry for her. As Zhou Langbing said this, his eyes lewdly glued to Chen Xueqing. However, this provocative remark made Chen Xueqing glare angrily at Zhou Langbing. She furiously shouted, "Zhou Langbing, are you sick? Why do you keep meddling in my life? I can do whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? And I've wanted to tell you for a long time that what I dislike the most is your self-righteous attitude. You really think you're the main character, don't you?" Hiss. Usually, Chen Xueqing appeared very gentle and graceful in Qin Tian's eyes, even a bit delicate. But after witnessing this scene, Qin Tian was completely shocked. He truly did not expect that such a gentle girl could have such a strong side. These few words were practically an insult to a man. Even he felt a bit embarrassed just listening, let alone the person involved, Zhou Langbing. As expected, Zhou Langbing's face instantly turned sour, as if he had eaten a fly, and even the surrounding classmates couldn't bear to watch. One by one, they looked at Qin Tian with disdain. "Chen Xueqing, this is where you're wrong. Zhou Gu is one of the most successful and prominent people in our class. It's our honor that he hasn't forgotten us, especially you. What's wrong with you, Chen Xueqing? Zhou Gu is just looking out for you. It's so cold, and he just wants to give you a ride home. He means well. How can you bite the hand that feeds you? Maybe it's true that you become like those you associate with. What good can you learn from someone like Qin Tian?" Yeah, Qin Tian is all talk and no action. Just now, Zhou Gu offered him a security job, and he wasn't even happy about it. Look at him now, reduced to this state, unable to even buy a car for a woman. "Xueqing, with your good conditions, why waste your time on a good-for-nothing? Zhou Gu is 1,000 times better than Qin Tian." Exactly, the most important thing for a woman is to find a good man. If you stick with Qin Tian, your life will be ruined. Several classmates chimed in with their opinions. In fact, they were all looking to gain something, just trying to curry favor with Zhou Langbing, completely disregarding Chen Xueqing and Qin Tian's feelings. Chen Shaoqing was furious once again, directly shaking off Qin Tian's hand and walking up to a few classmates with a dark expression, saying, "What benefits did Zhou Langbing give you? Are you really going to speak up for him? Besides, do you even know Qin Tian? How can you just meddle in our private lives like this?" Seeing Chen Xueqing's angry demeanor, the atmosphere on site suddenly became exceptionally awkward. The classmates who had just been chattering immediately lowered their heads and dared not speak. At this moment, Zhou Langbing knew he had to step in as the good guy. With his hands clasped together and a fake smile on his face, he looked like a cunning businessman. However, this only disgusted Chen Xueqing. She couldn't understand why the gap between people could be so vast. Qin Tian was also a businessman, yet he didn't have the slightest hint of a capitalist's stench. Moreover, he lacked the air of superiority that Zhou Langbing exuded. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xueqing's love for Qin Tian became even more resolute. "Xueqing, don't be so anxious. Everyone means no harm, they are just concerned about you," Zhou Langbing said, suddenly shifting his gaze to Qin Tian. "Look at this cold weather. You're out here with Qin Tian, exposing yourself, and you don't even have a car. This." However, before Zhou Langbing could finish his sentence, Chen Xueqing suddenly shouted in anger, directly interrupting him. "Zhou Langbing, that's enough. How can you be so shameless? You don't wish for anything good for others, do you? How do you know Qin Tian doesn't have a car? Or are you just hoping he doesn't have one to show off your own abilities?" Chen Xueqing's face turned red from her anger. Seeing her so agitated, Zhou Langbing couldn't help but smile. He was even more certain that it was because he had touched on Qin Tian's shortcomings that she was so worked up. Zhou Langbing said slowly, "Why are you so worked up? I'm just concerned about you and want to take you home. But you say Qin Tian has a car, where is it? Looking at the direction you two are going, could that blue little electric scooter in front be yours? In this freezing winter, wouldn't you freeze to death sitting on his little scooter? Unlike me, who drove over in a BMW 7 Series today. This car is newly released, with all sorts of advanced features, including heated seats. You must feel different sitting in it." At first, everyone hadn't noticed the little scooter in the corner of the parking lot. But once Zhou Langbing mentioned it, everyone started to tiptoe and stretch their necks to look in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a shabby little scooter with two worn-out helmets hanging from the front. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Wang Xiao's voice was the loudest. "Help! I haven't seen such a little scooter in years. No, Chen Xueqing, I have to say, you are an outstanding graduate of our school. It's been years since you graduated, and you're still riding a little scooter? And Qin Tian, with your capabilities, I really think you shouldn't be dating. Aren't you just harming that poor girl? Riding a little scooter in this cold weather could definitely freeze you to death." Soon, the surrounding classmates began to chime in. Yeah, you should just ride back with Zhou Gu. Otherwise, you'll freeze to death. Joe just released the BMW 7 Series. This car has always been my dream car, but I probably won't be able to buy it in my lifetime. This car is great. I want to experience it. This is a BMW 7 Series. It seems like Joe is the only one driving it in the city. Joe is amazing, so young, truly out of reach. Shin Tian listened to these classmates comparing themselves and felt speechless. At the same time, he felt that the friendship with his classmates over the years had come to a complete end. He had now thoroughly seen through the true nature of these people. Their character, swaying like dogtail grass in the wind, was not worth any lingering attachment. Just as Chen Shueqing was about to say something, Shin Tian suddenly grasped her wrist. Chen Shueqing instinctively turned her head, and Shin Tian squinted at her, shaking his head. Although she didn't understand why Shin Tian was swallowing his anger, since he had made his intentions clear, Chen Shueqing did not insist any further. She allowed Shin Tian to pull her hand and walk forward. At that moment, Zhou Langbing and the other classmates were all stunned, thinking that Shin Tian was fleeing in embarrassment. A hint of disdain gradually appeared on their faces. Just when everyone thought Shin Tian was too embarrassed to stay in this circle, a sound of car locks being opened suddenly echoed from the parking lot. What's that sound? Oh my god, what is that sound? It sounds so familiar. That sound of a car unlocking is so familiar, I think I've heard it on TV. Isn't that the sound of a Maybach? What? There's actually a Maybach parked in this parking lot? Which rich young master from the Magic City is about to show off? Oh my god, I never thought I would see a Maybach in my lifetime. This is insane. I thought cars like Maybach only appeared in idol dramas, but I didn't expect to encounter one today. It's an honor to catch a glimpse of it. Yeah, it's truly an honor to see it in person. I can brag to my friends later. Maybach. Zhou Langbing didn't expect his moment of glory to be shattered by this sudden commotion. He said somewhat sourly, "You must be mistaken, right? How could someone driving a Maybach park in this lot? People like that should have their own private parking." This statement quickly gained the agreement of everyone. A few sycophantic male classmates even gave Zhou Langbing a thumbs up. As expected of Brother Zhou, someone who has seen the world speaks differently, that makes so much sense. Exactly. What do we country bumpkins know? A Maybach is priceless. How could it squeeze into this place? Indeed. How could someone who owns a Maybach park in such an underground parking lot? Right? Our family could never afford such a car in several lifetimes. How could they possibly park it here? Everyone was eagerly discussing when suddenly the roar of a car engine filled the air. Then they felt a gust of wind rush past their faces. At first, they didn't think much of it until someone in the crowd suddenly jumped up and screamed. When everyone turned around, they saw this person excitedly waving their arms. Help! Help! You guys, look what I saw. It's a Maybach, a real Maybach. Initially, everyone thought this person was just acting crazy, but upon hearing the word Maybach, everyone's eyes lit up. They followed the direction the classmate was pointing and saw a black and gray Maybach slowly driving over. Luxury cars and beautiful women have always been a dream for men. As the Maybach approached, the eyes of these male classmates were almost glued to it. They were even breathing heavily with excitement, and a few directly put their arms around each other's shoulders, jumping up and down like rabbits. You have to know, this was a Cayenne. How many people might not even see this car in their lifetime? Yet here they were, encountering such a luxury car in an underground parking lot. How could these men not be excited? This was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Oh my god, I never expected that coming here for a meal today would allow me to see a Cayenne. Unbelievable, this car looks even better in person than in the pictures. Isn't that obvious? Pictures are static, now the living, breathing Cayenne is right in front of you. How could it not look good? Don't even get me started on how good cars are, just listen to the sound of that engine starting up. It's like a bass drum playing. Isn't that where the cost comes from? Yeah, a good car is expensive because of these hardware aspects. Exactly. My car has a lot of features, but the hardware is poor, it rattles when I drive. Right? My old car needs to be replaced too. Every time I go uphill, it sounds like an old cow. I really envy the people who drive Cayennes. They probably have no worries in life, right? Definitely no worries. Their worries are probably just about what to eat, what to drink, and where to go for fun. Everyone's tone was filled with envy, and for a moment, all attention was on the Cayenne. Zhou Langbing, who was ignored, had a somewhat unpleasant expression on his face. He deliberately said with a hint of sarcasm, "This kind of car isn't that impressive, right? If we wanted to buy one, we all have the chance, it's just unnecessary. After all, a car is just a means of transportation." There was a hint of bitterness in his words. However, the people around didn't dare to offend Zhou Langbing. Although the manager was dissatisfied with what Zhou Langbing said, he still wore a smiling face. "Brother Zhou, you really speak with wisdom. It is indeed just a means of transportation. What's the use of buying such a good car? Aren't we still just wandering around here every day? Exactly, someone like Brother Joe is better off. The BMW 7 Series is not only stylish but also a well-known brand, showcasing status, low-key yet luxurious. So, we should all be like Brother Joe, the car is just right. Right, a Cayenne is so big that it's inconvenient in some places. It's probably just driven by some rich kids for fun. Exactly. For a big boss like Brother Joe, driving a Cayenne is clearly inappropriate. Finally, they managed to pull everyone's attention back, and a hint of pride appeared on Joe Langbing's face. Yes, it's not that I can't afford a Cayenne, I just think it's unnecessary. If I wanted to, I could buy one too. However, Joe Langbing's casual remark made everyone roll their eyes. The Cayenne was clearly a limited edition. It was said that there was only one in each city, and this one had already been taken away by someone else. Joe Langbing was just a small boss, how could he possibly buy one? But everyone didn't want to break the facade, so they all nodded in agreement. Yet only Joe Langbing knew how much he envied the people driving Cayennes at that moment. The Cayenne was a symbol of status. Just as everyone was casting envious glances at the Cayenne, they suddenly saw the car slowly come to a stop right in front of them. At that moment, no one sensed anything unusual. They just looked at the Cayenne parked in front of them, feeling incredibly excited. Oh wow, it stopped. It really stopped. Oh my god, this is probably the closest I've ever been to a Cayenne in my life. I wonder why the car stopped. Can I go touch it? This car actually stopped. I really want to go take a picture with it. To be this close to a Cayenne in my lifetime, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Yeah, in our usual lives, how could we ever come into contact with a car of this level? Everyone, hold on, let me go ask if I can take a picture. That would be amazing. Just then, the self-important Wang Shuo flipped her big wavy hair and swayed her hips as she walked towards the Cayenne. As she was leaving, she couldn't help but turn to her classmates behind her and say, "Just watch me. I've never lost at picking someone up." This kind of thrilling event was something every student enjoyed. So after Wang Shuo finished speaking, all the classmates whistled and swayed, eager to see who the true owner of the Cayenne was. In just a few steps, Wang Shuo had reached the side of the Cayenne. She gently tapped on the car window and, in a deliberately coy manner, asked, "Hey handsome, can I get a ride?" Inside the car, Qin Tian clearly saw everything happening outside. Watching Wang Xiaolong, who had recently mocked him, now acting like a little enchantress trying to curry favor, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Chen Xueqing naturally noticed Wang Xiao's flattery outside the window. Her impression of Wang Xiao was already poor, and after what had just happened, her dislike only deepened. However, Qin Tian slightly curled the corners of his lips and said coldly, "We don't steal or rob, so what is there to fear? Moreover, from now on is our real time to fight back." For some reason, Chen Xueqing felt an indescribable sensation when Qin Tian said this. But based on her understanding of Qin Tian, once he mentioned a counterattack, it meant that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared. After spending so much time together, Chen Xueqing knew Qin Tian's character all too well. On the surface, he seemed like a docile little lamb, but in reality, he was more like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, Qin Tian was very cunning. He appeared to get along with everyone without any ulterior motives, but in fact, he was meticulous and sharp-minded. He silently remembered everything everyone said and did, keeping an accurate measure in his mind. Now that Qin Tian said he was going to start fighting back, it indicated that these people might face the greatest challenge of their lives. Especially seeing Qin Tian's serious demeanor, Chen Xueqing found it somewhat amusing. "What are you planning to do, Mr. Qin?" Because outside the car, Wang Shuo was still pinching her voice, making a nauseatingly sweet sound. This made Chen Xueqing unable to resist mimicking her. However, when Qin Tian heard Chen Xueqing's gentle and playful tone, his heart raced. Finally, he gently stroked Chen Xueqing's fluffy little head and said softly, "Baby, you can't talk to other men like that in the future." At that moment, Qin Tian's voice was deep and had an indescribable huskiness. Chen Xueqing, being quite innocent, didn't pick up on the oddness in Qin Tian's voice. She only felt that his words were vague and confusing. Chen Xueqing instinctively let out a puzzled sound. However, she was completely unaware of how adorable she looked at that moment. Qin Tian instinctively swallowed hard, and the movement of his Adam's apple was enough to prove his possessiveness over Chen Xueqing. "It's nothing, if you don't understand, that's fine, but you must listen to me. Never be this cute in front of outsiders, or else don't blame me for being rude," Qin Tian said, unable to resist pinching Chen Xueqing's little face. It was clear that Qin Tian was in a very good mood. But Chen Xueqing was filled with confusion, feeling that Qin Tian was acting strangely and even hiding something from her. "Forget it if you don't want to say. But you can see now, the line of people chasing after me stretches all the way to outer space. You should feel a bit of a sense of crisis, she said. This was indeed true, and Qin Tian nodded in agreement. However, he couldn't help but let a slight smile curve at the corners of his eyes. I see it, I see it. So many people are chasing you, that proves my judgment is good. But compared to me, these people are still too lacking. If you choose them, it only shows your taste isn't great. Especially this Zhou Langbing, he's just not qualified compared to me. If you end up with him, I will look down on you. This Zhou Langbing is good at bragging, but when it comes to real skills, he's just a pile of trash. That company he mentioned is just a shell company, although it claims to have millions in registered capital. It's just a number, he doesn't have that much money at all. Just now, I was thinking we are all classmates, so I didn't hold it against him. But you know me, if someone repeatedly challenges my bottom line, I won't be polite. So I'm telling you honestly, you'd better stay by my side, that way, you can ensure your livelihood. If you end up with this kind of trash, you'll have something to cry about. Put. Seeing Qin Tian so serious while explaining all this made Chen Xueqing feel warm inside, and at the same time, she found Qin Tian's pretentious seriousness particularly cute. What are you laughing at? Qin Tian was a bit confused. He had explained the matter so seriously, yet this woman was still smiling so happily in front of him. Chen Xueqing didn't answer Qin Tian's question immediately. Instead, she stared seriously into his eyes. Just when Qin Tian was puzzled, Chen Xueqing suddenly leaned in and quickly kissed him on the cheek. I only have you in my heart. Although Chen Xueqing's voice was very soft, Qin Tian heard it clearly. I have to say, those words undoubtedly became a stimulant for Qin Tian. Upon hearing them, he was instantly overjoyed. At the same time, he was even more determined not to let anyone ridicule Chen Xueqing. He would make sure she became the happiest person in the world. During this time, Wang Shuo outside the car window continued to knock on the window. Qin Tian had already leaned over, ready to have a sweet moment with Chen Xueqing, but the knocking sound completely ruined his mood. Chen Xueqing had already closed her eyes, thinking her first kiss was finally coming. But who knew, after waiting for a long time, she felt nothing at all. And seeing Chen Xueqing's expectant expression, Qin Tian was even more annoyed. Clenching his fist, he opened the car window with a bang. Wang Xiao, why are you knocking so hard on my window? What urgent matter do you have? As the window slowly descended, Wang Shuo felt a surge of excitement, and her smile gradually widened. But who knew, Qin Tian's face suddenly appeared in front of her. When the window came down, Qin Tian was looking outside with a disdainful expression. When their eyes met, Wang Shuo's gaze was filled with despair and confusion. Meanwhile, the classmates standing by the roadside were staring at the Cayenne, eager to see who the owner was. However, they never expected the annoying owner to be Qin Tian. Of course, Zhou Langbing was even more shocked. He thought he was the star of the class reunion. He believed his BMW 7 Series was already the best among classmates. Who knew Qin Tian would show up driving a Cayenne? After a brief moment of surprise, the people around burst into laughter. A few male classmates even laughed so hard they bent over. Help! Is there something wrong with my eyes? Qin Tian actually drove a Cayenne? To put on a brave face, it can't be this exaggerated, right? I'm dying of laughter. It's the first time I've seen someone pretend like this, truly a master of deadpan. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. A few male classmates walked directly to the side of the Cayenne, looking at Qin Tian with extreme disdain. Qin Tian, if you want to show off, you need to be realistic. Renting another car might make us believe you, but renting a Cayenne? Are you treating us all like fools? This is just too funny. Truly a frog at the bottom of the well, never seen the world. Do you know that this limited edition Cayenne is the only one in the entire Magic City? How much did you spend to get it? Was it really necessary? It must have cost you a year's salary, right? I've seen people show off, but I've never seen anyone show off like this. Just to put on a facade in front of us, you spent a year's salary. Doesn't that hurt your conscience? The people around believed that Qin Tian's car was definitely rented, so they mocked him without restraint. In their eyes, Qin Tian was just a lowly worker, someone who could never afford such a car in a lifetime, even if he lived several lifetimes. Thus, their words were filled with sarcasm, completely convinced that Qin Tian was just trying to save face in front of them. Especially Wang Xiao, who was even more furious, kicking the Cayenne hard with her high heel. I really can't believe it. A poor guy like you renting a car like this to deceive my feelings? What a joke. However, that kick scraped off some paint from the Cayenne. Qin Tian leaned out slightly and took a quick glance. To be honest, even buying a new Cayenne wouldn't be a big deal for Qin Tian, let alone touching up the paint. But now, the person who damaged his car was Wang Xiao, and Qin Tian had no intention of letting her off the hook. After all, he still couldn't forget the words she had said while mocking him with Zhou Langbing in the private room. Of course, Qin Tian wasn't a petty person, it was just that Wang Shuo's intentions towards Chen Xueqing were too obvious. Moreover, Qin Tian could see that Wang Shuo was someone who only cared about profit, making it unnecessary to continue any relationship with her. Sooner or later, she would sell out for some benefit, and it was best to stay away from such people. However, at this moment, Wang Shuo was completely unaware of the disaster looming over her and continued to show off. She even kept tapping the heels of her high heels against the tires of Qin Tian's Cayenne. In a mocking tone, she said, Qin Tian, to be honest, it's okay to be a little poor and down on your luck. We're all classmates and no, you don't need to put on a brave face. And now this car has marks on it. I wonder how you'll return it. If you can't return it, won't you be finished for life? Back in school, the teacher always reminded us to do what we can. You don't even have a decent job. How can you have the nerve to rent a car like this? Wang Xiao crossed her arms, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. At this moment, the other classmates were all laughing heartily. Xiao, you make a great point, but some people just don't get it. They think renting a nice car will let them hold their head high in front of us, but in reality, it just makes them look cheaper. I'm dying of laughter. Classmates, have you ever considered another possibility? One male classmate suddenly blurted this out from the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This classmate seemed to enjoy the moment, dramatically running his fingers through his hair. He said in a greasy tone, another possibility is that Qin Tian might not really understand the status of this car. Maybe he just thought it looked nice and rented it? As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted like a pot boiling over. A few people laughed and shouted, their words filled with mockery towards Qin Tian. Oh my god, you're going to make me die laughing, but what you said is actually quite possible. Yeah, just look at what Qin Tian is wearing. Not a single branded item on him, and he doesn't even have a decent job. He probably hasn't seen much of the world, he must not even know what this car is. Now that you mention it, it really does seem like Qin Tian has no idea what this car represents. That's why he rented it. Everyone took turns trampling on Qin Tian's self-esteem. Before Qin Tian could retaliate, a classmate walked directly to his side, lifting an arm to rest on Qin Tian's shoulder. Qin Tian, let me tell you, this car is called a Cayenne, and it's globally limited. There's only one in this area. Why did you have to rent this car? Is it something you can actually afford? You don't think a globally limited car could possibly end up in the hands of someone like you, who has never seen the world? Renting this car is just embarrassing. You must be afraid others won't know it's rented. Oh my god, this is too funny. I've seen stupid, but never this stupid. Come on, we're all classmates, we shouldn't be too harsh. Maybe Qin Tian just wanted to show off a bit, but he doesn't know this car. Since he rented it, let's just keep quiet about it. This behavior is really wrong. Why put on a false front? Isn't that just making things harder for yourself? Renting such an expensive car could cost nearly a year's salary. What's the point? On the surface, these people seemed to be mocking Qin Tian, but in reality, they were just digging at him. However, nearby, Zhou Langbing was listening with great interest, his smile growing wider. He grinned, one hand in his suit pocket, the other twirling the key to his BMW. He stepped into the crowd. You guys, we're all classmates, we shouldn't go too far. We should consider Qin Tian's feelings. After all, he's an adult and must care about his dignity. Since he rented this car, we all understand, there's no need to shout about it. He then turned to Qin Tian with a feigned earnestness, saying, Qin Tian, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Everyone knows your difficulties and that you haven't found a good job since your internship. We haven't isolated you. But even so, your current behavior is a bit speechless for us. Look, even though I'm about to become the CEO of a listed company, I still drive a car within my means. You could have just rented a BYD. It must be said that Zhou Langbing really managed to show off here. With just a few words, the surrounding classmates praised him repeatedly. Wang Shuo immediately ran to Zhou Langbing's side. You should learn more from brother Zhou. She then wrapped her arms around Zhou Langbing's arm, speaking in a delicate, affected tone, Brother Zhou, you can't underestimate yourself, you're the most successful among us. Look at this BMW you have, it's clearly this year's new model, and you've got it, proving your extraordinary ability. Wang Shuo was clearly aiming for Zhou Langbing, perhaps hoping to become a wealthy wife. Ah, you just don't understand. I need a good image for my business, but this BMW 7 Series is the one I find most appealing and performs the best. I often have social engagements, so I need a car like this. A Cayenne wouldn't suit me, otherwise, I could get one to drive around. Qin Tian watched the two of them banter back and forth, unable to suppress a smile in his heart. The Cayenne isn't a car you can just buy because you have a bit of money, so you might as well stick to driving your BMW, Jin Tian suddenly spoke, catching the nearby classmates, who were laughing and chatting, off guard. A few of them were momentarily stunned, then they realized Jin Tian had spoken. They first looked at him in confusion, then burst into laughter again right in front of him. Some of the less refined classmates even pointed at Jin Tian, their expressions and looks making it seem as if he were just a clown trying to amuse them. At that moment, with the car window still open, Chen Xueqing, sitting in the car, couldn't help but clench her fists in anger upon witnessing this scene. When Jin Tian was at the company, he was always surrounded by admirers. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Unable to hold back, Chen Xueqing got out of the car and walked over to Jin Tian. However, she didn't say anything, she just tugged at Jin Tian's wrist, signaling him to get in the car and leave. But Jin Tian gently shook his head at her and raised his hand to lightly pat her hand. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Such a loving scene, yet it became a laughingstock in the eyes of these classmates. Are you two trying to kill me with laughter? Chen Xueqing, what's wrong with you? Even if Jin Tian has some looks, it shouldn't make you fawn over him like this, right? Look at what Jin Tian is doing. To put on a show in front of you, he even rented a Cayenne, and the rental fee is more than his annual salary. Are you going to follow him and drink the northwest wind? As soon as this was said, another wave of laughter erupted. Chen Xueqing instinctively took a step forward. Just as she was about to retort, she was suddenly pulled back by Jin Tian. Just as she was feeling puzzled, Jin Tian stood in front of her, and the next moment, she heard his gentle voice. From start to finish, you never gave me a chance to speak. How do you know this car is rented? Jin Tian's voice was soft, as if he were chatting with a good friend. Yet, even so, it couldn't suppress the mocking laughter from everyone. They clutched their stomachs, pointing at Jin Tian, their laughter echoing throughout the parking lot. Help! I'm really going to die laughing. Is this even human language? Why can't I understand it? This car isn't rented by you. Did you buy it? Do you know what kind of car this is? Do you know how much it costs? As he spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at the car. You say you're pretending, but this car costs tens of millions. Even if you don't eat or drink, you couldn't buy it in several lifetimes. Moreover, this car is limited edition. How could you possibly afford it? This was common knowledge, so when the lie was exposed, the classmates immediately laughed even harder. This is the biggest joke I've seen this year. You're pretending too much, Jin Tian. Do you even know what you're saying? You're just shooting yourself in the foot. If you can't pretend, then don't. The life of the upper class isn't something you can just pretend to have because you don't understand it at all. Watching everyone mock Jin Tian, Zhou Langbing's vanity was greatly satisfied. He swaggered over, like an elder, and patted Jin Tian on the shoulder. Jin Tian, what you did was indeed wrong. Just say you rented a more ordinary car, no one would say anything. Why did you have to make it like this? How much is the rental fee? If you can't afford it, I can lend you the money, but you must pay me back later. Of course, I'm not doing this for your sake, I'm doing it for Chen Xueqing's sake. I really don't want such a beautiful girl to end up drinking the northwest wind. Zhou Langbing's words were not very hurtful but were extremely insulting. The implication was clear. Chen Xueqing had a problem with her eyesight for liking a good-for-nothing. However, fortunately, Jin Tian was not in a hurry. Thank you, President Zhou, but I bought this car outright, so there's no question of renting it. So everyone can rest assured. Zhou Langbing was clearly taken aback, but he quickly put on a smile again. Jin Tian, we all understand your situation. There's no need to say such things in front of us. How much did you rent it for? Just tell me honestly, and I'll lend you the money. Borrowing money from me is much better than going to those loan sharks outside. You should know that loan sharks are ruthless. You won't even realize when you've lost everything. The classmates around them were laughing and joking, putting their arms around each other's shoulders. Yeah, you were lucky to run into Brother Joe today, otherwise, you would be completely finished. This car of yours is a Cayenne. Do you know what a Cayenne is? How are you going to pay back tens of millions? Fortunately, Brother Joe has the means, otherwise, if you can't pay the rent, you'll probably end up in jail. Unexpectedly, not a single person believed him. Jin Tian was not angry, he turned and got into the back seat of the car. His sudden action piqued everyone's curiosity. They all thought Jin Tian was being cowardly, hiding in the back seat. Zhou Langbing seized the opportunity and deliberately moved closer to Chen Xueqing. Xueqing, Jin Tian's behavior is really too immature. I think you will definitely suffer if you follow him. You should think it over, otherwise, just come with me. Zhou Langbing didn't have much love for Chen Xueqing. It was mostly a matter of competition between men. Chen Xueqing saw this clearly and immediately rolled her eyes at Zhou Langbing. Zhou Langbing was not annoyed. Instead, he spoke gently, Shueching, everyone knows my feelings for you since college. Why don't you understand? I fell in love with you at first sight. I never flirted with any other girl in college, I was wholeheartedly devoted to you. Now that I've developed my career so much, it's all to give you a good life. Are you sure you won't take a good look at me? While he was talking, Zhou Langbing even reached out to touch Chen Shueching's shoulder. His hand kept moving down, just as Chen Shueching was about to stop him. Suddenly, Zhou Langbing felt a weight on his shoulder. Habitually, he turned around and saw Qin Tian's face, dark as thunder. The muscles on Zhou Langbing's face twitched slightly, and before he could force out an awkward smile, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! I spit. You can't bully a friend's girlfriend. Who do you think you are to touch my girlfriend? Qin Tian threw a punch at Zhou Langbing's face. With all his strength, Qin Tian knocked Zhou Langbing to the ground. Zhou Langbing propped himself up with one hand while covering his face with the other. He glared at Qin Tian, are you out of your mind? You can't achieve anything yourself, yet you want to stop others from finding happiness? And now you dare to hit me? Do you believe I won't let you off the hook? After shouting, Zhou Langbing struggled to get up from the ground, pressing his tongue against his sore face. You, Qin Tian, you better wait for me. You. Zhou Langbing pointed at Qin Tian, unable to articulate his thoughts while covering his face. Seeing Zhou Langbing like this, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Walking up to Zhou Langbing with a carefree demeanor, he deliberately mimicked Zhou Langbing's stuttering. You. What are you trying to say after stuttering for so long? Weren't you just being so cocky? If you have the guts, hit me, Qin Tian said, pointing to his own face. Zhou Langbing clenched his fists, but at a glance from Qin Tian, he shrank back in fear. Only Zhou Langbing knew how hard Qin Tian's punch had been. Moreover, Qin Tian's speed was exceptionally fast, and Zhou Langbing was well aware that he was no match for him. Of course, the most important reason was that Zhou Langbing was notoriously vain. He was worried about losing face in front of so many people if he couldn't beat Qin Tian. Seeing Zhou Langbing hesitate to fight back, the surrounding classmates grew anxious. Zhou, what are you still dawdling for? He's already done this to you, hurry up and fight back. Yeah, don't be polite, he's already hit you, why aren't you hitting back? Zhou, Qin Tian is really going too far, daring to hit you in front of all of us. A gentleman doesn't let such grievances go unpunished. Zhou, you're just too dignified, he's already made a move, and you're still here talking about principles. Everyone thought Zhou Langbing was holding back out of gentlemanly decorum, unaware that he was actually weighing his own abilities and was too afraid to retaliate. If he really had the capability, he would have started fighting back long ago. It must be said that these people were truly opportunistic. Zhou Langbing had money, so they all rushed to speak up for him, seeing only what they wanted to see. This cunning old fox, Zhou Langbing, immediately played along, smiling as he said, we're all classmates, there's no need to make it so ugly. Qin Tian, your temperament is really too impulsive. Just now, I only wanted to tell Shueching that if you need help, you can come to me. I was just worried that you two might encounter some difficulties, so I wanted to help a little within my means. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. These few sentences cleared him of any responsibility. However, the people present were not fools. They all understood what Zhou Langbing's earlier actions meant. But now, everyone was blinded by monetary interests. In their eyes, there was no such thing as truth or falsehood. Of course, Qin Tian was no longer willing to endure in silence. He stepped forward, took Qin Shueching's hand, and deliberately walked in front of Zhou Langbing. Zhou, everyone knows your intentions. However, I hope you can have a little self-respect. And this car is something I bought myself. I don't have time to pretend and deceive classmates like some people, right? The crowd didn't quite understand what Qin Tian meant and could only look at the two of them in confusion. But when Zhou Langbing heard Qin Tian's words, his face instantly stiffened. Yet everyone present had no idea of the truth and thought Qin Tian was just talking nonsense. Laughter erupted once again. Are you all listening to what he's saying? I'm really going to die laughing. If this car was bought by Qin Tian, then I'll eat shit standing on my head. Exactly. Cayenne, this is a Cayenne. Qin Tian, you country bumpkin, do you even know what a Cayenne is? I'm dying of laughter. Cayenne, brother, do you know what kind of car this is? I'll bet you, if you can afford this car, I'll do something big too, live stream eating shit standing on my head. Alright, eat shit. Agreed. Today, if this car is really bought by Qin Tian, all of us will eat shit standing on our heads. Can you do it? No problem. I really don't believe he can afford a Cayenne. What a joke, buying a Cayenne. Just saying it is too funny. Really, I'm truly impressed. Qin Tian, you usually seem quite honest, how come you're so good at bragging? Yeah, Qin Tian, you haven't had a good job these years, you must have been thinking hard about how to boast, right? Alright, then you're the king of bragging in our class. From now on, everyone should call Chin Tian the bragging king. In an instant, the large parking lot was filled with their raucous laughter again. However, Chin Tian was too lazy to argue with them. He only wanted to clarify one question. Chin Tian walked up to them, his face devoid of any smile, appearing even more serious. Are you sure what you just said is true and you won't backtrack? It was just a simple sentence, but Chin Tian exuded that domineering aura once more. Everyone was intimidated by the momentum he radiated, yet they nodded with smiles. Of course, we men keep our word, once said. It's as hard to retract as a four-horse carriage. Do you really think we need to lie about such a trivial matter? Exactly, a man's word is his bond. If this car is really yours, don't say I have to eat shit upside down, even if I have to kneel and bow to you, calling you grandpa, I wouldn't mind. Isn't that right? We have to show you that not every boast can be made recklessly. But let me say this first, if you're bragging, you'll have to kneel and give us a few loud bows. Just thinking about Chin Tian bowing to them made the corners of their mouths almost reach the back of their heads. Chin Tian pursed his lips, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. After a while, he slowly said, alright, since everyone is so sure, I have nothing more to say. Let's do as you said. Whoever backs out will be a turtle. A few classmates raised their eyebrows repeatedly. Their eyes were filled with mockery and teasing, all waiting for Chin Tian to make a fool of himself. At that moment, Chin Tian finally opened the bag he had just taken from the back seat of the car. He then pulled out a red booklet and a few sheets of paper. Everyone, please take a good look at these things to see if they're real. At this point, the expressions on everyone's faces were starting to falter, but they still took what Chin Tian handed them with a sense of luck. Even Zhou Langbing, despite the pain in his body, rushed over and snatched the items from his classmates' hands. I see this kind of thing often, let me identify it. Once Zhou Langbing spoke, who would dare to oppose him? In the eyes of these classmates, Zhou Langbing was now the CEO of a listed company, and they naturally wanted to curry favor with him. Better to have more friends than enemies. Of course, many classmates even thought about switching to Zhou Langbing's company, so they were all focused on him now. Zhou Langbing's words were undoubtedly like an imperial decree in the ears of these classmates. Just then, the classmate who had just received the car purchase contract from Chin Tian immediately handed it over to Zhou Langbing. Brother Zhou, you have to take a good look. Don't you think about who Brother Zhou is? He sees countless luxury cars every day, and he has bought so many luxury cars himself. He definitely knows more about this kind of contract than any of us. That's for sure. So it's best to leave this matter to Brother Zhou. Alright, Brother Zhou, hurry up and take a look, quickly exposed Chin Tian's bragging face. Chin Tian, you're really done for. Even if you can fool us, can you fool Brother Zhou? These people were flaunting their power, standing there and shaking their hands and feet like a nouveau riche. Chin Tian was in no hurry, leisurely watching Zhou Langbing. But it had to be said that Zhou Langbing was indeed well-versed in these matters. He casually flipped through a few pages, and his expression changed dramatically. He continued to search for something, and his face grew increasingly grim, as if he had just found a fly in his food. However, as his expression darkened, Chin Tian's face became more relaxed. How's it going, Brother Zhou? These documents should be quite complete, right? They can prove that I bought this car myself, can't they? Seeing Chin Tian so confident, the classmates around who were eager to watch the drama suddenly changed their expressions. Because these documents were now in Zhou Langbing's hands, Chin Tian's ability to say such things was enough to prove he was very confident. A few classmates glanced at Chin Tian and immediately ran to stand behind Zhou Langbing. Just a glance, and one of them couldn't help but curse. Damn! Are these contracts real? God, it looks like they might be real. And not only is there a car purchase contract, but also a tax document, and so many other random things. The seals on them seem real too. No way? This one says the Cayenne's transaction amount is over 25 million, a full payment contract. Damn! A full payment for a car worth over 25 million. No way? Where did Chin Tian get so much money to buy a car for over 25 million? Their voices grew quieter, but it was clear from their tone that there was obvious envy and surprise. However, the most panicked person now was Wang Shuo. She had just kicked the Cayenne hard, and now she could clearly see the obvious scratches on the car. Wang Shuo looked down at her shoes, her mind filled with the memory of kicking Chin Tian's car. Coupled with the glaring scratches on the car, she suddenly felt like she wanted to die. This was a Cayenne, just that kick from her could cost her over 100,000. For someone like Wang Shuo, who lived paycheck to paycheck, that amount could very well be her life. Thinking of this, her eyes began to well up. Meanwhile, the discussion was heating up. A few classmates were shaking Zhou Langbing's body, urging him, Brother Zhou, what's the verdict? Are there any issues with the contracts? No way? I really can't believe Qin Tian has the ability to buy the only Kayan in the city. Brother Zhou, hurry up and speak, you're making us anxious. Brother Zhou. Then, in the next moment, Zhou Langbing suddenly let out a furious roar. Alright, everyone shut up. I don't know if these are real or not, after all, the technology for counterfeiting has reached an extreme level, and I can't tell at the moment. Everyone was in a state of doubt and didn't pay attention to the tone Zhou Langbing used when he said this. In fact, one can deceive others but not oneself. Zhou Langbing knew very well that everything Qin Tian handed him was real and very legitimate. However, Zhou Langbing was unwilling to lose face in front of so many classmates and even less willing to give this opportunity to Qin Tian. Then Zhou Langbing deliberately disdainfully threw the documents back into Qin Tian's hands. Qin Tian, where did you get these things? This counterfeiting technology is indeed impressive, even I can't see the traces. Indeed, Zhou Langbing was deliberately saying these things to confuse everyone, making them initially think that Qin Tian's documents were all fake. Sure enough, just moments ago, everyone was stunned, but now they began to speak with sharp tongues again. It was clear to see that these people had let out a huge sigh of relief. As long as they could prove that this car wasn't Qin Tian's, they could continue to flaunt their superiority and mock him. In their eyes, they felt they were doing better than some but not as good as others. From the moment they started eating, they regarded Qin Tian as the lowest of the low. How could they possibly accept a reversal now? Qin Tian, you really are something, putting on a full act, huh? But your little cleverness is quite impressive. You even know how to fake a car purchase contract. That's pretty impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't have thought of that much. Just think, if you had put that brain of yours to good use, you could have been a high executive at a big company by now. We're almost 30 years old, can't we take a more legitimate path? Chen Xueqing, I really don't understand how you could fall for such a slippery man. Aren't you afraid he'll sell you out? Exactly, Chen Xueqing, you should think about your own safety, don't let yourself be sold off so foolishly. It was unexpected that these people still chose to speak nonsense, unwilling to acknowledge Qin Tian's success. Qin Tian directly took the contract from their hands and fanned himself with it. You all say I'm a frog at the bottom of a well, but I see you really haven't seen the world, have you? How can you not recognize a Kayan purchase contract? But it's fine, if you want to see, I can take you to see the world. I have a Lamborghini Veneno, a Bentley Mulsanne, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in my garage. If you're interested, you can go take a look. When it came to these luxury cars, Qin Tian spoke in an extremely calm tone, as if he were talking about carrots and cabbage. Hearing him fluently name so many luxury cars left everyone initially dumbfounded, but once they regained their composure, they began to mock him mercilessly. The expressions on their faces were not only disdainful but also deeply contemptuous. Qin Tian, with that brain of yours, why not put it to good use? Yeah, your eloquence is impressive, you can rattle off so many delicious names in one breath. I bet you browse through these cars every night before bed, right? Really, it's like a small knife on the butt, it's eye-opening. If one didn't know better, they might think you were some big boss. Too bad you shouldn't be putting on this act in front of us. After all, we know you too well. Yeah, if you're going to pretend, at least do it in front of others. Acting in front of us is just walking into a trap. A few of them laughed while mocking him. Qin Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Well, I've said what I needed to say, whether you believe it or not is your business. Qin Tian wasn't foolish enough to argue with these people. Moreover, he felt that debating with them was simply self-sabotage. Oh dear, we're just trying to give you some friendly advice as classmates, and you don't appreciate it, do you? Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that we're classmates, who would bother with you? Don't you think about what kind of person you are? Would outsiders say such things about you? What's the point of pretending? It's better to be grounded and do more real work. Yeah, working hard and earning some money is better than anything. Everyone chimed in, all criticizing Qin Tian. However, he ignored them, directly taking Chen Xueqing's hand and gently saying, "Let's go." Chen Xueqing looked up in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. She softly asked, "Are we just leaving like this?" It's no wonder Chen Xueqing would ask this, as she felt that these classmates were indeed going too far. Anyone in her position would not rest until the matter was clarified today. Yet Qin Tian could still act as if nothing had happened, even behaving as if everything was normal. Qin Tian understood Chen Xueqing's thoughts, but he merely smiled faintly, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said gently, "There's no need to stoop to their level. Our lives are our own, there's no need to get angry over such matters." At that moment, Qin Tian's image in Chen Xueqing's heart grew immensely tall. A man should have the capacity to tolerate, to be magnanimous, rather than being petty and calculating like a woman. As the two got into the car, Zhou Langbing couldn't help but walk to the front of the vehicle, casually pulling out his business card. With a smug grin, he said, "Shin Tian, here's my business card. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me anytime. We're all classmates, and since Shueching will be living with you, I'll definitely help if you need it." Shin Tian took the business card, and at the moment he closed the car window, he tossed the card into the back seat. The Cayenne roared like a low bass and then sped away. Even though so many people were mocking Shin Tian, when the Cayenne drove off, everyone couldn't help but rush out, staring longingly at the car's retreating figure. Some even gasped in surprise. Damn it, talking aside, laughing aside, I really envy this kid. No matter what, he's driving a Cayenne in this lifetime. Ha ha ha, bro, who says otherwise? This kid really enjoys life, driving a Cayenne. That's true, but I already have a family and kids. How could I have the courage to throw everything away like Shin Tian? Sigh, I envy him, I really do. Yeah, in the end, it's still Shin Tian's carefree attitude. So do you think Shin Shueching is attracted to Shin Tian's nonchalance? After all, he's the one driving a Cayenne, don't women care about appearances? These people bantered back and forth, their envy seeping through their teasing. However, Zhou Langbing had a dark expression on his face. Others still thought that Shin Tian's Cayenne was rented, but Zhou Langbing knew very well that the car was real. Just now, the purchase contract in Shin Tian's hand, along with many other assorted contracts, were all complete, and the seals on them were genuine and reliable. But, Zhou Langbing couldn't quite understand how Shin Tian, who was clearly an unemployed drifter and had even been kicked out of his internship company, could afford a Cayenne in just a few short years. Yet the evidence was right in front of him, leaving Zhou Langbing utterly perplexed. After all these years of hard work and diligence in starting his own business, his company hadn't even had the chance to go public yet. Of course, the most crucial point was that the BMW 7 Series he was currently driving was bought on a mortgage. Why was Shin Tian's Cayenne paid in full? An unprecedented feeling spread in Zhou Langbing's heart. However, these classmates didn't notice the ugly expression on Zhou Langbing's face. Instead, they continued to praise him. "Zhou Gu, isn't it funny? Shin Tian went to such lengths to trick us, even spending so much money to rent a Cayenne." Exactly, it's too funny, he's overdoing it. What's the use of pretending? In the end, it's not even his. Unlike our Zhou Gu, all his cars are his own. Yeah, the most capable among us classmates is definitely Zhou Gu. "Zhou Gu, let's make a deal. If I'm ever out of work, I'll come work at your company." Me too. Looking at these classmates whose intentions were so obvious, Zhou Langbing felt utterly speechless. But the words had already been spoken, and Zhou Langbing couldn't embarrass himself by going back on them. He could only force a smile and say, "When have I ever lied to you? We're all old classmates, I can definitely help with this little favor. Besides, it's my honor that you all think highly of me. Don't worry, if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." Although Zhou Langbing appeared cheerful on the surface, inside he was rolling his eyes. He looked down on these poor classmates the most and couldn't help but scoff internally. "With your lack of ambition, you think you can come work at my company? Don't even think about it." The fact that Zhou Langbing's business had grown so large was enough to prove that he was someone who climbed the social ladder. Most of these classmates were just ordinary employees, some even unemployed, and they wouldn't be of any help to his business at all. Moreover, Zhou Langbing hadn't originally planned to attend this reunion, he only came because he heard Shin Shueching would be there. One thing Zhou Langbing didn't lie about was that after so many years since graduation, he had seen countless beautiful women, but in his heart, there was only Shin Shueching. So when he learned that she would attend the reunion, he had already made up his mind to seize the opportunity to win her over and immediately decided to join the gathering. But who would have thought that the girl he had been thinking about would bring along the most unsuccessful man from their class? And this man was Zhou Langbing's longtime rival. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. He could only walk out from the group of classmates, waving his hand repeatedly and saying, "Everyone, it's getting late, and I have to return to the company to handle some matters, so I won't stay with you any longer. However, whether you want to go singing or drinking, it's on me." As Zhou Langbing spoke, he got into his car. The whole action was swift and decisive, as if he was eager to avoid these people. For Zhou Langbing, some people might not cost much to drink or sing with, but they could help him establish a good image. This kind of thing is more effective than spending money on public relations. This is what it means to be a businessman. No matter what they do, they always consider their own interests first. Seeing Zhou Langbing about to leave, the classmates immediately showed reluctant expressions, and everyone rushed to the side of the car to send him off. Their exaggerated demeanor made it seem like some important leader was visiting. "Brother Zhou, the company's matters are quite important, so you should hurry back to handle them." Yes, Brother Zhou, you're a busy person, with deals worth billions, don't waste time here, hurry back, we'll handle things ourselves. Right, you're at a critical moment. Don't let us delay your company's affairs. These polite words flowed easily from a few male classmates. Zhou Langbing's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he smiled like the Buddha, nodding repeatedly at these classmates. Alright, I'll head back first. Don't worry, I'll take care of the food, drinks, and fun. Our only task is to eat well, drink well, and have a good time. After all, it's not easy for us to gather like this. I really feel bad about it. Although he said this, Zhou Langbing's tone and expression showed no hint of guilt. Instead, he appeared arrogant and self-satisfied, completely placing himself in a position of superiority. However, these classmates had already been won over by his small favors and couldn't see any flaws in Zhou Langbing. They only found his actions very likable. Of course, this might also validate the old saying, one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Looking at everyone gathered around his car window, Zhou Langbing couldn't help but wave his hand. Alright, you all can disperse now. It's getting late, so enjoy yourselves and head back early. I really don't have time to chat with you all right now. I need to hurry back to deal with some issues, but since we're classmates, we have plenty of time ahead. Let's keep in touch when we can. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Langbing slowly rolled up the car window, started the engine, and with a roar, sped away. It was completely different from when Qin Tian had just left. After Zhou Langbing's car drove off, the classmates cheered and encouraged one another, acting as if they were something special. See? It has to be Zhou Langbing. That Qin Tian can't even compare. Yeah, back in college, Zhou Langbing was always so composed. He looked like someone who could achieve great things, and he really has. Exactly. Qin Tian was always so out of touch. I can't believe he's still the same after all these years. That's why people are so infuriating. Chen Shuiqing must have something wrong with her eyes to fall for that kind of loser. Maybe she's just playing around. Alright, let's not talk too much. Let's seize this opportunity to eat and drink well. But I just heard Zhou Ge say their company offers such good benefits. I'm a bit tempted to quit my current job and join his company. We're all classmates, and Zhou Ge is such a good person. He'll definitely take care of me at the company, won't that be nice? You have a point. Anyway, Zhou Ji's company is always hiring. If they bring us in, it's reassuring since we know each other well. Who can argue with that? Plus, didn't Zhou Ge say that if we have difficulties, we can ask him for help? He'll definitely assist us. Sounds good. Let's all jump ship to Zhou Ji's company. With his loyalty, the salary will surely be no less than 10,000, right? Of course. Zhou Ji's company is about to go public. How could it be less than 10,000? Besides, we're still old classmates. No matter what, Zhou Ge will treat us better than other companies. Exactly. Look at Zhou Ge. Even though he runs such a big company, he's still very approachable. It shows he hasn't forgotten about us classmates over the years. Yes, if that's the case, let's all jump ship to Zhou Ji's company. The more they talked, the more excited they became, their smiles unable to be hidden. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Langbing, who had just driven away, had a gloomy expression on his face. He called his assistant while still in the car. Xiaolu, quickly check on someone named Qin Tian. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At that moment, he had already dropped Chen Shuiqing off at her doorstep. Looking around the shabby neighborhood, even the streetlights flickered on and off, and there wasn't even a security guard at the entrance. Moreover, there weren't many people around, and the darkness made Qin Tian, a grown man, feel a bit uneasy. As Chen Shuiqing got out of the car and prepared to walk inside, Qin Tian, feeling anxious, hadn't organized his thoughts yet. Chen Shuiqing turned back, looking at Qin Tian in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something else? As she asked this, Chen Shuiqing suddenly felt her face flush for some reason. They had just confirmed their relationship not long ago, and they had always been at the company together. This was the first time Qin Tian had come to her doorstep. On the way back, Chen Shuiqing had been thinking about whether to invite Qin Tian upstairs when they got home. However, she felt that their relationship wasn't familiar enough for such a casual invitation. Given Qin Tian's serious nature, he might think she was being too forward. Chen Shuiqing didn't want Qin Tian to mistakenly think she was the kind of girl who was casual about relationships, so in the end, she didn't say anything. However, what Chen Shuiqing didn't expect was that Qin Tian would suddenly call out to her at such a critical moment. Because Chen Shuiqing was already quite hesitant about this matter, and now with Qin Tian calling her, her heart raced like a drum, feeling as if it might leap out of her chest. At that moment, Chen Shuiqing couldn't think of anything else. Her mind was filled with the question of whether Qin Tian would come upstairs. Logically speaking, inviting a boyfriend to sit at her place shouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, it was quite reasonable. Instead, Chen Shuiqing's current behavior seemed a bit abnormal. Their eyes met under the dim light, and at that moment, there was indeed a sense of compatibility like a scene from an idol drama. Watching Qin Tian remain silent, Chen Xueqing felt as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The key was that Chen Xueqing was actually looking forward to this, so seeing Qin Tian not speaking left her feeling uncertain. After waiting and waiting, Chen Xueqing finally couldn't hold back any longer and directly asked, "What's wrong? What do you want to tell me? Or do you want to do something?" Chen Xueqing was truly eager to know what Qin Tian was thinking. No one knew that this was also a secret buried in Chen Xueqing's heart. That was, during her university years, when she first saw Qin Tian, a freshman dragging his luggage to report at the school gate, she had a very good impression of him from that first encounter. Later, Qin Tian's performance at school wasn't particularly good, but it was certainly unique. How to put it? Chen Xueqing was very attentive to Qin Tian during their time at school. She later discovered that Qin Tian was quite smart, consistently ranking at the top of the class, but he was labeled a bad student by the teachers. There was no other reason, it was mainly because Qin Tian didn't follow the rules in class, often sleeping while the teacher was lecturing. Moreover, he was punished once for climbing over the school wall, which resulted in a significant deduction of credits, and this incident became known to the entire class. The key was that during the internship period, the teacher arranged for Qin Tian to intern at a company, and the boss of that company was a friend of the teacher. So when the teacher learned that Qin Tian not only contradicted the boss but also quit, it severely embarrassed the teacher, who didn't speak to Qin Tian for several days out of anger. In the end, when Qin Tian finally graduated, the teacher let out a huge sigh of relief. It was precisely because of Qin Tian's strange and chaotic behavior that the classmates had a poor impression of him. They all thought Qin Tian was the bad student the teacher had always talked about, a delinquent. Because of the teacher's evaluations, all the classmates believed that even after graduation, Qin Tian wouldn't amount to much. Over time, everyone's impression solidified. However, despite this, Chen Xueqing always had a good impression of Qin Tian. Although they didn't contact each other immediately after graduation and instead found their own jobs, Chen Xueqing realized upon entering society that no matter how good your grades were, it didn't matter if your mind wasn't sharp and your hands weren't quick, you still wouldn't gain your boss's recognition. Because society is completely different from school. In school, good grades might earn you respect from teachers and classmates. But once you enter the workplace, you'll find that your grades are merely a stepping stone. What's most important is that you must have high emotional intelligence and be adept at handling tasks to gain the appreciation of colleagues and superiors. This is also why Chen Xueqing resolutely resigned after working for a few months and then began searching for a job everywhere, only to find that her new boss was actually Qin Tian. When she saw that her boss was Qin Tian, Chen Xueqing admitted that she was genuinely very happy at that moment. As the two spent more time together, Chen Xueqing discovered that Qin Tian was still as outstanding as he had been in college. Unlike other men, Qin Tian often played by his own rules, yet he handled everything beautifully. The fact that Qin Tian could run such a large company alone was proof of his capabilities. So after their reunion, the youthful flutter in Chen Xueqing's heart surged back once more. Ultimately, she was deeply attracted by Qin Tian's wisdom and charm during their interactions. After finally confirming their relationship, Chen Xueqing naturally hoped that their feelings could deepen further. What Chen Xueqing didn't know was that Qin Tian had noticed her nervous demeanor. However, Qin Tian didn't find anything wrong. Instead, he thought Chen Xueqing was exceptionally cute. Just as Chen Xueqing was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Qin Tian gently raised his hand and stroked her head. The warm touch made Chen Xueqing feel as if she had been electrified, her whole body tingling, and she instinctively looked up. At that moment, Qin Tian happened to lower his head, and under the dim light, their eyes met, reflecting countless stars. Whether it was due to embarrassment or shyness, they couldn't help but smile at the same time. This gaze lasted for a good 10 seconds, and finally, Qin Tian couldn't help but squint his eyes. He gently flicked Chen Xueqing's head. "What's wrong? Haven't you seen me before? Why are you staring at me like that? Your gaze is making me think inappropriately." Since Qin Tian was usually very serious, this was the first time he made such a joke, leaving Chen Xueqing momentarily unsure of how to respond. Seeing Chen Xueqing freeze as if someone had pressed a pressure point on her, Qin Tian couldn't hold back any longer, clenching his fist and covering his mouth as he chuckled softly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I just think that since we've been dating for so long, shouldn't you invite me up to sit for a while? Shouldn't I, as your boyfriend, get to know your living environment? Otherwise, how am I supposed to act? After all, at today's class reunion, I saw so many people lining up to pursue you. I already feel a deep sense of crisis. If I don't show some effort, my girlfriend might just run away. As Qin Tian said this, he naturally took Chen Shuiqing's hands, gently rubbing the pads of his thumbs on the smooth, delicate back of her hands. His eyes reflected only Chen Shuiqing's figure, gentle like a pool of water. This was also the first time Chen Shuiqing heard Qin Tian say such tender words. It wasn't that Qin Tian wasn't a gentleman, it was just that their interaction had always been quite direct. Perhaps because they were both somewhat inexperienced, and since Chen Shuiqing worked under Qin Tian, their relationship felt less sweet and natural than that of other couples. Most of the time, their interactions resembled a respectful relationship between a superior and a subordinate. However, both of them had each other in their hearts, so even if their interaction style was somewhat stiff, there was still warmth within. But now, with Qin Tian suddenly pouring out such sweet words, Chen Shuiqing felt as if her head had exploded with joy. She felt sweet, happy, and finally experienced that sense of happiness that comes with being in love. But it was precisely because this sense of happiness came so suddenly that Chen Shuiqing momentarily didn't know how to respond. Moreover, Qin Tian's gaze was so gentle, as if it could draw a person in, making Chen Shuiqing unable to help but immerse herself in this tenderness. She admitted that she was a bit greedy. Chen Shuiqing just wanted to stay in this gentle atmosphere forever. However, she gradually felt her face starting to heat up, especially when looking at Qin Tian's handsome features, which left her at a loss for how to react, her hands awkwardly hanging by her thighs. After an unknown amount of time, she heard Qin Tian emit a simple monosyllable from his nasal cavity. Even a simple monosyllable carried an indescribable dominance. Chen Shuiqing's face instantly turned as red as a cooked crab, and she couldn't help but swallow. After a long pause, she finally heard her own stammering voice. "You're thinking too much. How can those people compare to you? Besides, what do you think I am? Since we are already boyfriend and girlfriend, why would I agree to anyone else's pursuit?" In fact, it was just 2 sentences, but Chen Shuiqing spoke each word very seriously, enunciating particularly clearly, as if it had consumed a huge amount of her energy. The main issue was that Chen Shuiqing could no longer tell whether Qin Tian was joking or not. Yet, she felt that regardless of whether Qin Tian was joking, she should express her feelings. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Shuiqing felt she had been too blunt. Coupled with her upbringing and educational background, Chen Shuiqing was actually a very reserved and shy girl. After saying such straightforward words, she suddenly covered her face with her hands. This cute side of her was something Qin Tian had never seen before. Because at work, Chen Shuiqing was a very capable and excellent employee. Her attitude towards work was also very decisive and straightforward, and she completed tasks with great efficiency, embodying the image of a strong woman. This was in stark contrast to her current shy and adorable demeanor. A lovely wife, what man wouldn't want to have a cute and beautiful little wife? Thus, Qin Tian's smile grew wider. Finally, he simply held Chen Shuiqing in his arms, his warm palm resting on her waist, as if he wanted to melt her into his very being. Chen Shuiqing leaned against Qin Tian's chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart, her own heartbeat resonating in sync. "Qin Tian, I actually wanted to apologize to you all the way here. Today, I dragged you to the class reunion, and I didn't expect those people to be so excessive. I just thought it had been a long time since we met as classmates, so I wanted us to see each other. I didn't expect those people to be so condescending and ridicule you, but I wanted to explain for you, why did you stop me? Seeing those people belittle you and mock you, I felt so uncomfortable inside, and it hurt me." Chen Shuiqing rested her forehead on Qin Tian's shoulder, her small face nestled against his chest, speaking in a muffled voice. At that moment, Qin Tian only heard Chen Shuiqing buzzing softly, mumbling, and he wasn't quite clear on what she was saying. However, he felt that since they had agreed to be together, he should seriously understand everything about Chen Shuiqing. So, he calmed his mind and listened earnestly to her words. He initially thought Chen Shuiqing was going to say something important, but unexpectedly, she was just worried about him feeling wronged. This was the first time Qin Tian felt someone else's concern for him. There is an indescribable feeling, but it is undeniable that this feeling is quite nice. Qin Tian gently pressed Chen Shuiqing's shoulder and leaned closer to her head, saying, "What does it matter? As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not fuss over trivialities. Besides, it's just a few words, nothing serious. Since I graduated from university, I've realized that people's hearts are hard to gauge. And I clearly understand one thing, there's no need to care about what unimportant people say. If you get upset because of those unimportant people, aren't you just making things difficult for yourself? It's completely unnecessary, that would be unfair to yourself." As soon as Qin Tian began to speak, Chen Shuiqing couldn't help but lift her head from his embrace. Looking into Qin Tian's eyes, which were filled with affection, she felt the weight of his heartfelt words. Tears began to flow down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qin Tian only thought he was expressing what was in his heart and never expected that Chen Xueqing would cry again, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Qin Tian took a deep breath and looked at the tear-streaked face of Chen Xueqing, feeling somewhat bewildered. He raised his hand gently to cup her face, using his thumb to wipe away her tears. His hands, which had signed countless contracts worth millions, had never felt nervous before, but at this moment, they trembled slightly. "Why are you crying all of a sudden? I'm just speaking the truth, and I'm not blaming you. Besides, you're doing this for me, right? And today, I'm not angry at all. In fact, I'm quite happy. Not only did I see my old classmates, but I also got to announce in front of everyone that you are my girlfriend." This was Qin Tian's true feeling. Being able to publicly acknowledge his relationship in front of his university classmates and teachers was indeed exhilarating for him. The key point was that Qin Tian was quite possessive and didn't like others to covet what belonged to him. Since Chen Xueqing was in a relationship with him, in Qin Tian's subconscious, she could only belong to him. As the saying goes, it's not the thief that you fear, but the one who covets. However, today's gathering was a direct announcement of his claim. Chen Xueqing never expected Qin Tian would think this way. In her impression, Qin Tian was a business genius and a truly conscientious boss. Because of this, she thought he wouldn't be like other men who spoke sweetly. When she decided to date Qin Tian, she had already thought that even if their future life was plain and simple, she could accept it. But she never expected that Qin Tian would say so many tender words to her, nor did she expect him to be nervous and caring like a boy in love. Chen Xueqing felt a sense of surprise and sweetness at Qin Tian's change. Watching her stand there, as if frozen in place, Qin Tian felt both amused and anxious. He swallowed hard and awkwardly said, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Or do you not like how I am?" Indeed, even the most capable man can become insecure in love. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueqing shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Qin Tian's neck. No, I really like you, Qin Tian. I just didn't expect a man at the top like you would bend down for me. You don't need to do that. I'm right here. I won't run away. I will always be with you. And I don't need you to do anything for me. I just hope you can always be yourself." Chen Xueqing's head rested against Qin Tian's chest. The voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of a muffled tone, yet it brushed against Qin Tian's heart like a gentle feather. Soft jade in his embrace. Suddenly, the words, "gentle hometown," came to Qin Tian's mind. No wonder throughout history, heroes have emerged from beautiful women. Moreover, Qin Tian understood why there is a saying, "From now on, the king does not attend morning court." With such feelings, which man could resist? Qin Tian held Chen Xueqing, slightly lowered his head, resting his chin on her shoulder, and whispered softly in her ear, "Thank you." After saying these 3 words, Qin Tian paused for a moment. Chen Xueqing instinctively wanted to look up, but Qin Tian pressed her firmly against his chest. At that moment, Chen Xueqing felt very strange, but before she could ponder, Qin Tian's voice came from above her head. "Shuer, I feel like this is our first love. You know I have no experience in relationships, but since I have chosen you, I will do my utmost to treat you well. So, please rest assured, even though I have no relationship experience, since I have decided to date you, I will definitely work hard. Moreover, once I decide to date, this relationship will definitely be aimed at marriage." His gentle, deep, and resonant voice flowed like an elegant cello in her ear. Every word was heartfelt, and it was clear to feel Qin Tian's sincerity. This was also Chen Xueqing's first love, and every woman is an auditory creature. After hearing this, Chen Xueqing had to admit that her heartbeat at this moment was as clear as a drum. "I love you too. Qin Tian, I am also dating you with the intention of marriage. Choosing you means I will not choose anyone else. So in the days to come, let us work hard together, and I hope we can be tolerant and accept each other." After such a long time of dating, this was the first time the two expressed their innermost feelings. But it must be said that this deep soul-to-soul communication is the best way to bring their feelings closer. Because right now, whether it was Chen Xueqing or Qin Tian, both of their hearts were incredibly soft. They embraced each other for a full 10 minutes before slowly releasing one another. Qin Tian looked at Chen Xueqing, who was a head shorter than him, and from his angle, he could see her long eyelashes and the little furry tip of her nose. This Chen Xueqing was clearly a different image from the strong woman at work. But Qin Tian felt that he liked every version of Chen Xueqing very much. When feelings ran deep, one could not help themselves. Qin Tian unconsciously lowered his head and slowly leaned towards the rosy hue before him. When the cool, soft lips touched his, Chen Xueqing's whole body stiffened, and her pupils instantly dilated many times. This was the first time they had such an intimate action. It wasn't just Chen Xueqing who was shocked. After experiencing this feeling, Qin Tian felt a wave of tingling throughout his body, as if he had been suddenly electrocuted. Moreover, this sudden intimacy was such a wonderful feeling that Qin Tian gradually became reluctant to leave. However, he also considered that this was their first close contact, and he worried he might scare Chen Shueqing, so he only tasted it lightly, reluctantly pulling away from her lips in the end. Looking at Chen Shueqing's face, which was flushed red, Qin Tian was once again charmed. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her earlobe with the pads of his thumb and index finger. But this was Chen Shueqing's most sensitive spot. So before Qin Tian's hand could apply any pressure, Chen Shueqing noticeably shivered. Chen Shueqing instinctively murmured. But realizing her voice was off, she immediately covered her mouth with both hands. At the same time, her small face instantly became even more flushed. Qin Tian also keenly noticed this issue. Although it was Qin Tian's first time being in a relationship, men have an innate understanding of such matters and are quite talented at it. After discovering that the earlobe might be Chen Shueqing's sensitive spot, he felt a surge of delight in his heart. This kind of thing is something only boys can understand. However, Qin Tian did not expose Chen Shueqing. Instead, he slowly moved his fingers back, holding her head gently. With a playful smile, he looked at Chen Shueqing and said, "What's wrong? Is this your first time being intimate with someone? Can't even remember to breathe? Do you want to suffocate yourself?" It was clear that Qin Tian was deliberately holding back laughter as he said this. After hearing his words, Chen Shueqing finally realized her mistake and began to take deep breaths. Watching her adorable reaction, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh even louder. "Seriously, how can you be so silly? It seems like you really lack experience. You need to practice more. From now on, I'll take you to practice more, and you won't be like this anymore." When Qin Tian said this, he truly showed no signs of embarrassment or nervousness.